The overwhelmed woman, a modern dilemma. Does this sound familiar? You wake up before the sun, your mind already racing through the day's endless demands. Emails ping, children need attention, meals require preparation, and somewhere in that whirlwind, you're supposed to carve out time for your own well being. Modern life often asks women to wear countless hats: devoted mother, successful professional, supportive partner, engaged friend, and flawless homemaker. It's a relentless performance, one that leaves many feeling perpetually behind, no matter how much they accomplish. This constant striving creates a deep seated exhaustion, a kind of weariness that sleep alone cannot fix. You might feel a dull ache of guilt for even considering a moment of rest, believing true strength lies in relentless motion. This feeling of being utterly stretched thin, yet still compelled to do more, is not just a personal failing, it's a widespread dilemma facing women today. The pressure to do it all isn't just external, it often becomes an internal mantra whispered by our own minds. We absorb messages from society, social media, and even well meaning friends, which suggest that a truly successful woman juggles everything with effortless grace. This creates an impossible ideal, fueling a constant sense of inadequacy and a fear of falling short. Every unchecked item on the to do list can feel like a personal failure, adding another layer to the already heavy burden. This internal critic is relentless, pushing us to achieve more, be more, and give more until there's little left for ourselves. It's a cycle that traps many, leaving them feeling like they're constantly running on a treadmill, never quite reaching a finish line. The emotional toll of this relentless self judgment can be profound, impacting everything from our mood to our self worth, making genuine joy feel like a distant dream. Many women find themselves caught in a paradox. The more they achieve, the more overwhelmed they feel. Each success often brings new responsibilities, new expectations, and new opportunities to feel inadequate. The climb to the top, whether in a career or personal life, can become a lonely ascent filled with unspoken anxieties and a pervasive sense of isolation. You might be surrounded by people, yet feel profoundly alone in your struggle to keep all the plates spinning. This constant state of on leaves little room for reflection, for connection, or for simply being. It's a life lived in fast forward, where moments blur into one another, and the days feel more like a blur of tasks than a tapestry of experiences. This relentless pace ultimately diminishes our capacity for true connection, both with others and with our deepest selves. The relentless pursuit of external validation further complicates this modern dilemma. We often measure our worth by our productivity, our accomplishments, and how well we meet the expectations of others. This leads us to prioritize the visible achievements, the perfectly executed project, the spotless home, the well-behaved children, over the quieter, more vital needs of our inner world. We become experts at presenting a composed, capable facade to the world, even as we're crumbling on the inside. This constant performance is exhausting, draining our emotional reserves, and leaving us feeling hollow. The genuine joy and satisfaction that come from within are often overshadowed by the fleeting praise or recognition from outside. It's a dangerous game, one where our peace of mind is constantly held hostage by external opinions and benchmarks. Beneath the surface of all this busyness lies a deep yearning for something more, a quiet whisper for peace and authentic connection. It's the feeling that despite checking all the boxes, something fundamental is missing from your life. This isn't about desiring less ambition or fewer responsibilities, but rather about craving a way to navigate them with greater ease and inner calm. You might find yourself dreaming of moments of stillness, of a quiet space where you can simply breathe and be, without the constant pull of obligations. This yearning is not a sign of weakness, it is a profound signal from your soul, indicating that your current path is unsustainable. It's an invitation to pause, to listen, and to consider a different approach to living, one that honors your true needs. This constant state of overwhelm isn't just emotionally draining. It takes a significant toll on our physical health as well. Chronic stress can manifest in countless ways, from persistent fatigue and sleep disturbances to digestive issues and a weakened immune system. You might experience headaches, muscle tension, or a general feeling of being unwell, all without a clear medical explanation. The body keeps score, And when we push ourselves relentlessly, it eventually sends signals that something needs to change. Ignoring these signals can lead to more serious health problems down the line, trapping us in a cycle of illness and recovery that further depletes our energy. It's a stark reminder that our mental and physical well-being are intrinsically linked, and neglecting one inevitably impacts the other. The erosion of personal time and self-care is another devastating consequence of this modern dilemma. When your schedule is packed to the brim with commitments to others, the first thing to be sacrificed is often your own quiet moments. That hot bath, the uninterrupted read, the long walk in nature, these essential acts of rejuvenation become luxuries you feel you can't afford. The guilt associated with taking time for yourself can be immense, making it feel like a selfish indulgence rather than a necessary act of self-preservation. Yet, without these moments to recharge, our well-being slowly diminishes, leaving us depleted and resentful. This neglect of self-care is not a badge of honor. It's a path toward burnout, where our capacity to give to others is ultimately compromised. Perhaps you've noticed a shift in your relationships, too. When you're constantly overwhelmed, patience wears thin, and your capacity for genuine connection diminishes. Small frustrations can escalate into arguments, and the people you love most might bear the brunt of your stress. You might find yourself withdrawing, too exhausted to engage, or simply going through the motions in your interactions. This isn't because you care less, but because your internal resources are stretched to their absolute limit. The joy of shared moments can be overshadowed by the mental checklist running in your head, making it difficult to be fully present. This disconnection, both from yourself and from loved ones, is a painful consequence of a life lived in perpetual overdrive, leaving a void where warmth and intimacy once thrived. One of the most insidious aspects of the overwhelmed woman's dilemma is the feeling of losing herself amidst all the roles she plays. You might look in the mirror and barely recognize the person staring back, wondering where the vibrant, hopeful woman you once knew disappeared. Your passions, your unique quirks, your simple joys, they all seem to have faded into the background, replaced by a relentless focus on responsibilities. This sense of self-erasure is deeply unsettling, leaving you feeling adrift and disconnected from your own identity. It's a quiet crisis, often unnoticed by others, but deeply felt within. Reclaiming your true self requires a conscious effort to peel back the layers of expectation and rediscover the woman beneath, the one who deserves space to breathe and simply be. The comparison trap, fueled by social media and idealized portrayals of womanhood, only exacerbates this feeling of overwhelm. We scroll through carefully curated feeds, witnessing seemingly perfect lives, flawless achievements, and endless moments of joy, all while our own reality feels chaotic and messy. This constant exposure to unattainable standards creates a corrosive cycle of self-doubt and inadequacy. We begin to believe that everyone else has it figured out, that their lives are effortlessly graceful, while we struggle just to keep our heads above water. This illusion of perfection is damaging, preventing us from acknowledging our own strengths and celebrating our own unique journey. It's a powerful force that keeps us striving, comparing, and ultimately feeling less than, rather than embracing our authentic selves. This modern dilemma isn't just about being busy. It's about a deeper imbalance, a fundamental disconnect from our inner wisdom. In our constant pursuit of external achievements and societal approval, we often silence the quiet voice within that guides us toward true fulfillment. We become so accustomed to the external noise and demands that we forget how to listen to our intuition, our body's signals, or the stirrings of our own heart. This creates a profound sense of being off kilter, of living a life that feels out of alignment with our deepest values. Reconnecting with this inner wisdom is not a luxury. It's an essential step toward finding genuine peace and purpose. It's about trusting ourselves again, trusting that we know what's truly best for us, even when the world tells us otherwise. So if any of this resonates with you, if you feel the weight of constant demands, the sting of guilt, or the quiet yearning for something more, know that you are not alone. This is not a personal failing, but a shared experience among countless women navigating the complexities of modern life. The good news is that recognizing this dilemma is the first powerful step toward finding a different path. It's an acknowledgement that the current way of operating is unsustainable and that you deserve a life filled with more grace, more stillness, and more genuine joy. This realization is not a weakness. It is the beginning of reclaiming your strength, not through relentless striving, but through a gentle, compassionate shift in perspective. It's time to give yourself permission to step off the treadmill and explore a more fulfilling way of living. This book is for you, the woman who feels stretched thin but yearns for a deeper sense of purpose and a joy not tied to achievement. It's for the woman who has been told to lean in, but secretly longs to lie down for a moment of peace. We will explore how to redefine strength, moving beyond the relentless pursuit of productivity to cultivate a resilient force born from quiet moments and self-acceptance. You will discover practical tools and gentle guidance to embrace stillness, quiet the external noise, and reconnect with your intuition. This isn't about adding more to your plate. It's about strategically removing the unnecessary, creating space for what truly nourishes your soul. Prepare to embark on a journey that honors your true self and empowers you to live with genuine presence and profound peace. Redefining strength. Beyond constant motion. Many of us have grown up believing that strength means constantly pushing forward, juggling a dozen tasks, and never showing a hint of fatigue. We wear our busyness like a badge of honor, convinced that the more we do, the more valuable we become in the eyes of the world. The narratives around us often reinforce this idea, celebrating the woman who works tirelessly, manages a thriving household, and still finds time for everyone else's needs without complaint. We see images of superwomen who seem to effortlessly conquer every challenge, leading us to believe that anything less is a sign of personal failing or weakness. This relentless pursuit of productivity can leave us feeling perpetually exhausted, running on fumes, and deeply disconnected from our truest selves. We convince ourselves that slowing down means falling behind, or worse, failing altogether in the race of modern life. This constant pressure creates a cycle of striving that is difficult to break, leaving us feeling stretched thin and utterly depleted. But what if this widely accepted definition of strength is actually holding us back from the very vitality and profound joy we crave? This constant motion, this never-ending cycle of doing, often leaves precious little room for simply being. We become so intensely focused on checking off boxes and meeting external expectations that we slowly, subtly lose touch with our own inner compass and deepest desires. The subtle whispers of our intuition, the quiet needs of our bodies, and the yearning of our souls get systematically drowned out by the deafening noise of our relentless schedule. This isn't just about feeling physically tired. It's about a deeper, more pervasive exhaustion that seeps into our very spirit, dimming our inner light and making us feel increasingly empty and unfulfilled. It's a weariness that touches every part of our existence, leaving us wondering if there's more to life than just constant effort. It's time, perhaps, to gently challenge this deeply ingrained belief that true strength is only found in relentless striving and endless output. Imagine for a moment a different kind of power, one that doesn't demand constant external performance or an inexhaustible supply of energy. This alternative view suggests that our most profound strength isn't primarily measured by how much we accomplish, but by how deeply we connect with ourselves and our authentic needs. It's about cultivating a resilient force that comes from within, nurtured by self-awareness and self-compassion, rather than solely from external achievements or the fleeting approval of others. This journey we are embarking on together invites us to explore a more gentle, yet profoundly powerful way of living and truly thriving in a demanding world. It promises a strength that sustains rather than depletes. Redefining strength means understanding that it's not about never resting, but about knowing precisely when to pause, replenish, and intentionally restore your energy. It's about recognizing that true power truly lies in our ability to listen attentively to our bodies, honor our inherent limits, and consistently nurture our spirits. Consider the magnificent strength of a towering tree. Its power isn't solely evident in its branches reaching majestically for the sky, but profoundly in its deep, intricate roots that anchor it firmly to the earth below. Those hidden roots tirelessly draw vital nourishment, allowing the tree to gracefully weather the fiercest storms and grow tall and strong, even when the wind howls with all its might. Similarly, our most robust inner strength is cultivated not in constant activity, but in those quiet, intentional moments of stillness and heartfelt self care. It's a foundation built on deliberate replenishment, not endless depletion. Stillness, despite popular misconceptions, isn't about doing absolutely nothing. Rather, it's about actively creating sacred space for everything important to emerge. It's an intentional, conscious choice to step away from the incessant demands of the day, even for a few precious moments, and simply exist in the present. This powerful practice could manifest as a quiet cup of tea, savored slowly in the morning light, a few minutes of deep, mindful breathing before facing a big meeting, or a gentle, reflective walk amidst the beauty of nature. It's about deliberately slowing down the relentless, often overwhelming pace of modern life, allowing your racing mind to settle and your weary body to truly relax. In these invaluable moments, we create fertile ground within ourselves, allowing clarity, creativity, and genuine self discovery to blossom vibrantly. When we courageously choose to embrace stillness, we're not being weak or unproductive. In fact, we're actively building a deeper, far more sustainable kind of resilience that will serve us for years to come. Think, for instance, of a highly dedicated athlete who trains with incredible intensity, but also prioritizes essential rest and thoughtful recovery as integral parts of their regimen. Without those crucial periods of rest, their performance would inevitably suffer dramatically, and they'd risk serious injury and debilitating burnout, ultimately undermining their long-term goals. Our own lives are fundamentally no different in this regard. By allowing ourselves to truly rest, recharge, and rejuvenate, we're not just recovering from immediate exhaustion. We're actively strengthening our inherent capacity to handle future challenges with newfound grace, profound composure, and unwavering inner stability. This isn't merely a luxury or an optional indulgence. It's an absolute, fundamental necessity for holistic, long-term well-being and sustained effectiveness. The persistent, often overwhelming myth that we must somehow do it all has unfortunately become an incredibly heavy burden for countless women in today's society. This pervasive societal expectation, frequently internalized to a profound degree, constantly whispers that if we aren't perpetually productive and constantly achieving, we are somehow falling drastically short of an impossible ideal. We often observe other women who, from the outside, appear to effortlessly manage demanding careers, raise seemingly perfect children, maintain immaculate homes, and still look effortlessly radiant and composed. This constant, often unfair, comparison can fuel an unhealthy, relentless drive to keep pace, leading to a perpetual state of overwhelm, chronic stress, and harsh self-criticism. It's absolutely crucial to remember that what we perceive on the surface rarely, if ever, tells the complete, nuanced story of anyone's complex life, and that perfection is an illusion. Giving yourself explicit permission to consciously slow down is nothing short of a revolutionary act in a world that constantly bombards you with messages to speed up, to do more, to be more. It's a profound act of self-love, a powerful declaration that your inherent well-being, your inner peace, and your personal joy matter infinitely more than external validation or an endless, unmanageable to-do list. This permission isn't about abandoning your responsibilities or shirking your duties. Rather, it's about courageously approaching them from a profoundly renewed place of abundant energy, crystal clear focus, and unwavering clarity. When you consciously allow yourself the essential gift of rest, you're not being selfish in the slightest. You're making a wise, vital investment in your own capacity to show up more fully, more authentically, and more compassionately for yourself and for all those cherished individuals you care deeply about. This new, empowering understanding of strength fundamentally shifts our focus from relentless external performance to cultivating deep, unwavering inner fortitude. It's about nurturing a profound sense of self-trust and quiet confidence that isn't dependent on how many items you've meticulously checked off your list or how perfectly you've executed every single task. True, enduring inner strength emanates from knowing precisely who you are, what your core values truly are, and what genuinely nourishes your soul on a deep spiritual level. It's the quiet, unshakable conviction that you are inherently enough, exactly as you are in this moment, regardless of your momentary productivity levels or external achievements. This profound realization allows you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs, its triumphs and its challenges, with far greater stability, resilience, and an abiding sense of inner peace. Embracing this beautifully redefined strength has profound, far reaching implications for every aspect of your daily life. It means consciously making choices rooted in genuine self care rather than feeling driven by burdensome obligation, and courageously setting clear, firm boundaries that vigilantly protect your precious energy and mental space. You might find yourself saying no more often and with greater ease to things that consistently drain you, or intentionally carving out sacred moments for quiet reflection and introspection. This fundamental shift can miraculously transform your relationships as you learn to give generously from a place of genuine abundance and overflowing joy, rather than from a desperate state of chronic depletion. It also significantly impacts your decision making processes, allowing you to approach complex challenges with a much clearer mind, a more centered spirit, and a deeper sense of inner wisdom. One of the most significant and persistent hurdles to wholeheartedly embracing stillness is the pervasive, often crippling, feeling of guilt that many women experience. We have been conditioned, often from a very young age, to believe that taking time for ourselves is somehow indulgent, selfish, or even irresponsible, especially when there are always so many urgent demands pulling at our finite attention and energy. This deep-seated guilt can be an incredibly powerful, insidious force, constantly whispering doubts and subtly pushing us back into the familiar, exhausting cycle of constant doing and striving. However, it's absolutely essential to recognize, unequivocally, that self-care is not a luxury or an optional extra. It is, in fact, a fundamental, non-negotiable building block for your overall health, profound happiness, and sustained well-being. When you consciously choose to nurture yourself, you are actively creating a stronger, more resilient foundation for absolutely everything else in your life. The long-term benefits of courageously redefining strength are truly transformative, extending far beyond simply feeling a little less tired. You'll begin to discover a profound, renewed sense of purpose that resonates deeply within you, a much clearer clarity in your thoughts and intentions, and a vibrant sense of vitality that radiates effortlessly from within your very core. This fundamental shift allows for a more authentic, deeply rooted joy, a happiness that isn't tenuously tied to external achievements or fleeting circumstances, but springs instead from a boundless wellspring of inner peace and contentment. Imagine for a moment moving through your demanding days with significantly less stress, remarkably improved focus, and a profound, unwavering connection to your own innate wisdom and intuition. This is the incredible promise and the tangible reward of cultivating true strength through the power of stillness and deliberate self-care. Please understand that shifting your deeply ingrained perspective on strength won't happen instantaneously or overnight. It is, by its very nature, a gradual, ongoing journey of gently unlearning old, often self-sabotaging habits and wholeheartedly embracing new, more nourishing ones. There will undoubtedly be moments when the familiar, old urges to constantly push, strive, and overextend yourself resurface with surprising intensity, and that is perfectly normal and entirely human. The key during these challenging times is to approach yourself with immense kindness, unwavering patience, and profound compassion, gently guiding yourself back to the path of self-nurturing and intentional rest. Each small, conscious step you take towards honoring your inherent need for rest and stillness is, in itself, a powerful and courageous act of reclaiming your invaluable inner grace and reclaiming your authentic self. This redefinition of strength also courageously invites us to fully embrace vulnerability, seeing it not as a debilitating weakness, but as an incredibly courageous act of profound self-awareness and authentic honesty. Admitting openly and honestly that you genuinely need a break, or that you simply cannot do everything asked of you, takes immense inner strength and self-respect. It's about being truly honest with yourself and with others about your genuine limits, rather than perpetually pretending to be invincible or endlessly capable. When you lovingly allow yourself the space and freedom to be vulnerable, you simultaneously create fertile ground for genuine connection, deep empathy, and profound self acceptance, all of which are absolutely essential components of true, enduring inner power and holistic well being. Ultimately, choosing to consciously redefine strength is about courageously reclaiming your inherent power of choice and agency over your own life. It means deliberately deciding to step off the relentless hamster wheel of endless activity and instead thoughtfully create a life that genuinely nourishes your soul, mind, and body. This profound choice is an act of quiet defiance against pervasive societal pressures that constantly tell you to perform, produce, and push beyond your limits, and an act of profound, unwavering love for your own precious self. It's about recognizing with absolute clarity that you are the sole architect of your own well being, and you possess the inherent agency and power to design a life that is truly rich in peace, authentic joy, and deep, meaningful connection. So, with an open heart and a curious mind, let's collectively move beyond the limiting idea that strength is only found in relentless doing and instead embark on a journey to discover the profound, sustaining power inherent in simply being. This book is your personal invitation to explore what true strength genuinely feels like when it's cultivated from a deep, unwavering place of inner peace, self compassion, and intentional rest. It's designed to be a gentle, compassionate guide, helping you lovingly release the heavy burdens of constant motion and gracefully step into a more fulfilling, genuinely strong, and deeply joyful way of living. Your transformative journey to finding enduring strength in stillness and cultivating your own unique grace begins right here, right now, with this very breath. The invitation to peace, your journey begins. You've likely spent a good part of your life feeling like you're constantly chasing something, always moving, always doing. The demands on your time and energy are endless, pulling you in 100 different directions at once. Perhaps you've convinced yourself that this relentless pace is simply the price of success, the badge of a capable woman. But deep down, a quiet whisper might be telling you that there has to be another way, a gentler path. This constant striving, while often productive, can leave you feeling utterly depleted, disconnected from the very core of who you are. It's a common experience for so many women today, feeling stretched thin and longing for something more profound than just ticking off tasks. You might be achieving great things on the outside, yet still feel an unsettling emptiness or a persistent hum of anxiety within. This feeling is not a weakness, it is a sign, a gentle nudge from your soul. This nudge is an invitation. Imagine, for a moment, stepping off that relentless treadmill, even just for a breath. Picture a space where your worth isn't measured by your productivity, but by your inherent grace and spirit. This isn't about abandoning your responsibilities or escaping your life. It's about transforming your relationship with them. It's about finding pockets of calm amidst the chaos, cultivating an inner sanctuary that no external storm can disturb. This shift in perspective can feel revolutionary, especially when the world around us constantly praises busyness and speed. Yet, the most profound changes often begin with a simple, quiet decision to choose differently. You deserve to feel centered, vibrant, and genuinely joyful, not just occasionally, but as a consistent backdrop to your days. This book offers you the tools to begin painting that new landscape for yourself. Consider this moment an invitation, a personal summons to a different way of being. It's an invitation to pause, to breathe, and to truly listen to that inner voice that has been patiently waiting for your attention. This isn't a command or another item on your to-do list. It's a gentle beckoning to reclaim parts of yourself that might have been lost in the hustle. You are being invited to explore a deeper kind of strength, one that doesn't deplete you, but rather replenishes your spirit. This journey begins not with grand gestures, but with small, intentional steps towards self-compassion and quiet reflection. It's a chance to step into a life where peace isn't just a fleeting moment, but a sustained presence. Say yes to this invitation and open yourself to the profound possibilities that lie ahead. What does this peace truly feel like? It's not an absence of sound or activity, but a deep sense of calm that resides within you, no matter what's happening outside. This inner peace allows you to navigate life's inevitable challenges with more grace and less frantic reaction. It's the quiet confidence that comes from knowing yourself, from being connected to your inner wisdom. When you cultivate this peace, decisions become clearer, stress loses its overwhelming grip, and moments of joy become more vivid and frequent. You begin to experience a lightness of being, a freedom from the constant pressure to perform or prove your worth. This feeling is profoundly empowering, shifting your entire experience of daily life. It's a return to your most authentic self, unburdened by external expectations. Perhaps a part of you feels a twinge of guilt at the very thought of slowing down, of prioritizing your own peace. Society often tells us that self-care is selfish, that our worth is tied to our endless giving to others. Many women carry the heavy burden of believing they must always be on, always available, always productive. This ingrained belief can make the idea of rest or stillness feel like a luxury you can't afford, or worse, a failure. But this perspective fundamentally misunderstands the nature of true strength and sustainability. Taking time for yourself, nurturing your inner peace, isn't selfish. It's essential for your well-being and ultimately for your ability to show up fully for those you love. It's about filling your own cup so you have more to pour. Embracing this journey towards peace is a powerful act of self-love, a commitment to your own holistic well-being. It's about recognizing that you deserve to feel good, to feel whole, and to experience a life rich in genuine happiness. This isn't about adding another task to your already overflowing plate. It's about learning to release the unnecessary burdens you've been carrying. Think of it as an investment in your most valuable asset, yourself. When you are centered and at peace, every aspect of your life benefits: your relationships, your work, your health, and your spirit. This journey is a testament to your resilience, a brave step towards reclaiming your inner sanctuary. You are worthy of this peace, and it is within your reach. Understand that peace doesn't mean a life devoid of challenges or difficult emotions. Life will always present its ups and downs, its moments of struggle and uncertainty. The goal isn't to eliminate these experiences, but to change how you relate to them. Instead of being swept away by every wave, cultivating inner peace helps you become the steady anchor in your own storm. You learn to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment, allowing them to pass through you rather than becoming stuck. This shifts your power from external circumstances to your internal response, giving you a profound sense of control over your own emotional landscape. It's about finding your calm center, even when the world around you feels anything but calm. This is where true resilience is born. This journey is an exploration of your inner landscape, a gentle turning inward to discover the wisdom that already resides within you. We often spend so much time looking outside ourselves for answers, for validation, for happiness. But the deepest truths, the most profound source of strength and joy, are found when we quiet the external noise and listen to our own hearts. It's like tending to a beautiful garden that has been overgrown with weeds and forgotten over time. With conscious effort and loving care, you can clear away what no longer serves you, allowing your true essence to bloom. This process of self-discovery is profoundly rewarding, revealing layers of strength and beauty you might have forgotten you possessed. Take a deep breath and prepare to rediscover yourself. Many believe strength is about pushing harder, enduring more, never showing weakness. But a different kind of strength emerges from stillness, a quiet power that is deeply resilient and enduring. This strength isn't loud or aggressive. It's the unwavering calm that allows you to face adversity with grace and clarity. When you cultivate stillness, you tap into a wellspring of inner resources that constant motion often masks. It's the strength to say no when you need to, the strength to rest without guilt, and the strength to listen to your own intuition above the clamor of external expectations. This is the authentic power that allows you to stand firm in your truth, unshakable and truly grounded. You'll find that slowing down paradoxically makes you stronger. You might be wondering if this journey requires you to completely overhaul your life, to quit your job or move to a remote cabin. The beautiful truth is, it doesn't. This transformation begins with small, intentional shifts in your daily habits and your mindset. It's about integrating moments of peace into the life you already have, rather than waiting for a perfect, stress-free existence that may never arrive. Even 5 minutes of quiet reflection can begin to change the texture of your day, softening the edges of stress and creating space for clarity. This book is designed to meet you exactly where you are, offering practical tools and gentle guidance that fit into your real, busy life. You don't need to escape your reality. You just need to learn how to thrive within it. Patience and self-compassion will be your most valuable companions on this path. This isn't a race to a finish line, nor is it a journey without its detours or moments of doubt. There will be days when you feel more connected and peaceful, and days when the old habits of overwhelm try to creep back in. That is perfectly normal and part of the human experience. The key is not to judge yourself harshly, but to gently guide yourself back, remembering your intention. Each small step, each moment of conscious breathing, each choice to pause builds upon the last, creating a cumulative effect over time. Allow yourself the grace to learn and grow at your own pace, celebrating every tiny victory along the way. This is a journey of unfolding, not forceful striving. The transformative power of this journey extends far beyond simply feeling less stressed. As you cultivate inner peace, you'll discover an improved focus, a sharper intuition, and a renewed sense of vitality that permeates every fiber of your being. You'll find yourself reacting less and responding more thoughtfully, fostering deeper and more authentic connections with others. The world will begin to look different, not because it has changed, but because your lens for viewing it has shifted. You'll notice beauty in the everyday, find gratitude in unexpected places, and experience a profound sense of purpose that wasn't always apparent before. This is the magic of reconnecting with your true self, allowing your inner light to shine brightly. Trust your intuition as your compass on this journey. Your inner wisdom knows what you need, what brings you joy, and what helps you feel most at peace. We've often been taught to ignore these subtle nudges, to override our gut feelings with logic or external advice. But reconnecting with your intuition is a powerful way to reclaim your agency and navigate your life from a place of deep knowing. This book will offer you frameworks and practices, but ultimately, you are the expert on your own experience. Listen to what resonates with you, experiment with different approaches, and honor your unique path. Your body and spirit will guide you if you simply give them permission to speak. This book is your compassionate guide, offering practical tools and insights to help you navigate this beautiful process. We will explore simple yet profound practices that can be woven into the fabric of your daily life, making stillness and self-awareness accessible. From mindful breathing techniques to gentle reflection exercises, you'll discover actionable strategies to quiet the external noise and tune into your inner voice. We'll delve into understanding the roots of overwhelm and learn how to gently dismantle the patterns that keep you feeling stretched thin. Consider this your roadmap, designed to empower you to create a life rich in inner peace, genuine happiness, and profound self-awareness, step by gentle step. So, are you ready to embark on this journey? Are you willing to give yourself the permission you've been waiting for? Permission to rest, to be, and to reclaim your inherent grace? This isn't just another self-help book. It's an invitation to a profound shift in how you experience your life. It's about moving from surviving to truly thriving, from constant striving to finding strength in stillness. Open your heart and mind to the possibilities that await, knowing that every step you take towards peace is a step towards a more authentic and fulfilling version of yourself. Your journey begins now with this very breath. Embrace this opportunity to redefine what strength means to you, to discover the quiet power that lies within moments of calm. Let go of the need to be constantly busy and instead lean into the gentle rhythm of your own being. This path will lead you not away from life, but deeper into it, allowing you to savor its richness and navigate its complexities with renewed spirit. The grace you seek is not something you acquire, it is something you uncover, a beautiful truth waiting patiently within you. Welcome to your journey, a journey home to yourself. What this book offers, a compassionate guide. You've already taken a significant step just by picking up this book, by allowing yourself to consider a different path than the one of relentless striving. Perhaps you've felt a quiet whisper urging you to slow down, to breathe, to simply be. This book is a direct answer to that inner call, a gentle hand extended to guide you through the often turbulent waters of modern life. It acknowledges the immense pressure you face, the endless demands on your time and energy, and the feeling of being constantly stretched thin. Within these pages, you will discover that true strength isn't about how much you can endure, but about how deeply you can connect with your authentic self. It's about finding a wellspring of calm even when the world around you is anything but quiet. This isn't a rigid rule book designed to add more items to your already overflowing to-do list. Instead, think of it as a compassionate companion for your journey. We understand that you don't need another source of guilt or another set of impossible standards to live up to. What you truly need is understanding, practical support, and the comforting assurance that you are not alone in feeling overwhelmed. Our aim is to walk alongside you, offering insights and tools that resonate with your spirit, not just your intellect. We invite you to explore, experiment, and embrace what feels right for you, at your own pace, without judgment or pressure. This guide is here to empower your choices, not dictate them. Central to our exploration is the radical idea that strength can be cultivated in stillness, not just in motion. We live in a world that often praises constant activity, equating productivity with worth. But what if your greatest power lies in the moments when you choose to use, to reflect, to simply exist? This book will help you challenge those ingrained beliefs, showing you how to find resilience and clarity in quiet moments. You'll learn to recognize the subtle difference between genuine rest and mere idleness, understanding that stillness is an active, restorative practice. It's about replenishing your spirit, not just recovering from exhaustion. One of the most immediate benefits you will find here are practical tools designed to help you quiet the incessant external noise that bombards us daily. We'll explore simple yet powerful techniques to create pockets of calm in your busy schedule, whether it's through mindful breathing exercises or quick moments of sensory awareness. These aren't elaborate rituals that require hours of dedication. Rather, they are accessible practices you can weave into your everyday life. Imagine being able to mute the mental chatter, even for a few minutes, and reclaim a sense of inner peace. This book provides the keys to unlocking those moments of serenity, allowing you to breathe more deeply and think more clearly. Beyond just quieting the external, this guide will gently lead you toward listening to your own intuition, that quiet, knowing voice within you. In a world full of advice and expectations, it's easy to lose touch with what you truly desire and need. We'll explore ways to reconnect with your inner wisdom, helping you discern genuine guidance from the clamor of external opinions. Learning to trust your gut feelings can be a powerful act of self-reclamation, guiding you toward decisions that align with your deepest values. This journey of inner listening will help you build a stronger, more authentic relationship with yourself. Cultivating inner strength is another cornerstone of what this book offers. This isn't about building emotional walls or becoming impervious to life's challenges. Instead, it's about developing a resilient core that allows you to navigate difficulties with grace and courage. We'll delve into practices that fortify your spirit, helping you bounce back from setbacks and maintain your composure amidst stress. This kind of strength comes from a deep sense of self-worth and an unwavering belief in your own capabilities. It empowers you to stand firm in who you are, even when the world tries to pull you in 1,000 different directions. Moreover, this book is a guide to fostering authentic joy, a kind of happiness that isn't dependent on external achievements or fleeting pleasures. True joy, as you'll discover, springs from within, nurtured by gratitude, connection, and a deep appreciation for the present moment. We'll explore how to shift your perspective, allowing you to find beauty and contentment in the simple things that often go unnoticed. This isn't about forcing positivity, but about cultivating a mindset that naturally leans towards optimism and inner peace. You deserve a joy that feels genuine and sustainable, a light that shines from your very core. You will also find pathways to promote holistic well-being, touching on aspects of your life that extend beyond just mental calm. This includes strategies for reducing chronic stress, which so many women experience as a constant companion. By understanding the roots of your stress and implementing practical coping mechanisms, you can significantly improve your overall health. We'll also touch on improving focus and clarity, helping you concentrate on what truly matters without feeling scattered or overwhelmed. The goal is to create a sense of vitality that permeates your entire being, making you feel more alive and engaged. For many women, the relentless pace of modern life leads directly to burnout, a state of profound physical and emotional exhaustion. This book offers a compassionate roadmap to break free from that cycle, showing you how to recognize the early signs and implement preventative measures. We'll explore the importance of setting healthy boundaries, learning to say no without guilt, and prioritizing your own needs without feeling selfish. Breaking free from burnout isn't just about rest, it's about fundamentally reshaping your relationship with work, expectations, and self care. It's about reclaiming your energy and vitality. Perhaps one of the most profound gifts this book bestows is permission. Permission to rest, to slow down, and to simply exist without the need to constantly produce or perform. Many women carry a deep-seated guilt about taking time for themselves, believing that their worth is tied to their relentless activity. This guide gently dismantles that belief, affirming your inherent value regardless of your output. It's an invitation to release the burden of constant striving and embrace moments of gentle ease. You are enough, exactly as you are, and resting is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity for your well-being. Ultimately, this book empowers you to cultivate a deeper sense of self-awareness and self-acceptance. By understanding your patterns, your triggers, and your true desires, you gain the power to make conscious choices that serve your highest good. We'll explore how to release the need for perfection and embrace your imperfections with kindness and compassion. This journey of self-discovery is not always easy, but it is incredibly rewarding, leading to a profound sense of peace and contentment. It's about embracing all parts of yourself, the light and the shadow, with an open heart. Through these pages, you will be guided to create a life rich in inner peace, genuine happiness, and profound self-awareness. This isn't about dramatic overnight transformations, but about steady, gentle shifts that accumulate over time. The transformative power of your own grace is waiting to be rediscovered, a quiet strength that will carry you through life's challenges with greater ease. This book offers not just information, but an experience, an opportunity to reconnect with the woman you are meant to be, vibrant, calm, and deeply joyful. It's time to embark on this beautiful journey, allowing grace to lead the way. The power of pause, why stillness matters. In our bustling modern world, women often find themselves caught in a relentless current of activity, constantly moving from one task to the next without a moment's breath. We juggle demanding careers, nurture families, manage households, and tirelessly pursue personal aspirations, all while striving to meet societal expectations. This ceaseless motion, though often productive, can leave us feeling utterly exhausted, stretched thin, and profoundly disconnected from our own inner landscape. It's a common story, one where the days blur into weeks, and we wonder where our own sense of self has gone amidst the flurry of responsibilities. We become masters of doing, but sometimes forget the profound importance of simply being. This constant state of doing often leads to a subtle but pervasive sense of overwhelm, a low hum of anxiety that never quite fades. Our minds race with to-do lists, our bodies ache from tension, and our spirits feel depleted from the endless demands placed upon them. We might feel guilty for even considering a moment of rest, convinced that slowing down means falling behind or letting someone down. This ingrained belief that our worth is tied to our productivity keeps us trapped in a cycle that ultimately diminishes our joy and drains our vital energy. It's a challenging pattern to break, but understanding its impact is the first step toward change. Imagine, for a moment, a different path, one where you intentionally step off the treadmill of constant motion. This isn't about abandoning your responsibilities or becoming inactive. It's about embracing the radical concept of the pause. A pause is a deliberate moment of stillness, a conscious decision to create space in your day, however brief. It's an act of gentle rebellion against the pressure to always be busy, always productive, always on. This simple yet powerful choice can fundamentally shift your experience of daily life, offering a much-needed sanctuary amidst the chaos. The power of a pause lies not in its duration, but in its intention and impact. It's a moment to disengage from external demands and turn your attention inward, even if just for a minute. Think of it as hitting the reset button on your internal system, giving your mind a chance to catch up with your body and your spirit. This intentional stillness allows you to reclaim a small piece of your day, making it your own, free from obligations. It's a practice that offers immense benefits, helping you to recenter and regain control of your precious energy. One of the most immediate benefits of embracing stillness is the opportunity it provides to quiet the incessant external noise that bombards us daily. Our phones buzz, emails demand attention, social media feeds scroll endlessly, and the world outside shouts for our focus. This cacophony makes it nearly impossible to hear our own thoughts, let alone our deepest desires. When we consciously pause, we create a momentary shield from this overwhelming input, allowing our nervous system to settle and our minds to find a much-needed calm. It's like stepping into a quiet room after being in a bustling crowd, offering immediate relief. Beyond just quieting the noise, a pause offers the precious gift of mental clarity. When we are constantly reacting, our minds operate in a state of superficial engagement, rarely diving deep. Stillness, however, provides the mental space required for genuine reflection and insight. It allows you to process your experiences, untangle complex thoughts, and gain perspective on challenging situations. Instead of making hurried decisions or feeling perpetually overwhelmed, a clear mind can approach problems with a renewed sense of calm and a more effective strategy. This clarity empowers you to navigate your life with greater intention and less stress. Furthermore, embracing stillness is a powerful way to reconnect with your inner voice, that quiet whisper of intuition that of 10 gets drowned out by life's demands. When we pause, we create an opening for our authentic self to emerge, allowing us to listen to what our bodies, hearts, and souls truly need. This connection is vital for making choices that align with our deepest values, rather than simply reacting to external pressures. It's a practice that strengthens your self-trust and helps you remember who you are beyond your roles and responsibilities. Cultivating this inner dialogue is a cornerstone of genuine well-being. Think of stillness as a vital recharge for your entire being, much like plugging in your phone when its battery is low. Our bodies and minds are not meant for continuous, high-intensity output without periods of recovery. When we consistently deny ourselves these pauses, we deplete our reserves, leading to burnout, fatigue, and even chronic stress-related health issues. Intentional moments of stillness allow your energy to replenish, your muscles to relax, and your mind to rest, preventing the deep exhaustion that so many women experience. This regular recharging is not a luxury, it is a fundamental necessity for sustainable living. The strength we cultivate through stillness is not the kind that pushes harder or endures more pain. It's a deeper, more resilient kind of power. It's the strength that comes from being grounded, centered, and truly present in your own life. When you regularly pause, you build a stronger foundation within yourself, making you less susceptible to external stressors and emotional turbulence. This inner fortitude allows you to face challenges not with frantic energy, but with a calm resolve and a steady heart. It's a quiet power that radiates from within, making you unshakable. This inner strength isn't about putting on a brave face or pretending everything is fine. It's about developing a genuine sense of inner peace and self-assurance. It means knowing yourself deeply enough to understand your limits and honor your needs without guilt. A woman who regularly embraces stillness learns to trust her own judgment and respond thoughtfully, rather than reacting impulsively. This kind of strength is empowering because it originates from a place of self-awareness and self-respect, allowing you to navigate life's complexities with grace and confidence. It's the strength that allows you to be truly authentic. Perhaps one of the most beautiful outcomes of embracing the power of pause is its profound connection to cultivating authentic joy. When we are constantly busy, joy can feel like a fleeting emotion, tied to external achievements or momentary pleasures. Stillness, however, helps us tap into a deeper, more intrinsic sense of happiness that resides within us, independent of circumstances. It allows us to appreciate the simple beauty of the present moment, to feel gratitude for what is, and to connect with the quiet contentment that often gets overlooked in our rush. This genuine joy becomes a wellspring, nourishing our spirit. It's crucial to understand that taking a pause is not an act of selfishness. It is a profound act of self care that ultimately benefits everyone around you. When you are rested, clear headed, and connected to your inner self, you have more patience, more empathy, and more energy to give to your loved ones, your work, and your community. You become a more vibrant, present, and effective version of yourself. By nurturing your own well being through stillness, you are not only caring for yourself, but also enriching the lives of those you touch. It's a ripple effect of grace. The long term impact of integrating regular pauses into your life is truly transformative, extending far beyond immediate stress reduction. Consistent stillness cultivates a sustained sense of peace, improves your ability to focus, and enhances your overall emotional regulation. You'll find yourself responding to challenges with greater equanimity and experiencing a deeper, more abiding sense of vitality. This practice doesn't just change your days, it subtly but powerfully reshapes your entire approach to life, allowing you to move through the world with greater ease and purpose. It becomes a cornerstone of your holistic well being. Ultimately, embracing the power of pause is about redefining what strength means for you as a woman. It's about recognizing that true power doesn't always lie in constant motion or relentless striving, but often in the courageous act of slowing down and listening. It's an invitation to release the guilt associated with rest and to honor your innate need for quiet reflection. This isn't about adding another task to your already overflowing plate. It's about creating space for yourself to simply be, to breathe, and to remember your inherent worth, independent of your achievements. It is a profound act of self-respect. So, as you move forward, consider the transformative potential of giving yourself permission to pause. It's a simple yet profound practice that can unlock incredible clarity, resilience, and a deeper sense of joy in your life. By consciously choosing moments of stillness, you are not only reclaiming your time, but also rediscovering the powerful, graceful woman you are meant to be. This journey begins with that single, intentional breath, that quiet moment, that powerful pause. Allow yourself this sacred space and watch how your life begins to unfold with greater ease and authentic happiness. Quieting the external noise, strategies for peace. In our modern world, the air often hums with an incessant, overwhelming symphony of demands. For many women, this external noise isn't just about loud sounds. It's a relentless barrage of notifications, expectations, and the unspoken pressure to constantly do and be more. This constant input can leave us feeling fractured, unable to focus, and utterly disconnected from our deepest selves. It erodes our inner peace, making it difficult to hear our own thoughts or intuition amidst the clamor. Reclaiming moments of quiet and intentionally stepping away from this din isn't a luxury. It's a vital necessity for our well-being and for truly embodying a woman's grace. We often mistake perpetual busyness for a life of purpose, but true fulfillment often blossoms in the spaces between the noise. This chapter offers practical pathways to intentionally reduce the external static and cultivate a profound sense of calm within. Understanding what constitutes external noise is the first step toward effectively quieting it. This isn't solely about the decibel level of our surroundings, but rather anything that pulls our attention away from our inner world and genuine priorities. Think of the constant ping of your phone, the endless scroll of social media, the demanding emails, or the sheer volume of tasks on your to-do list that feel like they scream for your immediate attention. It also encompasses the subtle pressures from society, family, and even ourselves to conform or perform. This pervasive mental and sensory clutter keeps our minds racing, preventing us from finding the stillness we desperately crave. Take a moment to observe your day, noticing where you feel most scattered or overwhelmed. These are often the very sources of external noise that need your gentle attention. The digital world, while offering incredible connection, can also be one of the loudest sources of external noise in our lives. Our smartphones, tablets, and computers have become extensions of ourselves, constantly vying for our attention with bright screens and enticing alerts. This urge to check, respond, and stay perpetually updated creates a fractured sense of presence, pulling us away from deep work, meaningful conversations, and quiet contemplation. The mental fatigue that results from constantly switching contexts between tasks is immense, yet often goes unrecognized. Our brains were simply not designed to handle this level of continuous input and interruption, and it subtly steals precious us moments of inner stillness. Recognizing this pervasive digital deluge is crucial, as it often keeps us from truly connecting with our authentic selves and our surroundings. One of the most powerful strategies for peace involves intentionally creating digital boundaries and even embarking on mini digital detoxes. This doesn't necessarily mean abandoning technology altogether, but rather engaging with it more consciously and mindfully. Consider implementing tech-free zones in your home, such as no phones at the dinner table, or establishing specific times when devices are put away, like an hour before bedtime. Turning off non-essential notifications, batching your email checks to specific times of day, and designating limited periods for social media can dramatically reduce the constant pull on your attention. While you might initially experience a sense of resistance or a fear of missing out, you will soon discover the profound freedom and mental breathing room these small acts create. It is a deliberate choice to prioritize your inner peace over the incessant demands of the digital world, allowing you to gradually reclaim your precious mental space. In our always on world, genuine silence has become a precious, often overlooked commodity. Actively seeking out moments of true quiet is a profound strategy for quieting the external noise and nurturing your soul. This could be as simple as waking up 15 minutes earlier to sit in stillness before anyone else stirs, or taking a short walk outdoors without headphones, allowing the natural sounds to be your only companion. Even just sitting in a quiet room, focusing gently on your breath, can create a powerful sense of calm. Silence isn't merely the absence of sound, it's the presence of a profound peace that allows your thoughts to settle, your nervous system to regulate, and your creativity to gently emerge. Make a conscious effort to schedule these silent interludes into your day, viewing them as essential nourishment for your spirit, not as an indulgence. Another critical strategy for peace involves learning the art of setting firm personal boundaries. Women, in particular, often feel an immense pressure to be agreeable and to say yes to every request, every invitation, and every perceived obligation. However, consistently overextending yourself by taking on too many commitments, appointments, or emotional burdens is a direct pathway to feeling overwhelmed and drained. Learning to say no, gently but firmly, is not an act of selfishness. It is a profound act of self-preservation that protects your precious time, energy, and mental space. While it might feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're accustomed to being a people pleaser, clearly communicating your limits teaches others to respect your boundaries and, more importantly, teaches you to honor your own capacity. Remember, saying no to one thing often allows you to say a more authentic and joyful yes to something that truly aligns with your well-being. Our physical surroundings profoundly impact our inner state, making environmental decluttering a powerful strategy for quieting external noise. A cluttered home or a disorganized workspace often mirrors and exacerbates a cluttered, overwhelmed mind, creating a constant sense of visual noise. Taking intentional steps to simplify, organize, and create order in your living and working spaces can dramatically reduce mental tension. This doesn't require striving for minimalist perfection, but rather cultivating a sense of calm and ease, where each item has a home or is thoughtfully removed if it no longer serves a purpose. Even creating a small sanctuary within your home, perhaps a quiet reading nook or a tidy corner, can become a profound source of peace. The act of decluttering itself can be a meditative and empowering process, offering a tangible way to quiet the external chaos that often permeates our lives. While we can't always eliminate external noise, we can fundamentally change our relationship with it through mindful engagement. This strategy involves bringing a heightened sense of awareness and presence to whatever you are doing, even amidst a bustling environment. Instead of allowing your mind to flit between multiple tasks or succumb to distractions, focus intently on one thing at a time. When driving, truly drive. When listening, truly listen. when eating, truly savor each bite. This conscious presence acts as a powerful filter, reducing the internal noise generated by a scattered mind and helping you to more effectively discern relevant stimuli from irrelevant background chatter. Practicing mindful breathing can serve as a vital anchor in overwhelming situations, allowing you to observe the chaos without being consumed by it. Cultivating this inner calm means you can find peace even when external conditions are far from ideal, becoming a steady presence within any storm. Another vital strategy for cultivating peace involves intentionally curating the input you allow into your mental space. Just as you are mindful of what you put into your body, be equally discerning about what you allow into your mind. This includes the news you consume, the social media feeds you scroll, the conversations you engage in, and the entertainment you choose. Ask yourself if these inputs are uplifting, inspiring, and nourishing, or if they are draining, anxiety inducing, or promote constant comparison. Actively limit your exposure to negativity, sensationalism, or content that leaves you feeling depleted. Empower yourself to choose content that expands your perspective and brings you joy, rather than allowing your mind to be passively bombarded. Your mind is a precious garden. Be vigilant about the seeds you plant, seeking out sources of wisdom, gentle encouragement, and genuine connection that protect your inner landscape. Connecting with natural environments offers a profound and ancient strategy for quieting external noise and restoring inner balance. Nature possesses an inherent, gentle ability to soothe the nervous system and bring a sense of perspective that modern life often obscures. Spending intentional time outdoors, even if only for a few minutes, can significantly reduce stress and mental fatigue. The natural sounds of birdsong, rustling leaves, or flowing water provide a calming counterpoint to the jarring noises of urban life. The vastness of the sky, the solidity of ancient trees, or the rhythmic crash of waves remind us of our place in a larger, more harmonious world. Make it a regular practice to seek out these natural havens, whether it's a walk in a local park, tending to a small garden, or simply sitting by a window observing the clouds. Allow nature's restorative energy to wash over you, gently quieting the mind and bringing a deep sense of peace. It is important to remember that truly quieting the external noise is an ongoing practice, not a single destination you arrive at. No single strategy will instantly transform your life, but rather it is the cumulative effect of consistent, intentional choices that builds lasting resilience. Each boundary you set, each moment of silence you seek, and each mindful breath you take contributes to a stronger inner core. These are not grand, overwhelming gestures, but rather gentle, persistent acts of self-care that gradually create more space for grace and authentic joy to flourish within you. Do not strive for an elusive perfection. Instead, focus on making small, sustainable progress and celebrating each victory, no matter how minor, in reclaiming your peace. Over time, these conscious habits will gently rewire your relationship with the external world, allowing you to naturally gravitate towards calm and cultivate a sustainable inner sanctuary. Embracing this journey means understanding that life will inevitably present its share of challenges, demands, and unavoidable external noise. The ultimate goal is not to eliminate all external stimuli, which is often impossible, but to develop an inner strength and resilience that allows you to remain anchored amidst the chaos. You are learning to be the calm in the storm, empowering yourself to choose how you engage with the world rather than being swept away by it. This newfound peace is not a passive state. It is a powerful, active strength that enables you to respond thoughtfully and intentionally rather than reacting impulsively. This is precisely where a woman's true grace begins to shine brightly from within, guiding your actions and enriching your experiences. Trust in your innate capacity to create the peace you crave. Take that first gentle step and allow stillness to illuminate your path forward. Listening to your inner voice, the art of intuition. After creating pockets of quiet in your day, a new kind of awareness begins to emerge. It's like the hum of the refrigerator that you only notice when the house falls completely silent. Suddenly, there's a gentle, persistent knowing that has always been there, just beneath the surface. This is your intuition, an inner compass that has been quietly guiding you all along, offering insights and wisdom that logic alone cannot provide. It's a subtle yet powerful voice, often overshadowed by the relentless demands and external noise of our modern lives. Reconnecting with this inner wisdom isn't about finding something new, but rather remembering a fundamental part of who you are, a deep well of innate knowing that waits patiently for your attention. It's about giving yourself permission to trust that quiet nudge, that subtle feeling that often holds the key to your peace and alignment. For many women, especially those juggling careers, families, and personal aspirations, this inner voice can feel incredibly distant. We're often conditioned to prioritize external validation, to analyze every decision, and to seek advice from countless sources, rather than tuning into our own profound wisdom. The constant pressure to be productive, to achieve, and to please others can make it nearly impossible to hear the gentle whispers of our intuition. It's a challenge to distinguish between genuine inner guidance and the clamor of self-doubt, fear, or societal expectations that constantly vie for our attention. We become experts at rationalizing, at pushing through, and at overriding those initial gut feelings, often to our own detriment, leaving us feeling disconnected and adrift. It's crucial to understand that intuition is not the same as anxiety or fear, though they can sometimes feel similar at first glance. Anxiety often manifests as a loud, agitated, and urgent feeling, accompanied by physical tension, racing thoughts, and a sense of dread. It pushes you to act impulsively or to withdraw from situations out of panic. Intuition, however, tends to be much calmer, a quiet knowing that settles into your core, even if the message it delivers is challenging. It feels like a subtle understanding, a gentle nudge, or a quiet certainty that simply resonates as truth, without the frantic energy of fear. Learning to discern between these two distinct inner experiences is a foundational step in truly trusting your intuitive guidance. So, how does this inner voice actually manifest? It rarely speaks in full sentences, like a conversation you might have with a friend. Instead, intuition often appears as a sudden insight, a gut feeling that either expands you or contracts you. You might feel a lightness in your chest when something is right, or a subtle tightness in your stomach when something feels off. It could be a persistent image, a recurring thought that keeps surfacing, or an undeniable sense of knowing about a person or a situation, even without concrete evidence. These are the subtle signals your body and mind send, acting as antennae for information that your conscious mind might not yet have processed. Paying attention to these nuanced sensations is like learning a new language, the language of your soul. The first, and perhaps most vital step in truly hearing your intuition is to intentionally create space for it. This brings us back to the power of stillness and quieting the external noise, practices we explored in the previous chapters. Just as you wouldn't try to hear a whisper in a crowded, noisy room, you can't expect to hear your inner voice amidst constant distractions and mental chatter. Daily practices like meditation, mindful breathing, or simply sitting in quiet contemplation for a few minutes each day are not just about calming your mind, they are about opening a channel. They invite your inner wisdom to surface, allowing those gentle nudges to become more audible and clear, creating the fertile ground for intuition to flourish. Once you've cultivated that space, the next step is to practice awareness, consciously tuning into those subtle signals throughout your day. Begin to notice how your body reacts to different situations, conversations, or decisions. Does a particular thought make your shoulders relax or tense up? Does a suggestion from a friend make you feel energized or drained? These aren't just random physical sensations. They are your intuition communicating with you, offering real-time feedback. Start with small, low-stakes decisions, like choosing what to eat for lunch or which route to take, and pay close attention to your initial, unadulterated feeling before your logical mind kicks in. This gentle practice builds your muscle for intuitive listening. Journaling can be an incredibly powerful tool for connecting with your inner voice, serving as a direct line to your subconscious wisdom. When you sit down with a pen and paper, free from judgment and expectation, you create a sacred space for your thoughts and feelings to flow. Try asking yourself a question you've been pondering, then simply write whatever comes to mind without censoring it. You might be surprised by the clarity and insight that emerge, often revealing answers you didn't consciously know you possessed. This practice helps you track patterns in your intuitive responses, making it easier to recognize and trust those inner nudges when they appear in other areas of your life, solidifying your connection to your deepest self. Of course, trusting these whispers can feel daunting, especially in a world that often prioritizes concrete evidence and rational explanations above all else. We might second guess ourselves, wonder if we're just making things up, or fear making a wrong decision based on a feeling. This self doubt is a natural part of the process, a habit ingrained by years of relying on external validation. To overcome it, start by experimenting with trusting your intuition on minor matters where the stakes are low. As you begin to see positive outcomes and experience the peace that comes from following your inner guidance, your confidence will grow, allowing you to gradually lean into your intuition with greater assurance and conviction. It's important to remember that intuition isn't some mystical, otherworldly force. It's often the culmination of your life experiences, observations, and subconscious processing. Your brain is constantly taking in vast amounts of information, much of which never reaches your conscious awareness. Intuition is, in many ways, your brain's sophisticated ability to connect disparate pieces of information, recognizing patterns and drawing conclusions that feel like a sudden knowing. It's a synthesis of all you've learned, felt, and observed, distilled into a powerful, insightful message. Reflecting on past instances where you ignored your intuition and later regretted it can also serve as a powerful reminder of its value, reinforcing the importance of listening to that inner guide. Integrating intuition into your decision-making process doesn't mean abandoning logic altogether. Rather, it means using your inner voice as a powerful complement to rational thought. When faced with a significant choice, gather all the facts, weigh the pros and cons, and engage your analytical mind. But then, pause. Tune into your body and your feelings. Does the most logical option truly resonate with you, or does it create a subtle sense of unease? Often, your intuition can highlight an overlooked factor or confirm a path that feels deeply aligned with your authentic self, even if it seems less conventional. This holistic approach leads to more aligned and fulfilling choices, bringing a sense of peace that purely logical decisions might lack. Cultivating your intuition is a journey, not a destination, and it requires patience and self-compassion. There will be days when your inner voice feels loud and clear, and other days when it seems to fade into the background. Don't get discouraged if you don't always hear it perfectly or if you sometimes misinterpret its messages. Every attempt to listen, every moment of quiet reflection is a step forward in strengthening this vital connection. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend who is learning a new skill. Celebrate the small moments when you successfully follow your intuition and gently learn from the times you didn't, knowing that each experience refines your ability to listen and trust. Ultimately, listening to your inner voice is about reclaiming a profound sense of self-trust and authenticity. It's about understanding that you possess a powerful inherent wisdom that is uniquely yours, a source of strength that resides within your deepest being. When you honor your intuition, you are honoring your true self, moving away from external pressures and towards a life that is genuinely aligned with your values and desires. This connection becomes a wellspring of inner peace, guiding you through life's complexities with a quiet confidence and a deep sense of knowing. Embrace this art of intuition and allow it to illuminate your path, leading you to a life rich in genuine joy and unwavering grace. Mindfulness in daily life. Small moments, big impact. Often, when we hear the word mindfulness, our minds immediately conjure images of serene individuals sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, in deep meditation for extended periods. While formal meditation is a powerful practice, it's only one facet of living mindfully. The true essence of mindfulness lies not in isolating ourselves from the world, but in bringing a gentle, focused awareness to the very fabric of our everyday lives. It's about weaving moments of presence into the routines that often feel rushed, chaotic, or simply mundane. Imagine infusing your day with tiny pockets of peace, transforming ordinary tasks into opportunities for connection with yourself and the present moment. This approach makes mindfulness accessible, practical, and profoundly impactful, especially for women who feel constantly on the go. It's a shift from always looking ahead or dwelling on the past to truly inhabiting the now with intention and calm. For the woman who feels perpetually stretched thin, the idea of adding another practice to her already overflowing schedule can feel daunting, even impossible. You might think, I barely have time to breathe, let alone meditate for an hour. This is precisely why integrating mindfulness into your daily life, in small, manageable doses, is not just a luxury but a necessity. It's not about finding more time, it's about making the most of the time you already have by being fully present within it. These small shifts allow you to reclaim moments of calm amidst the storm, preventing the constant rush from completely overwhelming your spirit. By consciously choosing presence, you create space to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, fostering a sense of control and inner peace even when external circumstances feel out of your hands. This gentle integration transforms your relationship with time itself, making each moment feel richer and more meaningful. Previously, we explored the importance of quieting external noise and listening to your inner voice. Daily mindfulness acts as the bridge that connects these deeper insights to your lived experience. It's one thing to understand the concept of intuition. It's another to consistently hear and trust it amidst the demands of your day. By practicing mindfulness in small moments, you sharpen your ability to tune into that subtle inner wisdom. This practice helps you become more attuned to your own needs, your boundaries, and the gentle nudges from within that guide your decisions. It strengthens the connection between your conscious actions and your deeper self, ensuring that your choices align with your authentic desires rather than external pressures. Each mindful moment becomes a mini reunion with your true self, reinforcing the lessons learned in stillness. Let's start with something we all do multiple times a day: eating. How often do you truly taste your food, or even notice it, while simultaneously scrolling through your phone, checking emails, or planning your next task? Mindful eating invites you to slow down, even just for a few bites, and fully engage your senses with your meal or snack. Before you take that first bite, pause for a moment to simply look at your food, appreciating its colors and textures. As you lift it to your mouth, notice the aroma that rises to meet you. When you chew, pay attention to the different flavors, how they evolve, and the sensations in your mouth. Notice the texture, the warmth, or coolness. This isn't about rigid rules or dietary restrictions. It's about bringing a curious, non-judgmental awareness to the simple act of nourishing your body. Even a single mindful bite can anchor you firmly in the present. The beauty of mindful eating extends beyond just taste. It's about cultivating a deeper relationship with your body and its signals. As you slow down, you become more aware of when you're truly hungry and, crucially, when you're satisfied, helping you avoid overeating or eating out of habit. Notice the way your body responds to different foods, how they make you feel energized or perhaps sluggish. This awareness fosters a sense of gratitude for the sustenance you receive, connecting you to the earth and the effort that went into bringing this food to your plate. It transforms a routine necessity into a sacred ritual, even if it's just a quick lunch at your desk. By honoring your body with this attention, you reinforce the message that you are worthy of care and presence in every aspect of your life. Beyond the plate, consider your daily movements. How often do you walk from one room to another or commute to work with your mind miles away, replaying conversations or anticipating future events? Mindful walking invites you to bring your awareness to the physical sensations of movement. Feel your feet making contact with the ground, one after the other, noticing the rhythm of your steps. Pay attention to the subtle sway of your body, the feeling of the air on your skin, the sounds around you without judgment. If your mind wanders, gently guide it back to the sensation of walking. Even a short walk to the mailbox or across a parking lot can become a grounding practice. This simple act of present movement can clear your head, reduce tension in your body, and bring a refreshing sense of clarity to your day, transforming a chore into a moment of mindful release. Even the most mundane household chores can become opportunities for mindfulness. Washing dishes, folding laundry, or tidying up often feel like tedious tasks we rush through to get to something more important. However, by bringing your full attention to these activities, you can transform them into meditative practices. As you wash dishes, feel the warmth of the water, the texture of the sponge, the smooth surface of the plate. Notice the suds, the clinking sounds, the simple act of cleaning. When folding laundry, feel the fabric, smooth out the wrinkles with care, and appreciate the order you are creating. This isn't about loving chores, it's about using them as anchors to the present moment. By engaging your senses and focusing on the task at hand, you free your mind from rumination and allow yourself to simply be, finding a quiet satisfaction in the rhythm of your movements. Throughout your day, there are countless micro moments where you can pause and reconnect with your breath. These brief breathing breaks are like tiny resets for your nervous system, easily integrated into any situation. Waiting for your coffee to brew, standing in line at the grocery store, or even pausing between meetings are perfect chances. Simply close your eyes for a few seconds or soften your gaze and take 3 to 5 deep, conscious breaths. Feel the air enter your nostrils, fill your lungs, and then gently release. Notice the rise and fall of your chest or abdomen. This isn't about changing your breath, but simply observing it. These small acts of intentional breathing can quickly calm your mind, reduce stress, and bring you back into your body. They are powerful reminders that peace is always just a breath away, accessible no matter where you are or what you're doing. Mindfulness also extends to how we interact with others, particularly through mindful listening. In our fast paced world, it's easy to listen with one ear, already formulating our response, or distracted by other thoughts. Mindful listening, however, invites you to truly be present with the person speaking. This means setting aside your judgments, your advice, and your own agenda for a moment. Instead, focus entirely on what the other person is saying, both their words and their nonverbal cues. Notice the tone of their voice, their body language, and the emotions they convey. You don't need to agree or solve their problems. Simply offer them the gift of your full, undivided attention. This deep presence not only strengthens your relationships, but also cultivates your own sense of calm and empathy, reminding you of the power of genuine human connection. Another powerful way to practice daily mindfulness is through mindful observation of your surroundings. Our environments are often filled with beauty and interesting details that we rush past without truly seeing. Take a moment, perhaps during a commute or while waiting, to simply look around with fresh eyes, as if seeing everything for the very first time. Notice the intricate patterns on a leaf, the way sunlight filters through a window, the vibrant colors of a building, or the subtle expressions on people's faces. Engage your other senses too. Listen to the distant sounds, feel the temperature of the air, or even notice the faint scents around you. This practice awakens your senses and pulls you out of your internal narrative, connecting you to the richness of the world outside yourself. It fosters a sense of wonder and appreciation for the ordinary, turning everyday scenes into sources of quiet delight. The cumulative impact of these small, mindful moments is far greater than the sum of their parts. Each time you consciously choose presence, whether it's for a minute of mindful breathing, a few bites of mindful eating, or a moment of mindful walking, you are actively retraining your brain. You are building new neural pathways that favor calm and focus over stress and distraction. Over time, these brief practices reduce your baseline stress levels, making you feel less reactive and more resilient. They create a buffer against the constant demands of modern life, allowing you to navigate challenges with greater clarity and a sense of inner peace. This consistent engagement with the present moment helps to quiet the incessant chatter of the mind, replacing anxiety with a gentle, steady calm that permeates your entire being. Moreover, daily mindfulness cultivates a profound sense of gratitude and connection. When you slow down, to truly notice the warmth of your coffee, the beauty of a flower, or the kindness in a friend's voice, your perspective shifts. You begin to appreciate the simple blessings that are always present, but often overlooked in the rush. This awareness fosters a deeper connection to yourself, your loved ones, and the world around you. You feel more attuned to the rhythms of life and less isolated by your own thoughts. This isn't about forcing positivity. It's about opening your eyes to the inherent goodness and wonder that exist even amidst difficulties. This genuine appreciation becomes a wellspring of quiet joy, enriching your life in ways that external achievements alone never could. Perhaps you're thinking, this sounds wonderful, but I already feel guilty taking time for myself. How can I add more? It's crucial to understand that integrating mindfulness into your daily life is not about adding another item to your to-do list. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's about slowing down and bringing more awareness to the things you are already doing. It's not an extra burden, but a way to lighten the load you already carry by changing how you experience your present moments. This perspective shift is vital for women who feel overwhelmed by expectations and the constant pressure to achieve. You are not failing if you don't commit to an hour of meditation each day. You are succeeding by simply choosing one mindful breath or one mindful step. Give yourself permission to approach this with gentleness and self-compassion, understanding that even the smallest efforts yield significant rewards. Instead of viewing mindfulness as another task to accomplish, try to reframe it as a way of being more fully in your life. It's about cultivating a quality of presence that transforms your experience rather than adding a new activity to your schedule. When you bring mindful awareness to washing dishes, you're not just cleaning plates, you're engaging in a moment of sensory experience and quiet focus. When you mindfully listen to your child, you're not just hearing words, you're building connection and presence. This shift in perspective is empowering because it makes mindfulness accessible at any moment, regardless of your external circumstances. It's a gentle invitation to inhabit your life more completely, finding pockets of peace and clarity within the everyday flow, rather than needing to escape from it. So, how do you begin to weave these mindful moments into your own busy life? Start small with just one thing. Don't try to overhaul your entire day at once. Perhaps choose one meal each day to eat mindfully, or dedicate your walk from your car to your office as a mindful walking practice. You might decide to take 3 conscious breaths every time you stand up from your desk. The key is consistency and gentle persistence, not perfection. Pick one small, repeatable moment where you can intentionally bring your full attention. As that practice becomes more natural, you can gradually add another. This gradual approach prevents overwhelm and allows you to build a sustainable practice that truly fits into the unique rhythm of your life, making it a source of support rather than another demand. The ripple effect of these daily mindfulness practices extends far beyond the individual moments themselves. As you consistently engage with the present, you'll notice a profound shift in your overall well-being. The constant hum of anxiety might quiet, replaced by a sense of inner calm. You might find yourself reacting less to minor frustrations and responding more thoughtfully to challenges. Your relationships may deepen as you become a more present listener and communicator. Joy, which often feels elusive in a hurried life, begins to surface in unexpected places. A warm cup of tea, a child's laughter, the quiet beauty of a sunrise. These aren't grand, dramatic changes, but rather a gentle unfolding of a more peaceful, connected, and genuinely joyful way of living, cultivated through the power of presence. These small moments of mindfulness woven throughout your day create a powerful tapestry of presence that strengthens your inner core. They remind you that you don't need to seek extraordinary circumstances to find peace or joy. They are always available within the ordinary. By embracing these practices, you are giving yourself the precious gift of being fully alive in your own life, rather than constantly observing it from a distance. This isn't about achieving a perfect state of calm, but about consistently choosing awareness, one breath, one step, one bite at a time. This gentle commitment to presence is a profound act of self-care, allowing you to reclaim your energy, quiet your mind, and reconnect with the resilient strength that lies within you, ready to be discovered in every moment. Embracing mindfulness in daily life is a testament to your commitment to yourself, a beautiful demonstration of finding strength not in relentless striving, but in gentle presence. It's how you truly embody a woman's grace, allowing yourself to be present, to feel, and to connect deeply with the world around you. As you cultivate these small, impactful moments, you'll find that your inner landscape transforms, becoming a sanctuary of peace and joy that you carry with you, no matter where life takes you. This foundation of daily presence will serve you beautifully as we move forward, guiding you towards creating sacred spaces, both external and internal, that truly nourish your soul and support your journey of grace. Creating sacred space for yourself. In the ceaseless hum of modern life, where our days often feel like a dizzying carousel of responsibilities, it's easy to lose ourselves in the demands of others. We give and give, pouring our energy into careers, families, and endless to-do lists until our own well runs dry. There comes a point when the soul yearns for a quiet harbor, a place where the constant buzz of the world can simply fade away. This isn't about escaping your life. It's about creating a dedicated sanctuary within it, a space where you can gently reconnect with the deepest parts of yourself. This sanctuary, which we can call a sacred space, isn't necessarily a grand, empty room in a faraway retreat. It's much more accessible and deeply personal than that. A sacred space is any area, however small, or any dedicated moment in time where you intentionally cultivate peace, presence, and profound self-connection. It's a place that whispers permission to simply be, without agenda or expectation, allowing you to breathe deeply and remember who you are beyond your roles and duties. The beauty of this concept is its adaptability, meaning it can be woven into even the busiest of lives. For women especially, who are so often the primary caretakers and emotional anchors in their circles, carving out such a space is not a luxury, it's a vital necessity. We are constantly responding, nurturing, and problem solving, often to the detriment of our own inner calm. Without a dedicated place or time to refuel, we risk burnout, losing our sense of purpose, and feeling utterly disconnected from our true desires. Creating this haven is an act of radical self-love, a powerful statement that your well-being matters just as much as everyone else's. Perhaps the biggest hurdle for many of us is the ingrained guilt that whispers, "You don't have time for this," or "It's selfish to take space for yourself." These are old stories, deeply rooted in societal expectations that often tell women their worth is tied to their endless giving. But imagine trying to pour from an empty cup. It's impossible. Taking time to nurture your inner world, to replenish your spirit, isn't selfish. It's foundational. It allows you to return to your life with more energy, clarity, and genuine joy, ultimately benefiting everyone around you. So where do you begin? Start small, without pressure or grand expectations. Your sacred space doesn't need to be an entire room. It could be a cozy chair by a window, a corner of your bedroom, or even just a specific spot on your yoga mat. The key is intentionality, choosing a place that feels distinct from your daily hustle. Even a cleared-off surface on your dresser can become a small altar for your stillness, a visual cue that this spot is different, reserved for your inner journey. The smallest beginning holds immense power. Once you've identified a potential spot, consider how you can engage your senses to make it truly feel sacred. Visually, decluttering is paramount. A clear space helps create a clear mind. Remove anything that reminds you of tasks or obligations, and instead, introduce elements that bring you a sense of calm or beauty. This might be a soft throw, a small plant, a piece of art that speaks to your soul, or simply ensuring the area is bathed in gentle, natural light. What you see contributes significantly to your state of mind. Next, think about sound. In a world full of noise, true quiet can be a profound luxury. If complete silence isn't possible, consider soft, ambient music that soothes rather than stimulates, or the gentle sounds of nature, like a small indoor fountain or recorded bird songs. These auditory elements help to create a sonic barrier, signaling to your brain that it's time to transition from external demands to internal peace. The right sounds can be a powerful gateway to tranquility. Scent also plays a remarkable role in setting a mood and anchoring your mind to a specific state. Diffusing essential oils like lavender for relaxation, frankincense for grounding, or citrus for uplifting can transform the atmosphere of your space. A scented candle, chosen for its calming aroma, can also serve as a beautiful focal point, its flickering flame inviting a meditative state. Just ensure the scents you choose genuinely resonate with you and contribute to your sense of well-being, rather than causing distraction. Finally, Consider the tactile elements and personal touches that make your space uniquely yours. A soft blanket or cushion can invite comfort and warmth, encouraging you to settle in and relax. Perhaps you have a cherished object, a smooth stone, a meaningful photograph, or a journal that you only bring out in this special place. These items serve as physical anchors, reminding you of your intention to connect with yourself. Surrounding yourself with things that evoke peace and personal meaning deepens the sacredness of the area. Beyond the physical setup, creating a ritual around entering and using your sacred space is incredibly powerful. This might involve lighting a candle, brewing a special cup of tea, or simply taking 3 deep cleansing breaths as you settle in. These small, consistent actions signal to your mind and body that you are transitioning into a different mode, a mode of self-care and quiet reflection. This ritual becomes a gentle doorway, helping you leave the outside world behind and fully arrive in your personal sanctuary. Once in your sacred space, what do? The answer is simple: whatever brings you back to yourself. This might be a silent meditation, deep breathing exercises, journaling your thoughts and feelings, or simply sitting in quiet contemplation without any specific task. You might read an inspiring book, listen to a guided visualization, or engage in a gentle stretching routine. The purpose isn't productivity, it's presence. Allow yourself the freedom to explore what truly nourishes your soul in that moment. It's important to remember that sacred space isn't exclusively a physical location. It can also be a dedicated segment of time. Scheduling non-negotiable appointments with yourself, even if they're just 15 minutes long, creates a temporal sacred space. This might be the first thing you do in the morning before anyone else wakes, or a brief interlude during your lunch break, or a quiet moment before bed. Exceeding this time fiercely is a declaration of your commitment to your own well-being, signaling that your inner peace is a priority. In today's hyper-connected world, a crucial aspect of creating sacred space is setting clear digital boundaries. Your sanctuary, whether physical or temporal, should ideally be a tech-free zone. Turn off notifications, put your phone in another room, and step away from screens. The constant ping of alerts and the pull of social media can quickly shatter the fragile peace you are trying to cultivate, pulling you back into the external noise you are trying to escape. Give yourself the gift of uninterrupted presence. Communicating your needs to those around you is another vital step in protecting your sacred space. It might feel challenging at first, especially if you're used to always being available. But clearly and kindly explaining to your family or housemates that you need this dedicated time for yourself can make a huge difference. You might say, "I'm going to take 20 minutes for myself in my quiet corner. Please try not to disturb me unless it's an emergency." Most people, when they understand your need for rejuvenation, will respect your boundaries. Perhaps you're thinking, "I truly have no space or no time." This is a common feeling, but remember, sacred space is about intention, not perfection. Even a walk around the block, fully present and mindful, can become a sacred space if you treat it as such. A few moments spent gazing out a window with a cup of tea, consciously disconnecting from distractions, can be a tiny, powerful sanctuary. It's about cultivating pockets of peace, however small, throughout your day, rather than waiting for ideal conditions. Ultimately, the goal is to cultivate an internal sacred space, a mental sanctuary that you can carry with you wherever you go. By regularly practicing stillness and mindfulness in your designated physical or temporal spaces, you train your mind to access that sense of calm and presence, even amidst chaos. This inner refuge becomes your constant companion, a wellspring of peace that is always available, regardless of your external circumstances. It's the ultimate freedom, knowing you can find stillness within yourself at any moment. The transformative power of creating and honoring your sacred space is immense. It's where you recharge your energy, gain clarity on your path, and strengthen your intuition. It's where you shed the expectations of the world and remember your authentic self. This practice reduces stress, enhances focus, and cultivates a deeper sense of vitality, allowing you to move through life with more grace and resilience. It's a foundational step in reclaiming your power and nurturing your soul. Sustaining this practice means being gentle with yourself and understanding that some days it will be easier than others. Life happens and routines get disrupted. The key is not to abandon the practice entirely if you miss a day or a week, but to simply return to it as soon as you can without judgment. Your sacred space is always there, waiting for you to step back into its embrace. It's a consistent, loving appointment with yourself that adapts to the ebb and flow of your life. Don't let the pursuit of perfection keep you from starting. Your sacred space doesn't need to look like a magazine spread, nor does your practice need to be flawlessly executed every single time. It just needs to be authentic to you, a genuine effort to honor your need for stillness and self-connection. Embrace the imperfections, celebrate the small victories, and trust that every moment you dedicate to yourself is a step toward a more balanced and joyful life. Your grace truly blossoms in these moments of quiet devotion. By intentionally creating these havens, both external and internal, you are actively choosing to live a life rich in inner peace and genuine happiness. You are giving yourself permission to rest, to reflect, and to reconnect with the profound wisdom that resides within you. This is where strength is truly found, not in constant striving, but in the quiet, courageous act of making space for your soul to breathe and flourish. Embrace this journey and watch your own unique grace unfold. Unpacking the myth of productivity as worth. Many of us have been taught, subtly or overtly, that our value as women is directly linked to how much we accomplish. We often find ourselves caught in a relentless cycle, constantly striving to do more, be more, achieve more, believing that if we just push a little harder, we'll finally feel enough. This pervasive idea whispers in our ears, telling us that a truly successful woman is one who juggles a demanding career, maintains a pristine home, raises perfect children, nurtures a thriving relationship, and somehow still finds time for personal growth and glowing wellness. It's a heavy burden, isn't it? This unspoken expectation that our worth is something to be earned, rather than an inherent truth we simply possess. We chase after an elusive finish line, only to find that with each goal met, another appears, keeping us forever on the treadmill of more. This myth that our productivity determines our worth isn't something we consciously sign up for. It's woven into the very fabric of our modern lives. From the moment we're old enough to observe the world around us, we see women celebrated for their endless energy and ability to multitask, for always saying yes and rarely showing signs of fatigue. Society often equates busyness with importance, suggesting that if your calendar isn't packed, if your to-do list isn't overflowing, then perhaps you aren't truly contributing or living up to your full potential. These messages come from everywhere, from the media, our workplaces, even sometimes from well-meaning loved ones who praise our resilience without realizing the toll it takes. We absorb these ideas like sponges, internalizing the belief that constant motion is not just admirable, but essential to our identity. What happens when we internalize this belief? We start to measure our days, not by the joy we experience or the connections we foster, but by the number of tasks we check off. We feel a gnawing guilt whenever we pause, whenever we rest, whenever we simply are without actively doing. That little voice inside tells us we should be using this time more productively, perhaps catching up on emails, cleaning the house, or planning the next big thing. This constant self-critique robs us of peace, transforming moments of potential calm into arenas of self-judgment. It's a subtle but powerful drain on our energy, leaving us feeling perpetually behind, even when we're accomplishing extraordinary things. Ironically, while the pursuit of productivity often feels like an attempt to gain control over our lives, it frequently leads to the opposite effect. We pack our schedules so tightly, striving to manage every single detail, that we end up feeling completely overwhelmed and out of sync with our own needs. The illusion is that if we just do enough, we can prevent problems, ensure success, and maintain an image of effortless competence. But life, as we know, is beautifully unpredictable, and trying to control every outcome through sheer effort is a recipe for exhaustion and disappointment. This intense focus on external output distracts us from listening to our own bodies, our own hearts, and the intuitive wisdom that truly guides us. The true cost of relentlessly striving under the banner of productivity is immense. far exceeding the temporary satisfaction of a completed task. It often manifests as chronic stress, persistent fatigue, and a deep sense of emotional depletion. We might find ourselves snapping at loved ones, struggling to focus, or feeling a pervasive numbness that dulls life's vibrant colors. Our relationships can suffer because we're too preoccupied or too tired to truly connect. Our physical health can decline under the constant pressure. Ultimately, this relentless pace can lead to burnout, a state where our reserves are so depleted that even the simplest tasks feel monumental, leaving us feeling empty and disconnected from the very joy we once sought. This yith compels us to seek validation from external sources, from our bosses, our partners, our children, or even from strangers on social media. We look for praise, for recognition, for proof that our efforts are seen and appreciated, because we've been conditioned to believe that this external affirmation confirms our worth. But true worth isn't something that can be given or taken away by others. It's an inherent quality that resides within you, independent of your achievements or your perceived failures. When we tie our self-worth to our output, we essentially hand over our power, allowing external circumstances and the opinions of others to dictate how we feel about ourselves, which is a precarious foundation for genuine happiness. Think about the good woman archetype that society often holds up as an ideal. She's the one who sacrifices her own needs for everyone else, who handles every crisis with grace, who never complains, and always appears to have it all together. This image, while seemingly admirable, reinforces the dangerous idea that a woman's value is measured by her selflessness and her ability to constantly perform. We are subtly encouraged to be superwomen, to push past our limits, and to ignore our own well-being in service of others or our endless to-do lists. This narrative tells us that rest is a luxury, not a necessity, and that prioritizing ourselves is selfish rather than an essential act of self-preservation. Yet, deep down, many of us feel a quiet yearning for something different, something more authentic than this endless chase. We crave a sense of peace that isn't dependent on our latest accomplishment, a joy that isn't fleeting, and a connection to ourselves that feels genuine and unforced. This yearning is not a sign of weakness or a lack of ambition. It's a powerful whisper from our inner wisdom, guiding us towards a more sustainable and fulfilling way of living. It's the part of us that recognizes the emptiness of external accolades when our inner world is in turmoil. And it's the voice that asks for permission to slow down, to breathe, and to simply be. The insidious nature of this myth means it affects us in ways we might not even consciously realize, beyond just feeling exhausted. It can diminish our creativity, stifle our intuition, and make us hesitant to explore new paths because they might not immediately appear productive. We might lose touch with hobbies we once loved, sacrificing them at the altar of efficiency. Our minds become cluttered with worries about what needs to be done next, making it difficult to fully experience the present moment, whether we're laughing with a friend or enjoying a quiet cup of tea. This constant mental hum of doing prevents us from truly connecting with the richness and beauty of our own lives. It's time to directly challenge this deeply ingrained premise that your worth is something you have to earn through relentless effort and achievement. This idea is not a universal truth. It is a construct, a story we've been told and have, perhaps unknowingly, adopted as our own. Your worth is not a variable that fluctuates with your output, your income, or your social status. It is a constant, an inherent quality of your being, present from the moment you were born and remaining with you regardless of what you do or don't do. To believe otherwise is to live in a constant state of proving, a tiring and ultimately unfulfilling existence that keeps you from fully embracing who you already are. Imagine for a moment what it would feel like to release the burden of earning your worth. What if you simply accepted that you are valuable, simply because you exist, simply because you are a human being, a unique and irreplaceable individual? This shift in perspective isn't about advocating for laziness or neglecting responsibilities. It's about redefining the source of your intrinsic value. It's about understanding that your inherent worth is not diminished by rest, by moments of stillness, or by choosing to prioritize your well-being over endless tasks. This understanding can be profoundly liberating, opening up space for genuine joy and a deeper connection to your authentic self. The journey to unpack this myth begins with simple awareness, with recognizing the subtle ways it has influenced your thoughts and actions. It means pausing to question those internal voices that tell you to keep pushing, to do more, to feel guilty for resting. This isn't a quick fix, but a gradual process of unlearning old patterns and consciously choosing a new narrative for your life. By acknowledging that productivity is a tool, not a measure of your soul, you take the first courageous step towards reclaiming your power, defining your own value, and cultivating a life rich in inner peace, genuine happiness, and profound self-awareness, independent of external achievements. The resilience of rest. Recharging your core. In a world that constantly pushes us to do more, to be more, and to strive relentlessly, the idea of rest often feels like a luxury we can't afford, or worse, a sign of weakness. We've been conditioned to believe that our worth is directly tied to our productivity, to the length of our to-do lists, and to the endless demands we manage to juggle. For many women, this relentless pace leads to a profound sense of exhaustion, a quiet depletion that chips away at our spirit without us even realizing it. But what if we redefine strength not as constant motion, but as the profound ability to pause, to replenish, and to intentionally recharge our deepest reserves? This chapter invites you to reconsider rest, not as an escape from your life, but as an essential act of resilience, a powerful way to fortify your very core. The societal narrative often celebrates the woman who never stops, the one who runs on fumes, seeing her tireless effort as a badge of honor. We admire her ability to burn the candle at both ends, often without acknowledging the hidden toll this takes on her well-being. This ingrained belief that busyness equals worth is a myth, a powerful illusion that keeps us perpetually striving, always feeling like we're falling short. It's a cycle that promises fulfillment through achievement, but often delivers only overwhelm and disconnection, leaving us feeling empty despite our external successes. Breaking free from this pervasive myth is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace and truly understanding the transformative power that lies in stillness. True rest, however, goes far beyond simply catching up on sleep, though that is undeniably important. It's about creating space for genuine restoration, a multifaceted renewal that tends to your mind, body, and spirit in equal measure. This isn't just about lying down, it's about engaging in activities that genuinely soothe your nervous system, quiet the internal chatter, and allow your energy to gather itself. It means consciously stepping away from the constant doing and into a state of simply being, even for brief moments. Rest, in its truest form, is an active process of self-care, a deliberate choice to nurture yourself when the world demands so much of your outward energy. When we allow ourselves authentic rest, the benefits ripple through every aspect of our lives, profoundly impacting our capacity to thrive. Our brains, constantly processing information and solving problems, desperately need these periods of downtime to consolidate memories, process emotions, and clear out mental clutter. Physically, rest allows our bodies to repair and regenerate, boosting our immune system and reducing inflammation, which are crucial for sustained health. Emotionally, it helps us regulate our feelings more effectively, reducing irritability and increasing our capacity for patience and empathy. This holistic renewal ensures that when we return to our responsibilities, we do so with greater clarity, improved focus, and a much deeper well of strength. One of the biggest hurdles to embracing rest is the pervasive guilt that often accompanies it, particularly for women who are natural caregivers and nurturers. We might feel selfish for taking time for ourselves, or worry that we're letting others down if we're not constantly productive. This guilt is a deeply ingrained feeling, often stemming from childhood messages or societal expectations, and it's incredibly powerful. Acknowledging this feeling without judgment is the first step. Understanding that it's a learned response, not an inherent truth, allows us to begin to dismantle its hold. Giving yourself permission to rest is not an act of selfishness, but a fundamental act of self-preservation and a prerequisite for truly showing up for others. This is where the concept of resilient rest comes into play, a form of rest that actively builds your capacity and fortifies you against future stressors. rather than merely recovering from past exhaustion. It's about proactively investing in your energy reserves, much like you would maintain a vital piece of equipment, ensuring it runs smoothly and efficiently. Resilient rest isn't a reaction to burnout, it's a preventative measure, a conscious strategy to keep your inner battery charged and ready. By consistently integrating these restorative practices, you create a deeper well of inner resources, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable challenges with greater calm and unwavering strength, rather than being constantly depleted by them. Integrating resilient rest doesn't require grand gestures or radical life overhauls. It begins with small, consistent choices that honor your need for pause. Perhaps it's setting aside just 15 minutes each day to sit quietly with a cup of tea without scrolling or planning. It could mean taking a leisurely walk in nature, simply observing the world around you without an agenda or a destination. Start by identifying one tiny pocket of time you can reclaim for yourself, even if it feels insignificant at first. These small, deliberate acts of self-care accumulate over time, sending a powerful message to your nervous system that it's safe to relax, to let go, and to just be present in the moment. Mindful pauses, scattered throughout your day, can act as mini recharges, preventing the slow drain of energy that often leads to total exhaustion. Think of them as tiny breathers, moments where you intentionally step away from the task at hand, even for just a minute or two. This could be taking 3 deep breaths before responding to an email, gazing out the window for a moment, or simply stretching your body and noticing how it feels. These brief interruptions break the cycle of constant stimulation, allowing your mind to briefly reset and your body to release accumulated tension. They are powerful tools for staying present and connected to yourself, preventing that overwhelming feeling of being swept away by the day's demands. Cultivating resilient rest also involves setting firm and compassionate boundaries around your time and energy, treating these moments of renewal as non-negotiable appointments with yourself. This might mean learning to say no to extra commitments, even when it feels uncomfortable, or establishing clear cutoff times for work and technology. Protecting your rest time signals to yourself and others that your well-being is a priority, not an afterthought. It's an act of self-respect, drawing a protective circle around your precious resources and ensuring that you have the space you need to truly replenish without constant intrusion or obligation. When we allow ourselves to truly rest, we create a quiet space within where we can finally hear the whispers of our own intuition, that gentle inner knowing that often gets drowned out by the noise of constant activity. Stillness acts as a conduit, allowing our deepest wisdom to surface, offering clarity on decisions, insights into our true desires, and guidance on our path forward. This connection to our inner voice is a profound source of strength, helping us make choices that are aligned with our authentic self rather than being swayed by external pressures. Rest, then, becomes a powerful tool for self-discovery, deepening our relationship with the wisest part of ourselves. The long-term impact of consistent, resilient rest is truly transformative, extending far beyond simply feeling less tired. It leads to a profound increase in our overall energy levels, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well, allowing us to approach life with a renewed sense of vigor. You'll find yourself less reactive to stress, more capable of navigating challenges with grace, and experiencing a deeper, more sustained sense of joy. This isn't about escaping your life. It's about building a foundation of inner peace that allows you to fully engage with it, to savor its moments, and to contribute your unique gifts to the world from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. Prioritizing rest is at its heart a radical act of self-love and a powerful way to reclaim your personal agency in a world that often seeks to define your worth by your output. It's a declaration that your well-being matters, that your inner peace is invaluable, and that you are deserving of moments of quietude and renewal. When you choose rest, you're not just taking a break. You're making a conscious decision to honor your body's needs, nurture your spirit, and fortify your mind. This deliberate choice empowers you to step off the hamster wheel of endless doing and into a more gentle, more fulfilling rhythm of living, one that truly nourishes your soul. It's important to understand that embracing resilient rest isn't about doing less in your life. It's about doing what you do with greater intention, energy, and effectiveness. When you are well rested, you are more focused, more creative, and more resilient, allowing you to tackle your responsibilities with a clearer mind and a more positive outlook. This shift in approach means that the quality of your efforts improves significantly, often leading to better outcomes with less strain. By tending to your inner state, you empower yourself to navigate your busy life, not by pushing harder, but by operating from a place of renewed strength and genuine vitality, making your efforts more impactful. Ultimately, viewing rest as an investment rather than an indulgence changes everything. You are your most valuable resource, your energy, your creativity, your compassion. And just like any valuable asset, it requires careful management and consistent replenishment. When you invest in your rest, you are investing in your capacity to lead a fulfilling life, to be present for your loved ones, and to pursue your passions with sustained enthusiasm. This isn't a luxury item on your budget. It's a foundational expenditure for your overall well-being, ensuring that you have the lasting energy and resilience needed to truly thrive and flourish in every aspect of your existence. Embracing the resilience of rest is a profound journey toward reclaiming your inner power, allowing you to discover strength not in constant striving, but in the quiet moments of stillness and self-care. It's an invitation to cultivate a deeper connection with yourself, to listen to your body's wisdom, and to honor your inherent need for pause and renewal. By integrating these practices, you are not only recharging your core, but also nurturing a sustainable path to a life rich in inner peace, authentic joy, and a truly graceful way of being. This radical shift in perspective will empower you to move through your days with renewed vitality, a calm spirit, and an unwavering sense of your own beautiful grace. Self-compassion, your foundation of strength. Many of us have been taught that true strength comes from being tough on ourselves, from constantly pushing harder and striving for perfection. We believe that if we're not our own harshest critic, we'll become complacent or lazy. But what if that belief is actually holding us back, draining our energy instead of fueling our growth? Imagine a close friend comes to you, feeling overwhelmed and defeated after a tough day, maybe even making a mistake. Would you scold them, tell them they aren't good enough, or suggest they just try harder without a moment's rest? Chances are you would offer kindness, understanding, and a gentle word of encouragement. This is the essence of self-compassion, extending that same warmth, care, and understanding to yourself, especially when you are struggling, feeling inadequate, or facing difficulties. It's not about letting yourself off the hook. It's about creating a safe inner space where you can acknowledge your pain and respond to it with kindness, just as you would for someone you deeply care about. For women navigating the complexities of modern life, self-compassion isn't just a nice idea. It's a vital tool for survival and thriving. We often carry immense pressure to excel in every role, as professionals, partners, mothers, daughters, and friends. This constant striving can lead to an unrelenting inner critic, whispering doubts and judgments about our performance, our appearance, and our worth. This voice tells us we should be doing more, achieving more, and being more, leaving little room for error or simply for being. Without the counterbalance of self-compassion, we risk burning out, feeling perpetually exhausted, and losing touch with the joy that truly fulfills us. It's a necessary shift from an adversarial relationship with ourselves to one of supportive partnership, allowing us to face challenges with greater resilience. True strength isn't about ignoring your pain or pretending everything is fine when it isn't. It's about acknowledging your struggles with a gentle heart and moving forward with wisdom. Self-compassion forms the bedrock of this kind of strength, providing a stable foundation from which you can truly grow. When you treat yourself with kindness during tough times, you're not weakening your resolve, you're actually fortifying it. This gentle approach allows you to learn from mistakes without being crippled by shame, to endure setbacks without spiraling into self-blame, and to face fears with courage rather than collapsing under their weight. It gives you the emotional resources to weather life's storms, knowing you have a reliable ally in yourself, ready to offer comfort and support. This inner stability helps you stand firm, even when the world around you feels chaotic and demanding. Many of us are intimately familiar with the voice of the inner critic, that relentless commentator inside our heads. It's the voice that points out every flaw, magnifies every mistake, and whispers that we're simply not good enough, no matter how much we achieve. This critic often believes it's helping us, pushing us to do better, but its methods are harsh and damaging. It can erode our confidence, make us doubt our capabilities, and leave us feeling chronically anxious and unworthy. Living with such a constant internal barrage is like trying to run a marathon with weights strapped to your ankles. It makes every step harder and every effort more taxing. Recognizing this voice and understanding its destructive pattern is the first step toward disarming its power and choosing a different path. The cycle of harsh self-judgment is a difficult one to break, often deeply ingrained from years of societal expectations or personal experiences. We might believe that if we stop being so hard on ourselves, we'll lose our edge or become complacent. However, the opposite is often true. Self-criticism paralyzes us, making us fearful of taking risks or pursuing new paths because the fear of failure is too great. It drains our energy and makes us less effective, not more. Instead of driving us forward, it often pushes us into a corner, making us feel stuck and unable to move. Learning to observe this judgment without immediately agreeing with it is a powerful act of rebellion against an old, unhelpful pattern, opening the door to genuine self-acceptance and growth. So, what does self-compassion look like in practice? It begins with simple acts of self-kindness. When you notice yourself making a mistake or feeling overwhelmed, instead of launching into a tirade of negative self-talk, pause, take a deep breath, and consciously choose a gentler internal response. This might mean saying to yourself, "This is hard right now, and it's okay to feel this way," or "I'm doing my best and that's enough." It's about offering yourself the same patience and understanding you would easily extend to a dear friend or even a child learning something new. These small shifts in your inner dialogue can accumulate, slowly but surely transforming your relationship with yourself from one of constant battle to one of supportive nurturing. A key component of self-compassion is recognizing our common humanity. When we struggle, it's easy to feel isolated, as if we are the only ones experiencing such difficulties or making such mistakes. This sense of isolation only amplifies our pain and shame. Self-compassion reminds us that suffering, imperfection, and setbacks are universal parts of the human experience. Everyone, regardless of how perfect they seem on the outside, faces challenges, feels inadequate at times, and makes mistakes. Remembering this connects us to a larger tapestry of shared human experience, reducing the burden of feeling uniquely flawed. It allows us to view our struggles not as personal failings, but as common threads that weave us into the fabric of life, making us feel less alone. Mindfulness plays a crucial role in cultivating self-compassion, acting as its guiding light. To be self-compassionate, we first need to be aware of our own suffering. This means pausing, tuning into our feelings, and acknowledging when we are hurting, stressed, or overwhelmed, without immediately trying to fix or judge it. Mindfulness teaches us to sit with discomfort, to observe our thoughts and emotions as they arise, and to notice the physical sensations of our distress. This mindful awareness creates the space needed to then respond with kindness rather than automatic criticism. It's about gently turning towards our pain rather than pushing it away, which is the first step in offering ourselves the care we truly need. Connecting back to the idea of reclaiming the resilience of rest, self-compassion is the permission slip many women desperately need. The inner critic often equates rest with laziness or unworthiness, making us feel guilty for taking a break, even when our bodies and minds are screaming for it. Self-compassion actively challenges this harmful narrative. It recognizes that rest is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity for well-being and sustained strength. When you offer yourself compassion, you acknowledge your limits, honor your body's signals, and allow yourself to pause without the crushing weight of guilt. This compassionate acceptance of your need for rest is a powerful act of self-care, replenishing your reserves and preventing burnout. Contrary to popular belief, self-compassion doesn't make us soft or weak. It builds a profound and lasting resilience. When we respond to our own pain with kindness, we create an inner sanctuary where we can truly heal and recharge. This internal nurturing allows us to process difficult emotions, learn from challenging experiences, and bounce back more effectively than if we were constantly beating ourselves up. Instead of a brittle strength that shatters under pressure, self compassion fosters a flexible, adaptive resilience that can bend without breaking. It's the ability to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and try again, not out of a sense of relentless duty, but out of a deep and loving commitment to your own well being. For too long, society has presented a narrow definition of strength, often equating it with stoicism, toughness, and an unyielding exterior. We're taught to push through pain, suppress emotions, and never show vulnerability. A woman's grace invites you to redefine strength, to see it not as the absence of feeling, but as the courage to feel deeply and respond to yourself with tenderness. This new strength is about acknowledging your humanity, embracing your imperfections, and offering yourself unconditional support, especially when you falter. It's a strength rooted in self-awareness and self-acceptance, a quiet power that allows you to be authentically you, rather than a hardened version of what you think you should be. Cultivating self-compassion also has a profound ripple effect on your relationships with others. When you are kinder and more understanding towards yourself, you naturally become more patient, empathetic, and forgiving towards those around you. The energy you use to spend on self-criticism can now be channeled into healthier connections. You'll find it easier to set boundaries, communicate your needs, and offer genuine support without depleting your own reserves. By modeling self-compassion, you also indirectly give others permission to be kinder to themselves, fostering a more compassionate environment in your home and community. It's a virtuous cycle that benefits everyone involved, starting with you. One of the biggest hurdles for women embracing self-compassion is the pervasive guilt associated with prioritizing oneself. We are often conditioned to put everyone else's needs first, believing that tending to our own needs is selfish or indulgent. Self-compassion directly confronts this guilt by asserting that caring for yourself is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity. It reminds us that we cannot pour from an empty cup, and that nourishing our own well-being allows us to show up more fully and effectively for the people and causes we care about. Giving yourself permission to tend to your own needs without apology or justification is a revolutionary act of self-love and an essential component of true strength. Self-compassion isn't a destination you arrive at or a skill you master once and then forget. It's a living, breathing practice that requires ongoing attention and gentle commitment, much like tending a garden. Some days, it will feel easier to offer yourself kindness, while on others, the inner critic might be particularly loud. The key is to keep returning to the practice, even in small ways. Acknowledging your feelings, offering a kind word to yourself, or simply taking a mindful breath when you feel overwhelmed are all acts of self-compassion. Each small effort builds upon the last, gradually weaving a stronger, more supportive inner landscape that can withstand life's inevitable challenges. Perhaps one of the most liberating aspects of self-compassion is the freedom it brings through acceptance. Instead of constantly battling your perceived flaws or striving for an unattainable ideal, self-compassion invites you to accept yourself exactly as you are, in this very moment. This doesn't mean giving up on growth or improvement. Rather, it creates a gentle space from which genuine, sustainable change can emerge. When you accept your humanness, with all its imperfections and struggles, you release the immense pressure of having to be perfect. This acceptance frees up vast amounts of energy that were once consumed by self-judgment, allowing you to direct them towards living a more authentic, joyful, and purposeful life. Ultimately, self-compassion is a direct pathway to experiencing more authentic and enduring joy. When you are constantly at war with yourself, true joy remains elusive, overshadowed by criticism and anxiety. By cultivating a gentle, supportive relationship with yourself, you create an internal environment where joy can naturally flourish. You become more attuned to moments of beauty, gratitude, and simple pleasure, allowing them to truly sink in. This isn't a superficial happiness based on external achievements, but a deep, resonant joy that comes from within, born from a place of self-acceptance and unconditional love. It's the kind of joy that sustains you, even when life throws its inevitable curveballs. As you embrace self-compassion, you naturally prepare the ground for the next crucial step, truly embracing imperfection. The two concepts are deeply intertwined, as it's difficult to be compassionate towards yourself if you cannot accept your flaws and mistakes as part of your human experience. Self-compassion provides the gentle lens through which you can view your perceived shortcomings not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and growth. It helps you understand that being imperfect doesn't diminish your worth. It makes you relatable, resilient, and profoundly human. This compassionate acceptance of your current self is the fertile soil from which a liberating embrace of all your imperfections can blossom. Let go of the old narrative that suggests gentleness is a weakness. In truth, embracing self-compassion is one of the most empowering choices you can make for yourself. It's an act of radical self-love in a world that often demands you put yourself last. By choosing kindness over criticism, understanding over judgment, and acceptance over relentless striving, you reclaim your inner power. This power isn't about control over others or external achievements. It's about sovereignty over your own inner landscape, fostering a deep sense of peace and unwavering self-worth. This gentle empowerment allows you to stand strong, not by being rigid, but by being flexible, kind, and deeply connected to your own inherent grace. Embracing imperfection, letting go of the need to be enough. Many of us carry a persistent, quiet whisper that tells us we are never quite enough. This feeling often stems from a complex tapestry of societal expectations, personal histories, and the relentless demands of modern life. It's a subtle yet powerful force, pushing us to constantly do more, be more, and achieve more, believing that only then will we finally measure up. We find ourselves in a never-ending pursuit of an elusive ideal, comparing our raw, unedited lives to the polished highlight reels we see around us. This relentless striving for perfection leaves us feeling perpetually exhausted and like failures, even when we accomplish remarkable things. The belief that our worth is conditional can manifest in every corner of our existence, from our careers and relationships to our roles as mothers or partners. We might mistakenly think that if we just push harder, if we just try a little more, we'll finally reach that magical state of being truly enough. Yet the finish line always seems to recede, leaving the goal frustratingly out of reach. This deep-seated not enough mentality frequently begins in our formative years, subtly shaped by messages about what a good girl or a successful woman ought to be. We unconsciously absorb these narratives from media, family dynamics, and cultural norms, slowly building an internal critic within our minds. This inner voice, often harsh and demanding, relentlessly points out our perceived flaws, magnifying every mistake while diminishing every success. It convinces us that our inherent value is conditional, constantly dependent on our performance, our appearance, or our ability to please others. The constant pressure to measure up against these impossible standards creates a pervasive cycle of anxiety and self-doubt, making us hesitant to truly embrace our authentic selves. We might find ourselves perpetually seeking external validation, desperately hoping someone else will confirm our worth and quiet the internal noise. However, this external search rarely fills the void, as true and lasting validation must ultimately emanate from within. Understanding the origins of these feelings is the crucial first step toward dismantling their pervasive power over our lives. The notion of a perfect life or a perfectly composed woman is, in reality, a damaging illusion, a meticulously constructed facade that rarely reflects genuine human experience. Social media, in particular, often amplifies this illusion, presenting carefully curated highlight reels that make everyone else appear effortlessly flawless and perpetually happy. We scroll through these polished images and read glowing success stories, then unconsciously compare our own messy, imperfect realities to these often unattainable ideals. This constant comparison game breeds deep dissatisfaction, making us feel uniquely inadequate and isolated in our struggles, believing we are the only ones who falter. The personal cost of chasing this phantom perfection is immense. It steals our joy, strains our most important relationships, fuels chronic stress, and fosters a profound sense of unworthiness. We unknowingly sacrifice our authentic selves, our true desires, and our precious peace of mind in pursuit of an image that isn't even real. This relentless pursuit prevents us from celebrating our genuine accomplishments and truly appreciating the unique, beautiful tapestry of our own journeys. Releasing this suffocating need for perfection is, at its core, an act of reclaiming our lives from an impossible and unforgiving standard. Embracing imperfection is not about surrendering our aspirations or settling for less than we deserve. It is, instead, about accepting reality with profound grace and self-kindness. It means deeply understanding that flaws are not evidence of failure, but rather inherent, inevitable parts of the rich human experience. Our imperfections are precisely what make us distinct, genuinely interesting, and ultimately deeply relatable to others, forging authentic connections. They are the beautiful, textured layers of our personal stories, the tangible evidence of our growth, and the hard-won lessons we gather along the way. Instead of diligently hiding our vulnerabilities, embracing them allows us to connect more profoundly with ourselves and with those around us, fostering true intimacy. It is a radical act of self-love, a conscious decision to give ourselves permission to simply be human, with all our beautiful bumps, sharp edges, and unexpected turns. This profound acceptance creates an immense sense of freedom, gently lifting the heavy burden of constant self-criticism and judgment. When we finally stop striving for an impossible ideal, we spontaneously open ourselves to genuine joy, authentic expression, and a truly fulfilling way of living. True strength, surprisingly, isn't about maintaining an impenetrable facade of invulnerability. It's about possessing the profound courage to be seen, truly seen, with all our inherent imperfections. When we allow ourselves the vulnerability to be our authentic selves, we create a sacred space for genuine connection, deep empathy, and mutual understanding. Sharing our struggles, our uncertainties, and our less than perfect moments can feel terrifying at first, but it also powerfully invites compassion and strengthens the bonds we share with others. It sends a clear, unspoken message to the world that it is absolutely okay not to have everything perfectly together, implicitly giving others permission to gently lower their own carefully constructed masks. This profound act of vulnerability is a powerful expression of self-acceptance, demonstrating that we trust ourselves enough to reveal our true selves without apology. It systematically dismantles the protective walls we often build around our hearts, walls that frequently keep genuine love and vital support at a distance. Embracing our human flaws allows us to fully experience the richness of shared humanity, fostering a deep and comforting sense of belonging. This courage to be imperfect is an essential cornerstone of authentic grace, revealing our deepest resilience and unwavering spirit. The relentless drive to be enough often inextricably links our sense of worth to our achievements, our productivity, and the external roles we perform in the world. This chapter gently invites us to consciously shift our focus from constantly doing to simply being, a concept we've touched upon previously in our journey. It's about recognizing with unwavering clarity that our inherent value is not something that needs to be earned. It is simply present, an undeniable and core part of who we intrinsically are. We fundamentally do not need to perform, to prove ourselves, or to jump through hoops to be worthy of love, happiness, or success. This profound shift allows us to unhook ourselves from the exhausting treadmill of external validation and confidently step into our own powerful inner authority. When we finally stop trying so hard to be perfect, we naturally create expansive space for our true selves to emerge, vibrant, whole, and gloriously authentic. Being fully present in each moment without the heavy weight of judgment becomes a powerful and transformative practice of self-acceptance. Our worth is not a distant destination to be reached. It is the journey itself, unfolding beautifully in every imperfect, yet perfectly human step we take. To truly embrace imperfection and shed the burden of feeling not enough, we must first learn to consciously identify and then gently challenge the voice of our inner critic. This internal voice, often harsh, demanding, and relentless, is the primary force fueling our feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. Begin by paying close attention to the recurring thoughts that tell you you're failing, that you're inadequate, or that you're simply not measuring up to some arbitrary standard. When these critical thoughts inevitably arise, acknowledge their presence without immediately judging them or allowing them to take root. Then, with gentle curiosity, question their fundamental truth and validity. Ask yourself, is this thought truly helpful in this moment? Is it kind to my spirit? Is it even accurate based on objective reality? More often than not, you will discover that these harsh critical thoughts are deeply rooted in old, limiting beliefs rather than reflecting your current reality or true capabilities. Replacing these harsh judgments with compassionate understanding and gentle inquiry is a crucial and transformative step towards cultivating inner peace. Over time, consistently challenging this critic will weaken its hold and allow you to cultivate a much kinder, more supportive, and ultimately empowering internal dialogue. Building directly on the foundation of self-compassion we explored earlier, this practice becomes absolutely vital for truly embracing imperfection in our lives. When you inevitably make a mistake, or when you feel like you've fallen short of an expectation, whether your own or someone else's, make a conscious effort to treat yourself with the same profound kindness, understanding, and patience you would readily offer a dear friend. Instead of resorting to harsh self-criticism or punitive self-talk, offer yourself words of comfort, gentle understanding, and unwavering reassurance. Recognize with deep empathy that suffering, perceived failure, and the messy reality of imperfection are universal human experiences, not isolated personal failings unique to you. Allow yourself to fully feel difficult emotions without judgment, knowing that they are temporary states and an inherent part of the human condition. Acknowledge your common humanity, understanding that absolutely everyone struggles, everyone makes mistakes, and everyone has moments of imperfection. This gentle, nurturing approach softens the sharp edges of self-judgment and creates a safe, expansive space for genuine healing and profound growth. Self-compassion in its purest form is the powerful and necessary antidote to the relentless, exhausting pressure of needing to be perfect. A significant part of truly letting go of the feeling of not enough involves consciously redefining what success authentically means to you on a deeply personal level. Instead of solely focusing on external achievements, accolades, or societal benchmarks, take the time to consider what genuinely brings you deep joy, profound peace, and a true sense of fulfillment. For you, success might be found in the quiet simplicity of a morning cup of tea, a heartfelt conversation with a loved one, or simply feeling fully present and alive in your own skin. It's about consciously aligning your daily actions and choices with your core values, rather than relentlessly chasing external validations or others' expectations. This powerful redefinition liberates you from the insidious comparison trap and allows you to celebrate the unique beauty and progress of your very own journey. When your measure of success originates from within, rooted in your authentic self, you become wonderfully impervious to external judgments and criticisms. It empowers you to construct and live a life that truly resonates with your soul, rather than one dictated by the often unrealistic expectations of others. Embrace the profound idea that your intrinsic worth is not earned or achieved. It is simply inherent, a fundamental part of your being, independent of any outcome or accomplishment. The pervasive pressure to be enough frequently leads us to chronically overextend ourselves, often compelling us to say yes when our deepest desire is to say no. Setting clear, healthy, and firm boundaries is an incredibly powerful way to protect your precious energy, honor your authentic needs, and safeguard your well-being. This means consciously learning to politely decline requests or commitments that do not genuinely serve you, even if it initially feels uncomfortable or unfamiliar. It's about recognizing your personal limits, listening to your body and spirit, and then communicating those limits respectfully and clearly, without unnecessary guilt or elaborate apologies. Boundaries are not about pushing people away or creating distance. They are, in fact, about defining what you will and will not accept into your life and personal space. They actively create essential space for self-care, much-needed rest, and the pursuit of activities that genuinely nourish your spirit and bring you joy. When you consistently establish and uphold your boundaries, you powerfully reinforce the message to yourself that your needs are valid, important, and deserving of respect. This fundamental act of self respect is absolutely essential for cultivating a life of grace and inner peace, liberating you from the heavy burden of chronic overcommitment. Integrate intentional daily rituals that consistently affirm your inherent worth and acceptance of yourself exactly as you are, with all your beautiful complexities. This could manifest as a quiet morning meditation, specifically focusing on profound gratitude for your unique qualities, including those you once perceived as flaws. Practice gentle mirror work, taking a moment to look at your reflection and speaking kind, affirming, and loving words directly to yourself, acknowledging your presence. Journal about your strengths, your resilience, and the invaluable lessons you've learned from your imperfections, consciously reframing them as opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. Actively engage in activities that genuinely bring you joy and allow you to express your most authentic self without any pressure to perform perfectly or meet external standards. These small, consistent practices serve to gently rewire your brain, reinforcing messages of self-love, self-acceptance, and your undeniable intrinsic value. They act as gentle yet powerful daily reminders that you are already whole, already complete, and already inherently enough, just as you are. Over time, these nurturing rituals will build a strong, unwavering foundation of inner peace, deeply anchoring you in unwavering self-acceptance. When you courageously embrace your own imperfections, a beautiful and expansive ripple effect inevitably begins to unfold throughout every aspect of your life. You naturally become more compassionate, understanding, and patient towards others, recognizing their struggles and common humanity with greater empathy. Your relationships deepen significantly as you allow for genuine authenticity, both within yourself and in those with whom you connect. You reclaim an immense amount of energy that was previously consumed by the exhausting chase for perfection and the relentless grind of self-criticism. This newfound, vibrant energy can then be consciously redirected towards your deepest passions, your true purpose, and truly living your life with intention and vitality. You inadvertently inspire others to gently drop their own masks and embrace their true selves, contributing to the creation of a more accepting, understanding, and compassionate world. The heavy burden of constantly trying to be someone you're not miraculously lifts, revealing the lightness, freedom, and profound joy of genuine self-expression. This transformative journey of self-acceptance is not just a gift you give to yourself. It profoundly contributes to a more graceful, empathetic, and authentic world for everyone. It might initially seem counterintuitive, but true and lasting strength often emerges from our willingness to be vulnerable, to be openly imperfect, and to let go of the need for an unblemished facade. When we bravely stop pretending to have it all together, when we allow ourselves to be truly human, we tap into a deeper, more resilient, and far more sustainable source of inner power. This profound strength isn't about relentlessly pushing through every challenge alone. It's about wisely knowing when to ask for help, when to lean on others, and critically, when to allow ourselves the essential grace of rest. It's the quiet, unwavering confidence that blossoms from authentically accepting who you are without needing to constantly justify your existence or prove your worth. Our imperfections are not weaknesses to be hidden. They are, in fact, precisely where our humanity, our empathy, our capacity for connection, and our potential for growth truly reside. They are the beautiful cracks through which the light gets in, allowing our unique and authentic selves to shine more brightly and genuinely. This profound realization transforms fear into freedom, anxiety into a quiet peace, and self-doubt into a steadfast self-trust. Embracing our whole selves, flaws and all, is the ultimate act of grace, empowering us to live a life that is both full and joyful. Embracing imperfection is not a singular, completed event, but rather a continuous, gentle journey, a daily practice of self-acceptance and profound grace. There will undoubtedly be days when the old, familiar whispers of not enough resurface, subtly tempting you back into the familiar, yet exhausting perfection trap. On those challenging days, remember to meet yourself with unwavering compassion, acknowledging the struggle without immediately falling into judgment or self-criticism. Gently, yet firmly, redirect your focus back to the fundamental truth. You are inherently worthy, perfectly whole, and unequivocally enough, just as you are. right in this very moment. This ongoing process of self-acceptance is a powerful testament to your inner resilience and your unwavering commitment to your own holistic well-being. Each time you consciously choose self-kindness over the harshness of self-criticism, you deepen your innate capacity for inner peace and cultivate a more authentic, sustainable joy. Allow yourself the profound grace to be imperfect, to learn from every experience, to continuously grow, and to simply exist without the constant, draining pressure of striving. This indeed is the very essence of a woman's grace, finding profound strength and tolerance, the boundless joy in the beautiful, messy, and utterly authentic truth of who you are. The difference between happiness and joy. Many of us spend our lives chasing something we call happiness, believing it's the ultimate prize at the end of a long, often exhausting race. We imagine it as a finish line, a moment when all our efforts finally pay off and we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This relentless pursuit often becomes another item on our already overflowing to-do list, adding pressure rather than alleviating it. We might tie our happiness to achieving that next promotion, finding the perfect partner, raising perfectly behaved children, or finally reaching a certain financial milestone. Yet, even when we grasp these goals, the feeling can be surprisingly fleeting, leaving us wondering if we're missing something fundamental. This constant striving can leave us feeling perpetually restless, always looking for the next thing to bring us that elusive sense of contentment. We often confuse the momentary thrill of satisfaction with a deeper, more enduring state of well-being. This pattern can lead to an endless cycle of needing more, doing more, and ultimately feeling less fulfilled. Happiness, in its most common understanding, is often a response to external circumstances, a pleasant emotion that arises when things go our way. It's the thrill of a successful project at work, the delight of a surprise gift, or the warmth of a perfect family vacation. These moments are wonderful, vibrant, and absolutely worth cherishing, painting our lives with bright, temporary colors. Think of it as sunshine on a beautiful day, a welcome and invigorating presence, but one that is inherently dependent on the weather, so to speak. It's that feeling of elation when everything aligns, when your efforts are rewarded, or when a long-held wish finally comes true. This kind of happiness is often conditional, tied to specific events or outcomes, making it somewhat vulnerable to life's inevitable shifts and turns. We often chase these external triggers, hoping to prolong the feeling, but they are by nature transient. The challenge with defining happiness solely by external factors is its inherent impermanence. It's a beautiful butterfly that lands for a moment before fluttering away. The joy of a new purchase fades, the excitement of a promotion settles into routine, and even the glow of a wonderful holiday eventually gives way to everyday life. This isn't a flaw in happiness itself, but rather a misinterpretation of its nature when we expect it to be a permanent state. When we rely solely on these external highs, we can find ourselves on an emotional roller coaster, constantly seeking the next peak to avoid the inevitable dips. This constant search can feel exhausting, a hamster wheel of expectation and often disappointment when life doesn't deliver the perfect scenario. It becomes a cycle of striving, achieving, feeling good for a bit, and then needing to strive again, leaving us feeling perpetually drained and unfulfilled. Now let's talk about joy, a concept that often gets conflated with happiness but holds a profoundly different essence. While happiness often dances on the surface of our lives, joy dwells much deeper, a quiet, steady current flowing beneath the everyday hustle and bustle. It isn't dependent on the perfect alignment of external events or the acquisition of material things. Instead, joy emanates from within, a gentle wellspring that can be accessed even when life throws its inevitable curveballs. It's a more resilient and enduring state, less about what's happening to you and more about what's happening inside you. This distinction is crucial for women who feel constantly stretched, as it offers a path to peace that isn't contingent on external validation or achievement. Understanding this difference can liberate us from the exhausting chase for fleeting highs and help us find a more sustainable contentment. Joy is a profound sense of peace, contentment, and deep appreciation for life, regardless of its immediate circumstances. It's an inner radiance that doesn't dim with a bad day at work or a disagreement with a loved one. Think of it as an internal compass, always pointing towards a fundamental sense of well-being, even when the external landscape is stormy. This isn't to say that joy means you never feel sadness or frustration. Rather, it's the underlying strength that allows you to navigate those emotions without being consumed by them. It's the quiet acceptance of what is, combined with an open heart to the simple wonders of existence. Joy is less about a fleeting sensation and more about a sustained posture towards life, a deep knowing that there is goodness to be found within and around you, always accessible. Where happiness often requires grand gestures or significant achievements, joy quietly resides in the ordinary, overlooked moments of our daily lives. It's the warmth of your morning coffee as you watch the sunrise, the silent comfort of a child's hand in yours, or the simple pleasure of a gentle breeze on your skin. Joy can be found in the quiet solitude of reading a book, the rhythmic satisfaction of tending to a garden, or the shared laughter with a dear friend over a simple meal. These are not moments that demand fanfare or external validation. They simply are, inviting us to be fully present and appreciate their subtle beauty. It's about cultivating an awareness that allows us to truly see and feel the small blessings that often get lost in our hurried pace. This deep appreciation for the mundane is where true, lasting contentment often takes root. The true source of joy lies in our capacity for presence and acceptance, a willingness to meet life exactly as it is, without judgment or resistance. It's about letting go of the need for things to be different, better, or more perfect than they currently are. When we can quiet the incessant chatter of our minds and truly inhabit the present moment, even for a few seconds, we open ourselves to this deeper wellspring. This isn't always easy, especially when our minds are trained to constantly plan, worry, or regret. However, by intentionally practicing mindfulness and tuning into our senses, we can begin to uncover the subtle joys that are always available, waiting patiently for our attention. It's an active choice to embrace the now, finding peace in its imperfection and beauty, and allowing yourself to simply be. This is where the concept of stillness, central to a woman's grace, profoundly intersects with joy. When we create space for stillness in our lives, whether through meditation, quiet reflection, or simply pausing to breathe, we create the fertile ground for joy to blossom. Stillness allows us to detach from the external demands and the constant striving that often define our days, giving us permission to simply be. In these quiet moments, the noise of external expectations fades, and we can tune into our inner landscape, where joy naturally resides. It's in the absence of frantic activity that we can truly connect with this deeper sense of peace and discover the inherent goodness that exists within us, independent of our accomplishments. Stillness isn't about doing nothing. It's about creating the conditions for inner peace and joy to emerge and flourish. One helpful way to differentiate these two states is to think of happiness as often being tied to doing, achieving, acquiring, striving, while joy is fundamentally about being. We might say, I'll be happy when I finish this project, or I'll be happy when I lose 10 pounds. These are future-oriented conditional statements. Joy, however, exists in the present moment, in the simple act of existing. It's about recognizing the inherent worth and beauty in simply being alive, breathing, and experiencing the world around you. It doesn't require an external catalyst. It's a state of mind, an internal resonance that acknowledges the preciousness of life itself. This shift from constant doing to cess, imply being, can be a profound source of liberation for women who feel perpetually overwhelmed by their responsibilities and the pressure to perform. Understanding the difference between happiness and joy is more than just a semantic exercise. It's a powerful tool for cultivating a more fulfilling and less stressful life. When we recognize that joy is an internal resource, we stop placing the immense pressure on external events or other people to provide our sense of well-being. This frees us from the exhausting cycle of constantly chasing the next high and fearing the inevitable low. Instead, we can cultivate a steady inner foundation that remains intact, regardless of life's ups and downs. It empowers us to find peace and contentment even amidst challenges, knowing that our deepest sense of worth and delight doesn't depend on perfect circumstances. This knowledge offers a profound sense of agency and resilience, allowing us to navigate life with greater calm. So, How do we cultivate this deeper, more resilient joy? It begins with a conscious shift in our attention and a commitment to practices that nurture our inner world. This isn't about forcing ourselves to be cheerful when we're not, but rather about creating space for appreciation, gratitude, and presence. It involves slowing down enough to notice the small wonders, to savor simple moments, and to connect with our own inner wisdom. We'll explore practices like gratitude, mindful awareness, and nurturing our passions in the chapters to come, all of which serve as pathways to deepen our connection to this intrinsic joy. The journey isn't about adding more to your plate, but rather about simplifying and enriching your inner landscape, making more room for authentic contentment. It's important to remember that embracing joy doesn't mean rejecting happiness. The fleeting moments of happiness that external events bring are still delightful and add sparkle to our lives. We can absolutely celebrate a career success, enjoy a beautiful sunset, or laugh heartily with friends. The distinction simply shifts our primary source of contentment from these external, conditional highs to an internal, enduring wellspring. When we have a strong foundation of joy, the moments of happiness become even sweeter, appreciated for what they are without the added pressure of sustaining our entire emotional well-being. We can savor the sunshine without being devastated when a cloud passes over, knowing the light will return. Both happiness and joy have their place, but joy provides the bedrock. There is a particular grace found in cultivating joy, a gentle strength that radiates from within and touches every aspect of your life. This isn't the kind of strength that pushes and strives. Instead, it's a calm, resilient power that allows you to navigate challenges with greater ease and compassion. When you tap into this inner well of joy, you find yourself responding to life from a place of fullness rather than depletion. This grace allows you to be more present with your loved ones, more focused in your work, and more connected to your own authentic self. It's the permission to be soft yet strong, to find beauty in imperfection, and to live with a deeper sense of ease. This inner grace becomes a guiding light, illuminating your path and enriching your interactions with the world. Embracing the difference between happiness and joy invites a profound shift in perspective, moving us away from a constant state of external seeking towards an internal cultivation. Instead of asking, "What can I acquire or achieve to make me happy?" we begin to ask, "How can I connect with the joy that already resides within me?" This subtle but powerful reorientation changes everything. It allows us to appreciate the richness of our lives as they are, rather than perpetually waiting for some future, idealized version to arrive. This shift liberates us from the tyranny of external validation and empowers us to create a life rich in inner peace, genuine happiness, and profound self-awareness, regardless of outward circumstances. It's about finding contentment in the present moment, fully and authentically. Think of joy as an inner reservoir, a deep, calm pool within you that can be drawn upon no matter what storms rage on the surface of your life. While happiness might be like the raindrops that briefly fill puddles, joy is the deep aquifer that sustains life through drought and flood. This reservoir isn't depleted by stress or disappointment. In fact, consciously connecting to it can replenish your energy and resilience. It's a source of strength that allows you to face difficult emotions without being overwhelmed, to find beauty in brokenness, and to maintain a sense of hope even in challenging times. Learning to access this inner wellspring is one of the most powerful acts of self-care a woman can undertake, providing a constant source of renewal and inner fortitude. So how do you begin to tap into this inner reservoir of joy? Start small by simply noticing. Throughout your day, pause for a few seconds and ask yourself, is there a flicker of joy here? It might be the taste of your food, the warmth of a blanket, the sound of birds outside your window, or a moment of quiet focus on a task. These aren't big, dramatic moments, but tiny, unassuming pockets of peace and contentment. The more you practice noticing, the more you train your brain to recognize and appreciate these subtle gifts, slowly shifting your default setting from striving to savoring. This simple act of mindful observation is a powerful first step towards cultivating a deeper, more abiding sense of joy in your life. transforming your daily experience. Perhaps one of the greatest gifts of understanding this distinction is the permission it grants to release the immense pressure to be happy all the time. Life is a complex tapestry of emotions, and it's perfectly normal, even healthy, to experience a full range of feelings: sadness, anger, frustration, and peace. When we chase happiness as a constant state, we inadvertently invalidate other equally important emotions. Joy, however, doesn't demand constant cheerfulness. It offers a gentle, underlying current of well being that can coexist with all other human experiences. This acceptance of life's emotional spectrum is incredibly liberating, allowing us to embrace our authentic selves without judgment. It's a profound act of self compassion to allow yourself to simply be in all your emotional complexity and still feel that deep sense of inner peace. Ultimately, A Woman's Grace invites you to redefine strength not as relentless striving for external happiness, but as the resilient force cultivated in quiet moments of reflection and self acceptance, leading to authentic joy. This inner joy is not fragile. It is a powerful, enduring strength that allows you to navigate the demands of modern life with grace and profound inner peace. By understanding and cultivating the difference between fleeting happiness and abiding joy, you reclaim your power, giving yourself permission to rest, to be, and to discover the transformative power of your own inherent grace. This journey will empower you to build a life rich in genuine contentment, a life truly aligned with your deepest self and your most authentic desires. Joy beyond achievement, finding delight in the everyday. In a world that constantly pushes us to achieve more, to climb higher, and to collect bigger milestones, it's easy to believe that joy is a prize waiting for us at the finish line. We often equate our happiness with the next promotion, the perfect family vacation, or reaching a specific financial goal. This relentless pursuit of the next big thing can leave us feeling perpetually unfulfilled, always looking ahead and never quite arriving. But what if joy isn't something you have to earn or chase down? What if it's already woven into the fabric of your everyday life? Just whoa, waiting for you to notice it? This section invites you to redefine joy, moving beyond the grand achievements to discover the quiet, steady delight in the ordinary moments that make up your days. Many of us have been conditioned to tie our sense of worth and well-being to external successes. We work tirelessly, striving for perfection in every role we play, as professionals, partners, mothers, and friends. The idea is that once we hit that target, once we achieve that specific accomplishment, then and only then will we feel truly happy. However, this mindset often creates a cycle of temporary highs, followed by a return to a baseline of longing for the next goal. The joy derived from these big wins, while wonderful, can be fleeting, leaving us on a treadmill of constant striving and often profound exhaustion. It's a never-ending race where the finish line always seems to move further away. Imagine a different kind of joy, one that doesn't depend on a congratulatory email or a perfectly executed plan. This is the joy that blossoms in the small, often overlooked corners of your day. It's not about ignoring your ambitions or letting go of your goals, but rather about enriching the journey itself. This deeper, more sustainable joy is found when we allow ourselves to truly experience the present moment, even the seemingly mundane ones. It's about recognizing that life's most precious delights aren't always loud or flashy. Sometimes they whisper softly in the quietest of times. This shift in perspective can transform how you experience your entire existence. Cultivating this kind of everyday joy requires a fundamental shift, a move from constant doing to conscious being. It means pausing, even for just a few seconds, to truly absorb what is happening around you and within you. When we are fully present, not distracted by our to-do lists or worries about the future, we open ourselves up to a world of simple wonders. This presence allows us to connect with the richness of life that is always available, regardless of our external circumstances. It's a powerful practice that grounds us and reminds us that there is always something beautiful to appreciate, right here, right now. Think about the sensory details that often pass us by in our rush. Have you truly savored the first sip of your morning coffee, feeling its warmth spread through you and appreciating its rich aroma? Have you noticed the way the sunlight streams through your window, creating intricate patterns on the floor? Perhaps it's the feeling of soft pajamas against your skin at the end of a long day, or the comforting sound of rain falling gently outside. These aren't grand events, but they are tiny, perfect moments of delight. They are accessible, free, and available to you every single day, offering small bursts of pleasure if you only slow down enough to let them in. The beauty of everyday joy also extends to our interactions and the natural world around us. Consider the unexpected smile from a stranger, the heartfelt laughter shared with a loved one, or the simple comfort of your pet curling up beside you. These connections, however brief, can fill your heart with warmth and contentment. Or perhaps it's the vibrant color of a flower blooming by the roadside, the crispness of the air on a cool morning walk, or the peaceful stillness of the night sky. These moments don't demand anything from you except your gentle attention, yet they offer so much in return, nourishing your spirit in profound ways. For many women, the idea of slowing down to notice these things can feel indulgent, even selfish. We've been taught that productivity equals worth, and that resting or simply being is a luxury we can't afford. This ingrained guilt can be a major barrier to experiencing everyday joy. However, embracing these small moments of delight isn't about neglecting your responsibilities. It's about recharging your spirit so you can approach your responsibilities with more energy and grace. Giving yourself permission to find joy in the ordinary is not a weakness. It is a profound act of self-care that strengthens your inner reserves and allows you to show up more fully for everything else. Recognizing and embracing joy in the everyday is ultimately a choice, a deliberate shift in perspective. It requires training your mind to look for the good, to appreciate the simple, and to savor the present. It's like learning a new language, where at first you might only catch a few words, but with practice you begin to understand entire conversations. This isn't about forcing happiness or ignoring challenges. It's about cultivating an inner lens that actively seeks out beauty and contentment amidst life's inevitable ups and downs. You have the power to direct your attention, and in doing so, you can transform your daily experience. While each individual moment of everyday joy might seem small and fleeting on its own, their cumulative effect is truly transformative. Imagine collecting tiny, luminous pearls throughout your day, each one a moment of delight, a flicker of peace, a feeling of gratitude. Over time, these pearls weave together, forming a beautiful, resilient string of inner contentment. This steady stream of small joys builds a strong foundation of well-being, making you more resilient when faced with life's inevitable challenges. It offers a sense of stability that isn't dependent on external circumstances, but rather springs from within you. To begin this practice, you don't need to carve out hours from your already packed schedule. Start small, perhaps by consciously choosing one moment each day to fully immerse yourself in. It could be the 5 minutes you spend drinking your tea, the walk from your car to your office door, or the few quiet seconds before you drift off to sleep. During this chosen moment, engage all your senses. What do you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel? Let go of judgment and simply observe, allowing yourself to fully experience the simple pleasure without needing it to be more than it is. This gentle practice trains your attention and opens the door to noticing more. Another powerful tool for cultivating everyday joy is reflection. At the end of your day, take a few minutes to recall 3 small moments that brought you a sense of delight, peace, or contentment. You don't need to write a long entry. A few bullet points in a journal, or even just a mental review, will suffice. This simple act of remembering reinforces the positive experiences and helps your brain become more attuned to noticing them in the future. Over time, you'll find yourself more naturally spotting these hidden gems throughout your day, creating a beautiful inventory of personal joys that truly belong to you. Embracing joy beyond achievement has a profound ripple effect on your entire well-being. When you regularly connect with these small, delightful moments, you naturally experience reduced stress, improved mood, and a deeper sense of inner peace. This isn't just about feeling good in the moment. It's about building a more resilient and joyful self from the inside out. As you cultivate this inner strength and contentment, you'll find that you approach challenges with greater calm, connect with others more authentically, and experience a richer, more fulfilling life. This is the essence of a woman's grace, finding your power not in constant motion, but in the quiet, abundant joy of simply being. Gratitude as a practice, shifting your perspective. In our fast paced lives, it's easy to get caught up in the endless to do list, feeling constantly behind or overwhelmed by what hasn't yet been accomplished. We often focus on the gaps, the missing pieces, or the next hurdle we need to clear, which can leave us feeling depleted and disconnected from our inner peace. But what if there was a simple yet profound shift we could make that would instantly change the lens through which we view our days? This isn't about ignoring challenges or pretending everything is perfect. It's about intentionally choosing where to place our attention. Practicing gratitude is that powerful shift, a deliberate act of acknowledging the good, however small, that already exists in your life. It's a conscious decision to pause, breathe, and truly see the quiet blessings that often get overshadowed by the noise of daily demands. This practice invites you to reclaim a sense of abundance and quiet joy, even when the world around you feels chaotic and demanding. It allows you to find strength not in striving, but in recognizing what is already whole. Gratitude isn't merely a fleeting emotion that surfaces when something wonderful happens. It's a muscle we can train, a mindset we can cultivate. Think of it as adjusting the focus on a camera lens, bringing the often blurry background details into sharp relief. When we actively seek out things to be grateful for, our brains begin to notice more of them, creating a positive feedback loop that can reshape our entire outlook. This deliberate search for the positive doesn't diminish the reality of difficulties, but it does prevent them from consuming our entire perspective. It helps us see that even amidst struggles, there are still moments of light, connection, and grace. This shift can feel like a gentle exhale for your soul, creating space for calm where stress once resided. It offers a fresh perspective, transforming ordinary moments into extraordinary gifts and allowing you to appreciate the tapestry of your life more fully. The beauty of integrating gratitude into your daily rhythm lies in its accessibility. It doesn't require grand gestures or extra time you don't have. It's about weaving small moments of appreciation into the fabric of your existing routine, transforming mundane tasks into opportunities for connection and thankfulness. You can begin by simply noticing the warmth of your morning coffee, the comfort of your favorite blanket, or the quiet hum of your home as you wake up. These tiny, intentional pauses throughout the day accumulate, building a reservoir of positive emotion and resilience within you. Each moment of gratitude is like a small deposit into your emotional bank account, gradually shifting your internal balance towards joy. This gentle practice helps you anchor yourself in the present, finding peace in the now rather than constantly chasing the next. One of the most effective and widely embraced ways to cultivate this practice is through a gratitude journal. This isn't about eloquent prose or perfectly formed sentences. It's simply a space for you to jot down whatever comes to mind, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Each morning or evening, take a few minutes to list 3 to 5 things you are genuinely grateful for from that day. Perhaps it was a kind word from a colleague, the sun shining through your window, or simply a moment of peace you found while doing dishes. The act of physically writing these down helps to solidify them in your mind, making the positive experiences more tangible and memorable. Over time, you'll notice a remarkable pattern. Your brain will start to actively seek out these moments throughout your day, almost like a scavenger hunt for joy. This simple ritual becomes a powerful tool for self-reflection and a beautiful record of your journey towards a more grateful heart. Beyond journaling, consider incorporating mindful appreciation into your everyday activities. When you're walking through your neighborhood, truly notice the vibrant colors of the flowers or the sound of birdsong. As you eat a meal, savor each bite, appreciating the flavors, textures, and the nourishment it provides. These aren't just passive observations, they are active engagements with your senses, drawing your attention to the richness of the present moment. This kind of mindful gratitude helps to ground you, pulling you out of worries about the past or anxieties about the future. Tea teaches you to find profound joy in the simplicity of existing, in the textures of life, and in the quiet beauty that surrounds you. By doing so, You begin to experience life not as a series of tasks, but as a collection of precious, interconnected moments. Sometimes the thought of practicing gratitude can feel daunting, especially when life feels particularly challenging or overwhelming. You might think, what do I even have to be grateful for right now? This is a perfectly normal and valid feeling, and it's important not to dismiss your struggles. However, even in the darkest moments, there are often tiny glimmers of light, however faint, if we allow ourselves to look for them. Perhaps it's the strength you found to get out of bed, a brief moment of quiet, or the unwavering support of a friend. Starting small with just one thing can create a tiny crack for more light to enter. Remember, gratitude isn't about ignoring pain. It's about acknowledging that even within pain, there can still be threads of resilience, connection, and quiet hope. It's about finding a way to honor your experience while still seeking moments of grace. The science behind gratitude is fascinating, revealing how this simple practice can literally rewire your brain for greater happiness and well being. When you consistently practice gratitude, you activate areas of your brain associated with reward and pleasure, strengthening neural pathways that promote positive emotions. This means you're not just feeling good in the moment, you're actively training your brain to be more optimistic and resilient over time. Regular gratitude practice has been linked to reduced stress hormones, improved sleep quality, and even a stronger immune system. It's a powerful antidote to anxiety and rumination, gently guiding your mind away from negative thought patterns. This isn't just a spiritual concept, it's a tangible tool for enhancing your mental and physical health, proving that cultivating inner peace has profound ripple effects throughout your entire being. Beyond the internal benefits, expressing gratitude to others can profoundly strengthen your relationships and deepen your sense of connection. Taking the time to genuinely thank a loved one, a colleague, or even a stranger for a small act of kindness creates a powerful bond. It shows them they are seen and appreciated, which can be incredibly validating and uplifting for both parties. This act of verbal or written thanks fosters a cycle of positivity, encouraging more acts of kindness and strengthening the fabric of your community. Imagine the joy that spreads when you make it a habit to acknowledge the good deeds around you, rather than focusing solely on what might be lacking. These intentional expressions of gratitude transform interactions, bringing more warmth, understanding, and shared joy into your life. It's a beautiful way to nurture the connections that sustain you. Making gratitude a consistent practice means weaving it into the very fabric of your daily existence, rather than treating it as a chore or an occasional activity. Consider setting a gentle reminder on your phone to pause and think of 3 things you're grateful for at different points in the day. Perhaps you can make it a ritual during your morning commute, while waiting in line, or as you prepare dinner for your family. The key is consistency, even if some days feel easier than others. Like tending a garden, consistent effort yields the most beautiful results. Your gratitude garden will flourish, bringing more color and life into your inner world. This commitment to daily appreciation transforms it from a task into an ingrained habit, becoming a natural and comforting part of who you are. It's about building a sustainable foundation for lasting joy. The cumulative effect of this consistent practice is truly transformative. It's like building a sturdy internal shelter against life's inevitable storms. When challenges arise, as they always will, your gratitude practice provides a stable ground to stand on, preventing you from being completely swept away by negativity. You'll find yourself more resilient, better able to navigate setbacks with a sense of perspective and inner strength. This isn't about denying pain, but rather about cultivating a deeper wellspring of hope and appreciation that allows you to see beyond the immediate difficulty. It teaches you that even when parts of your life feel broken, there are always other parts that remain whole and beautiful. This profound shift in perspective empowers you to face life with greater courage and an unwavering belief in the good. Ultimately, embracing gratitude as a practice is an act of profound self-care, a gentle yet powerful way to honor your own well-being. In a world that constantly tells women to do more, achieve more, and be more, taking time to simply appreciate what already is feels revolutionary. It gives you permission to slow down, to breathe, and to connect with the richness of your present moment without judgment or pressure. This practice cultivates a deeper sense of inner peace, allowing you to find strength not in constant motion, but in quiet stillness and profound appreciation. It's a cornerstone of the grace we seek, a pathway to a life rich in genuine happiness and profound self-awareness. By choosing gratitude, you choose a life infused with more joy, more calm, and a deeper sense of belonging to yourself and the world around you. Nurturing your passions and pleasures. Many women navigate life feeling like they are constantly giving, pouring their energy into careers, families, and endless responsibilities. This constant output often leaves little room for personal replenishment, causing a deep sense of depletion and disconnect from their own desires. It's easy to forget that you, too, are a well that needs refilling, a garden that requires tending. Nurturing your passions and pleasures isn't a luxury. It's a vital act of self-preservation and a cornerstone of genuine joy. When you intentionally carve out space for what truly lights you up, you're not just indulging yourself, you are investing in your overall well-being and strengthening your inner reserves. This chapter invites you to rediscover those sparks of delight that make life vibrant and meaningful. It's about giving yourself permission to explore what brings you genuine happiness, moving beyond the endless to-do list. For many women, the idea of dedicating time to personal passions can immediately trigger a wave of guilt. We've been conditioned to believe that our worth is tied to our productivity and our ability to care for others, often at our own expense. Taking time for ourselves can feel selfish, as if we are neglecting our duties or letting someone down. This ingrained belief system can be incredibly difficult to shake, creating an internal struggle every time we consider pursuing something just for us. However, remember that you cannot pour from an empty cup, and constantly sacrificing your own needs ultimately diminishes your capacity to give authentically to others. It's time to challenge this narrative and understand that your joy is not a burden. It is a gift that enriches everyone around you. Allowing yourself these moments isn't selfish. It's a necessary act of self-respect and self-love. When we talk about passions, it's easy to imagine grand, ambitious endeavors like painting a masterpiece or climbing a mountain. While those certainly count, your passions don't need to be monumental or require a huge commitment of time and resources. Often, the most profound joys come from the simplest acts, the quiet moments that resonate deeply within your soul. A passion might be tending to a small herb garden, losing yourself in a captivating novel, or simply savoring a perfectly brewed cup of tea in silence. It could be listening to music that moves you, taking a leisurely walk in nature, or sketching in a notebook for Jew. Sent 10 minutes. The key is that it brings you genuine delight and a sense of being fully present, even for a brief period. Don't let the grand idea of passion stop you from embracing the small, meaningful pleasures that truly nourish your spirit. Life has a way of sweeping us up in its current, often pushing our personal interests to the wayside as responsibilities mount. Think back to your younger days, even to childhood, and recall what activities made your heart sing. Did you love to draw, write stories, play an instrument, or explore the woods behind your house? Perhaps there was a hobby you pursued before career demands or family life took over, something that once brought you immense satisfaction. These forgotten interests aren't necessarily gone forever. They often lie dormant, waiting for a gentle nudge to reawaken. Take a moment to reflect on those past joys, because they hold valuable clues about what truly energizes and fulfills you now. Sometimes, simply remembering what once brought you joy is the first step towards inviting it back into your life. One of the biggest hurdles to nurturing passions is the perceived lack of time. Our schedules are often packed, leaving little breathing room for anything beyond the essentials. However, finding space doesn't always mean blocking out large chunks of time. It's often about integrating small moments of joy throughout your day. Could you wake up 15 minutes earlier to read a few pages of a book, or listen to a favorite podcast during your commute? Perhaps you can dedicate a specific evening hour once a week to a creative pursuit, or use a lunch break to walk in a nearby park. Even 5 minutes of mindful engagement with something you love can shift your perspective and boost your mood. The trick is to be intentional and consistent, showing yourself that these moments are just as important as any other appointment on your calendar. As adults, especially as women, we sometimes lose the innate ability to simply play, to engage in activities purely for the sake of enjoyment without a specific goal or outcome. We feel the constant pressure to be productive, to optimize every moment, and to justify our actions with tangible results. However, play is not frivolous. It is a fundamental human need that fuels creativity, reduces stress, and fosters a sense of freedom. Giving yourself permission to play means letting go of the need for perfection or purpose and simply allowing yourself to be present in the moment of enjoyment. Whether it's dancing around your kitchen, doodling in a notebook, or building a Lego set with your kids, embrace the lightness and liberation that comes with pure, unadulterated fun. This playful spirit is a powerful antidote to the seriousness and demands of daily life. True joy isn't always found in grand gestures or monumental achievements. It often resides in the quiet beauty of everyday moments. Cultivating an appreciation for small pleasures can radically transform your outlook on life, making each day feel richer and more fulfilling. This could be the warmth of your morning coffee, the vibrant colors of a sunset, or the comforting scent of rain on dry earth. It might be the feel of soft pajamas after a long day, the sound of birdsong outside your window, or the simple act of breathing deeply and slowly. These small, fleeting moments are abundant, yet we often rush past them, too focused on the next task or the bigger picture. Learning to pause and truly savor these tiny delights is a powerful practice that sprinkles moments of grace throughout your busy life. Nurturing your passions and engaging in activities purely for pleasure offers a cascade of benefits that extend far beyond simple enjoyment. When you immerse yourself in something you love, your mind gets a much-needed break from worries and demands, leading to a significant reduction in stress and anxiety. These activities often spark creativity, allowing your brain to make new connections and approach problems with fresh perspectives. They also serve as a powerful way to reconnect with your authentic self, reminding you of who you are beyond your roles and responsibilities. This self-discovery boosts your confidence and self-esteem, fostering a deeper sense of identity and purpose. Ultimately, making time for what you love isn't just about fun. It's a strategic move for your mental, emotional, and even physical health. Even with the best intentions, obstacles often arise when we try to make space for our passions. Time constraints are a common culprit, but so are feelings of exhaustion, self-doubt, or the weight of societal expectations. You might tell yourself you're too tired, not good enough, or that it's silly to spend time on such things. These internal critics can be powerful, making it feel easier to just scroll through social media or collapse on the couch. Recognizing these internal barriers is the first step toward overcoming them. Understand that these thoughts are often rooted in old patterns or external pressures, not in your true desires. Be patient with yourself. Acknowledge the resistance and gently push past it, reminding yourself of the profound benefits waiting on the other side. If the idea of jumping back into a long-lost passion feels overwhelming, remember that you don't have to go from 0 to 60 overnight. Begin with tiny, manageable steps that feel achievable and less daunting. If you want to write, start by journaling for 5 minutes a day, or simply jot down a few thoughts. If you dream of painting, begin by sketching simple shapes or experimenting with colors in a small notebook. These small actions build momentum and create a sense of accomplishment, making it easier to gradually increase your commitment. Each little step is a victory, a gentle affirmation that your passions are worth your time and attention. Consistency, even in small doses, is far more impactful than sporadic, intense bursts of effort. When you do engage in your chosen passion or pleasure, strive to do so mindfully, giving it your full attention. It's easy to multitask or let our minds wander, even during enjoyable activities, but this diminishes the true benefit. If you're reading, truly immerse yourself in the story. If you're gardening, feel the soil between your fingers and notice the scent of the plants. Put away your phone, close unnecessary tabs, and let go of your to-do list for that dedicated time. This mindful presence allows you to fully absorb the joy, relaxation, and creative energy that these activities offer. It transforms a simple hobby into a meditative practice, deepening your connection to yourself and the present moment. Understanding the deeper reasons why certain activities resonate with you can amplify their power and help you prioritize them. Does a particular passion offer you a sense of freedom, a space for self expression, or a feeling of accomplishment? Does it connect you to nature, to beauty, or to a sense of purpose beyond your daily grind? Reflecting on the why can reveal core values that these passions fulfill, making them feel less like optional indulgences and more like essential components of your well being. When you know why something matters to you on a deeper level, it becomes easier to defend that time and energy against competing demands. This awareness roots your pursuit in genuine self understanding and personal growth. Sometimes, nurturing a passion can also open doors to new communities and connections, enriching your life in unexpected ways. Joining a book club, taking a pottery class, or participating in a hiking group can connect you with like minded individuals who share your interests. These shared experiences foster a sense of belonging and provide opportunities for mutual encouragement and inspiration. Even if your passion is a solitary one, like writing or painting, sharing your work or discussing it with others can create meaningful bonds. Don't underestimate the power of connecting with others through shared joy. It adds another layer of richness and support to your journey of self-discovery and fulfillment. It's important to remember that your passions and pleasures are not set in stone. They can evolve and change over time, just as you do. An activity that brought you immense joy years ago might not resonate with you as strongly today, and that is perfectly okay. Don't feel pressured to stick with something out of a sense of obligation or nostalgia. Give yourself permission to explore new interests, to try different things, and to let go of what no longer serves you. Life is a journey of continuous growth and discovery, and your sources of delight should reflect that dynamic process. Embrace this flexibility, allowing your passions to be a fluid and ever-changing reflection of your evolving self. There will be days when you feel too tired, too busy, or simply uninspired to engage with your passions, and that is completely normal. The journey of nurturing yourself is not about perfection or adherence to a rigid schedule. It's about gentle consistency and self-compassion. If you miss a day or a week, don't beat yourself up or fall into a spiral of guilt. Simply acknowledge it, offer yourself kindness, and gently redirect your attention back to your intention when you're ready. This process is about cultivating a loving relationship with yourself, and that includes understanding and forgiveness. Treat your passions as a gentle invitation, not a demanding obligation, and you'll find far more joy in the journey. Ultimately, the goal isn't to create a separate passion schedule that feels like another chore, but to weave these moments of joy and self-care seamlessly into the fabric of your daily life. Think of it less as adding more to your plate and more as enriching the existing meal. How can you infuse a sense of playfulness into your routine tasks or find beauty in the mundane? Perhaps it's listening to your favorite music while doing chores, or taking a moment to appreciate the sunrise before starting your day. By consciously integrating pleasures and passions, even in small ways, you transform your entire experience of life, making it more vibrant and aligned with your deepest desires. This mindful approach ensures that joy isn't just an occasional visitor, but a constant companion. Embracing and nurturing your passions and pleasures is a profound act of self-love and a powerful pathway to sustained joy and inner grace. It's about reclaiming parts of yourself that may have been sidelined, giving voice to your unique spirit, and honoring your own needs for replenishment and delight. As you make space for these vital activities, you'll discover a renewed sense of energy, purpose, and contentment that radiates outwards, positively impacting every area of your life. Remember, your joy is your strength, and by cultivating it through these heartfelt pursuits, you become a more vibrant, resilient, and authentically graceful woman. Give yourself this precious gift and watch your inner world bloom, the ripple effect of your inner joy. After dedicating time to nurturing your own passions and finding delight in the everyday, you might wonder what happens next. It's easy to think that the calm and joy you cultivate within yourself stays neatly tucked away, a private treasure just for you. But the truth is far more beautiful and expansive than that. Your inner state, especially when it's filled with genuine joy, possesses an incredible, almost magical quality. It doesn't just stay inside. Instead, it naturally radiates outward, touching everything and everyone around you in ways you might not even consciously realize. This quiet, gentle energy is a powerful force, creating subtle shifts in your environment and interactions. It's a testament to the interconnectedness of our lives, showing that what we cultivate within truly extends beyond our own skin. Think of your inner joy as a small stone dropped into a perfectly still pond. The moment that stone touches the water's surface, a series of delicate, ever widening circles begins to form. These ripples spread out from the initial point of impact, reaching further and further, eventually touching the very edges of the pond. Your joy works in much the same way. It's not loud or demanding, but it's undeniably potent. Each ripple represents an interaction, a moment, a connection that is subtly influenced by the peaceful, contented energy you carry. It's a beautiful illustration of how something so personal can have such a broad and positive impact, often without a single word being spoken. The most immediate and noticeable ripple effect begins with your own presence and demeanor. When you are genuinely joyful, a lightness enters your step, a softness graces your expression, and a quiet confidence shines through your eyes. This isn't about putting on a brave face or forcing a smile. It's an authentic reflection of your inner peace. Your energy becomes more inviting, less tense, and more open to the beauty of the present moment. This shift in your own being makes you more approachable, more patient, and more resilient in the face of daily frustrations. You find yourself reacting to minor annoyances with a greater sense of calm, which in turn reduces your own stress levels and preserves your inner harmony. This positive energy then flows directly into your closest relationships, acting as a balm and a beacon for those you love most. Consider your family, your partner, or your children. They are often the first to feel the warmth of your inner glow. When you are centered and joyful, you bring a more patient, understanding, and loving presence to your interactions with them. Arguments might soften, moments of tension might ease, and shared laughter might become more frequent and heartfelt. Your calm creates a safe space for them to be themselves, encouraging open communication and fostering deeper bonds. It's a quiet gift you offer, making your home a sanctuary of peace and connection. Beyond your immediate family, your inner joy extends its reach to your friendships and wider social circles. Have you ever noticed how uplifting it feels to be around someone who radiates genuine contentment? Their presence alone can make a gathering feel more relaxed, more fun, and more meaningful. When you show up with an open heart and a joyful spirit, you invite others to do the same, creating an atmosphere of shared happiness and genuine connection. Your friends will appreciate your grounded presence, finding comfort and inspiration in your ability to navigate life with grace. You become a person who truly lights up a room, not through grand gestures, but through the simple, powerful act of being authentically yourself. Even in more formal settings, like your workplace or community groups, the ripple effect of your joy is palpable. A person who carries inner peace can positively influence team dynamics, making collaboration smoother and communication clearer. You might find yourself offering a calm perspective during stressful meetings or approaching challenges with a more creative and optimistic mindset. Your colleagues may unconsciously feel more supported and less pressured when you are present, contributing to a more harmonious and productive environment for everyone. This isn't about being overly cheerful or ignoring problems, but about bringing a steady, positive energy that encourages solutions and fosters mutual respect. It's important to remember that this ripple effect isn't about putting on a performance or striving for constant, effervescent happiness. True inner joy, as we've explored, is a deeper, more grounded state of being, often quiet and unassuming. It's about authenticity, not artifice. The impact you have isn't from forced smiles or exaggerated enthusiasm, but from the genuine peace and contentment that emanates from your core. People can sense sincerity, and it's this genuine resonance that truly makes a difference. Your strength comes from being true to your cultivated inner self, allowing that quiet grace to naturally unfold and touch the world around you. This inner wellspring of joy also fortifies your own resilience, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater ease. When challenges arise, as they always will, your deep seated joy doesn't disappear. It acts as an anchor. It helps you maintain perspective, reminding you of the good that still exists and the strength you possess. This isn't to say you won't feel sadness or frustration, but your joyful core helps you to process these emotions without being completely overwhelmed or losing your sense of self. You become a stable presence, not just for others, but most importantly for yourself, capable of weathering storms with a quiet fortitude. Moreover, your cultivated joy serves as a subtle, yet powerful, inspiration for others. Witnessing someone who moves through life with grace and genuine contentment can spark a quiet curiosity in those around them. They might observe your calm demeanor, your patient responses, or your ability to find beauty in simple moments and wonder how you achieve it. You become a living example of what's possible when a woman chooses to prioritize her inner peace and well being. This isn't about preaching or advising, but simply about living your truth, and in doing so, offering a gentle invitation for others to explore their own paths to inner strength and joy. The beautiful truth is that this ripple effect isn't a one-way street. It's a reciprocal flow that ultimately circles back to you. As your joy touches others and creates more positive interactions, that positive energy is returned, reinforcing your own sense of well-being. When you see your loved ones thrive, when your colleagues feel more ease, or when your community benefits from your calm presence, it naturally deepens your own satisfaction and contentment. It's a powerful, self-sustaining cycle where giving your authentic self enriches not only the world, but also your own inner landscape, making your journey even more fulfilling and purposeful. This entire process perfectly embodies the essence of a woman's grace, finding strength in stillness. The joy you cultivate in quiet moments of reflection and self-care isn't a passive state. It's an active, powerful force. It's a strength that doesn't demand attention through outward displays of power, but quietly transforms your reality and the realities of those around you. It allows you to move through the world with a gentle authority, knowing that your inner peace is your most valuable asset. This grace is not about perfection, but about embracing your authentic self and allowing your light to shine, creating warmth and connection wherever you go. So, as you continue on your journey of cultivating stillness and joy, trust in the profound impact you are making. Every moment you choose peace, every time you find delight in the small things, and every instance you allow your authentic self to emerge, you are sending out those precious ripples. You are not just caring for yourself, you are contributing to a kinder, more compassionate, and more joyful world, one gentle, powerful ripple at a time. Embrace this incredible power within you, knowing that your inner grace is truly a gift to yourself and to everyone whose life you touch. A woman's guide to reclaiming ease and inner peace. Many women today find themselves caught in a relentless cycle of doing, constantly striving to meet endless expectations. We often wear busyness as a badge of honor, believing that our worth is directly tied to our productivity and the sheer volume of tasks we manage to complete. This constant motion, however, often leaves us feeling depleted, anxious, and profoundly disconnected from the very core of who we are. The inner calm that once felt natural seems like a distant memory, replaced by a persistent hum of stress and an overwhelming sense of being stretched too thin. It's a common story, one whispered in hurried conversations and reflected in tired eyes, where the pursuit of having it all paradoxically leads to feeling like we have nothing left for ourselves. This relentless pace ultimately robs us of our ease, making genuine inner peace feel like an unattainable luxury rather than a fundamental right. Yet deep within every woman resides a quiet yearning for something more, a longing for a life infused with a gentle flow and genuine tranquility. We dream of moments where we can simply be without the pressure to perform or the guilt of not doing enough. This isn't about escaping responsibility or shirking duties. It's about finding a way to navigate life's demands with a sense of calm resilience. Reclaiming ease isn't a selfish act. It's a necessary step toward replenishing your spirit and showing up more fully for everything and everyone you care about. It's about rediscovering that inherent grace that allows you to move through your days with a lightness of being rather than feeling constantly weighed down. This journey invites you to intentionally seek out moments of peace, allowing them to accumulate and transform your everyday experience. Before we can reclaim ease and inner peace, it's essential to understand what these concepts truly mean for you, personally. For some, ease might look like a quiet morning with a cup of tea, free from immediate demands. For others, it could be the feeling of effortless creativity flowing through a project, or simply a moment of genuine laughter with a loved one without any underlying tension. Inner peace isn't necessarily the absence of challenges, but rather the ability to meet those challenges from a centered, calm place within yourself. It's about cultivating a steady inner compass that guides you, even when external circumstances feel turbulent and unpredictable. Take a moment to reflect on what a truly peaceful and easy day would feel like in your own life, beyond the superficial definitions. One of the biggest hurdles to reclaiming ease is the pervasive myth that constant productivity equals success and worth. Society often champions the woman who is always busy, always striving, always on, implying that any moment of rest is a moment wasted. This narrative can be incredibly damaging, making us feel guilty for taking a breath or simply existing without a scheduled task. It's time to challenge this deeply ingrained belief and recognize that true strength often lies in the ability to pause, reflect, and recharge. Your worth is not measured by your output, but by your inherent being. And allowing yourself moments of stillness is not a weakness. It is a profound act of self-preservation and empowerment. Breaking free from this demanding mindset is the first courageous step towards a more gentle and fulfilling existence. The most profound step toward reclaiming ease is giving yourself explicit permission to pause. This isn't just about taking a vacation once a year. It's about integrating small, intentional pauses into your daily rhythm. It means allowing yourself to sit quietly for 5 minutes before diving into your email, or taking a slow, mindful walk around the block in the middle of a busy afternoon. This permission is a radical act of self-care in a world that constantly urges you to keep moving, keep pushing, keep doing. When you grant yourself this grace, you begin to create tiny pockets of peace that, over time, expand and transform your entire experience of life. Remember, you are not a machine designed for endless production. You are a human being deserving of rest and quiet contemplation. To effectively invite more ease into your life, it's helpful to identify what currently robs you of your peace. These peace stealers can be external factors, like an overflowing inbox, a demanding schedule, or even certain relationships that leave you feeling drained. They can also be internal, such as a persistent inner critic, the fear of disappointing others, or the habit of constantly overthinking everything. Take some time to honestly assess your daily routines and internal landscape, noting down the moments, thoughts, or interactions that consistently leave you feeling anxious or depleted. Awareness is the first step toward change, and understanding these specific triggers will empower you to address them directly and strategically. Once you pinpoint these energy drains, you can begin to consciously choose different responses or make necessary adjustments. Once you've identified your peace stealers, the next crucial step is to establish clear and compassionate boundaries. Boundaries are not about keeping people out. They are about protecting your inner space and energy, creating a container for your peace. This might mean learning to say no to extra commitments that stretch you too thin, setting specific work hours and sticking to them, or limiting your exposure to news and social media that trigger anxiety. It requires courage to uphold your boundaries, especially when you're used to always accommodating others. But remember that you are teaching people how to treat you. When you honor your own limits, you not only reclaim your time and energy, but also model healthy self-respect for those around you, ultimately fostering more authentic and sustainable connections. Mindfulness offers a powerful pathway to cultivating inner peace, allowing you to anchor yourself in the present moment rather than being swept away by worries about the past or future. It's not about emptying your mind. but rather about observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment, creating a gentle distance from their intensity. Simple practices, like focusing on your breath for a few minutes each day, mindfully savoring a meal, or truly listening during a conversation, can dramatically shift your internal state. These small acts of presence help to quiet the constant mental chatter and bring you back to your body, fostering a sense of groundedness and calm. Integrating mindfulness into your daily routine provides a readily accessible tool for reclaiming ease, no matter where you are or what you're doing. In our fast paced lives, we often disconnect from the subtle wisdom our bodies offer, pushing past signals of fatigue, hunger, or stress. Reclaiming ease involves listening deeply to your body and honoring its needs, treating it as a trusted guide rather than just a vessel for your busy mind. This might mean choosing nourishing foods, moving your body in ways that feel good and energizing, or simply allowing yourself to rest when you feel tired without guilt. Pay attention to physical sensations. Where do you hold tension? What does true relaxation feel like? When you attune to your body's rhythms and respond with care, you build a foundation of physical and emotional well-being that naturally supports a state of inner peace. This connection fosters a profound sense of self-trust and inner harmony. Overwhelm often stems from having too much, too many possessions, too many commitments, too much mental clutter. Simplifying your life can create immense space for ease and peace. This isn't about extreme minimalism, but about consciously deciding what truly adds value to your life and letting go of the rest. Start small. Declutter one drawer, unsubscribe from unnecessary emails, or streamline your morning routine. As you reduce external demands and distractions, you create more mental bandwidth and physical space, allowing for a quieter, more focused existence. Each act of simplification is a step toward greater freedom, enabling you to dedicate your energy to what truly matters and resonates with your deepest values, bringing a profound sense of lightness. The relentless pursuit of perfection is a significant barrier to inner peace, especially for women who often feel pressured to excel in every area of their lives. We carry a heavy burden of shoulds. I should be a perfect mother, a flawless professional, an impeccable homemaker, an ideal partner. Embracing imperfection means acknowledging that good enough is truly good enough, and that striving for an unattainable ideal only leads to exhaustion and self-criticism. Give yourself permission to make mistakes, to have an untidy corner, or to prioritize rest over an exhaustive to-do list. When you release the grip of perfectionism, you free up tremendous mental and emotional energy, creating space for acceptance, self-compassion, and a much more peaceful way of being. This shift is liberating, allowing you to live more authentically. Gratitude is a powerful practice that can profoundly shift your perspective, opening your heart to more ease and inner peace. In moments of stress or overwhelm, it's easy to focus on what's going wrong or what's missing. Intentionally pausing to acknowledge the blessings, however small, can reframe your experience and foster a sense of contentment. Keep a gratitude journal, or simply take a few moments each day to mentally list 3 things you are thankful for: the warmth of your coffee, a kind word from a friend, the sound of rain. This practice doesn't ignore difficulties, but rather expands your capacity to see the good, anchoring you in a more positive and peaceful state of mind. It reminds you of the abundance that already exists in your life. True joy and ease often reside not in grand achievements, but in the simple, overlooked moments of everyday life. The way the light hits a window in the morning, the comforting scent of a favorite candle, the feeling of soft fabric against your skin, or a genuine smile exchanged with a stranger. These tiny pockets of beauty and connection are constantly present, yet we often rush past them in our pursuit of bigger, more dramatic experiences. Make a conscious effort to slow down and truly notice these small delights, allowing yourself to fully experience their simple pleasure. When you cultivate this habit of mindful appreciation, your days become richer, more vibrant, and infused with a deeper, more sustainable sense of joy and inner peace, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. One of the most profound gifts you can give yourself on the path to reclaiming ease and inner peace is self-compassion. This means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and patience you would offer a dear friend facing a similar struggle. When you make a mistake, feel overwhelmed, or fall short of your own expectations, instead of resorting to harsh self criticism, offer yourself a gentle word of encouragement. Recognize that everyone experiences challenges and imperfections, and that your struggles are part of the shared human experience. Practicing self compassion helps to quiet the inner critic, reducing stress and fostering a sense of safety and acceptance within yourself, which is essential for true inner peace to flourish. It allows you to soften and be truly present with yourself. Learning to say no is an act of profound self care and a direct pathway to reclaiming your time, energy, and peace. For many women, the urge to please, to be helpful, or to avoid conflict makes saying no feel incredibly difficult, often leading to overcommitment and exhaustion. However, every yes to something you don't genuinely want to do is a no to your own well being and inner peace. Practice saying no gently but firmly, without over explaining or feeling the need to apologize excessively. Remember that your time and energy are precious resources, and you have the right to protect them. This simple word, when used intentionally, becomes a powerful tool for setting healthy boundaries and creating the space you need to thrive. Even if it's just a small corner of a room, creating a personal sanctuary can be immensely helpful in cultivating ease and inner peace. This doesn't require a complete home renovation. It simply means designating a space, however modest, where you can retreat to find quiet and calm. Fill it with things that bring you comfort and joy: a cozy blanket, a favorite book, a calming scent, or a plant. This sanctuary becomes a physical reminder and a tangible invitation to pause, breathe, and reconnect with yourself, away from the demands of your daily life. Having a dedicated spot for reflection and relaxation reinforces the importance of self-care and provides a consistent touchstone for your journey toward inner peace. It's a place where you can simply be. Reclaiming ease and inner peace isn't a one-time event or a destination you arrive at. It's an ongoing practice, a continuous commitment to nurturing your inner world. Just like tending a garden, it requires consistent effort, patience, and gentle attention. Some days will feel easier than others, and there will be moments when you feel like you're losing your footing again. The key is not to strive for perfection, but to consistently return to your practices, your moments of pause, your boundaries, your gratitude, your self-compassion. Each conscious choice to prioritize your peace builds momentum and strengthens your capacity for calm resilience. Over time, these consistent efforts weave a beautiful tapestry of ease throughout your life, making inner peace your natural state. Ultimately, this guide is an invitation to live with grace, not just as an outward demeanor, but as an inner state of being that permeates every aspect of your life. It's about moving through the world with a gentle strength, a quiet confidence that comes from being deeply connected to your inner self. Living with grace means embracing imperfection, finding beauty in simplicity, and allowing yourself to be truly present in each moment, whether joyous or challenging. It's a profound shift from constant striving to gentle flowing, from overwhelming demands to peaceful acceptance. When you reclaim your ease and inner peace, you don't just transform your own life. You radiate a calming presence that positively impacts everyone around you, embodying the very essence of a woman's grace. Finding strength in stillness and joy in the everyday. It's a familiar story for many of us, isn't it? We wake up, and the world immediately starts its insistent hum, pulling us in a dozen directions at once. The to-do lists stretch endlessly, the notifications chime, and the expectations from work, family, and even ourselves feel like a relentless tide. We often find ourselves caught in a cycle of constant motion, believing that productivity equals worth, and that pausing even for a moment might mean falling behind. This relentless pace leaves us feeling stretched thin, exhausted, and often disconnected from the very core of who we are, yearning for a deeper sense of peace that seems perpetually out of reach. But what if true strength isn't found in relentless striving, but in the quiet moments we allow ourselves to claim? Imagine a different kind of power, one that doesn't deplete you, but rather replenishes your spirit and sharpens your focus. This isn't about adding another task to your already overflowing plate. It's about a subtle yet profound shift in how you approach your days. It's an invitation to lean into stillness, not as an escape from life, but as a gateway to a more resilient, centered, and genuinely joyful existence. Right here, right now, amidst all the everyday demands. Perhaps the word stillness brings to mind images of deep meditation retreats or long hours of quiet contemplation, which might feel utterly impossible with your current schedule. However, stillness is far more accessible than that grand picture suggests. It's not about finding an empty space, but creating one within yourself. It's about consciously choosing to pause, even for a few breaths, to disconnect from the external noise and tune into your inner landscape. This practice doesn't require a special location or a block of uninterrupted time. It simply asks for your mindful presence wherever you are. In these small pockets of intentional quiet, strength begins to bloom. When you grant yourself permission to step off the hamster wheel, even for a moment, you create space for clarity to emerge. Your mind, often cluttered with worries and future plans, gets a chance to settle, allowing you to see situations with fresh eyes and make decisions from a place of calm rather than urgency. This isn't about becoming passive. It's about cultivating a deep inner well of resilience that allows you to navigate life's inevitable challenges with greater grace and composure, feeling more grounded and less easily swayed by external pressures. Stillness also offers a unique opportunity to reconnect with your intuition, that quiet inner knowing that often gets drowned out by the clamor of daily life. It's in these moments of pause that you can truly listen to what your body and soul are trying to tell you, discerning what you truly need versus what you feel obligated to do. This profound connection to your inner wisdom is a powerful source of strength, guiding you towards choices that align with your deepest values and desires, rather than simply reacting to the demands of others or the world around you. And as you begin to cultivate this inner stillness, something else remarkable starts to happen. You open yourself up to the possibility of experiencing joy in ways you might have previously overlooked. It's as though by quieting the external noise, you sharpen your senses to the subtle melodies of happiness that are always playing, though often unheard. This isn't about chasing fleeting moments of excitement, but about discovering a more consistent, sustaining form of joy that is woven into the very fabric of your ordinary days, making life feel richer and more vibrant. True joy, the kind that truly sustains us, isn't reserved for vacations or milestone achievements. It resides in the small, often unnoticed details of our everyday lives. It's in the warmth of your morning coffee, the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, the sound of a loved one's laughter, or the simple pleasure of a quiet moment to yourself. When we are constantly rushing, our eyes fixed on the next big goal, we often bypass these precious moments, mistaking them for insignificant distractions rather than the building blocks of a truly fulfilling life. Learning to find joy in the everyday is a revolutionary act in a world that often teaches us to defer happiness until certain conditions are met. It's about shifting your perspective, consciously choosing to seek out and savor these small blessings, no matter how minor they seem. This practice doesn't ignore the difficulties or challenges you face. Instead, it provides a vital counterpoint, a wellspring of contentment that helps you navigate tough times with more grace and a deeper sense of optimism, preventing burnout and fostering a more balanced emotional landscape. Cultivating this everyday joy requires a gentle awareness, a willingness to slow down just enough to notice. It's about engaging all your senses in the present moment, truly seeing the colors, hearing the sounds, feeling the textures, and tasting the flavors of your life. This isn't about forcing happiness, but about creating the conditions for it to naturally arise by being fully present. Imagine how much richer your day, Sman, would become if you intentionally sought out one small moment of beauty or pleasure to appreciate, rather than letting it pass by unnoticed. Perhaps it's the comforting weight of a pet curled on your lap, the vibrant hues of a sunset from your kitchen window, or the simple satisfaction of completing a small task well. Maybe it's the shared smile with a stranger, the perfect song on the radio, or the feeling of soft pajamas after a long day. These aren't grand gestures, but they are the quiet, consistent affirmations of life's inherent goodness. and they hold immense power to uplift your spirit and remind you of the beauty that surrounds you, even amidst the busiest of times. Many women feel a subtle guilt when they consider taking time for themselves, believing that prioritizing personal peace or simple joys is somehow selfish or unproductive. This pervasive feeling suggests that our worth is tied solely to our output, rather than our well being. However, choosing to embrace stillness and seek everyday joy isn't about neglect. It's about intelligent self care that ultimately allows you to show up more fully, kindly, and effectively for everyone and everything that matters in your life, refilling your own cup so you have more to give. When you prioritize your inner peace and allow yourself to experience these small moments of joy, you become a source of calm and strength, not only for yourself, but for those around you. Your centeredness creates a ripple effect, influencing the atmosphere of your home, your workplace, and your relationships. Imagine the positive impact of a woman who is not just constantly busy, but genuinely content, radiating a quiet confidence and a gentle warmth that inspires and uplifts others, demonstrating a different, more sustainable way to live. Integrating stillness and everyday joy isn't a destination to be reached, but a continuous practice, a gentle dance with the rhythm of your life. It's about making conscious choices, moment by moment, to honor your need for pause and to open your heart to the simple wonders that are always available. This means allowing yourself to step away from the phone, to linger over a meal, or to simply gaze out the window for a few minutes without feeling the urge to do something else, embracing these small acts as vital nourishment for your soul. This journey of finding strength in stillness and joy in the everyday is ultimately about reclaiming your personal power. It's about understanding that your worth is intrinsic, not conditional on your achievements or busyness. By choosing to cultivate an inner world rich with peace and appreciation, you become the architect of a life that feels not just productive, but profoundly fulfilling. You are giving yourself permission to thrive, not just survive, in a world that often forgets to ask you to simply be. So, as you move through your days, remember that the opportunity for strength and joy is not waiting for a special occasion or a perfect set of circumstances. It is nestled within the ordinary. It's in the quiet pauses you take, the mindful breaths you breathe, and the small moments of beauty you choose to notice and savor. Begin today with just one small act of stillness, one conscious moment of joy, and watch as your world and your sense of self gently transforms. How to thrive in a world that demands constant motion. In our bustling modern world, it often feels as though a woman's worth is measured by her endless to-do list, her packed schedule, and her ability to juggle an astonishing number of responsibilities with a smile. We are constantly barraged with messages that tell us to hustle harder, achieve more, and always be moving forward, leaving little room for pause or reflection. This relentless pace can easily lead to a feeling of being perpetually exhausted, stretched thin, and disconnected from the very essence of who we are. It's as if we're caught on a treadmill that keeps speeding up, and stepping off feels like a failure, a surrender to an expectation of constant motion that is simply unsustainable. Many of us find ourselves caught in this cycle, believing that the only way to succeed or be valued is to keep pushing, even when our spirits are whispering for a moment of quiet. But what if thriving didn't mean moving faster, but moving smarter, with more grace and intention? The truth is, true thriving isn't about how much you can accomplish in a day, but about how much presence and peace you can bring to your life, even amidst its inevitable demands. It's about cultivating an inner sanctuary that remains untouched by the external chaos, a quiet strength that allows you to navigate the world with calm and clarity. This isn't about abandoning your responsibilities or retreating from the world. Rather, it's about learning to engage with it in a way that nourishes your soul instead of depleting it. We can choose to redefine what productivity looks like for us, shifting from a quantity over quality mindset to one that values depth, meaning, and well-being above all else. Imagine a life where your energy isn't constantly drained, but thoughtfully invested, allowing you to show up more fully for yourself and for those you love. This shift begins with a radical permission. the permission to slow down. One of the most powerful ways to reclaim your energy and focus is by intentionally weaving moments of stillness into the fabric of your busy day. These don't have to be grand, hour-long meditation sessions, which often feel impossible to squeeze in. Instead, think of them as micro moments of peace. Perhaps it's taking 3 deep, conscious breaths before answering an email, or pausing to truly taste your morning coffee without scrolling through your phone. It could be stepping outside for just 2 minutes to feel the sun on your face, or simply closing your eyes and listening to the sounds around you for a brief moment. These small, deliberate pauses act like tiny anchors, grounding you in the present and preventing your mind from spiraling into overwhelm. They interrupt the automatic rush, allowing you to reset and return to whatever you were doing with a renewed sense of calm and purpose, proving that even brief moments can have profound effects on your overall well-being and mental clarity. Learning to set clear and compassionate boundaries is another cornerstone of thriving in a demanding world. For many women, saying no feels like a betrayal, a sign of weakness, or a missed opportunity, often rooted in a desire to please or an ingrained sense of obligation. However, understanding that no is a complete sentence and that protecting your time and energy is an act of self-preservation is incredibly liberating. It's not about being selfish, it's about recognizing your limits and honoring your needs so you can show up as your best self for the things that truly matter. Begin by identifying where your boundaries are currently being stretched thin, whether it's overcommitting to social events, taking on too much at work, or always putting others' needs before your own. Then, practice gently but firmly communicating your limits, remembering that saying no to one thing often means saying yes to something more important to your well-being. Beyond managing your time, consider how you are managing your energy, which is a far more precious and finite resource. We often fall into the trap of thinking we have to power through everything, pushing ourselves past the point of exhaustion, only to find ourselves depleted and resentful. Instead, become an astute observer of your own energy levels throughout the day, noticing what activities energize you and what drains you. Schedule your most demanding tasks during your peak energy hours and consciously weave in restorative activities when you feel your reserves dipping. This might mean taking a short walk during your lunch break, listening to calming music, or simply allowing yourself a few minutes of quiet contemplation. By aligning your activities with your natural energy rhythms, you can sustain your vitality, avoid burnout, and approach each task with greater enthusiasm and effectiveness, rather than constantly running on empty. Cultivating mindful presence in your daily life transforms mundane tasks into opportunities for connection and calm. Instead of rushing through your morning routine, thinking about the day ahead, try to fully engage with each step: the feel of the water on your skin, the scent of your soap, the taste of your breakfast. When you're walking, notice the sensation of your feet on the ground, the sights and sounds around you, rather than letting your mind wander. This practice isn't about adding another item to your to-do list. It's about shifting how you approach everything you already do. By bringing your full attention to the present moment, you reclaim your focus from scattered thoughts about the past or future, grounding yourself in the now. This simple yet profound shift can infuse even the most ordinary moments with a sense of peace and purpose, making your entire day feel richer and more meaningful. Amidst the constant barrage of information and external expectations, reconnecting with your intuition becomes a vital compass for navigating life's demands. Your intuition is that quiet, inner knowing, a gentle nudge or a gut feeling that guides you towards what is truly right for you, often overshadowed by the loud voices of societal pressures or self-doubt. To hear this inner wisdom, you must first create space for it, which means intentionally stepping away from the noise of social media, news, and even well-meaning advice from others. Spend time in quiet reflection, perhaps through journaling or meditation, and simply ask yourself what you truly need or desire in a given situation. Trust that your inner voice holds profound wisdom, and the more you listen and act upon its guidance, the stronger and clearer it will become, helping you make choices that align authentically with your deepest self. Creating small, personal sanctuaries within your day or home offers a powerful way to recharge and find solace, even when the world outside feels chaotic. This doesn't require a dedicated meditation room or a sprawling garden. It's about designating specific spaces or rituals that are solely for your peace and rejuvenation. Perhaps it's a cozy corner with a comfortable chair and a calming candle where you can read or simply sit quietly for a few minutes. It could be a specific playlist of soothing music that you turn on when you need to decompress, or a special mug for your evening tea that signals a shift from doing to being. These small acts of creating sacred space, however brief, serve as important reminders that you are worthy of rest and quiet, providing a consistent refuge from the demands of constant motion and allowing you to return to your day feeling refreshed. In a world that often praises relentless striving, practicing self compassion is a radical act of kindness towards yourself. It means treating yourself with the same warmth, understanding, and forgiveness you would offer to a dear friend, especially when you feel overwhelmed, make mistakes, or fall short of your own high expectations. Instead of criticizing yourself for not doing enough or for needing a break, acknowledge your struggles with gentleness and acceptance. Remind yourself that it's okay to feel tired, to need rest, and to not have all the answers, because these are universal human experiences. This isn't about letting yourself off the hook. It's about recognizing your inherent worth beyond your productivity and fostering an inner environment of support rather than harsh judgment. Embracing self-compassion allows you to release the burden of perfectionism and move forward with greater resilience and inner peace. Redefining what success and thriving truly mean for you is crucial in breaking free from the world's demanding narrative. For too long, we've been conditioned to believe that success is solely tied to external achievements, accolades, and a never-ending climb up the ladder. However, real thriving encompasses a much broader, richer tapestry of life: genuine connections, vibrant health, inner peace, and a sense of purpose that resonates deeply with your soul. Take time to consciously reflect on what truly brings you joy, fulfillment, and a sense of well-being, rather than what society tells you should. This personal definition might include more time with loved ones, pursuing a creative hobby, engaging in meaningful community work, or simply having more quiet moments for reflection. By consciously shifting your focus from external validation to internal fulfillment, you begin to build a life that truly nourishes you, regardless of external pressures. Your physical well-being forms the fundamental bedrock upon which all other aspects of thriving are built, yet it's often the first thing to be sacrificed in the face of constant demands. Prioritizing adequate sleep, nourishing your body with wholesome foods, and engaging in movement that feels good are not luxuries. They are non-negotiable necessities for sustained energy and mental clarity. Think of your body as a finely tuned instrument that requires consistent care and attention to perform optimally. When you skimp on sleep, rely on processed foods, or neglect physical activity, you are essentially asking your instrument to play a beautiful symphony while being out of tune and lacking proper maintenance. Making conscious choices to honor your body's needs allows you to show up with greater resilience, sustained focus, and a more positive outlook, enabling you to meet life's challenges from a place of strength rather than depletion. In our hyper-connected world, leveraging technology mindfully is essential to prevent it from becoming another source of constant demand. Our devices, while offering incredible convenience and connection, can easily pull us into a reactive state, constantly checking notifications and feeling compelled to respond immediately. Take intentional steps to create healthier boundaries with your technology, such as designating specific times for checking emails or social media, and establishing no-phone zones in your home, like the bedroom or dining table. Consider turning off non-essential notifications that constantly interrupt your focus and peace. Use technology as a tool to enhance your life, not to dictate it, perhaps by using apps for meditation or scheduling, rather than letting it overwhelm your attention. By consciously curating your digital environment, you reclaim valuable mental space and reduce the constant pressure to be always on, allowing for more moments of genuine presence. Cultivating gratitude is a powerful practice that shifts your focus from what is lacking or overwhelming to the abundance and beauty that already exists in your life, even amidst the busiest days. It's easy to get caught up in the demands and difficulties, allowing them to overshadow the simple joys and blessings. Take a few moments each day to consciously acknowledge things you are thankful for, no matter how small. The warmth of your blanket, a kind word from a colleague, the taste of your lunch, or simply the ability to breathe easily. This isn't about ignoring challenges. It's about training your mind to seek out the positive and appreciate the present. Regularly practicing gratitude can profoundly alter your perspective, fostering a deeper sense of contentment and joy, and making you more resilient in the face of life's inevitable stresses, ultimately helping you thrive in a more holistic way. Remember that thriving in a demanding world is not about achieving perfection overnight, but about committing to small, consistent steps that gradually reshape your experience. It's a continuous journey of learning, adjusting, and recommitting to your well-being, rather than a destination you arrive at. Don't be discouraged if you falter or find yourself slipping back into old patterns. Simply acknowledge it without judgment and gently guide yourself back to your intentions. Each small choice to pause, to set a boundary, or to nourish yourself builds momentum and strengthens your capacity for peace and resilience. These seemingly minor adjustments, when practiced consistently, accumulate over time to create profound shifts, allowing you to cultivate a life that feels less like a constant struggle and more like a graceful dance, where you lead with intention and your inner peace. Ultimately, your ability to thrive isn't dependent on the world slowing down, but on your capacity to choose your own pace and protect your inner calm, regardless of external pressures. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create pockets of stillness, to honor your needs, and to define success on your own terms. This journey requires courage, self-awareness, and a willingness to challenge the prevailing narrative of constant motion. Embrace the beautiful truth that your worth is not tied to your productivity, but to your inherent being, and that nurturing your inner landscape is the most powerful act of grace you can offer yourself. By intentionally cultivating stillness and joy, you not only thrive personally, but also inspire those around you to seek their own paths to peace and authentic living. This empowered approach to living means giving yourself permission to move through life with a sense of deliberate purpose, rather than being swept along by its currents. It's about understanding that your strength isn't found in relentless striving, but in the resilient calm you cultivate within. When you prioritize your inner well-being, you discover a deeper wellspring of energy and clarity that allows you to engage with your responsibilities more effectively and joyfully. Imagine the profound impact this shift could have, not just on your personal life, but on the ripple effect it creates for your family, your work, and your community. By choosing a path of grace and intentionality, you become a beacon of calm in a world that desperately needs it, demonstrating that true power lies in presence, not just in perpetual motion. The empowered woman's path to a balanced and beautiful life. The journey we've been on together has already invited you to pause, to find moments of stillness even amidst the busiest days, and to discover joy in the simple rhythms of life. We've explored how to not just survive, but truly thrive in a world that often feels relentless in its demands for our constant motion. Now, it's time to build upon that foundation and consciously chart your course towards a life that feels not just manageable, but genuinely beautiful and deeply fulfilling. This isn't about adding more to your already overflowing plate. Instead, it's about strategically removing what doesn't serve you and intentionally cultivating what truly matters. We're talking about stepping onto the path of an empowered woman, one who understands her own worth and builds her life from a place of inner strength and clear intention. This path recognizes that true power comes from within, guiding your choices and shaping your experiences. It's about living gracefully, with purpose and authentic happiness, rather than simply reacting to external pressures. For too long, many of us have chased an elusive idea of balance that felt more like a tightrope walk than a joyful dance. We imagined a perfectly even split of time and energy across every area of our lives, an impossible feat that only led to more stress and guilt when we inevitably fell short. But the empowered woman understands that true balance isn't static. It's a dynamic, ever shifting flow, like the tides of the ocean. It's about being present where you are and giving your best to what's in front of you, knowing that other areas might ebb and flow with your current priorities. Sometimes work needs more of you, sometimes family, sometimes personal rest, and that's perfectly okay. This perspective allows for flexibility and self kindness, rather than rigid adherence to an unrealistic ideal. To navigate this dynamic balance, an empowered woman learns to tune it into her own inner compass, that quiet, knowing voice that resides deep within. We are often conditioned to seek external validation, to follow societal norms, or to endlessly compare ourselves to others, silencing our own intuition in the process. Yet, your deepest wisdom holds the key to knowing what truly serves your highest good in any given moment. This means consciously choosing to quiet the external noise, the endless scroll, the constant opinions of others, the pressure to conform, and instead listening to the gentle nudges of your own heart. Trusting this inner guidance allows you to make decisions that resonate authentically with who you are and what you truly need. A crucial step on this path is learning to set clear, compassionate boundaries. For many women, especially those who are natural caregivers, saying no can feel incredibly difficult, almost like a betrayal. However, boundaries are not about pushing people away. They are about protecting your energy, time, and peace of mind, allowing you to show up more fully for the things and people you truly value. Think of boundaries as invisible fences around your well being, clearly marking what you will and will not allow into your personal space. Communicating these limits kindly but firmly is an act of profound self respect and teaches others how to respect you too. It's a vital practice for maintaining your inner calm and preventing burnout. Living an empowered life means moving away from autopilot and embracing intentionality in your choices. How often do we find ourselves simply reacting to demands, agreeing to commitments out of habit, or filling our schedules without truly considering if they align with our deepest desires? The empowered woman pauses before responding, asking herself if this commitment, this activity, or this use of her time truly brings her closer to the balanced and beautiful life she envisions. This might mean deliberately choosing fewer engagements, dedicating time to creative pursuits, or prioritizing rest over endless productivity. Each intentional choice, no matter how small, becomes a building block for a life that feels truly your own, rather than one dictated by external pressures. The relentless pursuit of perfection often leaves us feeling inadequate and exhausted, fueling a harsh inner critic that constantly points out our flaws. An empowered woman understands that this internal voice can be incredibly damaging, and she actively works to cultivate self-compassion instead. This means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and empathy you would offer a dear friend facing similar struggles. It involves acknowledging your imperfections without judgment, accepting that you are doing your best, and offering yourself grace when things don't go as planned. When you embrace self-compassion, you create an inner sanctuary of safety and acceptance, which is essential for true well-being and resilience. In a culture that often praises self-sacrifice, prioritizing your own well-being can feel counterintuitive, even selfish. However, an empowered woman recognizes that her own health, happiness, and inner peace are not luxuries, but fundamental necessities. When your cup is full, you have more to give to your family, your work, and your community, without feeling depleted or resentful. This means consciously scheduling time for activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit. Whether it's a quiet morning with a cup of tea, a walk in nature, a creative hobby, or simply an uninterrupted hour of rest. Viewing self-care as a non-negotiable part of your schedule transforms it from a guilt-ridden indulgence into a powerful act of self-preservate. Ion. Our bodies are incredible vessels that carry us through life, and connecting with them and connecting with through mindful movement is a powerful aspect of an empowered path. This isn't about punishing your body or striving for an idealized image. It's about listening to what your body needs and moving in ways that bring you joy and energy. Perhaps it's a gentle yoga practice that calms your nervous system, a brisk walk in the fresh air that clears your head, or dancing freely in your living room. The key is to approach movement with intention and gratitude, noticing how it makes you feel, both physically and mentally. This conscious connection to your physical self helps release tension, improve focus, and cultivate a deeper sense of vitality. The quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our overall well being and sense of fulfillment. An empowered woman curates her relationships with care, choosing to invest her precious energy in connections that uplift, support, and inspire her, rather than those that drain or diminish her spirit. This might mean setting boundaries with difficult people, actively seeking out kindred spirits, or dedicating focused time to deepen bonds with loved ones. It's about fostering authentic connections where you can be your true self, share vulnerably, and receive genuine care in return. Surrounding yourself with positive influences creates a powerful network of support that fuels your journey towards a balanced and beautiful life. The pressure to be perfect in every role, mother, partner, professional, friend, is an exhausting burden many women carry. However, the empowered woman understands that true beauty and strength lie not in flawlessness, but in embracing her authentic, imperfect self. She releases the need for everything to be just right, allowing herself to make mistakes, to learn, and to grow without harsh self-judgment. This liberation from perfectionism frees up immense mental and emotional energy, enabling her to live more fully and joyfully. It's about realizing that your worth is not tied to your achievements or your ability to maintain an impeccable facade, but to the inherent grace of your being. A truly beautiful life isn't solely built on grand achievements or monumental events. It's woven from the countless small moments of joy, wonder, and gratitude that punctuate our everyday existence. An empowered woman cultivates a habit of noticing and appreciating these tiny treasures. The warmth of a morning coffee, the laughter of a child, the vibrant colors of a sunset, or a moment of quiet peace. This conscious practice of savoring the simple pleasures shifts your perspective, training your mind to seek out and amplify positivity. It injects a consistent stream of happiness into your days, reminding you that grace can be found in the most ordinary of circumstances, transforming the mundane into the magical. Beyond the daily grind, many women yearn for their work or contributions to hold deeper meaning. An empowered woman seeks to align her efforts, whether paid or unpaid, with her personal values and passions, finding a sense of purpose that goes beyond mere obligation. This doesn't necessarily mean a complete career overhaul. It might involve finding ways to infuse more meaning into your current role, volunteering for a cause you care about, or dedicating time to a creative project that ignites your spirit. When your actions are rooted in purpose, your energy feels more aligned and your efforts become a source of fulfillment rather than just another item on your to-do list. In our hyper-connected world, technology can be both a blessing and a burden, often pulling us away from the present moment and overwhelming us with information. An empowered woman takes charge of her digital life, practicing mindful technology use rather than letting it dictate her attention and energy. This involves setting clear boundaries around screen time, consciously choosing when and how to engage with social media, and regularly unplugging to reconnect with herself and the real world. Creating moments of digital detox allows for mental spaciousness, reduces comparison traps, and helps you reclaim valuable time for rest, reflection, and genuine human connection. It's about using technology as a tool, not letting it become your master. To cultivate a balanced and beautiful life, it's essential to create spaces, both physical and mental, that feel sacred and restorative. This might involve dedicating a cozy corner in your home for meditation or reading, decluttering your environment to promote calm, or simply establishing a daily ritual that marks a moment of peace. Beyond the physical, it also means safeguarding mental space, allowing your mind to wander, dream, and process without constant external input. These sacred spaces, however small, become havens where you can retreat, recharge, and reconnect with your inner self, reminding you that peace is always accessible, even in the midst of a busy life. The path of an empowered woman is not without its challenges. Life will inevitably present its share of obstacles and uncertainties. However, It is through the consistent practice of stillness and self-reflection that she builds unwavering resilience. These quiet moments are not an escape from reality, but rather a vital training ground for the mind and spirit, allowing you to process emotions, gain perspective, and tap into your inherent strength. When you regularly connect with your inner core of calm, you develop the capacity to face adversity with greater equanimity and grace, knowing that you possess the inner resources to navigate whatever comes your way. Stillness becomes your anchor in the storms of life. Finally, the empowered woman understands that her path to a balanced and beautiful life is not a fixed destination, but an ongoing journey of growth and evolution. Life is constantly changing, and what brings you joy and balance today may shift tomorrow. She embraces this natural flow, remaining open to new possibilities, learning from experiences, and adapting her practices as her needs and circumstances evolve. There is no single perfect way to live. Instead, it is about continually checking in with yourself, adjusting your sails, and allowing yourself the freedom to grow into new versions of who you are meant to be. This flexibility ensures your path remains authentic and deeply fulfilling throughout your entire life, unlocking your potential through the power of stillness. In a world that constantly nudges us towards doing more, achieving more, and being more, it's easy to feel like our true potential is trapped beneath a mountain of tasks and expectations. We often believe that unlocking our capabilities means pushing harder, working longer, or chasing the next big thing. But what if the key to truly accessing your deepest strengths and most fulfilling aspirations lies not in relentless striving, but in the quiet, often overlooked power of stillness? Many women find themselves caught in this paradox. They yearn to reach their full potential, yet feel utterly depleted by the endless demands of daily life. The very energy needed to explore new ideas, cultivate creativity, or pursue personal dreams is often siphoned away by the sheer volume of their commitments. This constant state of on leaves little room for the kind of internal reflection that truly sparks growth and innovation. Think of your potential not as a finish line to be sprinted towards, but as a vast, fertile landscape within you, waiting to be explored. When we are always moving, always reacting, we only ever skim the surface of this inner world. We might grab a few bright ideas here and there, but we rarely have the chance to dig deeper, to cultivate the truly transformative insights that lie beneath. Stillness offers us a vital pause, a sacred space where the external noise fades and the internal wisdom can finally be heard. It's not about doing nothing, it's about creating the conditions for profound inner work. When you allow yourself to simply be, even for just a few moments, you begin to clear away the mental clutter that obscures your vision and dims your inner light. One of the most immediate benefits of embracing stillness is the incredible clarity it brings. Imagine trying to see through muddy water. Your thoughts, feelings, and priorities often feel just as clouded when you're constantly stressed. Stillness acts like a filter, allowing the sediment of daily worries to settle, revealing the clear, calm waters of your true self and your authentic desires. This newfound clarity isn't just about seeing your to-do list more clearly, it's about understanding your deepest motivations, your core values, and the paths that truly align with your spirit. When you're clear on these fundamental aspects, every decision, every action becomes more intentional and powerful, guiding you closer to your genuine potential rather than away from it. Beyond clarity, stillness is a powerful catalyst for creativity. Our most innovative ideas rarely spring from a state of frantic activity. Instead, they often emerge during moments of quiet contemplation, a walk in nature, or simply staring out a window. When the mind is allowed to wander freely without immediate pressure, it connects disparate thoughts and forms novel solutions. For the busy woman, this means giving yourself permission to step away from the problem, to let your mind breathe. Whether it's a challenge at work, a personal dilemma, or a creative project, a brief period of stillness can unlock a fresh perspective, allowing you to approach it with renewed insight and a burst of innovative thinking you didn't know you possessed. Moreover, stillness deepens your connection to your intuition, that quiet inner voice that often whispers wisdom but gets drowned out by the clamor of daily life. Our intuition is a powerful guide, a direct line to our innate knowing, but it requires a calm internal environment to be heard. When you practice stillness, you're essentially tuning into this vital source of guidance. Learning to trust this inner compass is a huge step towards unlocking your full potential. It empowers you to make choices that feel authentic and right for you, rather than constantly seeking external validation or following paths that don't truly resonate. This trust builds confidence and allows you to move forward with a powerful sense of self-assurance. Stillness also helps you to process emotions and experiences more effectively. Instead of letting stress and worries accumulate, creating blockages that hinder your progress, moments of quiet reflection allow you to acknowledge, understand, and release what no longer serves you. This emotional clearing creates space for new energy, new ideas, and a lighter way of being. It's in these moments of gentle processing that you can truly learn from setbacks, appreciate successes, and integrate all parts of your experience. This resilience, born from self-awareness and emotional intelligence, is a cornerstone of true potential and lasting well-being. It allows you to adapt and grow, no matter what life throws your way. Unlocking your potential through stillness isn't about becoming a different person. It's about remembering who you already are, beneath all the layers of expectation and obligation. It's about stripping away what isn't essential to reveal the strong, wise, and joyful woman who has always resided within you, waiting for the space to truly shine. Embracing stillness is a radical act of self-care, a profound investment in your own growth and fulfillment. It gives you back control over your inner landscape, allowing you to cultivate the peace, clarity, and creativity needed to not just survive, but to truly thrive. This isn't a luxury, it's a necessity for any woman seeking to live a life of authentic grace and purpose. So, give yourself permission to pause, to breathe, to simply be. In these precious moments of quiet, you will discover that the potential you've been striving so hard to reach has been patiently waiting for you all along, ready to unfold in beautiful and unexpected ways, simply by allowing yourself the gift of stillness. A woman's guide to releasing guilt and embracing ease. Many women carry an invisible, yet incredibly heavy backpack of guilt through their days. It's that persistent whisper in your mind telling you that you haven't done enough or that taking a moment for yourself is somehow selfish. This feeling often stems from deep-seated beliefs we've absorbed about what a good woman should be, often linking our worth to our constant motion and endless giving. We're taught to nurture everyone else, to prioritize their needs above our own, and to always be productive. Taking a break can feel like a direct betrayal of these unspoken rules, a sign of weakness or a failure to meet expectations. But what if this pervasive guilt is actually holding you back from the very joy and peace you deeply deserve? It traps you in a relentless cycle of striving, always feeling like you're not quite measuring up. This chapter is your compassionate invitation to unpack that heavy backpack, one piece at a time, and discover the profound liberation that comes with truly letting go. From our earliest years, many of us absorb messages that subtly or not so subtly equate our value with our ability to produce, to manage, and to sacrifice. We see idealized images of women effortlessly juggling demanding careers, maintaining spotless homes, raising perfect children, and still finding time for vibrant social lives. The expectation becomes a relentless pursuit of perfection, leaving little to no room for imperfection, let alone for genuine rest. When we dare to slow down, society's subtle cues and our own deeply ingrained inner critic quickly jump in to question our choices. These voices might whisper if we're doing enough, if we're falling behind, or if we're letting someone down. This constant pressure creates a fertile ground for guilt to flourish, especially when we finally try to prioritize our own well-being. It tells us that self-care is a luxury, something to be earned, rather than a fundamental necessity for a healthy, balanced life. Recognizing these powerful external and internal pressures is a crucial first step toward dismantling their pervasive hold on your spirit. True strength, contrary to what we've often been told, isn't found in how much you can endure or how many tasks you can juggle simultaneously. Instead, it blossoms in the quiet, intentional moments when you choose to pause, to breathe, and to replenish your very spirit. Imagine a magnificent tree that constantly battles fierce storms without ever having the chance to root deeper or absorb vital sunlight and nutrients. Eventually, even the strongest tree would weaken and break under such relentless strain, unable to sustain its own growth and resilience. Similarly, we as women absolutely need those precious periods of stillness and ease to fortify our inner reserves and maintain our unwavering resilience. Embracing ease means understanding on a deep level that your inherent value is not, and never has been, tied to your output, your achievements, or the length of your busy schedule. It's about recognizing that a well rested, centered, and genuinely joyful you is ultimately a far more powerful, creative, and vibrant you. This profound shift in perspective allows you to gracefully move from a place of constant, exhausting striving to one of intentional, peaceful being. You begin to cultivate a truly sustainable way of living that deeply honors your precious energy and nourishes your beautiful soul. So many of us operate under the unspoken, yet deeply ingrained rule that we must somehow earn our rest. We endlessly tell ourselves that we can relax only after every single chore is perfectly done, after that massive project is finally completed, or after every single person around us has been taken care of. This mindset creates an absolutely endless to-do list, a moving finish line for peace that perpetually shifts further and further away. It subtly implies that our bodies and mind are merely machines, deserving of a break only once they've proven their immense utility and exhaustion. But here's the liberating truth. Rest is not a reward to be granted after complete exhaustion. It is a fundamental human need, as essential and non-negotiable as breathing or eating. Rest is a vital prerequisite for genuine productivity, profound creativity, and authentic joy, not merely a consequence of them. When we powerfully choose to view rest as an integral, non-negotiable part of our overall well-being, the suffocating grip of guilt begins to profoundly lose its power. You wouldn't feel guilty for needing to eat or sleep, would you? So why should you ever feel guilty for needing to pause and simply be? This profound realization empowers you to confidently claim your moments of ease without any apology or justification, because you inherently deserve them. Beyond the pervasive societal pressures that often weigh us down, our unique personal histories frequently contribute significantly to our individual feelings of guilt. Perhaps you were raised in an environment where relentless, constant work was praised above all else, where slowing down was seen as a weakness. Maybe you witnessed a parent or a primary caregiver perpetually sacrificing their own needs, their own well-being for the sake of others, internalizing that pattern as the only way to be. These powerful early experiences deeply shape our internal narratives and beliefs about what it truly means to be responsible, to be loved, or to be worthy. We often unconsciously internalize messages that tell us our own needs are secondary, or that taking any time for ourselves is inherently selfish and wrong. It takes immense courage and profound self-awareness to gently examine these deeply ingrained beliefs and to thoughtfully question their validity in your adult life, right here and right now. Ask yourself with genuine curiosity, whose voice is that truly? Is it a loving, supportive guide, or merely a relic of old, outdated programming? Shining a compassionate light on these origins helps to significantly loosen their powerful hold and allows you to bravely begin rewriting your own empowering story. You possess the incredible power to choose a completely different path, one where your own well-being, your own peace, and your own joy are truly a magnificent, non-negotiable priority. The single most powerful and liberating step you can take in releasing the heavy burden of guilt is to consciously and explicitly grant yourself permission to rest and find ease. This isn't just a fleeting thought that passes through your mind. It's a conscious, deliberate, and deeply compassionate choice you make specifically for yourself. Imagine for a moment that you are giving this permission to a cherished, exhausted friend who you love dearly. You would undoubtedly tell her that it's absolutely okay, that she profoundly deserves to recharge her spirit, and that her health and well-being must come first. Now extend that very same boundless compassion, unwavering understanding, and gentle kindness to your own beautiful self. Say it aloud if it helps to solidify the intention. I give myself full permission to rest. I give myself full permission to embrace ease. This seemingly simple yet incredibly powerful act can be profoundly liberating, instantly shifting your internal dialogue from harsh judgment to loving acceptance. It bravely reclaims your autonomy over your precious time and vital energy, powerfully asserting your inherent right to self care. This permission slip is your very first courageous step towards building a life that genuinely supports your inherent grace and allows you to truly flourish. It might feel incredibly counterintuitive at first, but when you bravely choose to prioritize your own ease and well being, everyone around you ultimately benefits in profound ways. A woman who is consistently rested, deeply centered, and genuinely peaceful possesses so much patience, clearer thinking, and a more authentic, engaged presence. Just think about how much more effectively and calmly you can respond to life's inevitable challenges when you're not constantly running on fumes, feeling depleted and overwhelmed. Your precious relationships flourish because you have a greater emotional capacity to authentically give and lovingly receive. Your work becomes more focused, more creative, and more impactful, not because you're pushing harder, but because you're operating from a place of clarity and renewed energy. By consciously modeling self care, you also beautifully teach those you love most, especially any children in your life, the vital importance of balance and self nurturing. You show them through your actions that it's not only acceptable but absolutely essential to honor one's own fundamental needs. This isn't selfish in the slightest. It's a profound act of generosity that creates a healthier, more harmonious ecosystem for everyone in your orbit. Embracing ease allows your unique, magnificent light to shine even brighter, illuminating and enriching your entire world. Embracing ease in your daily life doesn't mean you need to abandon all your responsibilities or suddenly retreat from the world entirely. Rather, it means intentionally weaving small, restorative moments into the very fabric of your busy day, like precious threads of gold. Begin by identifying tiny pockets of stillness you can consciously claim for yourself, even if it's just 5 minutes here or there. Perhaps it's savoring your morning coffee in complete silence before the rest of the household awakens, a quiet ritual just for you. Maybe it's taking a few deep, cleansing breaths in your car before heading into work or picking up the kids from school, creating a brief mental transition. It could be stepping outside for just a minute to feel the warm sun on your face, or allowing yourself to get lost in a favorite song, truly listening to every note. These micro moments accumulate, acting like small, powerful anchors that gently ground you and bring you back to yourself throughout your day. They serve as beautiful reminders that ease is always available, not just a distant, unattainable goal for some future vacation. Consistent engagement with these small, intentional acts gradually builds a powerful, life-affirming habit of self-nurturing and gentle care. One of the most profoundly effective ways to consciously create abundant space for ease in your life is by establishing and maintaining clear, loving boundaries. This means bravely learning to say a firm no to commitments, requests, or activities that consistently drain your precious energy without offering any genuine replenishment in return. It might involve thoughtfully limiting your screen time, gracefully declining extra responsibilities that don't align with your priorities, or fiercely protecting your designated quiet hours. Initially, setting these boundaries can feel incredibly uncomfortable, especially if you've been accustomed to always saying yes to everyone and everything. However, always remember this powerful truth. A no to one thing is almost always a resounding yes to something far more vital and important for you. Boundaries are a powerful declaration that your time, your energy, and your well being are incredibly valuable and finite resources that deserve to be cherished. They are not walls designed to keep others out. Rather, they are protective fences that lovingly guard and nurture your inner garden. They create the essential space you need to truly rest, deeply reflect, and joyfully engage in activities that genuinely bring you peace and profound fulfillment. This courageous act of self-love ultimately strengthens your most important relationships by allowing you to show up more authentically, more present, and more vibrant. When that familiar, unwelcome feeling of guilt inevitably arises, our immediate, often ingrained instinct is frequently to beat ourselves up, to harshly fuel the relentless inner critic. Instead, Consciously choose to practice profound self compassion, treating yourself with the very same unwavering kindness, gentle understanding, and boundless empathy you would so readily offer to a cherished friend. Acknowledge the feeling of guilt without judgment, simply recognizing it as a common, shared human experience that many of us navigate. Gently remind yourself that you are consistently doing the absolute best you can, given your unique circumstances, your current energy levels, and your past experiences. Speak to yourself with comforting understanding, offering words of encouragement and affirmation rather than harsh, unforgiving judgment. This powerful shift from relentless self criticism to profound self compassion instantly disarms the suffocating power of guilt and beautifully opens the door to deep healing and inner peace. It allows you to genuinely learn from your experiences without ever getting stuck in a debilitating cycle of self blame. Self compassion is not a form of self indulgence. It is an absolutely vital tool for building unwavering emotional resilience and fostering a truly loving relationship with yourself. It creates a safe, nurturing inner space where you can finally embrace ease without ever feeling unworthy or undeserving. A significant portion of our persistent guilt is often fueled by a deep seated, sometimes unconscious, desire to meet external expectations and to gain approval from others. We frequently worry incessantly about what others might think if we dare to take a much needed break, or if our lives don't perfectly align with some idealized, curated image of success. True ease, however, emanates from a profound internal sense of peace and contentment rather than from any form of outside validation. It absolutely requires trusting your own powerful intuition and honoring your own fundamental needs, regardless of external opinions or societal pressures. Begin the courageous process of detaching your inherent sense of worth from how others perceive your productivity, your busyness, or your accomplishments. Your value is inherent, sacred, and unchanging. It doesn't ever need to be earned through relentless activity or constant sacrifice. This transformative journey involves making a conscious, deliberate decision to define what enough truly means for you on your own unique and authentic terms. When you bravely choose to release the overwhelming need for external validation, you liberate an immense amount of energy that can then be lovingly directed inward, fostering your own growth and well-being. This newfound freedom empowers you to build a life that genuinely aligns with your deepest desires and brings you authentic joy. Please don't wait for the mythical perfect moment or a completely empty, stress-free schedule to finally embrace ease in your life. Life, in all its beautiful complexity, is inherently messy, unpredictable, and often wonderfully chaotic, and relentlessly seeking an elusive perfection will only lead to further delay and unnecessary frustration. Ease isn't about achieving a constant, uninterrupted state of serene calm. Rather, it's about making conscious, intentional choices for moments of peace and replenishment amidst the beautiful chaos that is your life. It might mean courageously finding moments of quiet, even when the laundry basket is overflowing, or when your email inbox is still relentlessly pinging with new messages. Allow yourself the profound gift of experiencing ease in small, imperfect ways, without ever demanding an ideal, flawless scenario. Gently acknowledge that some days will undoubtedly be harder than others, and that is not only perfectly okay, but entirely human. The ultimate goal isn't to eliminate all stress from your life, which is an impossible feat, but rather to build your capacity to return to a state of calm and centeredness more quickly and graceful. Li. This loving acceptance of imperfection is a powerful and gentle antidote to the guilt that so often arises from holding on to unrealistic expectations. Embrace the exquisite beauty of finding grace in the everyday, exactly as it naturally unfolds around you. Releasing the heavy burden of guilt and consciously embracing ease is a truly transformative journey, not a fixed destination you suddenly arrive at overnight. There will undoubtedly be moments when old habits, familiar patterns, and guilt-laden thoughts subtly creep back into your mind, attempting to reclaim their territory. When they do, greet them with gentle awareness and profound self-compassion, rather than with harsh judgment or frustration. Remember, with every single step you take, No matter how small or seemingly insignificant, you are powerfully moving closer to a life brimming with greater joy, deeper peace, and authentic fulfillment. This practice is an ongoing, beautiful dance of self discovery and self acceptance, a continuous and graceful unfolding of your truest self. As you lovingly shed the weight of unnecessary guilt, you consciously create expansive space within your being for lightness, boundless creativity, and genuine, heartfelt happiness. You will undoubtedly find that your energy levels significantly improve, your focus sharpens with newfound clarity, and your spirit feels incredibly lighter and more free. This isn't about doing less in your life, it's about profoundly living more fully, more intentionally, and with an abundance of your inherent magnificent grace. Give yourself the profound, life altering gift of ease and watch in wonder as your entire world begins to beautifully blossom and flourish. Finding your power in stillness and your joy in being. It often feels like the world around us is constantly whispering, sometimes even shouting, that our worth is measured by how much we accomplish, how many tasks we check off, and how busy our calendars are. We find ourselves caught in a relentless cycle, always striving for the next achievement, the next milestone, believing that true happiness lies just beyond the horizon of our current to-do list. This constant motion, while seemingly productive, leaves so many of us feeling utterly depleted, a sense of quiet exhaustion settling deep within our bones. We push through days, weeks, and even years, driven by an invisible force that tells us we aren't enough unless we are constantly doing. This relentless pace can make us lose touch with who we truly are, beyond the roles we play and the responsibilities we carry. It strips away our energy, diminishes our joy, and leaves us wondering if there's a more fulfilling way to navigate our lives. We yearn for a pause, a moment to simply breathe, but often feel guilty for even considering it, as if resting is a luxury we haven't earned. This internal conflict creates a silent tension, pulling us further away from the very peace we desperately seek in our busy lives. This ingrained belief that busyness equals worth is a powerful societal narrative, one that many women absorb without even realizing it. From childhood, we are often praised for our diligence, our accomplishments, and our ability to juggle multiple demands gracefully. We learn to wear our exhaustion as a badge of honor, a testament to our commitment and strength. Yet, beneath this veneer of capability, a quiet desperation can grow, a longing for something more authentic and less demanding. This constant need to prove ourselves, to be seen as doing it all, becomes a heavy burden, silently eroding our inner peace and genuine contentment. It keeps us on a treadmill, running faster and faster, but never truly arriving at a place of rest or deep satisfaction. We find ourselves sacrificing moments of genuine connection and simple pleasures for the sake of an ever-growing list of obligations. Recognizing this pattern is the first step towards breaking free from its suffocating grip. The profound consequence of this relentless striving is a gradual disconnection from our authentic selves, the vibrant woman who exists beyond her roles and responsibilities. When we are always focused on the next task, the next goal, we lose the ability to truly be present in our own lives. Our intuition, that soft, guiding voice within, gets drowned out by the clamor of external demands and internal criticism. We might achieve great things, earn accolades, and build impressive careers, but if we're not connected to our inner core, these achievements can feel hollow, fleeting, and ultimately unfulfilling. This disconnect can manifest as chronic stress, anxiety, or a persistent feeling of emptiness, even amidst outward success. It's a quiet ache for something more meaningful than just ticking boxes on a never-ending list. However, there is a powerful antidote to this constant state of motion, a radical invitation to reclaim our strength, not through relentless striving, but through intentional stillness. Stillness isn't about doing nothing or being idle. It's about creating space within ourselves, a sanctuary where we can simply be. It's a conscious choice to pause, to breathe, and to allow the noise of the world and our own busy minds to quiet down, even if just for a few moments. This act of pausing is not a sign of weakness or a luxury. Instead, it is a profound act of self-care and self-preservation. It is in these quiet moments that we begin to hear our own thoughts, feel our own emotions, and reconnect with the wisdom that resides deep within us. Embracing stillness is about giving ourselves permission to step off the treadmill, even temporarily, and discover a different rhythm for living. True power in stillness emerges from this deliberate pause, offering a profound sense of clarity that is often elusive in our fast paced lives. When we quiet the external chatter and the internal monologue, we create fertile ground for our intuition to speak, often in soft whispers that are easily missed otherwise. This isn't about finding answers through frantic searching, but allowing them to surface organically from a place of calm. In these moments of quiet, we gain perspective, understanding what truly matters and what can be released. Our resilience grows not from gritting our teeth and pushing harder, but from the deep well of inner peace we cultivate. This kind of power is gentle yet unwavering, allowing us to navigate challenges with greater wisdom and a sense of grounded stability, rather than reacting from a place of overwhelm. Alongside this newfound power, we discover a profound joy in simply being, a joy that doesn't depend on external achievements or perfect circumstances. This is the simple pleasure of presence, of truly inhabiting the current moment without needing to fix it, change it, or achieve something from it. Imagine the quiet satisfaction of sipping a warm cup of tea, fully aware of its warmth and aroma, rather than multitasking through emails. Picture the gentle delight of watching sunlight stream through a window, appreciating its beauty without needing to capture it or post about it. This joy arises from a deep acceptance of what is, embracing the small, ordinary moments that make up our lives. It's about finding contentment in the here and now, recognizing the inherent beauty and grace that surrounds us and lives within us, without any added effort or expectation. The joy found in being stands in stark contrast to the fleeting satisfaction that often accompanies external accomplishments. While achieving a goal can bring a rush of excitement, that feeling often fades quickly, leaving us searching for the next high, the next item to conquer. Joy in being, however, is a deeper, more sustainable wellspring of contentment that nourishes us from the inside out. It's not dependent on external validation or the approval of others. It simply is. This internal joy acts as a steady anchor, keeping us grounded even when life inevitably presents its challenges and uncertainties. It reminds us that our worth is intrinsic, not something we have to earn or prove through constant action. Cultivating this kind of joy means learning to appreciate the simple act of existing, finding richness in the quiet moments that often go unnoticed in our busy schedules. Making this shift isn't about abandoning our responsibilities or doing less in life. It's about being more intentional with our precious energy and time. It's about consciously choosing where to direct our focus, ensuring that our actions are aligned with our deepest values and desires, rather than just reacting to external pressures. This mindful approach allows us to engage more fully with the tasks we undertake, bringing a sense of purpose and presence to even the most mundane activities. When we operate from a place of calm intention, we often find that we are more effective, less stressed, and experience greater satisfaction in our work and relationships. It's a subtle yet profound reorientation, moving from a mindset of frantic doing to one of purposeful, graceful being, allowing us to live a life that truly feels our own. To begin exploring this path, consider a gentle invitation to introduce moments of stillness into your day, even if only for a few minutes at a time. This isn't about adding another item to your already overflowing to-do list, but rather about creating small, sacred pauses. Perhaps it's taking 3 deep breaths before opening your email in the morning, or allowing yourself to simply stare out the window for 60 seconds with your coffee. Maybe it's turning off the radio during your commute, or sitting quietly for 5 minutes after the kids are in bed. There's no pressure to achieve a state of perfect meditation. The goal is simply to create a tiny pocket of space where you can consciously disengage from constant activity. These small acts accumulate, building a foundation for greater peace and presence in your life. Embracing stillness allows us to become gentle observers of our own thoughts and feelings, creating a vital space between our inner experiences and our reactions. Instead of being swept away by a wave of anxiety or a cascade of critical thoughts, we learn to notice them without immediate judgment or attachment. This practice is like watching clouds pass by in the sky. We acknowledge their presence, but we don't need to get on them and ride them away. This space is where true freedom resides, offering us the opportunity to choose our responses rather than being dictated by automatic patterns. It teaches us that we are not our thoughts or our emotions, but rather the conscious awareness that observes them. This detachment brings a profound sense of calm and control, even when external circumstances feel chaotic. This introspective journey, fostered by stillness, helps us to clearly distinguish between external demands and our authentic desires, leading to more aligned and fulfilling choices. So often we operate on autopilot, fulfilling expectations that aren't truly our own, simply because we haven't taken the time to check in with ourselves. When we cultivate quiet moments, we create the opportunity to listen to our inner voice, to discern what truly resonates with our spirit and what drains our energy. This clarity empowers us to set healthier boundaries, say no to things that don't serve us, and enthusiastically say yes to what truly brings us joy and purpose. It's about making conscious decisions that honor our deepest truths, rather than merely responding to the never-ending stream of external pressures and obligations. Finding joy in being means giving ourselves explicit permission to simply exist without the need for a specific goal, task, or justification. This might feel revolutionary in a world that constantly asks, "What are you doing?" or "What have you accomplished?" But your inherent worth isn't tied to your productivity. It's simply a give and allow yourself moments to just sit, to gaze, to listen, to feel without any agenda. This is about reclaiming the simple, unadulterated pleasure of presence, of experiencing life as it unfolds without the need to shape or control it. It's a radical act of self-love, acknowledging that you are enough, exactly as you are in this very moment, without needing to earn your right to rest or to simply be. This profound shift back to stillness and being is precisely how we begin to reclaim our inherent grace, recognizing our intrinsic value beyond any external measure. Grace isn't something we strive for or achieve. It's a natural state that emerges when we are aligned with our true selves, when we allow ourselves to flow with life rather than constantly fighting against its currents. It's the gentle strength that comes from deep self-acceptance and the quiet confidence that blossoms when we honor our own rhythms. This reclamation of grace transforms how we move through the world, infusing our actions with a quiet dignity and our relationships with genuine presence. It's about remembering that we are not human doings, but human beings, deserving of peace, joy, and a deep connection to our inner wisdom. Understand that this journey is not about reaching a fixed destination or achieving a perfect state of constant calm. It is a continuous unfolding process. There will be days when stillness feels elusive and moments when the pull of productivity feels overwhelming, and that is perfectly normal. The key is to approach yourself with kindness and compassion, celebrating every small step you take towards greater presence. Each conscious breath, each quiet moment, each decision to prioritize your inner peace is a victory in itself. Don't demand perfection. Instead, embrace the messy, beautiful reality of learning and growing. This path is about cultivating a loving relationship with yourself, one gentle pause at a time, allowing grace to unfold naturally within your life. Ultimately, embracing stillness as a source of power and finding joy in simply being offers a transformative pathway to a life rich in inner peace, genuine happiness, and profound self-awareness. It liberates you from the relentless cycle of striving, allowing you to cultivate a resilient spirit that can navigate life's challenges with greater ease and wisdom. This isn't just about managing stress. It's about fundamentally redefining your relationship with yourself and the world around you. By giving yourself permission to rest, to listen, and to simply exist, you unlock a deeper sense of purpose and a joy that is truly your own. It's time to step into your inherent grace and discover the boundless strength that awaits you in the quiet moments of your own beautiful being. How to break free from burnout and live a life you love. It's a sensation many of us know all too well: the constant hum of demands, the endless to-do list, and the nagging feeling that no matter how much you do, it's never quite enough. This relentless pace often leads us down a path toward burnout, a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged or excessive stress. For women especially, caught between career aspirations, family responsibilities, and the pressure to have it all and do it all, burnout isn't just a possibility. It often feels like an inevitable destination. We pour ourselves into every role, believing that our worth is measured by our output until there's nothing left to give. Recognizing this silent thief of joy is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your life and living with a renewed sense of purpose and peace. This journey begins not with doing more, but with understanding how to gently pull back and rediscover your own vibrant energy. Burnout isn't merely feeling tired, it's a profound depletion that affects every fiber of your being, often creeping in subtly until it overtakes your daily life. You might find yourself constantly fatigued, and after a full night's sleep, or experiencing a persistent sense of dread about the tasks ahead. It can manifest as irritability, a short temper with loved ones, or a sudden loss of interest in activities that once brought you joy. Perhaps you struggle with concentration, feel detached from your work, or notice physical symptoms like headaches, stomach issues, or frequent colds. These aren't just minor inconveniences. They are critical signals from your body and mind, desperately trying to tell you that something needs to change. Ignoring these signs only perpetuates the cycle, making it harder to break free from the exhaustion that holds you captive. Many of us have been taught, often implicitly, that our value stems from our ceaseless striving and productivity. We wear busyness like a badge of honor, believing that the more we accomplish, the more worthy we become of love, success, and happiness. This deeply ingrained belief system makes it incredibly difficult to slow down, to say no, or to simply rest without feeling a heavy blanket of guilt descend upon us. We fear that if we stop, even for a moment, everything will fall apart, or worse, that we will be seen as lazy or uncommitted. This societal narrative, combined with our own internal expectations, creates a perfect storm for burnout, trapping us in a cycle of overwork and self-neglect. It's time to challenge this harmful idea and reclaim your inherent worth, which exists independently of what you achieve. Breaking free from this exhausting cycle demands a fundamental shift in perspective, moving away from the notion that your worth is tied to your constant output. The true strength of a woman isn't found in her ability to juggle every demand flawlessly, but in her wisdom to recognize her limits and honor her need for rest. It means giving yourself explicit permission to pause, to breathe, and to simply exist without a task list looming over your head. This isn't about giving up or failing. It's about reclaiming your power and nurturing the very essence of who you are. The journey begins with a conscious decision to prioritize your well-being, understanding that a replenished you is a more vibrant, resilient, and effective you in all areas of your life. One of the most powerful tools in your arsenal against burnout is the ability to set clear, firm boundaries. These aren't walls built to keep people out, but rather invisible fences that protect your time, energy, and peace of mind. Learning to say no without guilt is a revolutionary act of self-care, allowing you to decline commitments that don't align with your priorities or capacity. This applies to your professional life, your family life, and even your personal interactions. It might feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're used to always accommodating others. But remember that setting boundaries communicates self-respect and teaches others how to treat you. Start small, perhaps by declining an extra task at work or designating specific no-interruption times for yourself at home, and watch how your energy begins to return. True self-care goes far beyond a quick spa day or a bubble bath. It's a consistent, intentional practice of nurturing your mind, body, and spirit. It means carving out non-negotiable time in your schedule for activities that genuinely replenish you, even when life feels overwhelmingly busy. This could be anything from a quiet half hour with a book, a walk in nature, a creative pursuit, or simply sitting in silence with a cup of tea. The key is to treat these moments as essential appointments with yourself, just as important as any work meeting or family obligation. Overcoming the guilt associated with taking this time is crucial. Remind yourself that you cannot pour from an empty cup, and that tending to your own well-being ultimately benefits everyone around you. In a culture that often celebrates individual heroism, many women feel compelled to shoulder every burden themselves. Bell, Eving, that asking for help is a sign of weakness. However, a significant step toward breaking free from burnout involves learning to delegate and actively seeking support from those around you. This doesn't mean you're incapable. It means you're wise enough to recognize that you don't have to do it all alone. Whether it's asking your partner to take on more household chores, delegating tasks at work, or enlisting the help of friends or family for childcare, distributing the load can significantly lighten your burden. Building a strong support system and allowing others to contribute not only frees up your time and energy, but also fosters deeper connections and a sense of community, proving that true strength often lies in vulnerability and collaboration. Beyond managing tasks and setting boundaries, truly breaking free from burnout means consciously reconnecting with the wellspring of joy and purpose within you. When you're constantly in doing mode, it's easy to lose touch with what truly lights you up and makes your heart sing. Take time to remember activities you once loved but have set aside, or explore new hobbies that pique your curiosity. Perhaps it's painting, gardening, dancing, or simply listening to music that moves your soul. Infusing your daily life with these small moments of genuine pleasure isn't a luxury. It's a vital nutrient for your spirit. These acts of joy remind you of who you are beyond your roles and responsibilities, helping to reignite your inner spark and bring a sense of vibrancy back into your existence. The relentless pace of modern life often leaves little room for stillness, yet it is in these quiet moments that we find our deepest strength and clarity. Embracing stillness isn't about doing nothing. It's about creating space for reflection, introspection, and connection with your inner self. This could involve a few minutes of meditation each morning, a mindful walk where you pay close attention to your surroundings, or simply sitting quietly without distractions, allowing your thoughts to settle. In stillness, you can hear the whispers of your intuition, gain perspective on your challenges, and release the tension that accumulates from constant activity. It's a powerful practice that allows you to recharge your mental and emotional batteries, providing a sanctuary amidst the chaos of your busy life. Simplifying your life can feel like a daunting task in a world that constantly encourages more, but it's a crucial component of breaking free from burnout. This means consciously decluttering not just your physical space, but also your schedule, your commitments, and even your mental landscape. Evaluate what truly adds value to your life and what merely drains your energy without offering a meaningful return. Perhaps it's letting go of social obligations that feel like a chore, reducing unnecessary possessions, or streamlining your daily routines. By intentionally paring down, you create more space for what truly matters, reducing the demands on your time and attention. This deliberate act of simplification allows you to breathe more deeply and focus your precious resources on the things that genuinely nourish your soul. Remember that the journey out of burnout and into a life you love is not a sprint, but a marathon, requiring patience, self-compassion, and consistent effort. There will be days when you feel yourself slipping back into old patterns, or when the demands of life feel overwhelming once more. On those days, resist the urge to judge yourself harshly. Instead, offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would give to a dear friend. Acknowledge the progress you've made and gently redirect yourself back to the practices that bring you peace and strength. This path is about cultivating a new way of being, one that honors your needs and prioritizes your well-being above all else, allowing you to slowly build resilience and sustainable joy. Ultimately, breaking free from burnout is about reclaiming your narrative and designing a life that genuinely reflects your values and desires, not just external expectations. It's an invitation to step into your power, to define success on your own terms, and to cultivate a deep, abiding sense of inner peace. Envision the life you truly want to live, one filled with purpose, authentic connection, and moments of quiet grace. Every small choice you make to honor your needs, set a boundary, or embrace a moment of stillness moves you closer to that vision. You possess the inherent strength and wisdom to transform your experience, to shed the weight of overwhelm, and to live a life that feels expansive, joyful, and truly your own, guided by your own unique grace. The Liberated Woman's Path to Self-Acceptance and Inner Peace. The idea of a liberated woman might conjure images of grand escapes or dramatic declarations. But true liberation often begins much more quietly, right within your own heart. It isn't about shedding all responsibilities or abandoning your life. Instead, it's about shedding the heavy weight of expectations that aren't truly yours. This journey to liberation is deeply personal, a gentle unraveling of the beliefs that have held you captive in a cycle of striving and self-criticism. It's about finding freedom, not from the world, but within yourself, discovering a profound sense of ease and genuine joy. Embracing this path means recognizing your inherent worth, independent of your achievements or the roles you play. It means giving yourself permission to simply be, a radical act in a world constantly demanding more. At the core of this liberated path lies self-acceptance, a foundational pillar that supports all other aspects of inner peace. For so long, many of us have been conditioned to believe our worth is conditional, tied to how well we perform, how much we achieve, or how perfectly we manage our lives. This constant striving creates a relentless inner critic, always pointing out our perceived shortcomings and pushing us toward an impossible ideal. True self-acceptance means looking at yourself, truly seeing all your facets, your strengths, your quirks, your vulnerabilities, and choosing to embrace them without judgment. It's not about settling for less or condoning unhealthy habits, but about acknowledging your current reality with kindness. This compassionate gaze is the first step toward releasing the heavy burden of unworthiness. One of the most insidious traps for the modern woman is the myth of perfection, a relentless whisper that tells us we are never quite enough. This myth demands flawless careers, impeccably managed homes, effortlessly raised children, and perfectly maintained bodies, all while radiating an aura of serene composure. The truth is, this ideal is a mirage, a cruel trick that leaves us perpetually exhausted and feeling inadequate. Chasing perfection isn't just tiring, it actively sabotages our inner peace, creating a constant state of anxiety and self-doubt. When we hold ourselves to such impossible standards, we deny ourselves the very grace and compassion we so readily offer to others. Breaking free from this cycle is not a failure. It is an act of profound self-preservation. The journey to self-acceptance truly blossoms when we learn to embrace our imperfections, not as flaws to be fixed, but as unique threads in the rich tapestry of who we are. Think about it. Our most cherished relationships are often built on a mutual understanding and acceptance of each other's less than perfect qualities. Why do we deny ourselves the same grace? These so-called imperfections are often what make us relatable, authentic, and uniquely human. They tell stories of our experiences, our growth, and our resilience. Instead of trying to hide or eradicate them, imagine what it would feel like to acknowledge them with a gentle smile, understanding they are part of your complete, beautiful self. This shift in perspective is incredibly liberating, allowing us to breathe more freely. Hand in hand with self-acceptance comes the practice of self-compassion, a gentle yet powerful antidote to the harsh self-criticism many of us carry. Self-compassion means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and support you would offer a dear friend facing a difficult challenge. When you stumble or make a mistake, instead of berating yourself, pause and offer yourself words of comfort and encouragement. It's about recognizing that suffering, imperfection, and struggle are universal human experiences, not personal failures. This practice allows you to acknowledge your pain without judgment, offering warmth and care rather than adding to your burden with harsh self-talk. Cultivating self-compassion softens the edges of self-criticism, paving the way for profound healing and inner peace. One practical way to cultivate both self-acceptance and self-compassion is through mindful self-observation, a practice that encourages you to simply notice your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Imagine yourself as a gentle observer watching the clouds drift across the sky. You don't try to change them or label them good or bad, you just observe their movement. Apply this same non-judgmental awareness to your inner world. When a thought of inadequacy arises, simply acknowledge it. There's that thought again. Don't engage with it, don't try to push it away, and certainly don't believe it wholeheartedly. This practice helps you create a healthy distance from your inner critic, allowing you to see your thoughts as just thoughts, not absolute truths about who you are. Over time, this detachment lessens their power. Another incredibly powerful tool on this path is journaling, a private space where you can freely explore your inner landscape without fear of judgment. Dedicate a few minutes each day to simply writing down whatever comes to mind: your worries, your joys, your frustrations, your dreams. Don't worry about grammar or structure. Let your pen flow. This act of putting thoughts onto paper can bring clarity to chaotic emotions, helping you identify patterns in your thinking and understand the roots of your self-criticism. It's an opportunity to process experiences, acknowledge feelings you might otherwise suppress, and witness your own growth over time. Through journaling, you build a deeper, more intimate relationship with yourself, fostering a sense of understanding that is crucial for self-acceptance. While not a magic bullet, carefully chosen affirmations can serve as gentle reminders of your inherent worth and the peace you are cultivating. These aren't about saying positivity or denying your current feelings. Rather, they are about planting seeds of truth and kindness in your mind. Instead of saying, "I am perfect," which might feel untrue, try affirmations like, "I am worthy of peace," "I accept myself fully, exactly as I am," or "I am enough." Repeat these affirmations quietly to yourself, perhaps in front of a mirror, or write them down. The key is to choose words that resonate deeply with you and feel genuinely supportive, helping to rewire old, negative thought patterns with new, empowering ones. They gently steer your inner dialogue towards compassion. Self-acceptance isn't just an internal process. It also manifests in how we interact with the world, particularly through the boundaries we set. When you truly accept yourself, you understand your limits, your needs, and your capacity, and you feel empowered to protect them. Setting healthy boundaries means saying no when you need to, communicating your needs clearly, and protecting your time and energy from depletion. This isn't selfish. It's an act of self-love and a vital component of inner peace. When you honor your boundaries, you are honoring yourself, sending a clear message to both yourself and others that your well-being matters. This practice reinforces your self-worth and prevents the overwhelm that often leads to self-criticism. As you consistently practice self-acceptance, a profound shift begins to occur. A deep and abiding sense of inner peace starts to take root. This isn't a fleeting happiness tied to external circumstances, but a quiet, steady calm that resides within you, regardless of the chaos outside. When you accept yourself fully, you stop fighting against who you are, releasing the tension and resistance that often fuel anxiety. You become less reactive to criticism, less dependent on external validation, and more grounded in your own truth. This inner peace isn't the absence of challenges, but the presence of a calm strength that allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and grace. It's the sweet reward of truly coming home to yourself. A significant step on the path to inner peace is learning to detach from the need for external validation. For many women, our sense of worth has been inadvertently tied to the approval of others, our parents, partners, bosses, or society at large. We often seek praise for our efforts, confirmation for our choices, and reassurance for our very existence. However, when our peace of mind relies on someone else's opinion, we give away our power and become vulnerable to their changing moods and perspectives. True liberation comes from understanding that your worth is intrinsic, not something to be earned or granted by others. Releasing this need allows you to make choices aligned with your authentic self, rather than performing for an audience. With self-acceptance comes a clearer connection to your own inner voice, your intuition, that quiet knowing deep within. In a world full of conflicting advice and endless demands, it's easy to get lost in the noise and doubt your own instincts. However, your intuition is a powerful compass, always guiding you toward what is truly right for you, if only you learn to listen. Cultivating self-acceptance helps quiet the external clamor and the internal critic, making space for this gentle wisdom to emerge. Trusting this inner guidance means honoring your unique path, even if it diverges from what others expect. This deep trust in yourself is a hallmark of inner peace and a cornerstone of a liberated life. Ultimately, the liberated woman's path to self-acceptance and inner peace culminates in a life lived with authentic freedom. When you accept yourself fully and embrace your inner peace, You no longer feel the need to wear masks or conform to roles that don't fit. You become comfortable in your own skin, allowing your true self to shine through in all your interactions. This authenticity not only feels incredibly freeing for you, but also fosters deeper, more genuine connections with others as they are drawn to your realness. Living this way means your joy isn't conditional on external achievements or others' opinions. It springs from a wellspring within, a vibrant and unshakable sense of who you are. This journey toward self acceptance and inner peace doesn't just transform your individual experience, it creates a beautiful ripple effect that touches every area of your life. When you are at peace with yourself, your relationships become more harmonious because you approach them from a place of wholeness rather than neediness. Your work becomes more fulfilling because you are driven by purpose, not just external pressures. Even your physical well being improves as the chronic stress of self criticism begins to dissipate. The calm you cultivate within extends outward, influencing your environment and inspiring those around you. This inner alignment is a powerful force for positive change, both personally and collectively. Remember, the path to self acceptance and inner peace is not a destination you arrive at and then forget. It's a continuous journey of gentle discovery and ongoing practice. There will be days when the old doubts resurface, when the world's demands feel overwhelming, or when you momentarily lose your way. These moments are not failures, they are simply invitations to return to your practices with renewed compassion and patience. Each time you choose kindness over criticism, each time you listen to your inner voice, you strengthen the foundations of your liberation. This journey is about progress, not perfection, and every step brings you closer to the serene, powerful woman you are meant to be, reclaiming your time, your energy, and your joy. For so many of us, the feeling of being constantly behind, utterly drained, and strangely unfulfilled has become the norm. We race through our days, ticking off tasks, answering emails, and tending to everyone else's needs, only to realize that somewhere along the way, we've lost touch with ourselves. Our precious time slips through our fingers, our vital energy flickers low, and the simple, authentic joy that once animated our lives seems to have vanished. This isn't a sign of failure. It's a common consequence of living in a world that constantly demands more from women, often without offering the space for replenishment. But the good news is, you possess the inherent power to reclaim these essential elements, to pull them back into your orbit, and to redefine what a fulfilling life truly feels like. The relentless hum of modern life often whispers a subtle lie into our ears, that constant motion equals worth. We absorb this message, believing that if we're not perpetually busy, we're not productive enough, not loving enough, not successful enough. This belief drives us to overcommit, to sacrifice our personal boundaries, and to push past the signals our bodies and minds send us for rest. The result is a cycle of exhaustion and resentment, where our calendars are full, but our spirits are empty, leaving little room for the very things that truly nourish our souls. It's time to challenge this narrative and intentionally choose a different path. Let's begin with time, that elusive commodity we all wish we had more of, yet often feel we have no control over. It's easy to feel like time is an external force dictating our lives, pushing us from one obligation to the next. But the truth is, much of our time isn't lost. It's simply allocated, often unconsciously, to tasks, people, or habits that don't truly serve our highest good. The first step in reclaiming your time is to become an observer, a gentle detective in your own life, understanding precisely where your moments are currently flowing, rather than just letting them drift away. A powerful starting point is a simple, non-judgmental time audit. For a few days, try tracking how you spend your hours, perhaps in a notebook or on your phone. Jot down not just what you're doing, but also how it makes you feel. You might be surprised to discover how much time is consumed by mindless scrolling, unnecessary errands, or tasks that could easily be delegated or even eliminated altogether. This isn't about shaming yourself. It's about gaining clarity, seeing the patterns, and identifying the hidden pockets of time that are ripe for gentle redirection. Once you have a clearer picture, the art of setting boundaries becomes your most potent tool for time reclamation. Think of boundaries not as walls to keep people out, but as fences that define your personal space and protect your precious resources. Learning to say no kindly but firmly to requests that don't align with your priorities is an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every no you utter to an external demand is a powerful yes to your own well-being, your peace, and the activities that genuinely bring you life and energy. Beyond saying no, consider the transformative power of delegating and prioritizing. The myth of the superwoman who can flawlessly manage everything at once is not only exhausting but utterly unsustainable. Look at your to-do list with fresh eyes and ask yourself, what absolutely needs my personal attention, and what could someone else do? Even small acts of delegation, whether to a family member, a colleague, or a hired service, can create significant breathing room. Prioritize tasks based on what truly matters to your core values and long-term goals, rather than just reacting to the loudest or most urgent demands. As we regain control of our time, a natural ripple effect begins to restore our energy. Energy, however, is far more complex than just physical stamina. It encompasses our mental clarity, emotional resilience, and spiritual vibrancy. When we are constantly giving, constantly doing, without adequate replenishment, all these facets of our energy reserves dwindle. We find ourselves feeling foggy, irritable, and disconnected, even when we've had a full night's sleep. Reclaiming your energy means understanding its multifaceted nature and consciously tending to each dimension. Start by identifying your personal energy drains. Are there certain relationships that leave you feeling depleted? Do particular tasks at work or home consistently exhaust your mental or emotional reserves? Perhaps it's the constant noise of social media or the pressure to maintain a certain image. Becoming aware of these energy leaks is crucial because it allows you to consciously minimize their impact or, where possible, remove them from your life altogether. This self-awareness is the first step toward building a more protective and nourishing energetic environment for yourself. Central to energy replenishment is the intentional practice of stillness and true rest. In our fast-paced culture, rest is often seen as a luxury or a reward, rather than a fundamental human need. But true rest isn't just about sleeping more. It's about creating moments of quiet, of non-doing, that allow your entire being to recalibrate. This could be 5 minutes of deep breathing, a leisurely walk in nature, or simply sitting in silence with a cup of tea, allowing your mind to unwind without the pressure to produce or perform. These small acts of stillness are potent restorers of your inner vitality. Nurturing your energy also involves embracing holistic self-care as a consistent, non-negotiable practice. This isn't about grand gestures or expensive spa days, but about weaving small, intentional acts of kindness toward yourself into the fabric of your everyday life. This might mean choosing nourishing foods, moving your body in ways that feel good, spending time outdoors, or engaging in creative expression. Each conscious choice to care for your body, mind, and spirit acts like a deposit in your energy bank, building up your reserves so you can face life's demands with greater resilience and grace. Finally, we arrive at joy, that radiant inner spark that often gets buried beneath layers of responsibility and stress. Many women feel guilty pursuing joy, seeing it as frivolous when there's so much to be done. But joy isn't a luxury. It's a vital nutrient for the soul, essential for our well-being and our ability to connect authentically with others. Reclaiming your joy means actively seeking out and savoring the moments that light you up, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant they may appear. Cultivating joy often begins with simply being present. When we're rushing or multitasking, we miss the myriad small wonders that unfold around us every day. The warmth of the sun on our skin, the laughter of a loved one, the beauty of a blooming flower. Practice pausing, even for a few seconds, to truly notice and appreciate these moments. Savor a delicious meal, listen intently to a favorite song, or simply observe the rhythm of your breath. These acts of mindful presence open the door for joy to enter and reside in your everyday experience. Take time to rediscover what truly lights you up beyond your roles and responsibilities. What activities made your heart sing before life got so busy? Perhaps it was painting, dancing, reading fiction, gardening, or simply daydreaming. Give yourself permission to explore these forgot 10 passions, even if only for short bursts. You don't need to become an expert or dedicate vast amounts of time. The simple act of engaging in something purely for the pleasure of it is a powerful way to invite authentic joy back into your life, reminding you of the vibrant woman you are. The beautiful truth is that reclaiming your time, your energy, and your joy are deeply interconnected processes. As you create more space in your schedule, you naturally reduce stress, which in turn frees up mental and emotional energy. As your energy reserves grow, you have more capacity to engage with life in a way that brings you genuine joy and fulfillment. Each step you take in one area positively influences the others, creating a powerful upward spiral of well being that transforms your entire experience of life. Understand that this journey of reclamation is not a race, nor is it a destination with a finish line. There will be days when old habits creep back in, when you feel overwhelmed, or when setting boundaries feels incredibly challenging. Approach these moments with self compassion, not judgment. See them as opportunities to learn, to adjust, and to recommit to your intention to live a life that truly honors your inner grace. Progress, not perfection, is the goal here, and every small step forward is a victory worth celebrating. This invitation to reclaim your time, your energy, and your joy is an invitation to live more fully, more authentically, and more aligned with the woman you are meant to be. It is a radical act of self-love in a world that often demands self-sacrifice. By consciously choosing to protect these precious resources, you are not only enriching your own life, but also modeling a more balanced and joyful way of being for those around you. Embrace this process with an open heart, trusting that your inner wisdom will guide you toward a life brimming with strength, stillness, and profound, unshakable joy. A woman's journey to finding peace in a hectic world. Many women today find themselves caught in a relentless whirlwind, constantly juggling countless responsibilities and feeling an unending pressure to do it all. From demanding careers to family commitments, personal aspirations, and the seemingly endless to-do list that never quite shrinks, it often feels like there simply aren't enough hours in the day to accomplish everything. You might experience a persistent hum of anxiety, a nagging sense of being perpetually behind, or an underlying exhaustion that no amount of sleep seems able to fix. This modern pace, while often celebrated and even admired, can leave us feeling incredibly stretched, pulled in a million different directions until we barely recognize the vibrant woman we once were. It's a profoundly common experience. This feeling of being constantly on the go, always giving your energy to others, and rarely taking a genuine moment just for yourself. This relentless motion, though seemingly productive, comes at a significant and often unseen cost to our overall well-being and our precious inner peace. We often push through, believing this is simply how life is, but deep down, we know there must be another way to navigate it all. Society often applauds the woman who effortlessly does it all, who pushes through exhaustion with a brave smile, and who consistently sacrifices her own needs for the sake of everyone else's. We are subtly, and sometimes not so subtly, encouraged to believe that our inherent worth is inextricably tied to our productivity, our list of achievements, and our remarkable ability to manage every single aspect of our lives. This pervasive cultural message creates an intense internal pressure cooker, where the mere thought of stopping feels like a personal failure, and genuine rest is perceived as an unattainable luxury we simply cannot afford. It's a powerful and often damaging illusion that keeps us striving relentlessly, chasing an elusive finish line that constantly moves further and further away, just out of reach. This constant striving, unfortunately, only deepens the pervasive feeling of overwhelm, fosters a profound sense of disconnection, and leaves us feeling perpetually inadequate. We become trapped in a cycle of endless motion, mistaking busyness for purpose and exhaustion for accomplishment. Living at this unsustainable, breakneck pace takes a heavy toll, far beyond just feeling a bit tired at the end of a long day. It manifests as chronic stress that gnaws at your spirit, leading to restless nights, persistent worries that loop in your mind, and a body that feels constantly on edge, unable to fully relax. You might notice your patience wearing thin with loved ones, your once vibrant joy dimming into a dull ache, or a growing sense of detachment from the very hobbies and passions you once held dear. The vibrant, engaged woman you know you are, or perhaps once were, can become buried under countless layers of obligation, expectation, and sheer exhaustion. This constant state of doing, slowly but surely eroding your sense of self, leaving you feeling hollowed out and wondering where the real you truly went. It's a silent drain on your spirit, often unnoticed until the well runs completely dry and you find yourself struggling to find any energy at all. Yet, deep down, beneath all the external noise, the endless demands, and the constant striving, there often lies a quiet, insistent yearning for something profoundly different. It's a longing for a genuine sense of calm that permeates your days, a desire to reconnect with that vibrant inner spark you know is still there, and a heartfelt hope for a joy that isn't dependent on external achievements or accolades. This isn't about escaping your life or attempting to shirk your important responsibilities. It's about discovering a sustainable way to navigate them with grace, inner strength, and a profound sense of genuine peace. You might find yourself dreaming of moments of quiet solitude, a chance to simply breathe deeply and fully, or a sacred space where you can just be without needing to perform, prove anything, or constantly push. This deep seated desire for tranquility is a powerful internal compass, gently guiding you towards a more gentle, fulfilling, and truly authentic way of living. So, what does finding peace truly mean in a world that never seems to slow down? A world that constantly demands more from you? It's certainly not about retreating to a remote mountaintop or magically eliminating every single challenge and difficulty from your life. That's simply not a realistic or sustainable approach. Instead, it's about diligently cultivating an inner sanctuary, a quiet yet powerful strength that allows you to remain steady, centered, and grounded amidst even the most turbulent external chaos. Peace is about learning to respond thoughtfully and intentionally rather than reacting impulsively to every situation. Finding small moments of profound calm even when your schedule feels overwhelmingly packed. It's about creating a sense of inner spaciousness within yourself, a mental and emotional room where you can breathe deeply, think clearly, and feel present, regardless of what's happening in the world around you. This cultivated inner peace becomes your unwavering anchor, holding you steady and secure through life's inevitable storms. Sometimes, a subtle twinge of guilt or even a misplaced sense of weakness can creep in when we consider the radical idea of slowing down or prioritizing our own fundamental well being. Our culture often mistakenly equates true strength with relentless effort, constant striving, and an unwavering ability to power through anything, making genuine self care seem like an indulgent luxury or an unnecessary distraction. However, embracing stillness, consciously seeking inner peace, and carving out time for yourself is not, in fact, a sign of weakness. It is, quite profoundly, the ultimate act of strength, resilience, and vital self preservation. It takes immense courage to consciously step off the societal hamster wheel, to confidently say no to overwhelming external pressures, and to truly listen to the gentle, often ignored whispers of your own soul. This transformative journey is about radically redefining what strength means, not as something you relentlessly push through, but as something you deliberately cultivate from within your deepest self. This book extends a compassionate and heartfelt invitation to consciously step onto a distinctly different path, one that genuinely honors your deepest needs and lovingly nurtures your often overlooked spirit. It's a path less traveled in our perpetually fast paced and demanding society, but it promises a profound sense of liberation, renewed energy, and authentic joy that feels truly sustainable. Imagine a life where you consistently feel less overwhelmed and significantly more in control, where the relentless grip of stress doesn't dictate your every move, and where genuine happiness feels like a natural, integrated part of your everyday existence. This alternative way of living isn't a far-fetched fantasy. It is an entirely achievable reality when you make a conscious commitment to tending to your own vital inner world with care and intention. You absolutely deserve to experience a life that feels gentle, deeply fulfilling, and authentically your very own, not just a series of obligations. The truly beautiful and empowering thing about this journey to finding lasting peace is that it doesn't demand you change your entire external life or circumstances overnight. Instead, it begins precisely where you are, right now within your own inner landscape, with a subtle yet powerful shift in perspective and a renewed, unwavering commitment to yourself. It's an intimate exploration of your own internal world, a process of gently learning to quiet the overwhelming external noise so you can and finally hear the profound wisdom that quietly resides deep inside you. This internal recalibration involves thoughtfully noticing your thoughts without judgment, understanding the subtle nuances of your emotions, and gently guiding yourself back to a place of inner balance and harmony. Your inner world holds the invaluable keys to your tranquility, and by thoughtfully exploring it, you unlock a powerful, often untapped source of calm, resilience, and profound self awareness. Finding lasting, sustainable peace isn't about making grand, sweeping changes or monumental sacrifices all at once. It's about consistently taking small, intentional steps that gradually accumulate and build momentum over time. Think of it as carefully planting tiny, precious seeds of intention each day and then diligently nurturing them with consistent care, watching them steadily grow into a beautiful, flourishing garden of inner calm within your soul. These gentle, deliberate actions, such as dedicating a few quiet minutes to mindful breathing, setting clear and compassionate boundaries, or simply savoring a cup of tea, might seem insignificant on their own, but their cumulative impact is truly profound. Each small, conscious choice to prioritize your well being builds powerful momentum, gradually shifting your entire internal experience from frantic and frazzled to serene and centered. You don't need to conquer the world in one heroic leap. You just need to start with one gentle, purposeful step forward every single day. This transformative journey also offers you a much needed and deeply deserved permission slip to pause, to genuinely rest, and to simply be, without the constant, draining pressure to produce, achieve, or constantly prove your worth. In a culture that often makes us feel intensely guilty for taking any time for ourselves, this book courageously encourages you to consciously release that heavy burden of guilt and self-blame. Understand this fundamental truth. Rest isn't a mere reward you only earn after reaching complete exhaustion. It is an absolute, fundamental human need and an utterly vital component of a healthy, balanced, and fulfilling life. Giving yourself explicit permission to slow down, to recharge, and to simply exist is an act of radical self-love, allowing your precious mind and body to replenish, restore, and truly heal themselves. You are inherently worthy of this sacred time, this quiet space, and this gentle, nourishing attention, without question or compromise. As you courageously embark on this gentle yet profound path, you will gradually begin to peel back the countless layers of external expectation and societal obligation that have perhaps obscured your true, authentic self for far too long. This journey is fundamentally about reconnecting with the vibrant, unique, and deeply intuitive woman who might have gotten lost amidst the overwhelming demands and distractions of modern life. You'll begin to rediscover your own genuine desires, identify your unique strengths that have been lying dormant, and tap into the deep, ancient well of wisdom that quietly resides within your very core. It's a beautiful, ongoing process of remembering exactly who you are at your most fundamental level, far beyond the various titles and roles you skillfully play, and embracing that genuine, unvarnished self with profound kindness, unwavering acceptance, and boundless compassion. This deep and authentic reconnection is precisely where true, lasting, and deeply satisfying joy truly begins to blossom within your soul. By diligently cultivating these powerful practices of stillness, mindfulness, and dedicated self-care, you aren't merely seeking temporary relief from your daily stressors. You are actively building a strong, resilient foundation for truly lasting, transformative change. The peace you discover won't be fleeting or superficial, dependent on fickle external circumstances, but rather a robust, resilient inner state that you can consciously carry with you wherever you go and whatever challenges you face. This journey promises to significantly reduce your stress levels, dramatically improve your focus and clarity, and infuse your entire life with a deeper, more meaningful sense of vitality, purpose, and profound contentment. Imagine moving through your busy days with a quiet, unwavering confidence, feeling deeply grounded and centered, no matter what unexpected challenges or demands may arise. This enduring tranquility is the beautiful, profound reward for consistently tending to your invaluable inner world. This is precisely where the concept of grace truly enters the picture, not as some external fleeting gift bestowed upon you, but as an inherent powerful quality you already possess and can consciously cultivate within yourself. Grace is that gentle yet unwavering strength, that elegant resilience, which allows you to navigate life's inherent complexities with a newfound ease, poise, and inner composure. It's the profound ability to remain truly present in each moment, to respond to situations with thoughtful kindness and understanding, and to gracefully move through challenges without losing your precious inner calm or sense of self. Embracing your unique grace means accepting yourself fully and unconditionally, imperfections and all, and allowing deep compassion to lovingly guide your actions, both towards yourself and towards others in your life. It's a powerful, quiet, and deeply transformative force that has the potential to reshape your entire experience of living, making it more fluid and harmonious. Throughout the following chapters of this book, we will embark together on an enlightening journey, exploring practical tools, insightful guidance, and gentle strategies specifically designed to help you seamlessly integrate these profound principles into your daily, often hectic life. We'll delve deeply into actionable techniques for consciously embracing stillness, effectively quieting the overwhelming external noise, and fostering a deep, unwavering connection with your own powerful intuition. This book will serve as your compassionate and understanding guide, offering you explicit permission to rest, to simply be, and to courageously rediscover the transformative, empowering power of your own innate inner grace. Your personal journey to finding sustainable peace in a relentlessly hectic world starts right here, right now, and it's a journey filled with profound possibilities for cultivating a more joyful, balanced, and deeply fulfilling life that truly resonates with your soul. Discovering strength in stillness and joy in self-care. Many women today find themselves caught in a relentless cycle, constantly moving from one demand to the next. We juggle careers, nurture families, maintain friendships, and still try to pursue our own dreams, often feeling like we're always running on empty. This constant motion can leave us feeling stretched thin, disconnected from ourselves, and wondering where our energy truly went. It's easy to believe that strength means always pushing harder, always doing more, and never showing any signs of slowing down. But what if real strength isn't found in the endless hustle, but in the quiet moments we allow ourselves to claim? This chapter invites you to explore a different kind of power, one that blossoms not from constant striving, but from the gentle embrace of stillness and intentional self-care. It's about discovering a profound resilience that comes from within, a wellspring of calm you might not even realize you possess. Let's begin to redefine what it means to be truly strong and genuinely joyful. Stillness might sound like a luxury in our fast-paced world, something reserved for serene retreats or quiet mornings that rarely happen. Yet it's far more accessible than we often imagine, not always about sitting in silent meditation for hours, though that can be wonderful. True stillness is about creativity, finding small pockets of pause in your day, moments where you intentionally disengage from the external noise and turn your attention inward. It's about finding a quiet moment to sip your tea, really tasting it, instead of rushing through it while checking emails. This gentle practice allows your mind to settle, giving your spirit a much-needed breath. It's in these pauses that we can begin to hear our own thoughts, understand our true feelings, and reconnect with the core of who we are. Stillness isn't about doing nothing. It's about making space for everything that truly matters. When we allow ourselves these brief moments of stillness, even just a few minutes, something remarkable begins to shift inside us. The frantic pace of our thoughts starts to slow, the tension in our shoulders might ease, and a sense of calm can gently wash over us. This isn't just a fleeting feeling. It's a powerful way to reset our nervous system and bring us back into balance. Think of it as hitting the refresh button on your inner self, clearing away some of the mental clutter that accumulates throughout the day. These moments offer a chance to step off the hamster wheel, even temporarily, and gain a clearer perspective on whatever challenges you might be facing. It's an opportunity to simply be without the pressure to do, and to remember that your worth isn't tied to your productivity. Beyond the immediate calm, consistent stillness acts as a powerful gateway to deeper self awareness. When we quiet the external chatter, we create an open channel to our inner wisdom, that quiet voice of intuition that often gets drowned out by daily demands. This isn't about searching for grand revelations, but rather about tuning into your authentic needs, desires, and boundaries. You might notice subtle feelings you've been pushing away, or gain clarity on a decision that felt overwhelming. Stillness helps us recognize patterns in our thoughts and emotions, allowing us to respond more thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. It gives us the space to understand what truly nourishes us and what drains our energy, laying the groundwork for more intentional living. This deeper understanding is a crucial step towards cultivating genuine self-care practices. For many women, the idea of self-care can feel loaded with guilt, often mistaken for selfishness or an indulgence we can't afford. We're conditioned to prioritize everyone else's needs above our own, believing that a good woman always puts others first. This ingrained belief can make it incredibly difficult to carve out time for ourselves without feeling a pang of remorse or the nagging thought that we should be doing something more productive. However, true self-care is not about neglecting your responsibilities or ignoring those you love. It's about ensuring you have the emotional, mental, and physical reserves to show up fully for your life and for the people who depend on you. It's a necessary act of replenishment, not a luxury. Without it, we risk burnout, resentment, and a diminished capacity to experience joy. Let's dismantle the myth that self-care must be elaborate, expensive, or require a significant chunk of time. For the overwhelmed woman, self-care often looks much simpler and more integrated into daily life. It's not just about spa days and fancy vacations, though those can be lovely when possible. More often, it's about choosing to say no to an extra commitment when your plate is already full, or intentionally scheduling a few minutes alone with a book before bed. It might be taking a conscious 5-minute walk during your lunch break, savoring a healthy meal without distractions, or spending time on a hobby that truly brings you joy. These small, consistent acts accumulate, creating a powerful buffer against stress and fostering a sense of inner well-being. It's about being kind to yourself in ways that genuinely matter to your unique needs. This is where the beautiful connection between stillness and self-care truly shines. Stillness helps us identify what kind of self-care we actually need in any given moment, moving beyond generic advice to truly listen to our own bodies and minds. Perhaps in a moment of quiet reflection, you realize your body aches for movement, or your mind craves creative expression, or your spirit yearns for connection with nature. Without that stillness, we might blindly follow trends or do what we think we should do, rather than what would truly replenish us. Stillness provides the clarity to choose self-care that is deeply nourishing and authentic to you, making your efforts far more effective and satisfying. It's a powerful partnership, with stillness guiding the way to truly effective self-care practices. When we consistently practice intentional self-care, we aren't just feeling better in the moment. We are actively building our inner strength and resilience. Each act of self-care, no matter how small, sends a clear message to ourselves. I am worthy of care. My needs matter. This builds self-worth and confidence, empowering us to navigate life's challenges with greater grace and less overwhelm. We become more robust, less easily swayed by external pressures, and better equipped to handle stress. This isn't a superficial kind of strength. It's a deep, foundational resilience that allows us to bounce back from setbacks and maintain our emotional equilibrium. It's the strength that comes from being deeply connected to and honoring your own well-being. Beyond strength, self-care is a direct path to cultivating more joy in our lives, a joy that feels authentic and sustainable. When we consistently meet our own needs, replenish our energy, and honor our inner voice, we create fertile ground for happiness to bloom. This isn't the fleeting joy that comes from external achievements or momentary pleasures. It's a deeper, more abiding sense of contentment and well-being. It's the quiet satisfaction of knowing you're tending to yourself, the lightness that comes from feeling less burdened, and the delight found in simple pleasures. This joy isn't something you have to chase or earn. It emerges naturally from a life lived in greater alignment with your true self. It becomes a gentle hum beneath the surface of your daily life, accessible even amidst challenges. The lingering guilt often associated with self care is a significant hurdle, but it's one we can absolutely overcome. Understand that taking care of yourself isn't a selfish act. It's a foundational one, much like putting on your own oxygen mask before assisting others. When you are depleted, you have less to give to your work, your family, and your passions. By prioritizing your well being, you are actually enhancing your capacity to be present, patient, and loving in all aspects of your life. Imagine yourself as a well tended garden. If you don't water and nourish it, it cannot produce beautiful flowers or abundant fruit. Your self care is that essential watering and nourishment, allowing you to flourish and contribute your best self to the world. Release the notion that you must sacrifice yourself to be worthy. Instead, embrace the truth that your well being is a gift to everyone around you. So, where do you begin on this journey of discovering strength in stillness and joy in self care? Start small, with gentle, manageable steps that feel good to you, not like another chore. Perhaps dedicate 5 minutes each morning to quiet reflection before anyone else wakes up, simply noticing your breath. Or choose one small self care act each day, like enjoying your coffee without distractions or listening to a favorite song while you fold laundry. The key is consistency, not perfection. It's about building new habits gently and kindly. Don't aim for a complete overhaul of your life right away. Instead, focus on weaving these small moments of grace into the fabric of your existing routine. Each small act is a powerful step towards reclaiming your peace and vitality. It's important to remember that this path isn't about achieving a perfect state of constant calm or flawless self-care routines. Life will still be messy, demands will still arise, and there will be days when stillness feels impossible and self-care falls by the wayside. That's perfectly normal, and it's part of being human. The goal is not to eliminate challenges, but to build your capacity to navigate them with greater ease and inner peace. Approach this journey with compassion for yourself, recognizing that every step, no matter how small, is progress. If you miss a day, simply begin again the next, without judgment or harsh criticism. This is a practice of gentle integration, not a rigid set of rules, and your grace will be found in the persistent kindness you show yourself along the way. As you begin to integrate stillness and self-care into your life, you might notice a beautiful ripple effect extending beyond your own well-being. When you feel more centered and joyful, your interactions with others often become more patient and authentic. Your renewed energy and calm presence can positively influence your relationships, your work, and even the atmosphere of your home. You become a living example of what it means to live with grace, inspiring those around you to consider their own paths to peace. This isn't about putting on a show for others, but a natural outflow of your own inner transformation. Your journey towards a more balanced and joyful life has the power to uplift and encourage everyone in your orbit, creating a more harmonious environment for all. Ultimately, discovering strength in stillness and joy in self-care is about cultivating a more gentle and fulfilling way of living, one that honors your inherent worth and respects your boundaries. It's about moving away from the relentless pressure to perform and instead embracing a life guided by intention, compassion, and authentic connection to yourself. This shift is not a surrender. It is a profound reclamation of your power, allowing you to thrive, not just survive. You deserve to feel vibrant, peaceful, and deeply joyful, not just occasionally, but as a consistent undercurrent of your existence. This chapter serves as your initial invitation to step onto this path, to begin the beautiful work of nurturing your soul, and to discover the boundless grace that resides within you. The gentle path to reclaiming your energy and inner calm. It's easy to feel constantly depleted, isn't it? The modern world often demands so much from us, pulling us in countless directions until we feel like a frayed rope. You might find yourself running on fumes, your energy reserves empty, and your inner peace a distant memory. The weight of expectations, both from others and ourselves, can leave us feeling heavy and overwhelmed. This persistent feeling of being stretched thin isn't just tiring, it actually blocks us from experiencing genuine joy and connection. We often push harder, thinking more effort will fix it, but that only deepens the exhaustion. This constant striving actually works against our natural rhythms, making it harder to find true rest. It's a cycle many women know all too well, leaving us yearning for a different way to live. But what if there was another way? A path not of relentless pushing, but of gentle invitation? This isn't about adding more tasks to your already overflowing plate or forcing yourself into rigid routines. Instead, it's about discovering how to softly guide yourself back to a place of inner calm and renewed energy. Imagine reclaiming your vitality not through intense effort, but through mindful choices and compassionate self-care. This gentle path recognizes that your strength isn't measured by how much you can endure, but by how skillfully you nurture your own well-being. It's about listening to your body's whispers before they become shouts and honoring your need for peace. This approach teaches you to be present, and respond to what you truly need. The journey to reclaiming your energy begins with small, intentional shifts, not drastic overhauls. Think of it like adjusting the sails on a boat rather than trying to paddle harder against a strong current. These aren't grand gestures that require huge blocks of time you don't have. They are simple, consistent practices woven into the fabric of your everyday life. Each small step builds upon the last, creating a powerful ripple effect that slowly, steadily restores your inner balance. The key is consistency, not perfection, allowing each gentle choice to accumulate and bring you closer to feeling whole. These subtle changes will eventually lead to significant improvements in how you feel daily. You don't have to be perfect, just consistent in your self-care. One of the most profound acts of self-care is prioritizing true rest. This goes beyond simply getting enough sleep, though that is incredibly important. True rest means consciously stepping away from demands and allowing your mind and body to genuinely relax and rejuvenate. It might look like sitting quietly with a cup of tea, staring out the window, or simply closing your eyes for a few minutes in the middle of a busy day. It's about giving yourself permission to do nothing, without guilt or the urge to be productive. This kind of intentional pause allows your nervous system to calm down, reducing the constant buzz of stress. When you truly rest, you're not being lazy, you're refilling your wellspring of energy. It's a vital ingredient for sustaining your physical and mental health over time. Another immediate tool for finding calm lies in the simple act of mindful breathing. When stress takes hold, our breath often becomes shallow and quick, signaling danger to our bodies. By consciously slowing down your breath, inhaling deeply into your belly, holding for a moment, and exhaling slowly, you send a powerful message of safety to your nervous system. This practice can be done anywhere, anytime, in line at the grocery store, before an important meeting, or while waiting for coffee. Just a few deep, intentional breaths can shift your entire state, bringing you back into the present moment and easing tension. It's a portable sanctuary, always available to help you recenter yourself. This small action has a huge impact on your overall sense of peace. Learning to set clear boundaries is a powerful step on this gentle path. As women, we often feel compelled to say yes to every request, fearing we might disappoint others or miss an opportunity. However, constantly overextending yourself drains your energy and leaves little room for your own needs. Saying no can feel challenging at first, but it is ultimately an act of self-preservation and self-respect. When you set a boundary, you are not rejecting a person. You are simply honoring your own capacity and protecting your precious time and energy. This allows you to say a more authentic yes to the things that truly matter to you. Your time and energy are finite resources, so guard them wisely. Establishing these limits creates space for what truly nourishes you. In our hyper-connected world, disconnecting from digital noise is essential for reclaiming inner calm. The constant pings, notifications, and endless scrolling can create a state of perpetual distraction and mental clutter. Take intentional breaks from your phone, email, and social media throughout the day. Consider designating no screen zones in your home, like the bedroom, or no screen times, such as the first hour after waking or the last hour before bed. This isn't about avoiding technology entirely, but about using it mindfully rather than letting it control you. Creating these digital boundaries allows your mind to quiet down, reducing anxiety and freeing up mental space for creativity and reflection. Give yourself permission to step away and simply be present in your own life. Reconnecting with nature, even in small doses, offers a profound sense of grounding and renewal. The natural world has an incredible ability to soothe our nervous systems and remind us of life's simpler rhythms. This doesn't mean you need to plan an elaborate hiking trip every weekend. It could be as simple as stepping outside for 5 minutes to feel the sun on your face, tending to a houseplant, or taking a moment to notice the trees on your street. Bringing a bit of the outside in through fresh flowers or a view from your window can also make a difference. These moments of connection to the earth help to dissipate stress and bring a sense of perspective. Nature reminds us of the quiet strength that exists beyond our daily worries. Even a brief moment outdoors can refresh your spirit. Gentle movement is another wonderful way to invite energy back into your body without adding more stress. Forget the idea that exercise always has to be intense or punishing. Instead, focus on movement that feels good and supports your body, rather than pushing it to its limits. This could be a leisurely walk around your neighborhood, some gentle stretching, practicing yoga, or even dancing to your favorite song in your living room. The goal is to move your body in a way that promotes circulation, releases tension, and connects you to your physical self. Listen to what your body needs on any given day and choose movement that nourishes rather than depletes. This approach helps you build a healthier relationship with your body. It's about feeling good, not achieving a certain fitness goal. Nourishing your body with wholesome, simple foods also plays a significant role in reclaiming your energy. What you eat directly impacts your mood, focus, and overall vitality. Rather than focusing on restrictive diets, think about what you can add to your plate that will truly fuel you. Choose fresh fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains that provide sustained energy and support your body's natural functions. Hydration is also key. Drinking enough water throughout the day can prevent fatigue and brain fog. Eating mindfully, paying attention to your body's hunger and fullness cues, also helps you build a healthier relationship with food. When you treat your body with kindness through nourishing choices, you'll notice a significant uplift in your energy levels. These simple choices make a big difference in how you feel. Journaling offers a powerful way to declutter your mind and gain clarity, contributing significantly to your inner calm. When thoughts and worries swirl endlessly in your head, putting them down on paper can provide a much-needed release. It doesn't have to be perfect prose or even make complete sense. The act of writing itself is therapeutic. Use your journal as a safe space to explore your feelings, process challenges, and celebrate small victories without judgment. This practice helps you identify patterns, understand your emotions better, and even discover solutions you hadn't considered. Just a few minutes each day can help you quiet the internal noise and connect with your deeper wisdom. It's like having a conversation with your truest self. This simple habit can bring immense peace and insight. Cultivating a peaceful morning routine can set a calm and intentional tone for your entire day. Instead of immediately diving into emails or social media, dedicate the first few moments to yourself. This doesn't need to be an elaborate ritual. It could be as simple as enjoying a cup of coffee in silence, reading a few pages of an inspiring book, or practicing a short meditation. The idea is to create a buffer between sleep and the demands of the day, allowing you to wake up gently and mindfully. This deliberate start helps you feel more in control and less reactive to external pressures. A calm beginning often leads to a more balanced and productive day, reducing feelings of rush and anxiety. It's an investment in your well-being that pays dividends all day long. Equally important is an evening wind-down ritual that signals to your body and mind that it's time to rest. Just as you wouldn't abruptly stop a car going 60 miles an hour, you shouldn't expect your mind to instantly switch off after a busy day. Create a gentle transition by dimming the lights, avoiding stimulating activities like intense work or news, and engaging in calming practices. This might include taking a warm bath, reading a relaxing book, listening to soft music, or doing some gentle stretches. Establishing this consistent routine helps to prepare your body for sleep, improving its quality and depth. A restful night's sleep is one of the most effective ways to reclaim your energy and ensure you wake up feeling refreshed. It's a loving way to care for yourself at the end of each day. Throughout this gentle journey, remember to extend immense self-compassion to yourself. There will be days when you feel energized and capable, and days when you feel utterly depleted and unable to stick to your intentions. This is completely normal and part of being human. Instead of judging yourself or giving up, offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend. This path isn't about achieving perfection, but about consistent, loving effort. Celebrate the small victories, learn from the setbacks, and always return to the practices that nourish you. Your worth is not tied to your productivity or how perfectly you execute these steps. It's about showing up for yourself with grace and patience every single day. This gentle approach fosters resilience and lasting change. Embrace the understanding that reclaiming your energy and inner calm is a continuous process, not a destination you arrive at and then forget. Life will always present new challenges and demands, and your needs will evolve over time. The practices you discover and cultivate are tools to help you navigate these shifts with greater resilience and grace. There will be moments where you feel off track, and that's perfectly okay. Simply acknowledge it and gently guide yourself back to your chosen path. This ongoing commitment to your well-being is a testament to your strength and self-love. It's about building a sustainable way of living that honors your true self. This journey is about constant learning and adapting to your changing needs. By choosing this gentle path, you are not only reclaiming your precious energy and cultivating a profound sense of inner calm, but you are also redefining what strength truly means. It's not about pushing through until you break, but about nurturing yourself so you can thrive. You are giving yourself permission to slow down, to listen, and to live in a way that feels authentic and deeply fulfilling. This isn't just about surviving the demands of life, it's about savoring it, finding joy in the quiet moments, and building a reservoir of peace that no external chaos can fully deplete. Step by gentle step, you are creating a life rich in vitality, purpose, and genuine happiness, radiating a quiet power that comes from within. Your grace will shine through as you embrace this new way of being. How to create a life of purpose, balance, and deep fulfillment. Many women reach a point where they realize that constant striving, while often rewarded by the world, doesn't actually bring the deep satisfaction they crave. You might be excelling in your career, managing a bustling household, and still feel an underlying hum of dissatisfaction or exhaustion. This feeling isn't a sign of failure. It's a gentle whisper from your soul, urging you to seek something more profound. It's a call to move beyond merely existing and into a life that truly resonates with your deepest desires. This chapter is dedicated to answering that call, guiding you toward a life where purpose, balance, and authentic fulfillment aren't just aspirations, but lived realities. We'll explore how to weave these vital threads into the fabric of your everyday existence, transforming your inner landscape. It's about giving yourself permission to build a life that feels genuinely good from the inside out. Let's begin by understanding purpose, which often feels like a grand, elusive quest. We're taught to believe purpose must be a monumental career goal or a world-changing mission. But for most of us, it's much more intimate and personal. Your purpose isn't necessarily about what you do for a living, but rather the unique way you show up in the world, the values you embody, and the contributions you make, however small. It's the underlying current that gives meaning to your actions and helps you navigate your choices with intention. Finding your purpose involves looking inward, connecting with what truly matters to you, and recognizing the unique gifts you bring to every interaction. It's about aligning your daily life with your core beliefs, creating a sense of direction that feels deeply authentic. To uncover this personal purpose, begin with quiet reflection, perhaps through journaling. Ask yourself what truly ignites your spirit, what causes move you, and what activities make you lose track of time in the best possible way. Consider the moments when you feel most alive, most yourself, and most useful to others. These aren't just fleeting emotions, they are signposts pointing toward your inherent strengths and passions. Think about the problems you naturally want to solve, the kindness you instinctively offer, or the wisdom you love to share. Your purpose often lies at the intersection of your talents, your passions, and the needs of the world around you, even if that world is just your immediate family or community. Next, let's tackle balance, a concept that often burdens women with an impossible ideal. We envision a perfectly proportioned pie chart with equal slices for work, family, self care, and friendships, but life rarely, if ever, looks like that. True balance isn't about achieving a static, perfect equilibrium every single day. It's a dynamic dance, a constant adjustment between various demands and desires. It means understanding that some days will lean heavily towards work, others towards family, and some, hopefully, towards yourself. The goal is to cultivate a sense of harmony over time, not to chase an unattainable daily perfection that only leads to frustration. Creating this dynamic balance requires intentional strategies, starting with firm boundaries. Learning to say no is not selfish, it's an act of self preservation, protecting your energy and time for what truly matters to you. Prioritization becomes your best friend, helping you distinguish between urgent tasks and important ones. This might mean delegating responsibilities, letting go of things that don't truly serve your larger goals, or even scaling back on commitments that drain you. Remember, your time and energy are finite resources, and you have the power to decide where they are best invested. Stillness plays an absolutely crucial role in maintaining this dynamic balance, offering a much needed pause in life's relentless rhythm. When you allow yourself moments of quiet, whether through meditation, a mindful walk, or simply sitting with a cup of tea, you create space for clarity. These quiet moments aren't wasted time. They are vital opportunities to check in with yourself, to assess where your energy is truly flowing, and to realign your actions with your intentions. Without these pauses, it's easy to get swept away by external demands, losing touch with your inner compass and feeling constantly off kilter. Now, let's talk about deep fulfillment, which is often mistakenly linked to external achievements or possessions. We're conditioned to believe that a bigger title, a nicer house, or more accolades will finally bring that elusive sense of contentment. However, true fulfillment blossoms from within, independent of what you accomplish or acquire. It's the profound sense of peace and satisfaction that comes from living authentically, from connecting deeply with yourself and others, and from contributing in ways that resonate with your spirit. This kind of fulfillment sustains you, even when external circumstances are challenging. Cultivating gratitude is one of the most powerful pathways to deep fulfillment, shifting your focus from what's lacking to what is abundant. It's about intentionally noticing the small, beautiful moments that often go unappreciated amidst the rush of daily life. A warm cup of coffee, a kind word from a friend, the sunlight streaming through the window. These simple blessings, when acknowledged, accumulate into a rich tapestry of appreciation. Regularly pausing to feel grateful rewires your brain, making you more receptive to joy and less prone to dwelling on disappointments. It transforms your perspective, allowing you to find richness in the ordinary. Authentic connection also fuels deep fulfillment, reminding us that we are not meant to navigate life's journey in isolation. Nurturing genuine relationships with family, friends, or even within your community provides a sense of belonging and mutual support that enriches your life immeasurably. These are the connections where you feel truly seen, heard, and valued, where you can be your authentic self without pretense. Investing time and energy in these relationships, whether through shared laughter, quiet conversations, or acts of service, creates a powerful web of love and support that makes life feel more meaningful. Embracing mindfulness and presence further deepens your sense of fulfillment, allowing you to fully inhabit each moment rather than rushing through it. How often do we eat while scrolling, listen while planning, or spend time with loved ones while our minds are elsewhere? Being truly present means engaging all your senses, immersing yourself in the now, and appreciating the richness of your immediate experience. This practice helps you savor life's simple pleasures and engage more deeply with every interaction, turning mundane tasks into opportunities for connection and awareness. It's about tasting your food, really hearing your child's story, or feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin. Crucially, creating a life of purpose, balance, and deep fulfillment demands self compassion and the willingness to release guilt. Many women carry a heavy burden of feeling like they should always be doing more, giving more, or being more for everyone else. This guilt often prevents us from prioritizing our own well being, which is essential for sustaining any meaningful life. Understand that taking care of yourself isn't selfish. It's a necessary act that allows you to show up more fully and authentically for others. Give yourself the same grace and understanding you would offer a dear friend. Integrating these powerful elements into your daily life doesn't require a complete overhaul. It begins with small, consistent steps. Perhaps you start with 5 minutes of quiet reflection each morning, or commit to one no each week to a non essential request. Maybe you dedicate a specific evening to a beloved hobby or make a conscious effort to fully listen during family dinner. These seemingly minor adjustments, when practiced regularly, build momentum and gradually reshape your habits and your mindset. They are tiny acts of rebellion against the constant pull of busyness, creating pockets of peace and meaning. It's natural to encounter obstacles on this journey, from time constraints to societal pressures that applaud constant productivity. You might feel resistance from others who are accustomed to your old patterns, or grapple with your own internal voice of self-doubt. When these challenges arise, remember your why, the deep yearning for a life that feels authentic and nourishing. Revisit your purpose, reaffirm your boundaries, and gently remind yourself that your well-being is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity. Stay firm in your kami. Team it to yourself, even when it feels difficult to uphold. This journey toward a life of purpose, balance, and deep fulfillment is not a linear path with a fixed destination, but rather an ongoing dance of discovery and adjustment. There will be days when you feel perfectly aligned, and others when you feel completely off kilter, and both are entirely normal. The key is to approach these fluctuations with curiosity and kindness, rather than judgment. See each challenge as an opportunity to learn more about yourself, to refine your strategies, and to deepen your commitment to living a life that truly reflects who you are. Embrace the process with all its beautiful imperfections. Ultimately, the power to design a life that truly nourishes your soul rests firmly within your own hands. You are not a passive recipient of circumstances. You are the architect of your existence, capable of making conscious choices that align with your deepest values. This empowerment comes from understanding that your worth is not tied to your productivity or the expectations of others, but to your inherent being. By intentionally cultivating purpose, embracing dynamic balance, and seeking authentic fulfillment, you reclaim your agency and create a life that feels genuinely yours. As you begin to weave these principles into your life, you'll discover a beautiful ripple effect that extends beyond yourself. When you are centered, balanced, and living with purpose, you become a source of calm and inspiration for those around you. Your renewed energy and authentic joy will naturally uplift your family, friends, and colleagues, demonstrating a different, more sustainable way of living. You give others permission to seek their own grace simply by embodying yours. It's a powerful testament to the idea that prioritizing your own well-being ultimately benefits everyone. So take a deep breath and give yourself permission to embark on this transformative journey. It's not about achieving perfection, but about embracing progress and cultivating a deeper, more loving relationship with yourself. Trust that you are capable of creating a life that is rich in meaning, peace, and profound joy. You deserve to feel vibrant, connected, and deeply satisfied, and the path to that life begins right here, with your courageous choice to cultivate your own grace, your guide to cultivating inner peace and lasting happiness. After journeying through the wisdom of stillness and the power of reclaiming your energy, we arrive at the heart of it all, cultivating a deep sense of inner peace and a happiness that truly lasts. This isn't about chasing fleeting moments of joy or achieving another milestone that promises fulfillment, only to leave you feeling empty. Instead, this guide is an invitation to build a resilient wellspring of calm and contentment within yourself, a source that remains steady regardless of what life throws your way. It's about understanding that true happiness isn't something external you acquire, but rather an internal state you nurture, day by gentle day. We'll explore how to weave these practices into the fabric of your everyday life, transforming your experience from the inside out. This profound shift begins with a simple yet powerful commitment to yourself and your well being. Let's unlock the secrets to a life rich with authentic joy and unwavering peace, making them your constant companions. For too long, many of us have been taught that happiness is a prize awarded for relentless effort, for ticking off every item on an impossibly long to-do list. We believe that if we just worked harder, sacrificed more, or pleased everyone around us, eventually we would earn our right to be happy. This mindset, while seemingly productive, often leaves us feeling perpetually exhausted and disconnected from our authentic selves. It creates a cycle of striving that never quite reaches a satisfying conclusion, always pushing the finish line further away. But what if lasting happiness isn't about the pursuit of more, but rather the discovery of enough, right here, right now? This chapter will gently guide you toward a different path, one where your worth isn't tied to your output. The journey to cultivating inner peace begins with embracing stillness, a concept we've touched upon throughout this book, but which warrants deeper exploration here. Stillness is not merely the absence of activity, it is a profound presence, a quiet space where you can truly hear your own thoughts and feelings without judgment. It's where you can recalibrate your inner compass and remember what truly matters to you. Think of it as pressing the reset button on your mind, allowing the constant chatter and external pressures to momentarily fade away. Creating these moments of quiet reflection, even just for a few minutes each day, forms the bedrock of a peaceful existence. It gives your soul room to breathe and your spirit time to simply be, without any demands. Mindfulness is one of the most accessible and effective tools for bringing more stillness and peace into your daily life. It's the practice of paying attention to the present moment, intentionally and without judgment. This means noticing the sensations in your body, the sounds around you, the taste of your food, or the rhythm of your breath as you go about your day. It's about truly being where you are, rather than letting your mind drift to past regrets or future worries. When you practice mindfulness, you create a gentle pause in the rush of life, allowing you to observe your experiences with greater clarity and less emotional reactivity. This simple act of awareness can profoundly change how you interact with the world and with yourself. Integrating mindfulness doesn't require hours of meditation, though that can be wonderfully beneficial. You can practice it while sipping your morning tea, truly tasting the warmth and flavor, or while walking, feeling your feet connect with the ground beneath you. Even doing the dishes can become a mindful act, focusing on the warm water, the suds, and the clean feel of the plates. The key is to bring your full attention to one thing at a time, allowing yourself to be completely immersed in the present experience. This intentional focus helps to quiet the mind's tendency to multitask and overthink, creating little pockets of peace throughout your busiest days. These small moments accumulate, building a stronger foundation for inner calm. Another cornerstone of lasting happiness is cultivating radical self-compassion. As women, we are often our own harshest critics, holding ourselves to impossible standards and speaking to ourselves in ways we would never tolerate from others. Self-compassion means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and empathy you would offer to a dear friend facing a similar struggle. It acknowledges that imperfection is part of the human experience, and that making mistakes is an opportunity for growth, not a reason for self-punishment. When you extend compassion to yourself, you create a safe inner space where you can heal, learn, and truly thrive. This gentle approach softens your inner landscape and reduces the immense pressure you often place upon your own shoulders. A significant barrier to women embracing self-compassion and inner peace is often the heavy weight of guilt. We feel guilty for resting, guilty for saying no, guilty for prioritizing our own needs over the demands of others. This pervasive guilt can sabotage even the best intentions for self-care. pulling us back into cycles of overgiving and depletion. It's time to dismantle this guilt, recognizing it as an outdated belief that does not serve your highest good. Understand that taking care of yourself is not selfish, it is essential. You cannot pour from an empty cup, and nurturing your own well being allows you to show up more fully, lovingly, and genuinely for everyone and everything else in your life. Give yourself permission to release the burden of unnecessary guilt. Setting clear and healthy boundaries is an act of profound self love and a vital step in protecting your inner peace. Boundaries are the invisible lines you draw to define what you will and will not allow into your life, whether it's your time, energy, or emotional space. They are not meant to push people away, but rather to establish respect and maintain your well being. Learning to say no without apology or to communicate your needs clearly can feel challenging at first, especially if you're accustomed to always saying yes. However, each boundary you establish is a powerful statement that you value yourself and your peace. This practice empowers you to manage your energy more effectively and prevent feeling overwhelmed by external demands. Consider your personal energy as a finite resource, much like a battery that needs recharging. Without clear boundaries, your energy can easily be drained by constant demands, obligations, and the expectations of others. When you set boundaries, you are consciously choosing how and where you invest your precious energy, ensuring you have enough left for yourself and for what truly matters. This isn't about being rigid or unyielding, it's about being mindful and intentional. It helps you avoid the common pitfalls of burnout and resentment, which are direct enemies of inner peace and lasting happiness. Protecting your energy is a proactive step toward creating a life that feels balanced, sustainable, and deeply fulfilling. Beyond the absence of stress, lasting happiness is about cultivating authentic joy, a feeling that resonates deeply within your soul. This isn't the fleeting excitement of a new purchase or a temporary escape from reality. It's a more profound, abiding sense of contentment and aliveness. Authentic joy often arises from connection to yourself, to others, to nature, or to a sense of purpose. It's found in moments of gratitude, in simple pleasures, and in the quiet appreciation of life's beauty. This kind of happiness doesn't depend on external circumstances being perfect. Instead, it's an inner state that you can access and cultivate, even amidst life's challenges. It's about finding the sweetness in the ordinary and celebrating the magic of the everyday. To truly cultivate authentic joy, we must learn to shift our perspective and find beauty in the small, often overlooked moments of our day. It could be the warmth of the sun on your skin, the comforting aroma of your morning coffee, the sound of laughter from a loved one, or the simple pleasure of a quiet moment alone. These aren't grand gestures, but they are the threads that weave together the tapestry of a joyful life. Practicing gratitude daily, even for the tiniest blessings, can dramatically rewire your brain to notice and appreciate these moments more readily. When you intentionally seek out and acknowledge these small joys, you train your mind to focus on abundance rather than scarcity, fostering a continuous flow of happiness. Listening to your intuition, that quiet inner knowing, is a powerful guide on your path to inner peace and lasting happiness. Your intuition is your inner compass, always pointing you toward what is truly aligned with your highest good and deepest desires. In a world full of noise and external opinions, it can be challenging to tune into this subtle voice, but it becomes clearer with practice and stillness. When you honor your intuition, you make decisions that feel right for you, rather than being swayed by external pressures or expectations. This trust in your inner wisdom builds confidence and reduces anxiety, leading to a more authentic and fulfilling life journey. It's about remembering that you already hold many of the answers within. Cultivating these practices, stillness, mindfulness, self-compassion, boundaries, and intuition, is not a one-time event, but a continuous, gentle unfolding. Consistency, rather than intense bursts of effort, is the true secret to making them an integral part of your life. Start small, perhaps by dedicating 5 minutes each morning to quiet reflection or mindfully enjoying one meal a day. Over time, these small, consistent actions will build momentum and create profound shifts in your inner world. Don't strive for perfection. Simply commit to showing up for yourself, day after day, with kindness and patience. Each step you take, no matter how tiny, moves you closer to a life rich with peace and authentic joy. It's important to remember that this journey toward inner peace and lasting happiness is not a linear one. There will be days when you feel completely centered and connected, and other days when the external world feels overwhelming and peace seems elusive. This is a natural part of being human, and it doesn't mean you failed or that your efforts are in vain. Instead, view these moments as opportunities to practice self-compassion and return to your foundational tools. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment. Gently guide yourself back to stillness and remember that every moment is a fresh chance to begin again. The path is about gentle persistence, not flawless execution, and embracing the ebb and flow of life. Ultimately, this guide invites you to reclaim your inherent capacity for grace, to find strength not in constant striving, but in the quiet resilience cultivated within. It empowers you to redefine what it means to be a strong woman in today's world, one who honors her need for rest, who listens to her inner wisdom, and who cultivates a happiness that radiates from within. By embracing stillness, practicing mindfulness, and extending compassion to yourself, you are not only transforming your own life, but also becoming a beacon of peace for those around you. Step into this gentle power, knowing that your journey to cultivate inner peace and lasting happiness is a profound act of self-love that benefits everyone. Your grace awaits. The Modern Woman's Guide to Finding Power in Rest. In our modern world, the image of a successful woman often involves a relentless pace, a packed schedule, and an unwavering ability to juggle a myriad of responsibilities. We're celebrated for being constantly on, for managing demanding careers, nurturing families, maintaining vibrant social lives, and still finding time for personal growth. This relentless pursuit of having it all can leave us feeling stretched incredibly thin, our energy reserves constantly depleted, and a deep sense of overwhelm bubbling just beneath the surface. It's a treadmill that never seems to stop, and stepping off, even for a moment, can feel like a profound failure or a missed opportunity, leaving us disconnected from our own true needs. But what if true power, real resilience, and sustainable success didn't come from pushing harder, but from intentionally pausing? What if the very act of stepping back, of allowing ourselves to be still, was the most radical and transformative thing we could do for our well-being and effectiveness? This might sound counterintuitive in a society that champions constant motion, but the strength we seek isn't found in endless striving. It's cultivated in the quiet moments of reflection and deliberate rest. It's about redefining what it means to be strong, shifting from a mindset of relentless exertion to one that honors renewal and inner harmony. For many women, the mere thought of resting conjures a wave of guilt, a nagging voice whispering about all the things left undone, the tasks awaiting attention, the expectations unmet. We've been conditioned to believe that our worth is tied to our productivity, that taking time for ourselves is selfish, or that slowing down will lead to us falling behind. This deeply ingrained guilt often prevents us from even considering true rest, trapping us in a cycle of busyness that leaves us perpetually exhausted. It's crucial to acknowledge these feelings, but then to gently challenge them, recognizing that this guilt is a barrier to the very energy and clarity we desperately need. It's time to reframe rest not as a reward earned only after immense effort, but as an essential, proactive strategy for living a full and vibrant life. Think of it not as a luxury to be indulged, but as a fundamental pillar of your well-being, as vital as nutrition or exercise. When we view rest as an active component of our daily lives, something we deliberately schedule and protect, we shift from a reactive state of recovery to a proactive state of sustained energy and focus. This intentional pause becomes a powerful tool, allowing us to maintain our vitality rather than constantly trying to reclaim it from the brink of burnout. Our brains and bodies are not designed for perpetual motion. They thrive on cycles of activity and restoration. During periods of rest, our minds have the crucial opportunity to process information, consolidate memories, and engage in creative problem solving without the pressure of external demands. This isn't just about feeling less tired. It's about allowing your cognitive functions to reset, leading to sharper focus, improved decision making, and a greater capacity for innovation. When you give yourself permission to truly rest, you're investing in your mental clarity and physical vitality, emerging more capable and energized than before. In the cacophony of modern life, it can be incredibly difficult to hear our own inner wisdom, that quiet, guiding voice that knows what we truly need. Constant noise, endless notifications, and the demands of others often drown out our intuition, leaving us feeling disconnected from our authentic selves. Stillness creates the necessary space for this inner compass to emerge, allowing us to listen deeply to our own desires, fears, and aspirations without external interference. It's in these moments of quiet reflection that we can truly connect with our deepest values and gain clarity on the path that genuinely serves us. Rest isn't a one-size-fits-all concept, nor is it limited to simply sleeping more, though that is certainly important. It encompasses a rich tapestry of experiences designed to restore different facets of our being. Consider mental rest, which might involve meditation or simply sitting in quiet contemplation without an agenda, or emotional rest, which comes from processing feelings and setting healthy boundaries. There's also creative rest, found in pursuing hobbies purely for joy, physical rest through gentle movement or stretching, and sensory rest, achieved by unplugging from screens and seeking peaceful environments. Exploring these diverse forms allows us to tailor our rest to our specific needs. You don't need to book a week-long retreat to experience the profound benefits of rest. True power can be found in integrating small, consistent moments of pause throughout your day. These micro-rests are intentional breaks, brief interludes that allow you to recalibrate and recharge without completely stepping away from your responsibilities. Imagine taking 5 minutes to simply breathe deeply, stepping outside for a short, silent walk, or mindfully enjoying a cup of tea without distraction. These small acts of self-care, when practiced consistently, accumulate to create a significant positive impact on your overall energy and well-being. Cultivating this power in rest demands intentionality. It won't simply happen on its own amidst the demands of your busy life. It requires a conscious decision to prioritize these moments, to treat them with the same importance as any other appointment on your calendar. This means actively scheduling time for stillness, even if it's just 10 minutes, and protecting that time fiercely. It's about being deliberate in your choice to step away from the endless to-do list and instead invest in your own restoration, recognizing that this deliberate act is a vital component of your capacity to thrive. Protecting your sacred time for rest often means navigating the delicate art of setting boundaries, both with others and with yourself. This can be challenging, especially for women who are natural caregivers and people pleasers, but it's an essential step in reclaiming your energy. Learning to kindly but firmly say no to additional commitments, communicating your need for quiet time to family members, and even setting limits on your own internal pressure to constantly achieve are all crucial. These boundaries aren't about exclusion. They're about creating the necessary space for your own well-being to flourish. When a woman consistently prioritizes her own rest and well-being, the positive effects ripple outward, touching every aspect of her life and impacting those around her in profound ways. A rested woman is more patient, more present, and more joyful, bringing a calmer, more grounded energy to her relationships and her work. By modeling healthy self-care and demonstrating the value of stillness, she inadvertently gives permission to her children, her partner, and her colleagues to do the same, fostering a healthier, more balanced environment for everyone. Her commitment to herself becomes a gift to the world. Ultimately, finding power in rest isn't about escaping your life or slowing down indefinitely. It's about building a sustainable foundation for pursuing your dreams with renewed vigor and clarity. It's the fuel that prevents burnout, ensuring that you have the enduring energy and sharp focus required to achieve your goals over the long haul. By integrating intentional rest into your routine, you are not stepping away from your aspirations. You are strategically recharging, ensuring that you can show up as your most capable, creative, and resilient self, ready to tackle any challenge with grace and strength. Embracing this modern woman's guide to finding power in rest is an act of profound self-love, a beautiful embodiment of your inherent grace. It's an invitation to release the constant pressure to perform and instead to cultivate a deeper, more authentic joy that springs from within, independent of external achievements. Give yourself permission to rest, to simply be, and to discover that true strength lies not in endless doing, but in the courageous act of pausing, restoring, and connecting with the powerful, peaceful woman you are meant to be. How to harness stillness to achieve your goals with less stress. Many of us live in a constant state of motion, believing that the faster we go, the more we'll accomplish. We juggle careers, families, and personal aspirations, often feeling like we're always racing against the clock. This relentless pace can leave us feeling stretched thin, overwhelmed, and perpetually stressed. Even as we chase our most important goals, we mistakenly think that slowing down means falling behind, but this couldn't be further from the truth. What if the secret to achieving more with greater ease and genuine joy wasn't about doing more, but about embracing less? It's a radical idea in our busy world, yet it holds a profound truth. This chapter invites you to explore how a deliberate practice of stillness can become your most powerful tool, transforming your journey toward success. When we talk about stillness, we're not suggesting you drop everything and retreat from the world entirely. Stillness isn't about physical inactivity alone. It's a profound mental and emotional state that allows you to pause, breathe, and reconnect with your inner wisdom. It's about creating moments of calm amidst the chaos, a mental sanctuary where your thoughts can settle and gain clarity. Imagine it as hitting the reset button on your internal operating system, giving yourself a chance to recalibrate and recharge. This kind of stillness is an active choice, a conscious decision to step away from the incessant demands and listen to what truly matters. It's about finding your center, even when the world around you is spinning at full speed. Our society often glorifies constant productivity, pushing us to believe that our worth is tied to how much we can achieve. This hustle culture creates an exhausting cycle where we constantly strive for more, often at the expense of our well-being. We feel immense pressure to always be on, responding to emails at all hours, taking on extra projects, and pushing ourselves to the brink of exhaustion. This relentless pursuit of external validation leaves little room for reflection or genuine rest, leading to burnout, anxiety, and a nagging sense of unfulfillment. It's a trap that promises success, but often delivers only stress, leaving us feeling disconnected from our true selves and our deepest desires. Contrary to popular belief, embracing stillness isn't a sign of weakness or a luxury. It's a strategic advantage in the pursuit of your goals. Think of a skilled archer who pauses, breathes, and focuses deeply before releasing the arrow, rather than frantically shooting in every direction. That pause isn't wasted time. It's the precise moment that ensures accuracy and power in the shot. Similarly, incorporating moments of stillness into your day allows you to approach your tasks with greater intention, precision, and renewed energy. It's about working smarter, not just harder, by giving your mind the essential space it needs to perform at its peak. This deliberate slowdown can actually accelerate your progress, making your efforts far more effective and sustainable over time. One of the most immediate benefits of stillness is the profound clarity it brings to your thoughts and intentions. When our minds are constantly buzzing with tasks, worries, and distractions, it's incredibly difficult to think clearly or make sound decisions. Stillness acts like a mental filter, sifting through the noise and allowing essential information to rise to the surface of your awareness. By stepping back, even for a few minutes, you create the necessary mental space to identify your true priorities, strategize more effectively, and approach challenges with a fresh perspective. This sharpened focus means you can dedicate your precious energy to what truly matters, rather than scattering it across countless less important demands. The constant pressure of modern life can keep our bodies and minds in a perpetual state of fight or flight, flooding our systems with stress hormones. Stillness offers a powerful antidote, actively calming your nervous system and reducing the physical and emotional symptoms of overwhelm. When you intentionally pause, take a few deep breaths, and simply be, you signal to your body that it's safe to relax and release tension. This shift from a stressed state to a calm one doesn't just feel good. It allows you to approach problems with a clearer head and more emotional resilience. Managing stress isn't just about feeling better, it's about preserving your energy and making wiser choices that serve your long term well being and goals. Our intuition, that quiet inner knowing, often gets drowned out by the endless chatter of our busy minds. Stillness creates the perfect conditions for this inner voice to emerge, guiding you toward innovative solutions and inspired ideas you might otherwise miss. When you give your mind a break from active problem solving, it often works diligently in the background, making connections you wouldn't consciously perceive. Many groundbreaking ideas and creative insights don't come from frantic brainstorming sessions, but from moments of quiet reflection, a peaceful walk in nature, or even just gazing out a window. Embracing stillness allows you to tap into a deeper well of wisdom and creativity that can significantly enhance your goal achievement and overall problem solving abilities. The idea that we must push ourselves relentlessly to succeed is a recipe for burnout, leaving us depleted, unmotivated, and prone to mistakes. Stillness is not a luxury, it's a vital component of sustainable energy management, essential for long term effectiveness. Just as a phone needs to be recharged regularly to function optimally, our minds and bodies require consistent periods of calm to replenish their reserves. By intentionally building moments of stillness into your day, you prevent the deep exhaustion that leads to errors, poor performance, and a disheartening loss of passion. This proactive approach ensures you have consistent, high quality energy to dedicate to your goals, allowing you to sustain your efforts over the long haul without sacrificing your health or happiness. Incorporating stillness doesn't require hours of meditation, especially when you're just starting out on this journey. Begin with small, mindful moments peppered throughout your day. This could be taking 3 deep, conscious breaths before opening a new email, truly savoring your morning coffee without distractions, or pausing for 60 seconds to simply notice the sounds around you. These brief pockets of presence act as mini resets, breaking the cycle of constant doing and allowing you to bring more awareness to your actions. Even a few conscious moments can significantly shift your state, helping you feel more grounded and less rushed, which in turn improves your ability to tackle tasks effectively and thoughtfully. Consider building strategic pauses into your workflow, especially before making important decisions or transitioning between tasks. Before a big meeting, take a moment to collect your thoughts, breathe deeply, and set a clear intention for the discussion. After completing a demanding project, step away from your desk for 5 minutes to clear your head and stretch before diving into the next one. These deliberate breaks prevent mental fatigue and allow you to approach each new challenge with a refreshed mind and renewed focus. By consciously stepping back, you gain valuable perspective and avoid the common pitfalls of rushed decisions or fragmented ati, ultimately leading to better outcomes and a greater sense of control over your busy day. Bookending your day with stillness can profoundly impact your overall well-being and productivity, setting a positive tone. A morning ritual, even a short one, could involve sitting quietly for a few minutes, journaling your thoughts, or simply enjoying the sunrise with a cup of tea. This sets a calm, intentional tone for the day, helping you prioritize before the external demands begin to crowd in. Similarly, an evening ritual, like a few minutes of gentle stretching, reading a comforting book, or reflecting on your day's blessings, allows you to process events and release any lingering stress. These consistent practices cultivate a habit of presence, ensuring you start and end your days feeling more centered and less reactive to external pressures. Now, how does all this stillness translate directly into achieving your goals with greater ease? When your mind is clear, your focus is sharp, and your energy is sustained, your entire approach to goal setting and execution transforms dramatically. You're better equipped to identify truly meaningful goals, create realistic action plans, and stay resilient when inevitable obstacles arise. Instead of reacting impulsively to every challenge, you respond thoughtfully, making choices that align with your deepest values and long-term vision. Stillness empowers you to navigate challenges with grace, learn from setbacks without getting completely derailed, and celebrate your progress with genuine appreciation and inner peace. It's the underlying strength that makes your journey toward success not just possible, but genuinely fulfilling and sustainable. For many women, the very idea of taking time for stillness often comes with a heavy dose of guilt, a familiar companion. We're conditioned by society to believe that rest is unproductive, that pausing means we're not doing enough, or that we're somehow letting others down. It's crucial to challenge these deeply ingrained beliefs and recognize that prioritizing your inner peace is not selfish. It's an act of profound self care that ultimately benefits everyone around you. When you are centered and calm, you show up as a more patient mother, a more effective leader, and a more engaged partner in all your relationships. Giving yourself permission to embrace stillness is a powerful investment in your capacity to truly thrive, not just survive in all areas of your life. Embracing stillness isn't a quick fix. It's a consistent practice that cultivates lasting transformation within you. Over time, you'll undoubtedly notice a significant reduction in chronic stress, a remarkable improvement in your decision-making abilities, and a profound increase in your overall sense of peace. Your relationships will likely deepen as you become more present, more attentive, and less distracted by the constant demands of the outside world. You'll find yourself moving through life with a newfound grace, responding to challenges with calm and wisdom instead of frantic urgency. This isn't just about achieving specific goals. It's about cultivating a way of being that allows for a rich, vibrant, and genuinely joyful existence, regardless of external circumstances or pressures. The journey to harnessing stillness ends with a single conscious breath, a simple yet powerful act. Don't feel pressured to overhaul your entire routine overnight. Simply choose one small moment today to pause, breathe, and just be. Notice the subtle yet profound difference it makes in your body and mind, however small it may seem at first. Be patient and compassionate with yourself as you navigate this new approach, understanding that consistency, not perfection, is the absolute key to lasting change. You are capable of cultivating this powerful inner resource, and as you do, you will discover a profound strength that will not only help you achieve your goals with less stress, but also unlock a deeper, more authentic joy in your life. This is your invitation to reclaim your power, one beautiful, still moment at a time. Reclaim your energy, sharpen your focus, and live a joyful life. It's easy to feel like you're constantly running on fumes, your thoughts scattered in a dozen directions, and genuine joy feeling like a distant memory. The modern woman often finds herself caught in a relentless cycle of doing, giving, and striving, leaving little room for herself. This constant push and pull can drain your vitality, making it hard to concentrate on what truly matters, and dimming the light that once sparked your happiness. But what if there was a way to step off that treadmill, not by quitting, but by finding a deeper wellspring of strength within you? This section will guide you through the transformative power of stillness, showing you how to intentionally cultivate practices that allow you to reclaim your precious energy, sharpen your often divided focus, and ultimately rediscover the authentic joy that is waiting patiently inside you. Imagine moving through your days with a renewed sense of purpose and a calm confidence, no longer feeling perpetually overwhelmed. It's not just a dream, it's an achievable reality when you learn to embrace the quiet power of your inner world. Many of us have become accustomed to a life filled with noise, not just the sounds around us, but the constant chatter of our to-do lists, societal expectations, and the endless stream of information vying for our attention. This relentless mental and emotional input acts like a silent siphon, steadily drawing away our vital energy reserves. We tell ourselves we'll rest when everything is done, but the truth is, the done list rarely shrinks, only morphs. The result is a persistent feeling of being stretched thin, a foggy mind that struggles to concentrate, and a heart that feels disconnected from the simple pleasures of life. We push through, fueled by caffeine and sheer willpower, believing that productivity is the only measure of our worth. This cycle, however, eventually leads to burnout, leaving us feeling depleted and wondering where our vibrant selves have gone. The answer doesn't lie in pushing harder or adding more to your already overflowing plate. Instead, it invites you to step back, to breathe, and to consciously choose stillness as a powerful tool for self-rejuvenation. Stillness isn't about doing nothing, it's about creating intentional space for your mind, body, and spirit to recalibrate. Think of it as hitting the reset button on your internal operating system, allowing it to clear out the unnecessary clutter and restore its optimal functions. This isn't a luxury for later. It's a fundamental necessity for living a life that feels both productive and deeply fulfilling. By embracing moments of quiet, you begin to interrupt the draining cycle and cultivate a more sustainable way of being. When you consistently feel tired, even after a full night's sleep, it's a strong signal that your energy reserves are critically low, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally. Stillness acts as a gentle yet profound balm for this exhaustion, allowing your nervous system to finally downshift from its constant state of alert. Imagine your energy as a well. If you're always drawing from it without replenishing, it will inevitably run dry. Conscious stillness, whether through a few minutes of quiet breathing, a mindful walk, or simply sitting without distraction, provides the essential refill. It's in these quiet moments that your body can repair, your mind can process, and your spirit can find its grounding again, leading to a deeper, more resilient sense of vitality that lasts throughout your day. This isn't about a quick fix or a temporary energy boost from a strong cup of coffee. It's about cultivating a sustained inner source of strength. When you regularly engage in stillness, you empower your body to manage stress more effectively, reducing the chronic drain that often leaves you feeling depleted. You'll notice that tasks that once felt overwhelming become more manageable because you approach them with a clearer head and a more settled spirit. This renewed energy isn't just about doing more. It's about doing what you choose to do with greater presence and less internal resistance. It helps you move from merely surviving your days to truly thriving within them, feeling more present and alive in every moment. Beyond physical and emotional energy, stillness is a powerful catalyst for sharpening your focus in a world designed to distract you. Our attention spans have become fragmented, constantly pulled in multiple directions by notifications, urgent requests, and our own racing thoughts. A mind that is constantly buzzing with activity struggles to settle on one task, leading to decreased efficiency and a lingering sense of unfinished business. Stillness provides the much-needed pause, an opportunity to quiet the internal chatter and consciously direct your attention where you want it to go. It's like clearing a dusty window so you can finally see the landscape clearly, rather than through a hazy film of distractions. By regularly stepping away from the demands of external stimuli, even for just a few minutes, you train your brain to concentrate more effectively. This practice helps strengthen your ability to filter out irrelevant information and zero in on what truly matters, whether it's a complex work project, a meaningful conversation, or simply enjoying a quiet moment with a loved one. The clarity that emerges from a settled mind allows for better decision-making, improved problem-solving skills, and a greater capacity to stay present in the moment. You'll find yourself less prone to multitasking errors and more capable of diving deeply into tasks, leading to higher quality work and a greater sense of accomplishment. Imagine approaching your most important tasks with a laser-like focus, able to immerse yourself completely without the constant urge to check your phone or drift off into unrelated worries. This isn't an unattainable ideal. It's a skill you can cultivate. Even a 5-minute pause before a crucial meeting or a demanding project can significantly shift your mental state, helping you gather your thoughts and approach the task with intention. Stillness empowers you to choose where your attention goes, rather than letting it be dictated by external pressures or internal anxieties. This heightened focus not only makes you more productive, but also allows you to engage more fully with your life, savoring each experience. With your energy reclaimed and your focus sharpened, a beautiful byproduct naturally emerges, a deeper, more authentic sense of joy. When you are no longer perpetually exhausted and your mind isn't constantly racing, there's finally space for genuine happiness to flourish. This isn't the fleeting joy that comes from external achievements or material possessions. It's a profound contentment that radiates from within, born from a sense of balance and connection to your true self. Stillness helps you shed the layers of expectation and shoulds, allowing you to reconnect with what truly brings your heart alive. True joy isn't about constant exhilaration. It's often found in the quiet moments of appreciation, the simple pleasures, and the deep sense of peace that comes from being fully present. When you create space for stillness, you become more attuned to these subtle yet powerful sources of happiness. You might notice the warmth of your morning tea, the beauty of a sunset, or the genuine laughter shared with a friend in a way you couldn't when your mind was racing. This cultivated inner peace acts as a foundation, allowing you to experience life's ups and downs with greater resilience and an underlying sense of well being. Stillness also provides an invaluable opportunity to reconnect with your core values and passions, which are often buried under the weight of daily responsibilities. When you slow down, you give yourself permission to listen to your intuition, to remember what truly matters to you, and to align your actions with your deepest desires. This alignment is a powerful source of lasting joy as you begin to live a life that feels authentic and purposeful, rather than one dictated by external pressures. Discovering these inner truths sparks a joyful energy that fuels your decisions and guides your path forward, illuminating your unique journey. Embracing stillness isn't about adding another item to your already overwhelming to-do list. It's about integrating small intentional pauses throughout your day. These moments are not meant to be perfect or long. Even a minute of conscious breathing or a brief walk outdoors can make a significant difference. The key is consistency and compassion, allowing yourself to experiment with what feels right and gradually building these practices into your routine. Over time, these small acts of self-care accumulate, creating a powerful ripple effect that transforms your entire experience of life, making it feel more graceful and less like a constant struggle. The journey from feeling stretched thin and overwhelmed to experiencing renewed energy, sharp focus, and authentic joy is a testament to the transformative power of stillness. It's about recognizing that your worth isn't tied to relentless productivity, but to your capacity for presence and inner peace. By giving yourself permission to pause, to breathe, and to simply be, you unlock a profound strength that allows you to navigate life's complexities with grace and resilience. This isn't just about managing stress, it's about fundamentally reshaping your relationship with yourself and the world around you, moving from a reactive state to one of intentional living. Imagine waking up each day feeling genuinely rested, approaching your tasks with clear intent, and finding moments of genuine delight throughout your hours. This isn't a far-fetched fantasy. It's the natural outcome of regularly inviting stillness into your life. The power to reclaim your vitality, sharpen your mental edge, and cultivate a deep well of joy lies within you, waiting to be accessed through these quiet practices. As you continue through this book, you will discover even more practical ways to weave these moments into your everyday existence, building a foundation for a life that truly reflects your deepest desires for peace, purpose, and profound happiness. The Strategic Woman's Path to Sustainable Success and Well-Being. The modern world often praises constant motion, leading many women to believe that relentless activity is the only path to success. However, true, lasting achievement, the kind that nourishes your spirit as much as your ambition, requires a different kind of strategy. It's not about doing more, but about doing what truly matters most, approaching each task with clarity and abundant energy. This profound shift in perspective defines the truly strategic woman, one who understands her well-being isn't a mere luxury, but the very bedrock of her accomplishments. Without this foundation, even the most impressive triumphs can feel hollow or become utterly unsustainable in the long run. She consciously chooses a path that consistently nourishes her spirit rather than one that relentlessly depletes her, ensuring her entire journey is as fulfilling as any destination. This approach is about building a life where ambition and inner peace can beautifully coexist, never competing against each other. It's a powerful realization that sometimes intentionally slowing down can actually make you far more effective and powerful. For far too long, the prevailing narrative has suggested that to achieve anything significant, a woman must sacrifice her sleep, personal time, and precious peace of mind. Many of us have lived this demanding story, pushing ourselves relentlessly to the brink, mistakenly believing that exhaustion was a necessary badge of honor. We've all seen the heavy toll this takes: frayed nerves, dwindling patience, and a pervasive sense of being perpetually on the verge of collapse. This isn't a sustainable way to live. It's a fast track directly to burnout, leaving us feeling empty, disconnected, and utterly depleted. The truly strategic woman decisively rejects this outdated, harmful model, understanding that genuine strength isn't forged in relentless, unceasing striving. Instead, she recognizes that her innate capacity to perform at her absolute best is directly and intricately linked to her capacity to genuinely rest and fully recharge. She knows instinctively that a mind clouded by chronic fatigue simply cannot make wise, insightful decisions or lead others with authentic inspiration. This new, smarter path isn't about abandoning your cherished goals. It's about pursuing them with greater intelligence, fueled by a deeper appreciation for your own inherent limits and vital needs. It's about consciously choosing vitality over exhaustion every single day. One of the most profoundly powerful tools in a strategic woman's carefully curated arsenal is the intentional pause. These are far more than mere moments of idleness. They are deliberate, purposeful acts of complete recalibration and thoughtful reflection. You can think of them as essential mini resets, strategically placed throughout your busy day, demanding week and entire year. They could be as wonderfully simple as a 5-minute breathing exercise practiced quietly before a significant meeting or a refreshing, silent walk taken during your lunch break. These vital pauses provide your mind with the space to step back from immediate, pressing demands, offering a much-needed fresh perspective. They actively prevent the insidious accumulation of stress, which can otherwise weigh you down heavily and cloud your judgment in critical moments. By consciously choosing these brief moments, you actively regain a sense of control over your precious time and your inner state of being. It's a proactive, empowering step, not a reactive one, ensuring you remain grounded and centered even when life's pace becomes incredibly hectic. These small, consistent breaks accumulate over time, creating a robust foundation of calm that steadfastly supports all your ambitious endeavors. Beyond specific, designated pauses, the strategic woman skillfully weaves mindfulness into the very fabric of her everyday life. This isn't about burdening yourself by adding yet another item to an already overflowing to-do list, which feels impossible. Instead, it's about bringing a heightened, deliberate awareness to whatever you are already doing, no matter how mundane. Whether you are slowly sipping your morning coffee, thoughtfully responding to emails, or even simply driving your children to school, you can consciously choose to be fully present in that moment. This consistent practice helps you notice the small, often overlooked details, truly appreciate the simple moments, and prevent your mind from constantly racing ahead. When you engage mindfully, tasks that once felt like endless chores can miraculously transform into valuable opportunities for deep focus and even genuine enjoyment. It effectively sharpens your attention, allowing you to absorb information more thoroughly and communicate with far greater clarity and impact. This consistent presence significantly reduces mental clutter and fosters a profound sense of inner peace, even amidst external chaos and demanding circumstances. Ultimately, it's about living your life more deeply, rather than merely rushing through it on autopilot. A critically important aspect of achieving sustainable success is the courageous act of setting clear, firm boundaries. For many women, uttering the word no feels incredibly uncomfortable, sometimes even selfish, especially when others genuinely depend on them. However, the truly strategy woman understands that boundaries are not about rejecting others. They are fundamentally about protecting her own precious energy and vital priorities. She instinctively knows that overcommitting herself leads inevitably to exhaustion, resentment, and a significantly diluted impact on the things that truly matter most to her. This means she consciously defines what she will and will not take on, both in her professional life and her personal sphere. It involves communicating her limits respectfully but firmly, ensuring her time and resources are allocated wisely and purposefully. By safeguarding her own capacity, she ensures she has more than enough left to give wholeheartedly to her most important commitments and, crucially to herself. Setting boundaries is a profound act of self respect that ultimately benefits everyone in her orbit. It's a powerful declaration that her well being is absolutely non negotiable for her long term effectiveness and happiness. Self care, for the truly strategic woman, is never an indulgence to be grudgingly earned after everything else is somehow miraculously done. Instead, it is a fundamental, non negotiable component of her comprehensive strategic plan for both life and work. She treats her physical, mental, and emotional health with the exact same seriousness and dedication she applies to her most ambitious career goals. This means she intentionally schedules time for regular exercise, prepares nourishing meals, ensures she gets sufficient restorative sleep, and engages in activities that genuinely bring her joy, just as she would schedule an important business meeting. She deeply understands that a depleted well simply cannot pour into others or effectively fuel ambitious, demanding projects. Consistently taking exquisite care of herself ensures she possesses the resilience, creativity, and stamina vitally needed to navigate life's inevitable challenges and confidently seize exciting opportunities. It's a proactive, intelligent investment in her most valuable and irreplaceable asset, herself. When you view self care as essential fuel rather than an optional reward, its profound importance becomes utterly undeniable. It's truly the powerful engine that propels all your other endeavors forward. Among the various forms of essential self care, quality sleep stands out as a critical, yet often profoundly underestimated, factor in achieving sustainable success. Many high achieving women mistakenly wear sleep deprivation as a badge of honor, a symbol of their dedication, but the truly strategic woman knows better. She recognizes that consistent, restorative sleep is not a luxury or a weakness. It is an absolute biological necessity for peak performance in every aspect of life. During deep sleep, your brain diligently consolidates memories, processes complex emotions, and efficiently clears out metabolic waste. Conversely, chronic lack of sleep severely impairs judgment, diminishes creativity, hinders problem-solving abilities, and disrupts emotional regulation. The strategic woman consciously prioritizes a consistent sleep schedule, creating a calming, winding-down bedtime routine to gently signal her body it's time to rest. She understands that an extra hour of work late at night often yields diminishing returns compared to the profound clarity and abundant energy gained from adequate, quality rest. Investing wisely in good sleep is a direct investment in sharper focus, better decision-making, and greater resilience throughout her demanding day. It's a foundational pillar for both holistic well-being and professional excellence. No woman achieves truly sustainable success in isolation. A strong, supportive inner circle is an absolutely invaluable asset. The strategic woman deeply understands the immense power of community and intentionally cultivates relationships that genuinely uplift and encourage her. She thoughtfully surrounds herself with people who sincerely celebrate her wins, offer constructive, helpful feedback, and provide a safe, non-judgmental space for vulnerability. This vital network might include trusted mentors, supportive peers, cherished friends, or loving family members who truly understand her unique journey and aspirations. She also wisely learns to recognize relationships that tend to drain her energy or foster negativity, and she sets healthy boundaries around them. Sharing burdens, brainstorming innovative ideas, and receiving authentic emotional support are all vital for gracefully navigating the inevitable ups and downs of life. These meaningful connections provide a deep sense of belonging and gently remind her that she doesn't have to carry every single load alone. A robust support system acts as a crucial buffer against stress and a powerful catalyst for continuous growth, significantly reinforcing her inherent resilience. It's all about finding strength in numbers, thoughtfully applied to both her personal and professional life. The path to sustainable success often requires a profound willingness to embrace imperfection and courageously release the relentless need for absolute control. Many strategic women are natural high achievers, meticulously accustomed to striving for flawlessness in every single area of their lives. However, this relentless pursuit can quickly become utterly exhausting, frequently leading to paralysis by analysis and unnecessary harsh self-criticism. The truly strategic woman understands that perfection is often an illusion, a mirage that can actually hinder genuine progress and tragically stifle joy. She wisely learns to differentiate between striving for excellence and demanding absolute flawlessness, consistently aiming for the former while gracefully accepting the latter's impossibility. This involves trusting her capable team, delegating tasks effectively and intelligently, and understanding deeply that mistakes are invaluable opportunities for learning rather than outright failures. Letting go of the intense need to micromanage every minute detail frees up valuable mental and emotional bandwidth. It allows her to concentrate her precious energy where it truly matters most, fostering a more adaptable, creative, and significantly less stressful approach to life. This profound acceptance creates ample space for innovation and creativity to flourish, unburdened by unrealistic and stifling expectations. For the strategic woman, ambition isn't solely defined by external achievements or the relentless climbing of the corporate ladder. Her ambition extends far beyond that, encompassing the cultivation of a deep, abiding sense of inner peace and holistic well-being. She understands with unwavering clarity that true success encompasses not just what she manages to accomplish, but also, crucially, how she genuinely feels while she is doing it. This means actively pursuing joy, authentic connection, and a profound sense of calm as integral, foundational parts of her life's overarching purpose. Her goals are meticulously aligned with her deepest values, ensuring that all her efforts contribute to building a life she genuinely loves, not merely one that looks impressive from the outside. She seeks to build a lasting legacy that includes not only remarkable professional milestones, but also a vibrant, beautifully balanced, and deeply fulfilling personal existence. This integrated, harmonious approach ensures that her success is never fleeting, but is instead deeply rooted, resilient, and enduringly sustainable. It's about creating a life that is rich in meaningful purpose and brimming with quiet, profound contentment. Her unique journey becomes a powerful testament to the inspiring idea that you can truly reach for the stars while keeping your feet firmly and gracefully on the ground. When a strategic woman wholeheartedly commits to this enlightened path of sustainable success and profound well-being, the positive impact extends beautifully far beyond herself. Her calm demeanor, sharp focus, and vibrant energy become contagiously inspiring, positively influencing her family, colleagues, and broader community. She courageously models a new, more balanced way of living, showing others that it is indeed possible to achieve greatness without ever sacrificing one's soul or inner peace. Her unwavering clarity in decision-making and her compassionate, empathetic leadership naturally inspire those around her to also actively seek greater balance in their own lives. This beautiful ripple effect creates healthier, more collaborative work environments, more harmonious and loving homes, and ultimately, a more resilient and compassionate society overall. She becomes a powerful beacon, demonstrating clearly that true strength truly lies in grace, in moments of stillness, and in a profound, unwavering respect for one's deepest inner needs. Her transformative journey proves convincingly that prioritizing well-being isn't selfish. It's a powerful and selfless act of service to the world. Ultimately, her sustainable success isn't just a personal victory. It's an open invitation for everyone to discover their own unique path to a more joyful, purposeful, and genuinely fulfilling existence. This is the true, enduring power of a woman living with grace and profound intention. Beyond simply managing a schedule, the strategic woman masterfully understands and manages her energy levels throughout her demanding day. She understands intuitively that not all hours are created equal. Some periods naturally bring peak focus and brilliant creativity, while others are better suited for less demanding, routine tasks. This sophisticated understanding involves recognizing her unique personal rhythms and thoughtfully structuring her day to align perfectly with her natural energy fluctuations. She might wisely choose to tackle complex projects in the morning when her mind is freshest and most alert, reserving administrative tasks or lighter duties for the inevitable afternoon slump. Paying close attention to what genuinely energizes her and what consistently depletes her allows for far more intentional and effective planning. This isn't about working fewer hours. It's about working smarter, more efficiently, and with greater impact within those hours. By proactively protecting and consistently replenishing her energy, she skillfully avoids the common, debilitating trap of pushing through sheer exhaustion. It ensures she consistently brings her absolute best self to her most important work and, crucially, to her cherished personal life. This mindful energy management is a foundational cornerstone of sustainable productivity and overall vibrant vitality. The world is in a constant state of flux, ever changing and evolving, and the strategic woman gracefully embraces continuous learning and adaptation as absolutely essential for her long-term success. She never views learning as a mere task to be completed, checked off a list, but rather as an ongoing, exciting journey of growth and personal evolution. This includes staying perpetually curious, actively seeking new knowledge, and remaining authentically open to diverse perspectives and fresh ideas. She understands deeply that true resilience and enduring strength come from the innate ability to pivot, to innovate, and to gracefully adjust her course when circumstances demand it. This powerful mindset allows her to navigate challenges with profound grace and wisdom, seeing obstacles not as roadblocks, but as invaluable opportunities for deeper understanding and creative solutions. She intelligently invests in her own personal and professional development, whether through engaging reading, specialized courses, or actively seeking out new, enriching experiences. This unwavering commitment to growth ensures her skills remain sharp and relevant, and her perspective stays fresh and dynamic, benefiting both her personal and professional life. It also brilliantly prevents stagnation, keeping her deeply engaged, intellectually stimulated, and genuinely enthusiastic about her path forward. Ultimately, her adaptability is a powerful, enduring asset, allowing her to thrive confidently in an ever-evolving and often unpredictable landscape. Mastering the art of rest for a more productive and fulfilling life. In a world that constantly pushes us to do more, be more, and achieve more, the idea of truly resting often feels like a luxury we can't afford, or even worse, a sign of weakness. We're taught that productivity comes from relentless effort, from pushing through exhaustion, and from always being on. However, this deeply ingrained belief often leads us down a path of burnout, stress, and a profound sense of disconnection from ourselves. What if we reframed rest not as an absence of activity, but as a deliberate, powerful strategy for living a more effective and joyful life? It's time to recognize that mastering the art of rest is not about idleness. It's about intelligent self-care that fuels our highest potential. Many women, especially those juggling multiple roles, carry a heavy burden of guilt when they even consider taking a moment for themselves. There's this quiet voice, sometimes loud and insistent, that tells us we should be doing something productive, tending to a need, or crossing off another item on our endless to-do list. This internal pressure, combined with external expectations, makes genuine rest seem almost impossible to attain. We might even fear that if we slow down, everything will fall apart, or we'll somehow lose our edge in a competitive world. Yet, this constant striving without proper recovery is precisely what drains our energy and dulls our natural brilliance. True productivity isn't measured solely by the hours we put in, but by the quality of our output and the sustainability of our efforts. Imagine trying to run a marathon without ever pausing for water or nourishment. Eventually, your body would simply give out. Our minds and spirits work in a similar way, requiring intentional pauses to replenish and recharge. When we integrate rest into our routines, we're not just taking a break, we're actively investing in clearer thinking, sharper focus, and more creative problem solving. This strategic approach to self-care allows us to return to our tasks with renewed vigor, ultimately accomplishing more with less strain and frustration. Science backs up this notion, revealing that our brains aren't designed for perpetual high-intensity work. Studies show that regular breaks and periods of rest are essential for consolidating memories, processing information, and fostering innovative ideas. When we allow our minds to wander or simply be still, we activate different neural networks that are crucial for insight and creativity. Think of it as defragmenting a computer hard drive. These moments of quiet allow our internal systems to organize, optimize, and prepare for the next challenge. Without these crucial periods of downtime, our cognitive functions become sluggish and our decision-making suffers. Rest, however, isn't just about getting enough sleep, though quality sleep is undoubtedly foundational. It's a much broader concept encompassing various forms of restoration that address different needs. There's physical rest, like napping or gentle movement, mental rest by disengaging from intense thought, emotional rest by processing feelings without judgment, and even sensory rest by minimizing external stimuli like screens and noise. Understanding these different facets of rest allows us to tailor our recovery methods to what our unique bodies and minds truly require at any given moment, moving beyond a one-size-fits-all approach. One of the most accessible ways to weave rest into your daily life is through mindful micro rests. These are short, intentional pauses that can be as brief as a minute or two, designed to reset your focus and calm your nervous system. This could mean stepping away from your desk to look out a window, taking 3 deep breaths before responding to an email, or simply closing your eyes for 60 seconds. Such small acts of deliberate disengagement prevent the buildup of stress and mental fatigue, acting like miniature refresh buttons that keep you operating smoothly throughout even the busiest days. They are small commitments that yield significant returns. Beyond micro rests, it's vital to carve out time for true, unstructured downtime. This means moments where you have no agenda, no tasks to complete, and no expectations to meet. It's about allowing yourself to simply be, whether that involves staring at the ceiling, doodling, or letting your thoughts drift without a specific goal. In our achievement-oriented culture, this kind of unproductive time can feel radical, even wasteful. However, it's in these very moments of spaciousness that our subconscious mind can work its magic, leading to unexpected insights and a profound sense of inner calm. Connecting with the natural world also offers a powerful form of rest and rejuvenation. Spending time outdoors, whether it's a walk in a park, sitting by a body of water, or simply tending to a few plants, can significantly reduce stress hormones and improve your mood. The gentle rhythms of nature provide a calming contrast to the often demanding pace of modern life, offering sensory rest and a chance to feel grounded. Even a few minutes spent observing the sky or listening to birdsong can shift your perspective and restore a sense of peace within your busy day. Engaging in creative pursuits can also be a deeply restorative practice, serving as a form of active rest. When you immerse yourself in an activity like painting, writing, playing an instrument, or even cooking a new recipe, you tap into a different part of your brain, one that thrives on imagination and expression. These activities often create a flow state, where you lose track of time and the worries of the day fade into the background. It's not about producing a masterpiece. It's about the joy of the process and the mental break it provides from your usual responsibilities, allowing your spirit to feel lighter and more vibrant. To truly master the art of rest, setting firm boundaries is non-negotiable. This means learning to say no to additional commitments when your plate is already full, and protecting your scheduled downtime with the same seriousness you would a work meeting. It also involves creating clear distinctions between work life and personal life, especially in an era where technology blurs those lines. Deciding on a time to stop checking emails or putting your phone away an hour before bed can significantly improve your ability to unwind and enter a state of true rest, signaling to yourself and others that your well-being is a priority. Overcoming the guilt trap associated with rest requires a fundamental shift in perspective. Instead of viewing rest as something you earn only after exhaustion, start to see it as a proactive measure, an essential component of your health and vitality. Remind yourself that you cannot pour from an empty cup, and that prioritizing your rest benefits everyone around you, your family, your colleagues, and your community. Giving yourself permission to rest is not selfish. It is an act of profound self-care that allows you to show up as your best, most resilient self in all areas of your life. Consider rest as an investment rather than an expense. Just as you invest time and resources into your career, your relationships, or your personal development, investing in your rest yields significant returns. It's an investment in your physical health, reducing the risk of illness and chronic stress. It's an investment in your mental clarity, enhancing your decision-making and problem-solving abilities. Most importantly, It's an investment in your overall happiness and fulfillment, ensuring that your journey through life is marked by sustainable joy rather than constant depletion. This proactive stance transforms rest from a passive recovery into an active strategy for thriving. When you consistently integrate rest into your life, you'll notice a powerful ripple effect that extends far beyond your personal well being. A rested woman is more patient, more compassionate, and more present in her relationships. She has more emotional reserves to navigate challenges and celebrate successes, both her own and those of others. Her energy is infectious, inspiring those around her to also prioritize their own needs. This creates a positive cycle where a culture of sustainable living and grace begins to flourish, benefiting not just individuals but entire communities, proving that tending to yourself is a collective good. Embracing this art of rest is ultimately about reclaiming your power through peace and cultivating a deeper sense of inner grace. It's about understanding that your worth isn't tied to your endless output, but to your inherent being. By giving yourself permission to slow down, to breathe, and to simply be, you unlock a profound strength that doesn't need to strive or prove itself. This strength comes from a place of groundedness and wisdom, allowing you to move through life with more intention, less stress, and a vibrant, authentic joy that radiates from within, touching everything you do. So, make a conscious commitment to yourself today. Pledge to master the art of rest. Start small, perhaps by scheduling a 10-minute break each afternoon or dedicating one evening a week to true downtime. Observe how these moments of intentional stillness begin to transform your energy, your focus, and your overall outlook. Allow yourself the grace to disengage, to replenish, and to rediscover the profound wellspring of vitality that lies within you. This commitment isn't just about improving your life, it's about honoring the incredible woman you are, allowing her to flourish with sustainable energy and deep, abiding contentment. The mind-body connection, listening to your body's wisdom. Many of us live life at a frantic pace, constantly moving from one task to the next without much thought for our inner world. We push through our days, ticking off to-do lists, often feeling a subtle but persistent hum of stress beneath the surface. This relentless pace can make us feel like our minds and bodies are two separate entities, each with its own demands. We might treat our bodies like machines that simply need to perform, fueling them and expecting them to keep up without question. But what if there was a deeper, more profound relationship at play, one that holds the key to greater peace and vitality? This is where the powerful concept of the mind-body connection truly comes to its own. It's an ancient wisdom that reminds us our thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations are intricately woven together, constantly influencing one another. Think about the last time you felt truly overwhelmed or anxious. Where did you feel it in your body? Perhaps a tight knot formed in your stomach, your shoulders crept up to your ears, or your jaw clenched without you even realizing it. These aren't just random aches or pains. They are your body's direct, undeniable responses to the mental and emotional pressures you're experiencing. For many women, chronic stress silently manifests as persistent headaches, digestive issues, unexplained fatigue, or even a dull, nagging backache. Our bodies act as a loyal messenger, diligently sending us signals, whispers at first, then louder shouts if we continue to ignore them. These physical sensations are not weaknesses. They are vital pieces of information, urging us to pay closer attention to our inner landscape. In our modern world, there's often an unspoken expectation for women to be endlessly resilient, to push through discomfort, and to always say yes. We've been conditioned to believe that resting is a luxury, or even a sign of weakness, rather than a fundamental human need. This societal pressure can make us feel guilty for needing a break, for feeling tired, or for acknowledging any physical distress. We learn to override our body's subtle cues, dismissing a headache as just a headache, or fatigue as just another busy day. This constant suppression of our body's wisdom creates a dangerous disconnect, leaving us vulnerable to burnout and a deep sense of unease. Yet, underneath all the noise and external demands, your body holds an incredible innate wisdom. It possesses an ancient intelligence that knows precisely what it needs to thrive, to heal, and to find balance. This wisdom isn't something you need to acquire. It's already within you, waiting to be heard. Your body is constantly communicating, offering real time feedback on your emotional state, your energy levels, and your overall well being. It's like a loyal friend, always trying to get your attention, providing clues to guide you back to a place of harmony and health. The challenge, then, isn't to find this wisdom, but to simply learn how to tune in and listen. Consider those everyday moments when your body tries to speak to you. Perhaps you feel a sudden tightness in your chest before a difficult conversation, a clear signal of anxiety or apprehension. Or maybe your stomach clenches when you're faced with a decision that doesn't quite feel right, a literal gut feeling guiding you. Persistent tension in your shoulders might be telling you about the weight of responsibilities you're carrying, while inexplicable fatigue could be a plea for genuine rest, not just more caffeine. These aren't just random occurrences, they are your body's specific language, offering direct insights into your emotional landscape and your deeper needs. The link between our emotions and our physical health is far more profound than we often realize. When we carry chronic anxiety, our digestive system might suffer, leading to discomfort or irregularity. Suppressed anger can manifest as use skull stiffness, or even elevated blood pressure, quietly impacting our cardiovascular health. Prolonged sadness or grief can drain our energy reserves, making us feel heavy and lethargic, affecting everything from our sleep to our immune system. Understanding these intricate connections empowers us to see our physical symptoms not as isolated problems, but as valuable messages from our emotional core, inviting us to address what truly lies beneath. For many of us, learning to truly listen to our bodies is a journey of rediscovery, almost like learning a new language or reconnecting with a long-lost friend. We might have spent years, even decades, overriding its signals, pushing past its protests, and prioritizing external demands above its gentle nudges. This has often led to a deep-seated distrust, where we no longer fully believe what our body is trying to tell us. Rebuilding this trust takes patience, compassion, and a conscious commitment to slow down and pay attention. It means giving ourselves permission to honor what we hear, even if it goes against what we think we should be doing. One of the simplest yet most powerful ways to begin tuning into your body's wisdom is through the practice of conscious breathing. Our breath is an immediate bridge between our mind and body, a direct conduit to our nervous system. When you feel overwhelmed or disconnected, take a moment to simply observe your breath. Don't try to change it at first. Just notice its rhythm, its depth, and where you feel it in your body. Then, gently guide it to be a little slower, a little deeper, breathing in through your nose and exhaling slowly through your mouth. This simple act can immediately calm your nervous system, quiet the mental chatter, and open a clearer channel for your body's messages to come through. Another incredibly effective tool for reconnecting is the body scan. This practice involves systematically bringing your attention to different parts of your body, noticing any sensations without judgment. Start from your toes and slowly move up, paying attention to your feet, ankles, calves, knees, and so on, all the way to the top of your head. Notice areas of tension, warmth, coolness, tingling, or even complete absence of sensation. There's no need to fix anything. The goal is simply to observe and acknowledge what is present. This mindful awareness helps you identify where stress might be hiding and gives your body a voice, allowing you to recognize its subtle communications more readily. Mindful movement also offers a beautiful pathway to listen to your body's wisdom. This isn't about pushing yourself through an intense workout, but rather engaging in gentle activities like stretching, walking, or yoga with full awareness. As you move, pay attention to how your muscles feel, the subtle shifts in your balance, and the rhythm of your breath. Notice any areas of stiffness or ease, and allow your body to guide the movement rather than forcing it. This practice helps you cultivate a deeper relationship with your physical self, allowing you to understand its capabilities and limitations, and to honor its need for both activity and rest. Beyond tangible physical sensations, your body's wisdom also speaks through your intuition, those quiet gut feelings or inner nudges that guide your decisions. How often have you had a strong feeling about something, only to dismiss it because it didn't seem logical or rational? These intuitive hits are often deeply rooted in your body's accumulated experiences and its incredible ability to process information on a subconscious level. Learning to trust these internal signals, whether it's a feeling of expansion when something is right or a sense of contraction when something feels off, is a crucial aspect of honoring your mind body connection. It's about giving weight to what your deepest self already knows. Embracing your body's wisdom means giving yourself radical permission to slow down, to rest, and to new, or tour yourself without guilt. In a culture that often celebrates relentless striving, choosing stillness and self-care can feel like an act of rebellion, but it is, in fact, an act of profound strength. It's a conscious decision to honor your inherent needs, to replenish your reserves, and to operate from a place of wholeness rather than depletion. This isn't about being lazy. It's about being deeply attuned to your own unique rhythms and understanding that true productivity and joy stem from a well-nourished mind and body. When you commit to truly listening to your body, the benefits ripple through every aspect of your life. You'll likely notice a significant reduction in stress as you address its root causes rather than just managing its symptoms. Your focus and clarity will improve because a calm body supports a clear mind. You'll experience a deeper, more sustainable sense of energy and vitality, knowing exactly when to push and when to pull back. Beyond these tangible improvements, you'll cultivate a profound sense of self-awareness, allowing you to make choices that genuinely serve your well-being and align with your deepest desires. Ultimately, learning to listen to your body's wisdom is about much more than just physical health. It's a powerful pathway to reconnecting with your authentic inner self. It's about understanding that you are a whole, integrated being where your thoughts, feelings, and physical experiences are all part of the same beautiful tapestry. By honoring this connection, you begin to cultivate a deeper sense of inner peace, a joy that isn't dependent on external achievements, and a resilient strength that comes from within. This practice invites you to live a life that is not just productive, but also deeply fulfilling, gentle, and truly graceful. Stress reduction techniques for lasting peace. In the whirlwind of modern life, it's easy to feel constantly on edge, as if the demands of work, family, and personal aspirations are pulling you in a dozen different directions. That nagging feeling of being perpetually behind, or the subtle tension residing in your shoulders, isn't just a sign of a busy day. It's your body's eloquent way of communicating stress. Learning to truly listen to these signals, as we explored in the previous section, is the first compassionate step. Now, let's dive into practical, gentle techniques that can help you not just cope with stress, but actively reduce its grip and cultivate a more profound, lasting sense of peace. Stress often masquerades as an external force, an unavoidable consequence of our packed schedules and responsibilities. Yet, its true impact lies in how our minds and bodies react to these pressures, creating a cascade of physical and emotional responses that can leave us feeling drained and disconnected. The hurried pace can make us forget that we possess an innate ability to calm ourselves, to tap into a wellspring of tranquility that resides within. Reclaiming this inner calm isn't about eliminating every challenge from your life, but about equipping yourself with tools to navigate them with grace. One of the most immediate and powerful ways to interrupt the stress response is through the simple yet profound act of deep breathing. Think of your breath as a remote control for your nervous system. When you breathe shallowly and quickly, your body interprets this as a sign of danger, activating its fight or flight mode. Conversely, consciously slowing down and deepening your breath signals safety, gently coaxing your body into a state of relaxation and calm. It's a tool you carry with you always, ready to be deployed whenever overwhelm starts to creep in. To begin, find a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your abdomen, just above your navel. As you inhale slowly through your nose, aim to feel your abdomen rise rather than your chest. Imagine filling your belly like a balloon. Then exhale slowly through your mouth, feeling your abdomen gently fall as the air leaves your lungs. Try counting to 4 as you inhale, holding for a count of 1, and exhaling for a count of 6. Even just a few minutes of this focused, diaphragmatic breathing can significantly lower your heart rate and quiet your racing thoughts. Beyond just breathing, embracing mindfulness can profoundly shift your relationship with stress. Mindfulness isn't about emptying your mind or achieving a state of blissful nothingness. It's about paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It's about noticing your thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations as they arise, acknowledging them, and letting them pass without getting swept away. This practice creates a vital space between a stressful trigger and your automatic reaction, allowing you to choose a more peaceful response. You don't need hours of meditation to practice mindfulness. You can integrate it into your everyday life through simple exercises. Try a brief body scan. Simply bring your attention to different parts of your body, noticing any tension or relaxation without trying to change anything. Or choose a routine activity, like drinking your morning tea or walking to your car, and engage all your senses fully. Notice the warmth of the mug, the aroma of the tea, the crunch of leaves underfoot. These small moments of presence can ground you and reduce the mental chatter that fuels stress. Another powerful antidote to stress is gentle movement. While intense workouts have their place, sometimes what your body truly needs is a more compassionate approach to physical activity. Engaging in gentle movement helps release accumulated physical tension, which often holds onto emotional stress. It encourages blood flow, stimulates endorphins, and provides a healthy outlet for pent-up energy, all without adding more pressure to your already busy life. It's about moving with intention and kindness, rather than striving for peak performance. Consider incorporating a leisurely walk in nature into your routine, even if it's just around your block or in a local park. Feel the sun on your skin, listen to the birds, and notice the textures around you. Gentle yoga or stretching routines, easily found online, can also be incredibly restorative, helping to lengthen tight muscles and calm your mind. The key is to listen to your body and choose movements that feel nourishing and enjoyable, transforming physical activity from a chore into a moment of self-care and release. Journaling offers a unique pathway to emotional release and stress reduction, especially when your thoughts feel tangled and overwhelming. The simple act of putting pen to paper or fingers to keyboard can help you externalize your worries, giving them a tangible form outside of your head. This process creates a psychological distance, allowing you to observe your thoughts and feelings rather than being consumed by them. It's like having a non-judgmental confidante always available to listen. You don't need to be a skilled writer or have profound insights to benefit from journaling. Simply write whatever comes to mind, a brain dump of your daily stressors, anxieties, or even fleeting joys. This practice can help you identify recurring patterns, pinpoint stress triggers, and even brainstorm solutions to problems that seemed insurmountable. It offers a safe space to process emotions, gain clarity, and ultimately lighten your mental load, fostering a sense of peace that comes from understanding yourself better. Beyond internal practices, setting healthy boundaries is an essential, though often challenging, stress reduction technique, especially for women who are conditioned to nurture and give. Boundaries are not about building walls. They are about defining what you are and are not responsible for, what you will and will not tolerate, and how you will protect your precious time and energy. Without clear boundaries, you risk constantly overextending yourself, leading to burnout and resentment, which are major sources of chronic stress. Learning to say no kindly but firmly, delegating tasks, or even limiting your availability to others are powerful acts of self-preservation. It might feel uncomfortable at first, perhaps even selfish, but remember that setting boundaries is an act of self-respect that ultimately allows you to show up more fully for the people and commitments that truly matter. When you honor your own limits, you create space for rest, rejuvenation, and the sustained well-being that fuels lasting peace. In a world that constantly encourages us to do more, prioritizing and simplifying your life can feel revolutionary, yet it's a profound stress reducer. Many of us are overwhelmed not by one major crisis, but by the sheer volume of small demands and expectations. Take an honest look at your commitments, both personal and professional. Which ones truly align with your values and bring you joy? Which ones can be delegated, postponed, or perhaps even eliminated entirely without significant negative impact. This process of simplification isn't about being lazy. It's about being strategic with your most valuable resources, your time and energy. By consciously choosing what to focus on and what to let go of, you create a sense of spaciousness in your life, reducing the constant pressure to keep all the plates spinning. This intentional streamlining allows you to dedicate more attention to what truly matters, fostering a calmer, more purposeful existence. Connecting with nature offers another gentle yet powerful pathway to peace. Spending time outdoors, whether it's a walk in the woods, gardening, or simply sitting on a park bench, has been shown to reduce stress hormones, lower blood pressure, and improve mood. The natural world has an inherent ability to ground us, to remind us of the vastness beyond our immediate worries, and to soothe our senses with its rhythms and beauty. It's a reminder that we are part of something larger, a source of quiet strength. Even small doses of nature can make a difference. Open a window and listen to the sounds outside, bring a plant into your home or office, or take your lunch break in a green space. These simple acts can break the cycle of internal rumination and reconnect you with the calming energy of the earth, offering a refreshing perspective and a much-needed respite from the demands of daily life. Allowing nature to nurture you is a profound act of self-care. Finally, cultivating gratitude can profoundly shift your internal landscape from one of stress to one of peace. When we are stressed, our minds often fixate on what is wrong, what is lacking, or what could go wrong. Intentionally shifting your focus to what you are grateful for, no matter how small, rewires your brain to seek out the positive. This isn't about ignoring challenges, but about acknowledging the good that still exists, even amidst difficulty. Try keeping a gratitude journal, listing 3 things you are thankful for each day, or simply take a moment each morning or evening to reflect on the blessings in your life. This consistent practice can transform your outlook, fostering a sense of contentment and abundance that naturally diminishes feelings of stress and overwhelm. It's a powerful reminder that even on the toughest days, there is always something to appreciate, paving the way for a more joyful and peaceful existence. Improving focus and clarity through stillness. In our modern world, it often feels like a badge of honor to be constantly busy, pulling our attention in a million different directions all at once. We juggle work demands, family needs, social obligations, and personal aspirations, leaving us feeling scattered and unable to truly concentrate on any one thing. This relentless switching between tasks creates a deep mental fatigue, a kind of exhaustion that isn't solved by simply going to sleep. It leaves us feeling overwhelmed, as if our thoughts are a jumbled mess, making clarity seem like an elusive dream. We might even find ourselves forgetting simple things or struggling to follow a conversation, wondering where our sharp focus went. This constant state of distraction impacts not only our efficiency, but also our inner peace, leaving us yearning for a quiet mind. But what if the answer to this widespread mental chaos isn't more effort, but rather a gentle surrender to stillness? Our brains, magnificent as they are, were never designed for the sheer volume of constant input we feed them daily. Imagine your computer trying to run 100 applications simultaneously. It would slow to a crawl, eventually freezing up entirely. Our minds experience a similar phenomenon, often referred to as attention residue, where lingering thoughts from previous tasks drain our capacity to focus on the present one. True mental rest is fundamentally different from passively scrolling through social media or binge watching a show, which still keeps the brain in a reactive state. Our natural state thrives on periods of quiet reflection, moments where the mind can process, consolidate, and reset itself. Without this crucial downtime, our cognitive functions become sluggish, and our ability to think clearly diminishes significantly. Giving your brain the space it needs to breathe is not a luxury. It's a profound necessity for sustained mental health and optimal performance. Stillness, at its core, is not merely about physical inactivity. It's a deliberate cultivation of mental quiet, a conscious choice to step away from the constant noise. Think of your mind as a bustling room, filled with endless thoughts, worries, and to-do lists, all clamoring for attention. Creating moments of stillness is like gently opening the windows and sweeping away the unnecessary clutter. allowing fresh air to circulate. This isn't about forcing your mind to be empty, which is often an impossible and frustrating task. Instead, it's about observing the thoughts as they come and go, acknowledging them without judgment, and then gently releasing their hold. A decluttered mind can then allocate its precious resources more effectively, focusing on what truly matters without the constant internal distractions. This process gives you a renewed sense of control over your own thoughts, paving the way for a much clearer mental landscape. When your mind isn't constantly jumping from one thought to the next, it naturally settles, much like ripples on a pond eventually smooth out to reveal the depths beneath. This cultivated mental quiet directly enhances your ability to concentrate, allowing you to dive deeper into any task at hand. You'll find that sustained focus becomes not only possible, but also a more natural state, free from the usual internal interruptions that constantly pull you away. This means you can engage more fully in your work, absorb information with greater ease, and participate in conversations with a level of presence you might have thought was long lost. You'll experience more moments of being in the zone, where time seems to melt away and your productivity soars, leading to higher quality outcomes and more meaningful interactions. Stillness doesn't force focus. It simply provides the fertile, undisturbed ground from which deep attention can naturally emerge. Amidst the relentless demands of daily life, our intuition, that quiet inner knowing, often gets drowned out by external noise and our own internal chatter. Stillness creates a sacred space, a calm sanctuary where this subtle, wise voice can finally surface and be heard. You know those aha moments that seem to appear out of nowhere, often when you're showering, walking, or simply gazing out the window? Those are whispers from your intuition, finally finding a moment of quiet to break through. Learning to trust that gentle inner nudge, rather than constantly overthinking every decision, can guide you towards choices that truly aligned with your deepest values and desires. True clarity isn't just about logical facts. It's about integrating intellectual understanding with this profound inner knowing. Stillness helps you discern between fear-based thoughts and the genuine, guiding wisdom of your intuition, revealing that your deepest insights reside in those precious, quiet moments. Integrating stillness into your day doesn't require a complete overhaul of your schedule or a retreat to a mountaintop. It can begin with small, mindful moments woven into the fabric of your everyday life. Think of these as tiny, intentional pauses that act as mental resets throughout your busy hours. Before you open that next email, take 3 slow, deep breaths, noticing the sensation of the air entering and leaving your body. As you walk from one room to another, consciously feel your feet on the ground and observe your surroundings without judgment. Even waiting for your coffee to brew or for a red light to change can become an opportunity for a brief moment of quiet observation. These micro moments don't demand elaborate setups or long stretches of time, making them perfectly accessible amidst your packed schedule. They are small acts of self-care that, when accumulated, create a powerful ripple effect, helping you regain composure and reset your mind. Beyond micro moments, consider carving out intentional pauses, even if they are just 5 minutes long, that are non-negotiable parts of your day. This might look like sitting quietly with a cup of tea, simply observing the steam rise and feeling the warmth of the mug in your hands without checking your phone or planning your next task. Perhaps you find a quiet corner to look out the window for a few minutes, allowing your eyes to rest on something natural, like a tree or the sky. The key here is that these pauses are not about achieving anything. They are purely about being, allowing yourself to exist without expectation or external stimulation. Disconnecting from devices during these times is crucial, as their constant notifications can easily shatter the fragile peace you are trying to cultivate. These intentional breaks act as vital anchors in a chaotic day, preventing burnout by regularly recharging your mental and emotional batteries, proving that even short, consistent pauses can make a profound difference. For those seeking a more structured approach, brief meditation can be an incredibly powerful tool for cultivating stillness and sharpening focus. And it doesn't need to be intimidating or overly spiritual. You don't need to sit for hours or achieve a completely empty mind. which is a common misconception. Simply commit to a few minutes each day, perhaps 5 or 10, focusing gently on your breath as it flows in and out of your body. There are many simple guided meditations available online or through apps that can help you get started, providing a gentle voice to lead you. The goal isn't to stop thinking, but rather to observe your thoughts as they arise, acknowledging them without judgment, and then gently returning your attention to your breath. This practice acts like a mental workout, strengthening the muscle of your attention and building your resilience against the everyday distractions. Even a few minutes daily can train your mind for greater clarity and sustained focus, transforming how you navigate your busy life. It's completely natural to feel a pang of guilt when you consider taking time for stillness, especially for women who are conditioned to always be productive and busy. Society often equates our worth with constant motion and achievement, making any pause feel like a step backward or even selfish. But let's challenge that notion. Stillness is not unproductive. It is a vital investment in your overall well-being and, ironically, in your long-term productivity. When you allow your mind to rest and reset, you return to your tasks with renewed energy, sharper focus, and greater creativity, ultimately accomplishing more with less effort. Think of it as filling your own cup first, a concept we've explored earlier, which allows you to pour into others from a place of abundance, not depletion. Give yourself permission to rest and recharge. It's not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity for living a sustainable, fulfilling, and truly graceful life. One of the most immediate and impactful benefits of improved focus and clarity is the transformation in your decision-making process. When your mind is clear and calm, you gain the ability to weigh options thoughtfully, considering all angles without being overwhelmed by anxiety or external pressures. The mental clutter that once clouded your judgment begins to dissipate, allowing you to see situations with greater objectivity and insight. This leads to more confident choices, reducing the agonizing second-guessing that often accompanies decisions made under stress. You'll find yourself feeling more in control of your life's direction, making fewer impulsive choices, and instead opting for paths that truly align with your goals and values. This newfound clarity simplifies complex situations, freeing up valuable mental energy that can be directed towards other meaningful aspects of your life. Stillness also acts as a powerful catalyst for enhanced problem-solving abilities, transforming daunting challenges into manageable puzzles. When your mind is quiet and focused, you are no longer trapped in a cycle of reactive thinking, desperately seeking a quick fix. Instead, you can approach problems from a place of calm observation, allowing you to see them from multiple perspectives and uncover solutions that might have been hidden by haste or stress. This calm space fosters creativity, inviting innovative ideas and fresh approaches to surface that might otherwise remain dormant. You gain the patience to sit with a problem, exploring its nuances without the urgency to immediately resolve it, leading to more sustainable and effective resolutions. Ultimately, stillness allows for a beautiful blend of analytical thought and intuitive insight, making even the most difficult situations feel less overwhelming and more amenable to resolution. For many busy women, navigating through the day often feels like wading through a persistent mental fog, a haziness that dulls thoughts and slows responses. Stillness acts as a powerful clearing agent, gently dispelling this mental murkiness and bringing back a refreshing sense of sharpness and agility. You'll notice an improvement in your memory, recalling details with greater ease, and experiencing a faster processing speed when taking in new information. The relief of feeling less forgetful and more on top of things can be profound, impacting your confidence and efficiency in every area of your life, from professional tasks to personal interactions. This renewed mental clarity contributes significantly to your overall vitality, making your mind feel lighter, more energetic, and capable of handling whatever comes your way without the usual drag. Making stillness a natural, integrated part of your daily rhythm is far more sustainable than treating it as just another item on your to-do list. Rather than seeking out large blocks of time, look for small, often overlooked pockets where you can weave in moments of quiet. Perhaps it's the 2 minutes you spend waiting for your computer to boot up, the short walk to your mailbox, or even the time you're stirring your morning coffee. The key is consistency over duration. A few mindful minutes each day will yield far greater benefits than an occasional long session. These small, intentional pauses can gradually transform into cherished rituals, helping you cultivate a more mindful and intentional lifestyle without feeling like a burden. This gentle integration helps shift your internal state from one of constant frantic rushing to one of grounded, centered presence, proving that stillness doesn't require a complete overhaul, but simply an invitation into your existing life. Ultimately, cultivating focus and clarity through stillness is about far more than just getting things done. It's about reclaiming your mental space, your inner peace, and your personal power. Imagine approaching each day with a mind that feels clear, sharp, and ready to engage, rather than one that is perpetually overwhelmed and fragmented. This profound shift empowers you to live a life that is more aligned with your true self, allowing you to engage more fully with your loved ones, pursue your passions with renewed vigor, and make decisions that truly serve your highest good. The clarity you gain extends beyond mere tasks, helping you connect with your deeper purpose and navigate the complexities of life with grace and wisdom. Stillness is not an empty void, but a rich, fertile source of strength, leading you to a more vibrant, meaningful, and deeply satisfying existence. As we continue our journey, understanding that improved focus and clarity, born from stillness, provides a powerful foundation for boosting your energy and vitality from within. When your mind is less cluttered and your attention is no longer fragmented, you free up an immense amount of mental and emotional energy that was previously consumed by stress and distraction. This mental peace directly contributes to your physical well-being, reducing the internal drain that often leaves you feeling depleted. The practices of stillness we've explored don't just offer fleeting moments of calm. They create a sustainable source of inner vitality, allowing you to approach life with a renewed sense of vigor and resilience. These interconnected practices build upon each other, forming a virtuous cycle that elevates every aspect of your life, ensuring that by embracing stillness, you unlock a deeper, more enduring reservoir of life force, boosting energy and vitality from within. The constant demands of our lives often leave us feeling utterly drained, like an empty battery struggling to hold a charge. We might reach for another coffee, push through the fatigue, or simply resign ourselves to feeling perpetually tired. But what if true, lasting energy wasn't about external stimulants or forcing ourselves forward, but about tending to a deeper wellspring within? This chapter invites you to shift your perspective, recognizing that your body holds an incredible capacity for natural vitality, waiting to be rediscovered. It's a gentle reminder that authentic energy isn't about doing more, but about living more mindfully and in tune with your own rhythm. We'll explore how to tap into this innate power, moving beyond mere survival to truly thrive. Imagine feeling genuinely refreshed, not just momentarily wired, ready to engage with your day from a place of inner strength. This is about cultivating a sustainable energy that supports your entire being. Many of us have been conditioned to believe that energy is something we need to chase, to acquire from outside sources. We consume sugary snacks for a quick boost, rely on caffeine to jumpstart our mornings, or even push ourselves to exhaustion, thinking that sheer willpower will carry us through. Yet, these quick fixes often lead to a cycle of highs and crashes, leaving us feeling even more depleted in the long run. They mask the underlying issues, preventing us from truly understanding what our bodies and minds are asking for. It's like trying to fill a leaky bucket without first patching the hole. No matter how much you pour in, it will never truly feel full. Our quest for vitality needs to begin with an honest look inward, away from the endless external search. One of the most powerful ways to boost energy from within is to realign with your body's natural rhythms, particularly your circadian clock. This internal timekeeper governs our sleep-wake cycles, hormone production, and even our digestion, profoundly influencing our energy levels. Modern life, with its late-night screens and irregular schedules, often disrupts this delicate balance, leaving us feeling out of sync and perpetually tired. By making conscious choices to honor these biological timings, we can help our bodies function more efficiently and reclaim a sense of natural vigor. It's about listening to the ancient wisdom embedded in our very cells, rather than fighting against it. Simple adjustments can make a world of difference in how you feel each day. When we talk about rest, most of us immediately think of sleep. And while quality sleep is absolutely fundamental, restorative rest goes much deeper. It involves consciously pausing throughout your day to allow your nervous system to calm down and recharge, even if just for a few minutes. This isn't about being unproductive, it's about being strategically regenerative, preventing burnout before it takes hold. Think of it as micro recharges for your soul, brief moments where you consciously step away from the grind. These small acts of stillness replenish your mental and emotional reserves, which are just as crucial as your physical ones. Learning to truly rest is a radical act of self-care in a world that praises constant motion. Movement often feels like another thing to do when we're already tired, but mindful movement can actually be a powerful energy booster. We're not talking about intense, grueling workouts that leave you exhausted, but rather gentle, intentional activities that connect you with your body. A leisurely walk in nature, a stretching session, some gentle yoga, or even just dancing to your favorite song can awaken dormant energy. These practices improve circulation, release endorphins, and help clear mental fog, all without depleting your reserves. The key is to approach movement with awareness and kindness, noticing how your body feels and choosing activities that truly nourish you. It's about moving with grace, not just for the sake of burning calories. What we put into our bodies directly impacts our energy levels, yet many of us treat food as an afterthought or a quick fix. Shifting our perspective to view nourishment as foundational energy rather than just fuel can be transformative. Choosing whole, unprocessed foods that provide sustained energy, stabilize blood sugar, and support overall cellular health is crucial. Paying attention to how different foods make you feel, both immediately and hours later, helps you make more intuitive choices. It's not about restrictive diets or deprivation, but about intentional eating that honors your body's needs. When you truly nourish yourself, you're building a strong, resilient foundation for lasting vitality. Our emotional state plays an enormous, often underestimated role in our physical energy. Carrying around unresolved stress, resentment, worry, or sadness can be incredibly draining, like dragging a heavy weight behind you all day. These emotional burdens consume vast amounts of mental and physical resources, leaving us feeling fatigued even when we haven't done much. Learning to acknowledge, process, and release difficult emotions can free up immense amounts of energy. This doesn't mean ignoring them, but rather developing healthy ways to navigate them, perhaps through journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or seeking professional support. Cultivating emotional peace is a direct path to greater physical vitality. One of the fastest ways to deplete your energy is to constantly say yes when you truly mean no, or to allow others to overstep your personal limits. Setting clear, compassionate boundaries is not selfish. It's an essential act of self-preservation that protects your precious energy reserves. This means learning to decline invitations that don't align with your needs, saying no to extra responsibilities when you're already overwhelmed, and limiting exposure to draining people or situations. It requires courage and self-awareness, but the payoff is immense. More energy for the these nenyas that truly matter to you. Your no to something outside is a yes to your own well-being. When our minds are constantly racing, replaying the past, or worrying about the future, it consumes an incredible amount of energy. Living in a state of constant mental chatter is exhausting, even if our bodies are still. Cultivating presence through mindfulness practices can significantly reduce this mental drain. By bringing your awareness to the present moment, whether it's noticing your breath, the taste of your food, or the sounds around you, you calm your nervous system and conserve mental energy. This isn't about emptying your mind, but about focusing it, allowing you to engage more fully with life without feeling overwhelmed. A quiet mind is an energized mind, ready to face whatever comes. Our bodies are constantly sending us signals about our energy levels, but in our busy lives, we often override or ignore them. We push through the slight headache, the growing tension in our shoulders, or the sudden dip in focus, thinking we just need to power through. Learning to pause and truly listen to these subtle cues is a cornerstone of boosting energy from within. Is your body asking for a 5-minute stretch, a glass of water, a moment of quiet? Honoring these signals early can prevent a full-blown energy crash later. It's about cultivating an intimate dialogue with your own physical wisdom, trusting what it tells you. Imagine a life where energy flows through you with an almost effortless grace, rather than feeling like a constant uphill battle. This isn't a fantasy. It's the natural state when you are aligned with your true self and living in harmony with your body's needs. When you release the need to constantly strive and control, and instead trust your intuition, you open yourself to a more sustainable and joyful way of being. This grace allows you to move through your day with a sense of ease, even amidst challenges, because your energy isn't being squandered on resistance or self-criticism. It's about finding that sweet spot where effort meets surrender. Beyond physical demands, some of our biggest energy drains are internal habits like chronic overthinking and people-pleasing. Overthinking can trap us in endless loops of worry and analysis, burning through mental fuel without any productive outcome. People-pleasing, on the other hand, means constantly prioritizing others' needs and opinions over our own, leaving us feeling depleted and resentful. Both stem from a lack of self-trust and can be incredibly exhausting. Recognizing these patterns is the first step. Then, we can consciously choose to challenge them, gently redirecting our thoughts and asserting our own needs. Freeing yourself from these internal traps unlocks a significant amount of stored energy. Joy is not just a pleasant emotion, it's a powerful energy source. When we engage in activities that genuinely light us up, our energy levels naturally rise and we feel more alive and vibrant. This isn't about chasing fleeting pleasures, but about intentionally weaving moments of authentic joy into your everyday life. It could be listening to music, spending time with loved ones, pursuing a creative hobby, or simply noticing the beauty around you. These moments of genuine happiness replenish your spirit and provide a deep, sustainable wellspring of vitality. Prioritizing joy is not a luxury, it's a necessity for a truly energetic and fulfilling life. When you start to cultivate energy and vitality from within, the effects ripple outwards, touching every area of your life. You might find you have more patience with your family, more creativity at work, and more enthusiasm for your personal passions. The world doesn't become less demanding, but your capacity to meet its challenges expands exponentially. You'll move from feeling reactive and overwhelmed to feeling proactive and empowered, capable of navigating life's ups and downs with greater resilience. This inner transformation allows you to show up as your best self, not just for others, but most importantly, for yourself. To begin this journey, consider one small, actionable step you can take today. Perhaps it's committing to a 10-minute mindful walk, choosing one whole food meal, or consciously putting your phone away an hour before bed. Don't try to overhaul everything at once. Sustainable change happens gradually, through consistent, gentle effort. Each small choice to honor your body and mind builds momentum, reinforcing your commitment to yourself. Remember, this isn't about perfection, but about progress and cultivating a deeper, more loving relationship with your own well-being. Start where you are, with what you have, and watch your inner vitality begin to bloom. Ultimately, boosting energy and vitality from within is about embracing the incredible, inherent strength you already possess. It's about trusting your inner wisdom, honoring your needs, and giving yourself permission to slow down, rest, and replenish. You don't need to constantly push or prove your worth. Your worth is intrinsic and unwavering. By nurturing your inner landscape, you're not just gaining more energy, you're reclaiming a deeper sense of self, a profound connection to the graceful, powerful woman you truly are. This journey is a testament to your resilience and your capacity for a life filled with sustainable joy and vibrant health. Breaking free from burnout, sustainable living. Many of us know the feeling all too well, a relentless hum of demands, a never-ending to-do list that stretches longer with each completed task. We rush from one commitment to the next, our minds buzzing with future obligations and past regrets. There's a subtle, yet pervasive message in our culture that equates constant motion with worth, as if our value is directly proportional to how much we can cram into a single day. We wear our exhaustion like a badge of honor, often dismissing our weariness as just the cost of doing business in modern life. But beneath the surface of this frantic pace, a deeper fatigue often settles in, draining not just our bodies, but our spirits too. This constant striving leaves us feeling stretched thin, disconnected, and perpetually on the brink of collapse, yearning for a moment of true peace. It's a silent cry for a different way of living, one that honors our inherent need for balance and calm. This isn't just about feeling tired after a long day, it's about a profound exhaustion that even deep sleep can't seem to touch. Burnout is a state of physical, emotional, and mental depletion caused by prolonged or excessive stress, where your reserves are completely empty. It's characterized by feelings of cynicism or detachment from your work or personal life, and a sense of reduced personal accomplishment that makes everything feel pointless. You might find yourself feeling numb, irritable, or simply incapable of caring about things that once brought you joy, as if a vital spark has gone out. The world can begin to look dull, your passions dim, and your capacity for empathy and patience dwindle, leaving you feeling hollowed out and ineffective. It's a silent epidemic, creeping into the lives of women who are often the pillars of their families and communities, yet forget to shore up their own foundations, often until it's too late. For women, the path to burnout is often paved with unspoken expectations and the weight of multiple roles that society places upon us. We are expected to excel in our careers, be present and nurturing mothers, supportive partners, attentive friends, and still maintain a flawless home and appearance. The ideal of the superwoman looms large, whispering that we should be able to do it all, flawlessly and without complaint, without ever showing weakness. This relentless pressure to perform, to constantly give without adequately replenishing our own reserves, creates an unsustainable cycle that traps us. We absorb the needs of everyone around us, often neglecting our own deepest desires and the quiet voice of our intuition, which desperately calls for balance amidst the chaos. This constant striving, while seemingly productive and praised by many, comes at a steep price that we often don't realize until we're deeply in its grip. We lose touch with the simple joys that once nourished us, trading genuine connection and quiet moments for fleeting accomplishments and endless tasks. Our physical health can suffer significantly, manifesting as chronic fatigue, frequent illness, persistent tension, or even more serious conditions. Mentally, anxiety and a pervasive sense of overwhelm become constant companions, clouding our ability to think clearly or find creative solutions to everyday problems. Most tragically, we risk losing ourselves in the process, forgetting who we are beyond our roles and responsibilities, and disconnecting from the vibrant, unique woman we are truly meant to be, allowing our inner light to dim. But there is another way, a path that invites us to step off the hamster wheel and rediscover a rhythm that truly honors our innate need for rest and replenishment, not just as a luxury, but as a necessity. This path is what we call sustainable living, and it extends far beyond environmental consciousness, though it shares similar principles of preservation and mindful consumption. Here, sustainable living means cultivating a lifestyle that can be maintained indefinitely without depleting your personal resources, your energy, your precious time, your emotional well-being, and your vibrant spirit. It's an invitation to align your daily actions with your deepest values, ensuring that you are not just surviving each day, but truly thriving, day after day, year after year. For us, sustainable living isn't about radically changing everything overnight or abandoning all responsibilities in a grand gesture. Instead, it's about making conscious, deliberate choices that support your holistic well-being, recognizing that your personal energy is a finite and incredibly precious resource that must be guarded. It means learning to say no without guilt, prioritizing self-care as a non-negotiable part of your routine, and creating dedicated space for stillness and reflection in your otherwise busy schedule. This approach encourages you to listen to your body's subtle cues, to honor your emotional needs, and to nourish your spirit with activities that genuinely rejuvenate you, rather than just distract you from your exhaustion. It's about building a life that feels good from the inside out, a life you can truly enjoy living every single day. A crucial first step in embracing sustainable living is to become intimately aware of your own personal limits, which are unique to you and can shift daily. We often push past these boundaries, either because we feel obligated to others or because we simply haven't learned to recognize them in ourselves. Start by paying close attention to the subtle signals your body and mind send you. That persistent headache, the sudden irritability that flares up, the overwhelming urge to scroll endlessly through your phone as a form of escape. These aren't failures. They are gentle warnings, indicators that you are approaching or have already crossed your personal threshold. Learning to truly listen to and respect these internal messages is an act of profound self-respect and the bedrock of a truly sustainable and fulfilling existence. Breaking free from burnout requires a significant shift in mindset, moving away from a constant, exhausting pursuit of external validation and approval. We've been conditioned to believe that our worth is tied directly to our accomplishments, our productivity, and the praise of others, making us feel like we always need to prove ourselves. Sustainable living, however, invites us to find our worth from within, to value our inherent being over our endless doing, regardless of who is watching. This means reframing rest not as a luxury or a sign of weakness, but as a vital component of productivity and overall well-being, just as essential as activity itself. It's about understanding that a well-rested, peaceful mind is far more effective and creative than one perpetually running on fumes, and that true strength is cultivated in moments of quiet reflection and deep restoration. For many women, the idea of pausing, of truly taking dedicated time for themselves, is met with a familiar, uncomfortable pang of guilt that stops them in their tracks. We worry about letting others down, about falling behind in our many duties, or about appearing selfish to those who depend on us. This deeply ingrained feeling can be incredibly powerful, often preventing us from giving ourselves the very care we desperately need and deserve. It's essential to recognize that prioritizing your well-being is not an act of selfishness. It is, in fact, an act of profound self-preservation that ultimately benefits everyone around you in the long run. You simply cannot pour from an empty cup, and allowing yourself to replenish ensures you have more to offer, from a place of genuine abundance rather than forced obligation and resentment. Starting your journey towards sustainable living doesn't require a dramatic, overwhelming overhaul of your entire life. It gently begins with small, intentional steps that feel manageable. Perhaps it's omitting to a few minutes of quiet contemplation each morning, even before the demands of the day officially begin, to center yourself. Maybe it's consciously choosing one evening a week to completely disconnect from screens and instead engage in a hobby you truly love, like reading or painting. It could be as simple as scheduling a short walk during your lunch break to get some fresh air, or saying no to just one non-essential request that would have previously added unnecessary stress to your already packed schedule. These seemingly minor adjustments accumulate over time, gently unwinding the tight coils of stress and creating precious pockets of peace in your daily routine, paving the way for larger, more impactful changes as you gain confidence. When you commit to sustainable living, the positive effects radiate far beyond your individual experience, touching everyone in your orbit. A woman who is rested, centered, and less overwhelmed becomes a more patient mother, a more present partner, and a more focused and creative professional. Her calm demeanor can positively influence the atmosphere of her home and workplace, inspiring others to consider their own pace and priorities. By modeling self-care and healthy boundaries, you not only improve your own life, but also create a healthier environment for those you love, showing them that it's okay, even necessary, to prioritize well-being. This ripple effect transforms not just your world, but the world around you, one conscious, graceful choice at a time, creating a legacy of peace. Remember, this journey is not about achieving perfection overnight or adding another impossible item to your already overflowing to-do list. That would defeat the whole purpose. It's about embracing grace for yourself and for the ongoing process of learning and growing. There will inevitably be days when you slip back into old habits, when the demands feel too great, or when that familiar guilt tries to creep back in and derail your progress. On these challenging days, offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would generously extend to a dear friend who is struggling. Sustainable living is a practice, not a destination, and it thrives on gentle persistence and unwavering self compassion, allowing you to learn and adapt. Each small step forward, each conscious choice to honor your needs, is a victory worth celebrating, reinforcing your commitment to a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. As you begin to cultivate this sustainable way of living, you'll inevitably encounter situations where your newfound commitment to self preservation bumps up against external demands and expectations. This is precisely where the art of setting boundaries comes into play, a skill that is intrinsically linked to maintaining your personal sustainability and protecting your peace. Without clear, graceful boundaries, the precious space you create for rest and rejuvenation can quickly be eroded by the endless requests and expectations of others, pulling you back into the very cycle you're trying desperately to escape. Understanding your limits is the first crucial step. Communicating and protecting them with grace and firmness is the next vital piece of the puzzle that allows you to truly thrive. Imagine a life where you feel genuinely energized rather than perpetually drained, where your days are filled with purpose and meaning rather than frantic, meaningless activity, and where true joy is a consistent companion in your everyday existence. This isn't an unattainable fantasy, but a tangible reality within your reach through the principles of sustainable living that we're exploring. It's about rediscovering the quiet strength that lies deep within you, a strength that doesn't demand constant output, but blossoms beautifully from intentional input and thoughtful, restorative rest. By making these profound shifts, you are not just managing your life, you are actively designing a life that truly sustains you, allowing your unique and radiant grace to shine brightly for all to see, beginning with yourself. Setting boundaries with grace. After acknowledging the quiet hum of burnout in our lives, the next crucial step on our path to finding strength and stillness is learning to set boundaries. This isn't about building walls or pushing people away. Instead, it's about drawing gentle yet firm lines that protect your most precious resources: your time, your energy, and your peace of mind. For many women, especially those who naturally give so much to others, this idea can feel uncomfortable, even selfish, but it's a profound act of self-care. It's how we move from feeling constantly drained to feeling sustainably vibrant, able to truly show up for what matters most. The truth is, without clear boundaries, we often find ourselves adrift in a sea of other people's expectations and demands. We say yes when our hearts scream no, out of a desire to please, to be helpful, or to avoid conflict. This constant self-sacrifice, while seemingly noble, eventually leads to resentment, exhaustion, and a deep sense of disconnect from our own needs and desires. It's a silent erosion of our inner grace, leaving us feeling depleted rather than fulfilled. Recognizing this pattern is the first step toward reclaiming your power and setting a new course. Setting boundaries with grace means approaching this essential practice not with aggression or guilt, but with a quiet confidence and a deep understanding of your own worth. It's about communicating your needs clearly and kindly, without apology, yet without accusation. Imagine a garden with a beautiful fence. The fence isn't there to keep everyone out, but to protect the delicate ecosystem within, allowing it to flourish. Your boundaries serve a similar purpose, safeguarding your well-being so you can grow and thrive. One of the biggest hurdles many women face is the fear of disappointing others. We worry that saying no will lead to disapproval, hurt feelings, or even a loss of connection. However, genuine connections are built on mutual respect, and that includes respecting each other's limits. When you consistently overextend yourself, you're not truly offering your best. You're offering a depleted version of yourself. Learning to honor your own capacity is not only good for you, but it ultimately allows you to engage more authentically and meaningfully with the people in your life. Start by becoming a keen observer of your own energy. Where does it go? What activities or requests leave you feeling invigorated, and which ones leave you utterly drained? Pay attention to your physical sensations: tension in your shoulders, a knot in your stomach, persistent fatigue. These are your body's subtle signals telling you that a boundary might be needed. This inner listening is a vital part of understanding where your personal limits lie, allowing you to respond proactively rather than reactively. Boundaries aren't just about saying no to external requests, they also encompass protecting your emotional space. This might mean limiting your exposure to negative conversations, choosing not to engage in gossip, or stepping away from situations that consistently leave you feeling emotionally drained. Your emotional well being is just as important as your physical health, and safeguarding it is a crucial act of self preservation. Remember, you have the right to curate your emotional environment. When you're ready to communicate a boundary, remember to use I statements. Instead of saying, "You always ask too much of me," try, "I find myself feeling overwhelmed right now, and I need to prioritize my rest." This shifts the focus from blaming others to expressing your own experience and needs. It's a gentle yet powerful way to assert yourself, inviting understanding rather than defensiveness. Clarity and directness, delivered with kindness, are your allies here. Begin with small, manageable steps. Perhaps it's setting a specific time each evening when you stop checking work emails, or politely declining an invitation that doesn't genuinely excite you. These small victories build confidence and reinforce the idea that setting boundaries is not only possible, but also deeply beneficial. Don't feel pressured to overhaul every aspect of your life at once. Steady, consistent practice is far more effective than an intense, short lived effort. Be prepared for various reactions from others. Some people will understand and respect your boundaries immediately, while others might push back, perhaps unconsciously, because they're used to your previous patterns. It's important to remember that their reaction is not a reflection of your worth or the validity of your boundary. Stay firm and gentle in your resolve, reiterating your needs if necessary. You are not responsible for managing their emotions, only for honoring your own. Setting boundaries also extends to your personal time and space. This could mean dedicating certain hours each week solely to your hobbies, creating a quiet sanctuary in your home, or even scheduling regular alone time just for reflection and rejuvenation. These intentional pockets of time are not luxuries. They are essential for refilling your cup and maintaining your inner balance. They allow you to reconnect with yourself, fostering a sense of peace that permeates other areas of your life. Consider the boundary of your mental space as well. In an age of constant information and digital demands, it's easy for our minds to become cluttered with noise. Setting boundaries here might involve limiting screen time, practicing digital detoxes, or consciously choosing what media you consume. Protecting your mental clarity is vital for focus, creativity, and cultivating that inner stillness we so deeply crave. Give yourself permission to disconnect from the external world to better connect with your inner one. The beauty of setting boundaries with grace is that it transforms your relationships. When you clearly define what you can and cannot do, you create a foundation of honesty and respect. People learn what to expect from you, and they come to appreciate the genuine, present version of yourself you offer, rather than the resentful, stretched thin version. This honesty fosters deeper, more authentic connections, built not on obligation, but on true mutual regard. This practice is a continuous journey, not a one-time event. There will be times when your boundaries are tested, or when you realize a boundary needs to be adjusted as your life circumstances change. Approach these moments with curiosity and compassion rather than self-judgment. Each instance is an opportunity to refine your understanding of yourself and to strengthen your commitment to your well-being. Grace allows for flexibility and learning, even when things don't go perfectly. Embracing boundaries is a powerful affirmation of your self-worth. It declares that your needs, your energy, and your peace are valuable and deserving of protection. It's an act of self-love that ripples outward, allowing you to be a more present partner, a more patient parent, a more focused professional, and ultimately a more joyful and fulfilled woman. You are giving yourself the gift of space to breathe, to be, and to truly thrive. As you cultivate this ability to set boundaries with grace, you'll find yourself stepping more fully into your authentic power. The constant feeling of being pulled in too many directions will lessen, replaced by a sense of calm control over your own life. This newfound strength Rooted in stillness and self respect, is not about becoming rigid or unapproachable. Instead, it's about becoming more truly yourself, creating a life where you can nurture authentic relationships from a place of genuine peace, which is exactly where we'll turn our attention next. Nurturing authentic relationships from a place of peace. Our relationships are truly the mirrors of O, or inner world. When we are feeling overwhelmed, stretched thin, and deeply stressed, it's almost impossible to show up as our best selves for the people we care about most. Think about those moments when you snap at a loved one for something small, or when you feel too drained to truly listen to a friend's story. These aren't signs of a lack of love, but often symptoms of an inner landscape that's been thrown off balance. Cultivating peace within ourselves is the essential first step to nurturing connections that truly flourish and bring us joy, rather than adding to our burden. It allows us to give from a place of abundance, not depletion, transforming how we interact with everyone around us. Burnout, in particular, can be a silent destroyer of genuine connection. When we're constantly running on empty, our patience wears thin, our empathy dwindles, and we might find ourselves pulling away from those who need us. We might feel guilty for not being present, or resentful for feeling like we're always giving without receiving. This creates a cycle where both we and our loved ones suffer, leading to misunderstandings and emotional distance. It's hard to be truly open and vulnerable with others when every fiber of your being is screaming for rest and quiet, making authentic relating feel like another item on an already impossible to-do list. So, what does it mean to nurture relationships from a place of peace? It means approaching interactions not from a reactive, anxious state, but from a calm, centered one. Imagine responding to a challenging conversation with a quiet strength rather than an immediate defensive outburst. This inner peace allows us to listen deeply without judgment, to offer comfort without feeling drained, and to engage with genuine interest. It's about being fully present, giving our undivided attention to the person in front of us, rather than letting our minds wander to our endless tasks or worries. This shift changes the entire dynamic of our connections. Authentic relationships are built on a foundation of honesty, mutual respect, and a true understanding of each other's needs and feelings. They aren't about pleasing everyone or performing a role, but about being your true self and allowing others to do the same. When we are at peace, we are more secure in who we are, which makes it easier to be vulnerable and real with others. We stop trying to fix everything or always have the right answers, and instead, we simply show up with an open heart. This kind of connection feels light and supportive, rather than heavy and demanding, enriching our lives in profound ways. Cultivating this inner calm allows us to truly see and hear the people in our lives. Instead of just waiting for our turn to speak or mentally formulating our response, we can absorb what is being shared with us. This deep listening is a profound act of love and respect, making others feel truly valued and understood. When we are peaceful, our minds are less cluttered by our own anxieties, creating space to genuinely connect with another person's experience. It builds trust and intimacy, making relationships feel stronger and more meaningful because both parties feel truly seen. This inner peace also sharpens our self-awareness, which is a crucial ingredient for healthy relationships. When we understand our own emotional triggers, our limits, and what we truly need, we can communicate these things clearly and kindly. This means we can express our feelings without blaming, and we can ask for support without feeling guilty. Knowing ourselves deeply prevents us from projecting our own stress onto others or expecting them to read our minds. It creates a clearer, more honest pathway for connection, reducing potential conflict and fostering deeper understanding between people. This concept ties beautifully into setting boundaries, which we explored earlier. Approaching boundaries from a place of peace means we establish them not out of anger or ration, but out of a calm understanding of our own worth and needs. When we are centered, we can communicate our limits with grace and clarity, rather than letting resentment build up until we explode. This firm yet gentle approach actually strengthens relationships, as others learn to respect our space and energy, and we learn to honor our own well-being. Boundaries become acts of self-love that teach others how to love us too. The way we interact changes dramatically when we operate from a peaceful core. Instead of reacting impulsively to perceived slights or minor disagreements, we can pause and choose a more thoughtful response. This pause creates space for empathy, allowing us to consider the other person's perspective before jumping to conclusions. It reduces unnecessary conflict and fosters an environment of mutual respect and understanding, where problems can be solved collaboratively rather than defensively. Our conversations become more constructive, and our bonds grow deeper and more resilient over time. One practical way to bring peace into your interactions is to simply pause before you react. When someone says something that might trigger you, take a deep breath, even just for a moment. This small act creates a micro space between the trigger and your response, allowing your calmer, wiser self to step forward. It prevents you from saying something you might regret later and gives you a chance to consider what you truly want to communicate. This conscious choice to respond from a place of calm rather than a place of immediate emotion can transform difficult conversations into opportunities for connection. Another powerful practice is focusing on the quality of your connections rather than the quantity. In our busy lives, it's easy to feel obligated to maintain many superficial relationships, which can be draining. From a place of peace, you can discern which relationships truly nourish you and which ones deplete your energy. It's okay to prioritize a few deep, meaningful connections where you can truly be yourself over many interactions that leave you feeling empty. This isn't about cutting people off, but about consciously investing your precious time and energy where it truly serves your well-being and fosters genuine reciprocity. When a woman cultivates peace within herself, the positive effects ripple outwards, touching every relationship in her life. Her family benefits from her calmer presence and more patient responses. Her friendships become deeper and more supportive because she can show up authentically. Even her interactions with colleagues or acquaintances take on a more positive tone, as her inner serenity creates a more harmonious environment. This isn't just about personal growth. It's about becoming a source of calm and strength for those around you, inspiring them to seek their own inner peace. Remember, nurturing authentic relationships from a place of peace is not about becoming perfect or never having a difficult moment. It's about a consistent commitment to tending your inner garden so that when challenges arise, you have a solid foundation to draw upon. It's about understanding that taking time for your own stillness and joy isn't selfish. It's the most generous thing you can do for the people you love. When you are full, you can give freely, and those connections become sources of mutual upliftment rather than drains on your precious energy. Your well-being truly serves as the bedrock for all your meaningful bonds. The joy found in these truly authentic connections is unlike any other. It's the deep satisfaction of being truly seen and loved for who you are without pretense or performance. It's the comfort of knowing you have a safe space to be vulnerable and the exhilaration of sharing genuine laughter and understanding. These relationships become anchors in a sometimes turbulent world, providing support, encouragement, and a profound sense of belonging. They are a testament to the power of showing up fully and honestly, both for yourself and for others, nurtured by the quiet strength you find within your own peaceful heart. This journey of cultivating peace and bringing it into your relationships is a continuous one, filled with small, intentional steps. There will be days when you feel more centered and days when you struggle to find your footing. The key is to approach yourself with the same compassion and understanding you would offer a dear friend. Each time you choose a peaceful response, each time you set a boundary with grace, and each time you truly listen from the heart, you are strengthening the muscle of authentic connection. Trust that these gentle efforts will build a life rich not only in inner peace, but also in deeply fulfilling and joyful relationships, creating a life rich in inner peace and self-awareness. In a world that constantly pulls us in a million directions, it's easy to feel disconnected from our truest selves, even when we're achieving so much on the outside. We might be excelling in our careers, nurturing our families, and checking off every item on our to-do lists, yet still feel an underlying sense of unease or a quiet yearning for something more. This feeling often signals that we've lost touch with the quiet wisdom residing within us, the very core of who we are. True fulfillment and lasting joy don't come from external validation or endless striving. They blossom from a deeply cultivated inner landscape. Building upon the foundation of setting healthy boundaries and fostering authentic relationships, our next step is to intentionally create a life rich in profound inner peace and unwavering self-awareness. This journey invites us to look inward, to listen to the whispers of our soul, and to build a sanctuary of calm amidst life's inevitable storms. Modern life, with its relentless pace and constant demands, often keeps us in a state of perpetual motion, making it incredibly difficult to slow down and truly hear ourselves. The endless notifications, the pressure to always be on, and the societal narratives that equate busyness with worthiness can drown out our inner voice entirely. We might find ourselves constantly reacting to external stimuli, rushing from one commitment to the next, without ever pausing to ask if these actions truly align with our deepest desires. This constant outward focus can lead to a profound sense of overwhelm, leaving us feeling exhausted, uninspired, and increasingly distant from the woman we aspire to be. It's a common experience, not a personal failing, and recognizing this is the first gentle step toward reclaiming your internal compass. Redefining strength is central to this path, moving away from the idea that it means relentless pushing and towards a more resilient, gentle power. Inner peace isn't about avoiding challenges or living a life free of problems. Rather, it's about cultivating a steady, unwavering center that remains calm, regardless of what storms rage around you. Self-awareness, on the other hand, acts as your most reliable internal map, guiding you through life's intricate pathways with clarity and grace. It's the profound understanding of your own thoughts, emotions, and motivations, allowing you to respond thoughtfully to situations instead of simply reacting out of habit. Together, these qualities empower you to navigate life's complexities from a place of grounded wisdom, fostering a sense of control that originates from within. The power of stillness often feels counterintuitive in a world that champions constant activity, yet it is precisely in these quiet moments that true transformation begins. Stillness doesn't necessarily mean sitting in silent meditation for hours, though that can be powerful. It means intentionally creating space in your day for reflection, even if it's just for a few minutes. This deliberate pause allows the incessant chatter of the mind to settle, giving your true self the opportunity to emerge and be heard. Whether it's watching the sunrise, sipping a cup of tea without distraction, or simply taking a few deep breaths, these small pockets of quiet can profoundly reset your perspective. Embracing stillness isn't unproductive. It's a deeply nourishing act that sharpens your intuition and clarifies your path forward. Mindfulness offers a wonderfully accessible gateway into this world of inner peace, inviting you to simply be present with what is, without judgment. It's not about emptying your mind or achieving a state of blissful oblivion. Instead, it's about gently bringing your attention to the current moment, noticing your breath, the sensations in your body, or the sounds around you. You might practice mindfulness while drinking your morning coffee, truly savoring the warmth and flavor, or while walking, feeling the ground beneath your feet. These simple acts train your mind to stay grounded, pulling you away from worries about the past or anxieties about the future. Consistent mindfulness practice helps you become an observer of your thoughts rather than being consumed by them, creating a calm detachment that fosters profound inner calm. Journaling serves as another incredibly powerful tool on your journey to heighten self-awareness, offering a private, judgment-free space to explore the landscape of your inner world. The act of putting thoughts, feelings, and experiences onto paper can illuminate patterns you might not otherwise notice, revealing insights into your reactions and desires. It's a dedicated conversation with your deepest self, allowing you to process emotions, articulate fears, and celebrate small victories without any external censorship. Regular journaling becomes a trusted companion, helping you track your growth, understand your triggers, and clarify your aspirations. Through this consistent reflection, you build a stronger connection to your authentic self, fostering a deeper understanding of who you are becoming. Reconnecting with your intuition is a vital aspect of cultivating both inner peace and self awareness, as your inner wisdom often holds the most profound guidance. This intuitive voice rarely shouts. Instead, it tends to speak in gentle nudges, subtle gut feelings, or sudden flashes of clarity that arise when you are quiet enough to listen. In a world that often prioritizes logic and external advice, learning to trust this internal compass can feel revolutionary, yet it is one of the most empowering skills you can develop. By creating space for stillness and reflection, you begin to distinguish between the noise of external expectations and the genuine wisdom of your own spirit. Honoring these intuitive insights allows you to make choices that truly resonate with your authentic self, leading to greater peace and conviction. A significant part of living a life rich in inner peace involves aligning your daily actions with your core values, those fundamental beliefs that truly define you. When you understand what truly matters to you, be it kindness, creativity, integrity, or connection, and you live in accordance with those principles, a deep and abiding sense of peace naturally emerges. Conversely, if your life feels out of sync with these values, even if you're outwardly successful, a persistent sense of unease can take root. Take the time to thoughtfully identify what principles genuinely light you up and guide your decisions, rather than simply adopting values imposed by society or others. This conscious alignment creates a powerful internal harmony, reducing internal conflict and fostering a more purposeful existence. Self-awareness is incomplete without the crucial practice of recognizing and honoring your own needs, a concept many women find challenging in their caregiving roles. We are often conditioned to prioritize everyone else's needs above our own, believing that self-sacrifice is a virtue, which can lead to profound depletion and resentment. However, true strength and sustainable well-being stem from a place of being fully nourished and cared for, starting with yourself. Give yourself permission to listen to your body's signals, rest when you are tired, seek solitude when overstimulated, or engage in activities that genuinely bring you joy when you feel depleted. This isn't selfish. It is a fundamental act of self-preservation that allows you to show up more fully and authentically for those you love and for your own life. Cultivating a deep sense of self-compassion is an indispensable element on this journey toward inner peace, allowing you to embrace your humanity with kindness rather than harsh judgment. Inner peace does not demand perfection. Instead, it invites you to accept your imperfections, your struggles, and your moments of doubt with the same gentle understanding you would offer a cherished friend. When you stumble or make a mistake, instead of falling into a spiral of self-criticism, pause and offer yourself comfort and encouragement. This practice of treating yourself with genuine warmth and patience, especially during difficult times, is profoundly healing and strengthens your emotional resilience. Self-compassion creates an inner sanctuary where you always feel safe, accepted, and unconditionally loved by yourself. Achieving genuine inner peace also requires a conscious effort to disconnect from the relentless pursuit of external validation, freeing yourself from the need for others' approval. In a culture that often measures our worth by our accomplishments, appearance, or social standing, it's easy to become dependent on external praise to feel good about ourselves. However, true self-awareness helps you understand that your intrinsic worth is not tied to these fleeting external metrics. It exists simply because you are you. By intentionally detaching from the opinions and expectations of others, you reclaim your power and establish a profound sense of self-acceptance. This shift brings an incredible sense of freedom, allowing your peace to be rooted firmly within, unshaken by outside praise or criticism. Inner peace isn't solely about calming the storms within. It's also about cultivating an open heart that can truly appreciate the quiet joys found in everyday moments. Self-awareness helps you slow down enough to notice the small wonders often overlooked in our hurried lives, transforming the mundane into something magical. Perhaps it's the warmth of the sun on your skin, the comforting aroma of a home-cooked meal, the genuine laughter shared with a friend, or the simple beauty of a flower blooming. By consciously seeking out and savoring these subtle delights, you actively train your mind to lean into gratitude and contentment. This practice enriches your life experience immeasurably, demonstrating that profound joy isn't reserved for grand achievements, but is woven into the very fabric of your daily existence. It is crucial to remember that creating a life rich in inner peace and self awareness is an ongoing, beautiful journey, not a final destination to be reached and then forgotten. There will inevitably be days when you feel more connected and centered, and other days when the external world feels overwhelming and your inner peace seems elusive. The goal is not to achieve a perfect static state, but rather to consistently and gently return to these practices, offering yourself patience and understanding along the way. Each intentional step you take, each moment of stillness, each act of self compassion deepens your understanding of yourself and strengthens your capacity for peace. Embrace the ebb and flow, knowing that every experience contributes to the richness of your evolving inner landscape. The transformative impact of cultivating inner peace and self awareness extends far beyond simply feeling better. It fundamentally reshapes your entire approach to life, liberating you from the grip of burnout. You'll discover reduced stress, improved focus, and a vibrant, deeper sense of vitality that radiates from within. By truly knowing yourself and honoring your needs, you gain the clarity to make choices that serve your highest good, leading to a life imbued with purpose and authentic happiness. This intentional cultivation builds an unshakable sanctuary within your own heart and mind, a sacred space where you can always find solace and strength, no matter what external chaos unfolds. It's about building a life not just of doing, but of truly being, filled with grace and profound contentment. Giving yourself permission to be. In the whirlwind of modern life, many women find themselves caught in a relentless cycle of doing, achieving, and striving. We juggle careers, nurture families, and chase personal aspirations, often feeling an unspoken pressure to excel in every single role. This constant motion can leave us feeling stretched thin, utterly exhausted, and surprisingly disconnected from the very essence of who we are. It's a common experience, this feeling of running on empty while the world demands more and more from our energy and time. You might recognize this sensation, a quiet yearning for something different, a deeper sense of peace amidst the daily chaos. Our society, with its relentless pace and emphasis on productivity, often sends subtle messages that our worth is directly tied to our constant output. We internalize these messages, believing that to be valuable, to be successful, we must always be on, always busy, always pushing forward. This deeply ingrained belief system makes it incredibly challenging to simply pause, to step back, and to give ourselves the much-needed space to breathe. It's a powerful current that pulls us along, making rest feel like a luxury we haven't quite earned yet. But what if true strength isn't found in relentless striving, but in the courageous act of stillness? What if genuine fulfillment doesn't always lie in the next accomplishment, but in the quiet moments of simply existing? This book extends a radical invitation, a gentle nudge to reclaim your power by giving yourself a profound gift: permission to be. It's a quiet revolution, allowing yourself to step off the hamster wheel, even for just a few moments, and reconnect with your inner world. This permission isn't about abandoning your responsibilities or neglecting the people who depend on you. It's about shifting your internal landscape. It means recognizing that you are inherently worthy, not because of what you do, but because of who you are. It's about creating space in your busy life for genuine presence, for moments where you can simply exist without an agenda, without judgment, and without the constant need to prove your value. Imagine the freedom that comes with such a release, a lightness that can permeate every aspect of your day. For many women, the very thought of slowing down or taking time for themselves brings an immediate wave of guilt. We worry about falling behind, disappointing others, or appearing unproductive in a world that praises constant motion. This guilt is a formidable gatekeeper, often preventing us from accessing the very peace and calm we desperately crave. It's a heavy burden, this feeling that we must constantly earn our rest, that self-care is a reward for exhaustion, rather than a vital component of a healthy, balanced life. Let's be clear, that feeling of guilt is not a reflection of your character or your dedication. It's a deeply ingrained habit, a silent agreement we've unconsciously made with a culture that often values output above all else. It's time to challenge that agreement, to question the narrative that tells us we must always be doing. Giving yourself permission to be means consciously choosing to release that guilt, to understand that your well being is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity for living a full and vibrant life. Imagine for a moment that rest isn't something you have to earn after exhausting yourself, but a fundamental right, an essential aspect of your human experience. Picture a life where you feel empowered to pause, to reflect, and to rejuvenate without a shred of self reproach. This isn't about being selfish, it's about being sustainable. When you prioritize your inner peace, you become a more resilient, more present, and ultimately, more effective version of yourself for everyone in your life, including yourself. When we are always doing, constantly ticking off tasks and rushing from one commitment to the next, we often lose touch with who we are beyond our roles and responsibilities. Our identity can become intricately woven with our achievements, our titles, and the endless demands of our days. This constant external focus can obscure our inner wisdom, making it difficult to hear the quiet whispers of our intuition, the true desires of our heart. We become strangers to our own deepest needs and longings, caught in a cycle of reactivity rather than intentional living. Giving yourself permission to simply be is an act of profound self-love, a compassionate invitation to reconnect with your authentic self. It's about peeling back the layers of expectation and obligation to uncover the woman who exists beneath it all. This reconnection allows you to tap into a wellspring of inner peace, to remember what truly nourishes your spirit, and to rediscover the joy that isn't tied to external accomplishments. It's a journey back to yourself, a powerful homecoming. True strength, the kind that sustains you through life's inevitable challenges and helps you navigate its complexities with grace, is often forged in moments of quiet stillness. It's not about pushing through every obstacle with brute force, but about cultivating a resilient spirit from within. When you allow yourself to be present, to simply exist without the need for constant action, you build a reservoir of calm and clarity that you can draw upon when life inevitably throws its curveballs. This inner fortitude becomes your anchor, keeping you steady amidst the storm. When the external noise of the world quiets down, when the mental chatter begins to soften, your inner wisdom, that gentle, intuitive voice, finally has the space and opportunity to speak. This is where clarity emerges, where true insights surface, and where you can begin to discern what truly matters to you. It's in these moments of being that you can listen to your deepest longings, understand your true needs, and align your actions with your values, rather than simply reacting to external pressures. This journey we're about to embark on together is about shifting from a mindset of relentless striving to one of graceful living, one that honors your need for rest and reflection. It's about understanding that your capacity for joy, creativity, and connection actually expands when you cultivate moments of stillness. This isn't a passive surrender, but an active choice to nurture your inner world, allowing it to flourish and bring balance to your outer experiences. It's a deliberate act of self-preservation and self-enhancement. Practically speaking, giving yourself permission to be might look different for everyone, but it always involves intentionality. It could be carving out 5 minutes each morning to simply sit with your coffee, fully present before the day begins its demands. It might mean taking a deliberate pause between tasks, a moment to stretch, to breathe deeply, or to simply gaze out a window. These small, consistent acts of presence accumulate, slowly but surely, transforming your relationship with time and with yourself, making space for a calmer existence. When you grant yourself this profound permission, you'll discover a beautiful ripple effect that touches every area of your life with more calm, clarity, and genuine joy. Your relationships may deepen as you become more present and less distracted. Your work might become more focused and less frantic. Most importantly, your relationship with yourself will heal, moving from one of constant demand to one of compassionate understanding. This shift is powerful, creating a foundation for a truly fulfilling life. So as we begin this transformative journey together, let's take a collective, deep breath and whisper to ourselves, I give myself permission to be. Let these words be a gentle mantra, a guiding light that reminds you of your inherent worth and your right to peace. This is your invitation to slow down, to listen, and to rediscover the strength and joy that reside within you, our own stillness. Welcome to a new way of living, a path paved with grace and authentic presence, your ongoing journey of stillness and joy. As we reach this point in our shared exploration, it's crucial to understand that the path to stillness and joy isn't a finish line you cross once and for all. Think of it less like a destination you arrive at and more like a beautiful, ever unfolding journey. Each step you take, every moment you choose presence over distraction, is a part of this continuous adventure. Life will undoubtedly continue to bring its usual swirl of demands, unexpected turns, and moments that test your patience and peace. But now you carry new tools in your heart, a deeper understanding of your own inner landscape, and a renewed commitment to yourself. This isn't about becoming a different person, but rather about uncovering the radiant, strong, and joyful woman you already are, beneath all the layers of external expectation. This journey is deeply personal, unique to your own rhythms and life circumstances. There won't be a single, perfect way to integrate these practices into your daily routine, and that's perfectly okay. What works beautifully for one woman might feel clunky for another, and what serves you today might need adjusting tomorrow. The key is to approach yourself with endless curiosity and kindness, allowing for flexibility and grace. Instead of striving for perfection, aim for presence, for small moments of connection with your inner self. This gentle approach will help you stay the course, even when life feels particularly challenging or overwhelming, reminding you that your well-being is a living, breathing practice. There will be days when stillness feels elusive, when your mind races, and joy seems like a distant memory. These moments are not failures. They are simply part of the human experience. When they arise, resist the urge to judge yourself or to abandon your practices altogether. Instead, acknowledge the feeling without attachment and gently redirect your attention. Perhaps it's a moment for a few deep breaths, a quiet walk, or simply allowing yourself to rest without guilt. The power lies not in never stumbling, but in your unwavering commitment to picking yourself up, dusting yourself off, and continuing to move forward with self-compassion. Cultivating joy is also an ongoing practice, much like nurturing a garden. It requires consistent attention, a willingness to notice the small blossoms, and the courage to remove the weeds of negativity or self-doubt. Joy isn't just about grand celebrations or monumental achievements. It often resides in the quiet beauty of everyday moments. It's in the warmth of your morning coffee, the laughter of a loved one, the simple act of creating something with your hands, or the peaceful quiet of a sunset. Make it a conscious practice to seek out and savor these small pockets of delight, letting them fill your spirit and remind you of the abundance surrounding you. Remember that your inner strength is not something you acquire. It's something you continually rediscover and refine. Every time you choose to pause, to listen to your intuition, to honor your needs, you are actively building that strength. This resilience isn't about being unshakable in the face of adversity, but about your capacity to bounce back, to find your footing again after a fall. It's about knowing that you possess an inherent wisdom and a deep wellspring of peace within you, always accessible, no matter what external storms may rage. Trust in this innate power that resides within your core. As you continue this journey, you'll find that the lines between stillness and movement begin to blur in a beautiful way. You'll discover how to carry a sense of calm into your busiest days, how to find moments of presence even amidst chaos. Your actions will become more intentional, your responses more thoughtful, and your energy more sustained. This isn't about slowing down to the NT of inaction, but about infusing every action with a mindful awareness that elevates its quality and impact. You'll learn to move with a grace that is both powerful and gentle, reflecting the strength you've cultivated from within. One of the most profound aspects of this ongoing journey is the deepening connection you'll forge with yourself. You'll begin to understand your own needs, desires, and boundaries with greater clarity and compassion. This self-awareness is a guiding light, helping you make choices that truly serve your highest good and align with your authentic self. It's about honoring your unique rhythms, giving yourself permission to rest when needed, and celebrating your strengths and vulnerabilities alike. This intimate relationship with yourself becomes the foundation for all other healthy connections in your life. Don't be afraid to experiment with different practices and routines as you evolve. What resonates deeply with you today might shift over time, and that's a sign of growth, not inconsistency. Perhaps you'll explore new forms of meditation, delve into journaling, or discover a passion for creative expression that brings you immense joy. Allow yourself the freedom to adapt, to explore, and to personalize your path. This flexibility ensures that your journey remains vibrant, engaging, and always reflective of who you are becoming, rather than a rigid set of rules you must follow. Sharing your journey, even in small ways, can also be incredibly supportive. Whether it's a conversation with a trusted friend, joining a mindfulness group, or simply reflecting on your experiences in a journal, connection can amplify your growth. Hearing about others' experiences, their challenges, and their triumphs can offer perspective and a sense of shared humanity. You are not alone on this path. Countless women are also seeking to cultivate more stillness and joy in their lives. Find your tribe, those who lift you up and understand the value of this inner work. Remember the ripple effect your inner peace creates in the world around you. As you become more centered, more joyful, and more present, that energy naturally extends outward. Your relationships may deepen, your work may become more fulfilling, and your ability to navigate challenges with grace will undoubtedly inspire those around you. You are not just transforming your own life, you are contributing to a more peaceful and compassionate world simply by tending to your own inner garden. This is the quiet, powerful strength of a woman embracing her grace. This journey is an invitation to continuous learning and self-discovery. There's always more to uncover about yourself, more layers of wisdom to access, and new ways to experience joy. Approach each day with an open heart and a curious mind, ready to embrace whatever lessons or blessings it brings. Allow yourself to be a student of your own life, always growing, always evolving, and always remembering the inherent beauty of your unique path. The world needs your light, your wisdom, and your gentle strength. So, as you step forward from these pages, carry with you the profound understanding that your worth is not tied to your productivity or your endless striving. It is woven into the very fabric of your being, independent of external circumstances. You are inherently worthy of peace, of joy, and of a life lived with grace. Give yourself permission, every single day, to choose stillness, to embrace joy, and to honor the incredible woman you are. This is your ongoing journey, and it is truly magnificent. Let this be a gentle reminder that progress isn't always linear. Some days will feel like a leap forward, while others might feel like a quiet step sideways, or even a moment of rest. All of these paces are valid and necessary for sustainable growth. Don't measure your success by comparing your journey to anyone else's, or even to a past version of yourself. Instead, celebrate the small victories, the moments you chose presence over panic, or self-compassion over criticism. Each one is a testament to your commitment and your evolving strength. Cultivating a deeper sense of presence means truly showing up for your own life, rather than merely rushing through it. It's about tasting your food, feeling the sun on your skin, and really hearing the words of those you love. These small acts of mindful engagement transform ordinary moments into extraordinary experiences, imbuing your days with richness and depth. By practicing presence, you anchor yourself in the now, reducing anxiety about the future and regret about the past, and allowing yourself to fully inhabit the beauty of this very moment. Finally, embrace the power of patience with yourself. Significant shifts in mindset and habit take time, nurturing, and consistent effort. There will be moments when you feel impatient with your progress or frustrated by perceived setbacks. During these times, offer yourself the same understanding and encouragement you would give to a dear friend. Remember that every seed planted, every quiet moment taken is contributing to a beautiful unfolding. Trust in the process, trust in your innate capacity for growth, and allow your journey to unfold at its own perfect pace, living with purpose, peace, and power. Having journeyed through the quiet corridors of self permission and embraced the continuous dance of stillness and joy, you now stand on the threshold of a profound transformation. This isn't merely about feeling a little better or managing your time more efficiently, it's about fundamentally reshaping your experience of life. Imagine waking each day not just to a list of tasks, but to a deep sense of alignment, a calm certainty that guides your steps. This is the essence of living with purpose, peace, and power, a state where your inner landscape truly mirrors your deepest desires. It's about moving beyond mere survival and into a vibrant, intentional existence, one breath at a time. This elevated way of being is not a destination, but a beautiful, unfolding journey you actively cultivate. Purpose, at its heart, isn't about finding one grand, all consuming mission, though it can certainly involve big dreams. Instead, it's about recognizing the thread of meaning that weaves through your everyday actions, choices, and interactions. It's the quiet understanding of what truly matters to you, the values that light your way, and the small acts of kindness or creation that bring genuine fulfillment. When you live with purpose, you stop drifting on the currents of external expectations and begin to steer your own ship, guided by an internal compass. This doesn't mean every moment is monumental. It means every moment holds the potential for meaning when viewed through the lens of your authentic self. It's a gentle yet powerful redirection of your energy. Cultivating this sense of purpose often begins with quiet reflection, revisiting those moments when you felt most alive, most yourself. What were you doing? Who were you with? What qualities were you embodying? These aren't just fleeting memories, they are signposts pointing toward your inherent purpose. Perhaps it's connecting deeply with others, creating something beautiful, or simply tending to your own well being with unwavering care. Your purpose isn't something to be discovered outside yourself, like a hidden treasure. It's an internal knowing that emerges when you quiet the noise and truly listen. It's about recognizing the unique gifts you bring to the world, however subtle or grand they may seem. Trust that inner voice. It knows your true north. Then comes peace, the tranquil harbor that allows your purpose to flourish without the constant buffeting of stress and overwhelm. This isn't an absence of challenges, for life will always present its waves. Rather, it's the ability to navigate those waves with a steady hand and a calm heart. Inner peace is the direct result of embracing stillness, of consciously detaching from the relentless demands and anxieties that often define modern life. It's choosing to respond rather than react, to pause before plunging into hurried action. This cultivated calm becomes your anchor, keeping you grounded even when the world around you feels chaotic and demanding. It's a quiet revolution within your own being. Achieving this peace means letting go of the constant need to control every outcome, understanding that some things are simply beyond your immediate influence. It involves practicing acceptance, not as resignation, but as a wise acknowledgement of reality. When you release the grip of needing everything to be perfect or precisely as you planned, an incredible lightness emerges. You begin to breathe more deeply, your shoulders relax, and your mind finds a quiet space to rest. This doesn't mean you stop striving for growth or improvement. It means you approach those endeavors from a place of inner stability, rather than frantic desperation. This peace is a gift you give yourself, day after day. And finally, power. For many women, this word can conjure images of aggression or dominance, but here we redefine it. Your true power isn't about controlling others or relentlessly pushing yourself to the brink of exhaustion. Instead, it's an intrinsic strength, a resilient force cultivated from within your stillness and purpose. It's the quiet confidence that allows you to set boundaries, to say no when necessary, and to choose paths that honor your well-being. This power is the unwavering belief in your own intuition, the courage to live authentically, even when it means stepping away from societal expectations. It's about reclaiming your agency, understanding that you are the architect of your own life. This gentle, yet formidable power manifests in countless ways throughout your daily life. It's the ability to stand firm in your values when faced with pressure, to bounce back from setbacks with renewed grace, and to make decisions that truly serve your highest good. It's the quiet authority that comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for, without needing external validation. When you operate from this place of inner power, you inspire those around you not through force, but through the calm strength of your presence. You become a beacon of authenticity, showing others what it means to live with integrity and self-respect. This is a power that uplifts rather than diminishes. Living with purpose, peace, and power isn't about suddenly becoming a different person. It's about unveiling the magnificent woman you already are, beneath the layers of expectation and overwhelm. It's about remembering your inherent worth, trusting your inner wisdom, and giving yourself permission to thrive. This integrated way of living transforms your relationship with yourself, with others, and with the world around you. You move through life with a clearer sense of direction, a calmer heart, and an unshakable inner resilience. It's a holistic approach that brings all aspects of your being into beautiful harmony. This journey is ongoing, a continuous process of gentle refinement and conscious choice. There will be days when purpose feels elusive, when peace is disturbed, or when your power feels diminished. This is perfectly normal and part of the human experience. The key is not to strive for constant perfection, but to return, again and again, to the practices that nourish your soul. Remember the tools of stillness, the wisdom of your intuition, and the unwavering commitment to your own well-being. Each moment is an opportunity to recenter, to breathe, and to realign with the woman you are becoming. Embrace these fluctuations as part of your growth. As you continue to walk this path, you'll notice subtle yet profound shifts in your life. Decisions will feel clearer, relationships will deepen, and your capacity for joy will expand exponentially. The constant hum of anxiety will quiet, replaced by a melody of calm assurance. You'll find yourself less swayed by external pressures and more anchored in your own truth. This isn't a fleeting feeling. It's a foundational change that permeates every aspect of your existence. You become a more vibrant, more present, and more effective woman, simply by honoring your inner landscape. This is the profound ripple effect of cultivating your grace. Embrace the knowing that you are capable of creating a life that feels not just bearable, but truly beautiful and deeply fulfilling. You have within you all the resources needed to navigate challenges with grace and to celebrate victories with genuine delight. This chapter marks a powerful shift, moving from understanding the concepts to actively embodying them in your daily reality. Allow yourself the space to integrate these ideas, to experiment with what resonates most deeply, and to trust your own process. Your unique journey towards purpose, peace, and power is unfolding, guided by your own courageous heart. Step into this empowered way of living with open arms. Remember, your strength is not measured by how much you can endure without breaking, but by how gracefully you can pause, reflect, and realign with your true self. This is the ultimate act of self-care, a revolutionary choice in a world that constantly demands more. You are not a machine designed for endless productivity. You are a complex, beautiful being, deserving of peace, clarity, and genuine joy. Give yourself permission to claim these gifts, not as a luxury, but as an essential part of your well-being. This is your birthright, and it's waiting for you to embrace it fully. The journey inward is never truly finished, but the rewards it offers are boundless. Each step you take towards deeper self-awareness, each moment of stillness you invite, and each purposeful choice you make builds upon the last. You are weaving a rich tapestry of a life lived authentically, guided by your own inner light. This isn't about perfection, it's about presence. It's about choosing to show up for yourself, day after day, with compassion and unwavering commitment. The woman living with purpose, peace, and power is not a mythical figure. She is you, waiting to fully awaken to her own magnificent grace. Allow yourself this profound awakening. A final word from Pearn Studio. As we reach the close of our journey together within these pages, Pearn Studio wants to extend a heartfelt thank you. It has been our privilege to walk alongside you, offering insights and gentle guidance as you explored the profound power of stillness and the authentic joy that resides within. We sincerely hope that the words shared here have resonated deep within your spirit, sparking new understandings and reigniting a compassionate connection with yourself. This book was crafted with you in mind, the woman who gives so much, and we truly hope it has offered a welcome respite and a fresh perspective on what it means to live gracefully. Remember, the The path to finding strength in stillness and cultivating genuine joy is not a sprint. It is a beautiful, unfolding marathon. There will be days when the world feels loud and demanding, pulling you in a dozen different directions, and moments when finding that quiet center seems almost impossible. This is perfectly normal, and it is precisely in those moments that your practice truly begins to shine. Do not judge yourself for straying, but simply notice, breathe, and gently guide yourself back to the present, back to the calm space you are learning to create. We have explored together how grace isn't about perfection or an absence of struggle, but rather about how you move through life's challenges with inner resilience and a gentle heart. It's about recognizing your inherent worth, independent of your achievements or your to-do list, and allowing yourself the kindness and understanding you so readily offer to others. This journey of self-discovery and self-acceptance is a continuum. It's one rich with opportunities for growth and deeper connection to your true self. The tools and perspectives shared throughout A Woman's Grace are not meant to be rigid rules, but rather gentle invitations. Think of them as whispers of wisdom, always available to you, ready to be picked up and explored whenever you feel the need for grounding or inspiration. Experiment with what feels authentic to you. Adapt the practices to fit your unique life, and never hesitate to adjust your approach as you evolve. Your personal journey is yours alone, and your intuition is your most reliable guide. Cultivating stillness is an act of profound self-love, a radical choice in a world that often glorifies constant motion. It is in these quiet moments that you can truly hear your own thoughts, understand your deepest desires, and connect with the wellspring of peace that resides within. Giving yourself permission to pause, to simply be, and to replenish your spirit is not selfish. It is essential for your well-being and for your ability to show up fully in every aspect of your life. We encourage you to carry these lessons forward, not as burdens, but as liberating insights. Let them empower you to redefine what strength means to you, moving away from relentless striving and towards a more sustainable, joyful way of living. True power, as you have learned, often blossoms in the spaces of quiet reflection, in the moments when you choose to listen to your inner voice over the clamor of external expectations. May you continue to embrace the beauty of your own unfolding story, recognizing that every step, every pause, and every breath contributes to the masterpiece that is your life. May you find increasing moments of profound peace, unexpected joy, and unwavering self-compassion. And may you always remember the incredible strength and inherent grace that resides within you, waiting to be acknowledged and celebrated. Thank you for allowing Pearn Studio to be a part of your journey. Go forth with grace, knowing that you are capable, worthy, and deserving of a life filled with authentic joy and profound stillness. The world needs your unique light, and by nurturing your inner peace, you allow that light to shine even brighter. We wish you all the very best and hope our paths may cross again.